This young man wakes up to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place, and the luxurious objects around him make him even more panicked.
Your Highness, can you see me?
Hello, who are you? The man was momentarily stunned. Don't tell me you don't recognize me. Suddenly he stopped and pounded his chest. But don't worry, I will continue to serve you regardless. I am Piero Gardin, your personal doctor. He really couldn't understand what the other person was saying, and Lai-Han even thought that the person in front of him was a lunatic. But now he was extremely thirsty, so he asked Gardin to get him some water. He moved as fast as the wind, presenting Lai-Han with a cup encrusted with diamonds and precious stones. Lai-Han suspiciously looked at what he was holding, and it didn't look like a fake at all. As he took his first sips of water, he also noticed a large mirror placed in front of him, reflecting a face that was completely unfamiliar, one Lai-Han had never seen before. Lai-Han immediately choked on the water, and Gardin narrowly escaped a scare again. Every time he was startled, he would shout louder than the sirens Lai-Han usually heard during his shifts, and Gardin hurriedly wiped the water off his face. At this moment, Lai-Han also began to vaguely realize something. It seems this is the world of Raquel Adria Magentano, the crazy novel he had read before getting drunk and falling into the Han River. I'm not weak, and no one is saving me. Yet I've traveled into the world of the story? What kind of fake plot is this? Lai-Han refused to accept this truth and asked Gardin to slap him. The man flinched, wondering how a servant like him could possibly strike the esteemed prince. With no other choice, Lai-Han had to rely on himself. Even if it meant slapping himself, his strength was not small. The pain from his right cheek reminded him that this was not a dream. He had become the prince in that novel. You have become Raquel. That also means the mountains of debt and interest from the failed clinic are now a thing of the past. Now, Lai-Han can live a carefree life without worrying about debts anymore. He's so happy. He wants to stand up, do a Gangnam-style dance, and show off. But before he could enjoy it for long, Lai-Han suddenly felt the world spin and lost his balance, falling backward. Gardin hurriedly stepped forward to catch him. Only then did Lai-Han realize that this body was very weak. To be precise, extremely weak. Lai-Han began to sift through his memories of the story of the Demon Sword Emperor novel. Raquel in that book is only a minor character who appears in the first half of the story. He is always weak and bedridden since childhood. And then at the age of 22, he passed away. Lai-Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Did God just turn me from a powerful lord into a sickly ghost? Gardin's voice started to tremble uncontrollably. How old am I this year? Yes, Your Highness, this year you are 21 years old. Gardin's honest answer caused Lai-Han's mood to plummet straight down to the 18th level of hell. He cursed under his breath. Only 1 year left? I thought I could forget about that debt and live a life of indulgence because I was the crown prince. But now Lai-Han has become someone with only a year left to live. Raquel is the prince of this kingdom, so Lai-Han is sure he was treated with all the best methods of the previous era before he possessed the body. But nothing worked, and the story mentions that priests started visiting regularly to bless Raquel. But in the end, he still passed away because he couldn't overcome the illness in the middle of the story. Lai-Han clenched his fist tightly. He wants to live, and now the only way is to save himself. Thinking of this, Lai-Han ordered Gardin to bring him as many sharp needles as possible. Although he didn't understand what the prince was planning, Gardin obediently followed his orders. That night, Lai-Han sat cross-legged on the bed and checked his own pulse. What's remarkable is that he managed to find the 10 evil pulse, an unusual type of pulse often seen in terminally ill patients, also called the death pulse. At this point, Gardin also brought all the needles he had collected to Lai-Han, but they were too large for acupuncture. Your Highness, what do you intend to do with those needles? This one, I plan to insert it into my body. Lai-Han speaks with a completely indifferent tone, but it makes Gardin terrified. He immediately rushes to hug the boy's leg, his eyes like two broken water pipes, and begins to cry like rain. Your Highness, please stay calm. You will be the heir to the throne. I understand you've been through a lot of pain, but you must not hurt yourself like this. Stop it. It's not what you think. I'm doing this for a just cause, so if nothing happens after I insert this into my body, you have to trust me from now on. Lai-Han's voice is completely calm, making Gardin even more worried but unable to stop him. Don't worry, you won't regret it. With that, Lai-Han took off his shirt, lay on his back on the bed, and began to breathe deeply. The first needle must be inserted into the acupoint affecting the most vital respiratory organ, the lungs, because Lai-Han needs to restore his breathing function before considering anything else. And to do that, the first point he needs to needle is the Tai-Yin lung meridian. Lai-Han decisively inserts the needle, but because the needle tip is too large, he can't help but whimper at a few sounds. Next, he will needle the upper arm point, but at this moment, a fake window suddenly appears in front of Lai-Han with some lines written on it. Your body is responding positively thanks to your correct acupuncture method. The internal organs are showing signs of slight recovery. Your lungs have started to function again. Along with those words, Lai-Han felt himself breathing properly. He feels fresh, oxygen-rich blood flowing throughout his body thanks to his improved lung function. The system immediately notifies that this event has granted Lai-Han his first 100 HP, raising his current total HP to 100. Lai-Han, no, now you should be called Crown Prince Raquel, right? He stared at that virtual window for a long time, then tried to reach out and touch it. Seeing this series of strange actions from him, Garden couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's clearly nothing in front of him, yet Rekiel keeps swatting as if he's trying to catch mosquitoes, making Garden seriously wonder if the prince has gone crazy. Garden, I'm not crazy, so please stop overreacting like that. As he spoke, Rekiel took another needle and inserted it into the human point. The needle head is still large, but Rekiel's body is gradually adapting to the pain. Correctly puncturing the Yanming point has helped reduce the chest spasms of this weak body. After repeatedly adding a few more needles, the pain struck again. It seems that continuously acupuncture with these substandard needles causes Rekiel more pain than he expected. Garden stands to one side, constantly praying, feeling that the prince of the Magentano royal family has gone mad. The proof is that he's constantly hurting himself, and most importantly, he can't intervene. Watching Garden kneel by his bedside, endlessly rambling, Rekiel was at a loss for words. But now, even if I explain, he wouldn't understand. Garden can only focus on finishing what he needs to do. Then he repeatedly punctured the Haibok, Tianfu, Kongtoi, and Mok Ngu Te acupoints, and thanks to Rekiel's superb acupuncture skills, many meridians were unblocked. When the pain subsides, his body feels weightless and comfortable as if sitting on a cushion, but Rekiel still hasn't felt any vitality. And finally, he decisively inserted the needle into the Shichek point. The acupuncture on the left lung meridian was a complete success. Rekiel is extremely excited, or rather, his two lungs are incredibly excited. They start dancing because they've been freed after so many years of illness. Rekiel also doesn't understand how that HP system works to produce such unscientific effects. But in front of the lively activity of his lungs, Rekiel's large intestine was also stimulated and joined in the noisy rhythm. Rekiel looked at the changing lines of text on the virtual window, feeling deeply insulted by his own medical knowledge. But oh well, being a little insulted is worth it for the HP gained. Getting some relief grants me 100 HP, and my lungs give me another 200 HP. Currently, Rekiel has 600 points, enough to unlock the first skills. Seeing the word skills, Rekiel's chest started pounding with excitement. Like in games, swinging a sword creates a sword aura, or shooting fire from a staff after casting a spell. Ah, so the skills refer to the abilities found in fantasy novels? Just thinking about it is already exciting enough. Rekiel immediately agreed for the system to display the unlockable skills. There are a total of 10 skills, including pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, herbal preparation, herb recognition, harvesting herbs, decocting medicine, receiving treatment fees, and the Azrahan treatment method. Rekiel was a bit disappointed, thinking the skills would be more impressive. He is an Eastern medicine doctor, and all 10 skills listed above are things he was already proficient in his previous life. Since he still had to choose one, Rekiel thought carefully. For all doctors, whether Western or traditional Chinese medicine, the origin of all treatment methods is diagnosis. Only when an accurate diagnosis is made can the doctor develop the correct treatment plan. So he decided to choose the first skill, pulse diagnosis. Unlocking this skill costs 500 HP points, reducing Rekiel's total points to 100. A new status window appeared in front of him, informing that he had successfully unlocked level 1 of the pulse diagnosis skill. From now on, by feeling the target's pulse, Rekiel can assess their health status and view the results on the basic general health report. The first thing Rekiel did after unlocking this skill was to check his own pulse. Now he no longer has to diagnose himself. Everything is done by the system thanks to that pulse reading skill. Then, after a quick scan, Rekiel's basic health report appeared. This young man is 176.2 centimeters tall, but only weighs 53.3 kilograms. No wonder his body is so weak and frail. Additionally, the total scores of the 5 and 6 internal organs all reached the pressing level. Overall, the comprehensive pulse diagnosis results rating Rekiel's body as an SS grade beast. The remaining lifespan is estimated to be 91 days. Hearing this, Rekiel was so shocked he almost sat up. I had a vague suspicion, but I didn't expect this body to be so ruined that the remaining lifespan is only 3 months. I just used the acupuncture method clockwise, then reduced the force to spin them around, exhaling while removing the needles with the help of the respiratory system and drainage techniques. When Rekiel removed the last needle from his body, the status window in front of him flickered and changed, and his remaining lifespan increased from 91 to 92 days. It seems this method really works. Rekiel was so excited that he immediately applied acupuncture to the other half of his body. But this time, after finishing, not only did his lifespan not increase, but Rekiel suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. A bright red simulation window appears, displaying a warning that his body is overloaded from too much acupuncture. Based on his condition, the system has analyzed and recommends only 3 acupuncture sessions per week. Garden, seeing his prince spitting blood, was about to break down in tears, but Rekiel had no time to pay attention to him. I was so happy earlier that I forgot one thing. Acupuncture can't cure the root cause of the illness. The patient needs to be strong enough to withstand stimulation from the nerves and meridians. But Rekiel's body is now in a state of extreme weakness. According to the recent messages, acupuncture is effective, but the problem is that this body is too fragile to handle that effect regularly. It needs 3 days of rest to continue, but the problem is that if acupuncture is done every 3 days, Rakiel's lifespan will increase by 1 day every 3 days, totaling an extra month of life. That still isn't enough, and he'll still die early, like in that novel. Rakiel needs to find a more effective method, and perhaps the quickest way to stabilize is through diet. So from tomorrow, Rakiel will need additional herbal support. Thinking of that, he started to pressure Garden again. He guesses the royal pharmacy probably has some good ingredients, so he starts to ask if there are any toxic substances like the root of aconitum, and Garden looks at him hesitantly, but finally nods. Yes, although they are not available in the main palace, we still import them because this is the prince's residence. Good. Rakiel smiled happily and then asked Garden to bring him some aconite roots. Yes, but what do you need it for? To eat, Rakiel replied briefly. But these 2 words are a nightmare for Garden. He immediately knelt down, tears barely held back, and once again welled up. Rakiel felt a bit of a headache why he let a subordinate of his cry so easily. Rakiel simply explained to Garden that this was also part of the treatment, and then asked him to bring the medicine within 5 minutes, or his life would be at risk. Garden hesitated and looked at the other person for a while before reluctantly leaving. Rakiel also considered that he had found this person's weakness. As long as you touch his life, Garden will fulfill your demands unconditionally. It's just that the root of the aconitum plant is truly very toxic. Not only a modern traditional doctor like Rakiel knows this, but Garden also knows it well. But in reality, there are 2 types of aconite roots. The one Rakiel wants to eat is the smaller part, also called aconite child. The aconitine in the root of the aconitum plant can cause cardiac arrest, but Rakiel knows how to neutralize and control the toxin. In other words, he can turn that poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. Although Rakiel insists confidently, Garden still remains skeptical. He has never heard of turning a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb before. Out of loyalty and concern for Garden, Rakiel is also willing to explain a little to him. The process you are about to perform is called detoxification. After detoxifying, the toxins in the root of the aconite plant will turn into medicine, which is very effective for your treatment. Do you find that convincing? Rakiel asked after a long explanation before stopping. I haven't actually tried it yet. I've never heard of this method before. I don't know where you got that information or if it's reliable, but if it helps you get better, I will help you all the way. Then Garden took a candle and left the prince's room. Actually, what you just said isn't very convincing, but Rakiel's body is growing weaker and weaker, to the point where Huang Thad is also desperate, because no effective method has been found. So Garden thought it might be worth trying that detoxification process. In exchange, when the detox process is finished, Garden will personally taste it first to ensure safety. As soon as the nourishing food was brought up, Rakiel was so excited he couldn't wait until tomorrow and immediately began his work on preparing the tonic. Rakiel begins to prepare the medicine using all his previous medical experience, the pot boiling fiercely on the stove, emitting a strange and eerie scent. Garden keeps smelling it and still feels something is off. Since this medicine is made from toxic ingredients, he was even more uneasy. While Rakiel was distracted, Garden suddenly burst into tears and grabbed his hand. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please reconsider. I beg you. Rakiel was startled. Then suddenly, he came up with a mischievous idea. If he's so scared, why not try it first? I only meant to scare Gadden a little, but he suddenly looked extremely determined after hearing that. Yes, Your Highness? Rakiel was a bit shocked. Isn't this old man very cowardly? Why did he nod without even thinking? Now that I think about it, in that novel, Garden was an extremely loyal and devoted person. At first, he wasn't the Emperor's doctor, but just an assistant doctor. Even the initially confident doctors have left before the prince's condition worsened, and Garden is the only one still by Rakiel's side. Garden's character has no flaws. Unfortunately, after the prince's death, he was blamed for it and sentenced to death. Watching Garden's back as he prepares to take the potion, Rakiel's mood is complicated. He truly is a patient and loyal servant because he believes Garden deserves a better life. Maybe from now on, instead of fighting for his own life, Rakiel also needs to try to save Garden from the gallows, but he's not ready to share his good things with him like that. Anyway, it takes quite a while to finish brewing the potion. If Garden were to test the poison, how much longer would I have to wait? So Rakiel advised Garden to stay calm and wait for the medicine to cool before drinking it. He truly believes in it. Just by watching Rakiel perform those skilled moves, Garden began to wonder, come to think of it, how did he know these medicines? Garden's question made Rakiel feel a bit uneasy. His loyalty is truly for Rakiel. If he finds out that I am not his son, it would be a big problem. So Rakiel didn't hesitate and started to make up the most ridiculous story he could think of. That a wizard visited him in his dreams every night, saw how weak and frail he looked, and pitied him so much that he gave him some special medicines. The story sounded so unbelievable that even Rakiel found it hard to swallow. But Garden still reluctantly believed it. At this point, the medicine had cooled down a bit. Rakiel took the chance while the other person was still lost in the story I just told and drank the entire potion as fast as a mouse stealing food. Garden was stunned and dazed. The Crown Prince even used dirty tricks to prevent him from testing the medicine? As for Rakiel, after drinking the entire bowl of medicine for about 5 seconds, his body began to react, his heart pounding so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. Although a bit uncomfortable, Rakiel didn't believe his medicine was useless. Sure enough, when he tried to endure a little longer, the system sent a new notification. The contents of the potion that Rakiel brewed are quite perfect. It has removed the cold air and internal pain, while also increasing metabolism. The most important thing is that it also awakened the Astrahan energy core. Rakiel was a bit surprised by this achievement. The Astrahan energy core is a technique created by the legendary swordmaster known as Javier Astrahan and his noble attendant Lloyd Frontera. Since the owner of this body is the Crown Prince, he must have learned Astrahan energy core techniques since he was young. It's just a pity that his weak body only allowed him to awaken now. The level 1. Astrahan energy core skill creates a circle around Rakiel's team that helps him process or increase the mana absorbed by that circle and circulate mana. At this moment, Rakiel can feel as if a shield is enveloping his heart. He can feel the life force flowing through his body with each breath. It's also the first time he perceives what is called mana. This feeling makes Rakiel really want to shout out loud, but just a second later, the sword in Rakiel's hand dropped and shattered. Because a sudden pain struck, it squeezed Rakiel's heart as if it was about to shatter, and the circle around his heart seemed to tighten it. Garen was shocked to see the Crown Prince collapse, but now he was too overwhelmed to hear what he was saying. The system keeps sending danger alerts as the mana circle exerts too much pressure on Rakiel's heart. The balanced growth between it and his heart is no longer there, which means Rakiel's heart could stop beating. Rakiel tries to breathe to stay conscious. The system says that the growth between his heart and the mana circle has become unbalanced. Does this mean that the size of the heart and the mana circle are no longer compatible? Come to think of it, Rakiel has been weak since he was a child and never had the chance to train with the mana circle. It wasn't until he was 22 that he helped him unlock this skill, so you could say the mana circle is like a ring that no longer fits, constantly squeezing his heart. Rakiel's right hand pressed against his left chest, trying to tear his heart free. If things were like this, he couldn't shrink his heart, so there was only one way left: to enlarge the size of the mana circle. Rakiel gathers his last remaining rationality, closes his eyes, and feels his body. He seems to see the scene inside his left chest as the mana circle keeps tightening around his heart. If he wants to live, Rakiel has no choice but to enlarge the circle, and he immediately grabs it, pulling it apart with force. This is not an ordinary rope, but a mana circle, so it created an enormous resistance. Rakiel felt like he was about to faint from exhaustion, but thinking of his failure in the previous life, reason once again urged him to fight. Rakiel never forgot the moment when rumors spread that his clinic was a hotspot for infection. The clinic had to close down and he lost all his patients, and he was so stressed that his hair even fell out in large patches. Moreover, the rent, debts, and interest kept piling up. Rakiel even had to mortgage his house to pay off the debts. Thinking of the beautiful house he had to mortgage, the strength from deep within Rakiel's subconscious was awakened. He poured all his effort into it, even though his body had almost lost sensation, and the fighting spirit of someone who had failed before truly possessed a godly power. Rakiel successfully achieved the impossible by stretching the mana circle that was tightly constricting his heart. When he regained consciousness, the first thing Rakiel saw was Gardine's tear-streaked face. Then a blue simulation window appeared instead of the red warning, and thanks to the beneficial stimuli, the king of Rakiel's organs, his heart, was also awakened. Rakiel can clearly feel his heart pounding in his chest, as if all his internal organs are throwing a celebration welcoming the return of this king. Although this body is still in a terrible state, at least the healthy heart shows that life is gradually returning. The system also announced that the balanced growth between the heart and the mana circle has been restored, and Rakiel is the first in history to collect a mana slot. Rakiel was a bit confused about this slot mana concept. It seems quite similar to item slots in a game. Anyway, in the future, you'll understand the features better through use. Rakiel suddenly remembered an important thing, that he had to put an end to the worry of the person standing in front of him now. Garden has been crying non-stop all this time. So Rakiel suddenly stood up like a reanimated corpse rising from the grave, startling Garden. Suddenly you're full of energy, which makes him seem a bit suspicious. You looked quite distressed just now. That's a side effect of that medicine. Oh, I only choked a little. Rakiel pretended to be fine, patting his chest to reassure Garden, but this only made him more panic-stricken. Anyway, since Garden just saw Rakiel suffering critically, it's hard for him not to doubt his true condition now. Rakiel didn't intend to explain in detail, so he asked Garden to clean up the broken pieces on the ground. Oh, and by the way, thank you, he suddenly said. What do you mean? Garden looked shocked because the prince just said thank you before he could do anything. If you don't hear it, just ignore it. After leaving Garden behind, Rakiel began to seriously evaluate what he had just collected, which was the mana slot. If I'm not mistaken, I've just acquired a top-tier technique for storing materials mixed with mana. Each slot has a capacity of 10 liters. He can store it by eating it. To clarify his doubts, Rakiel looked at the water bottle beside the bed. It seems like this material is perfect for experiments like this. In a container holding about 2 liters of water, he thought of a concept called the median lethal dose. That is a term used to test how much toxin a substance contains. That dosage can be fatal to 50% of the test subjects. In simple terms, using a substance at its median lethal dose means there is a 50% chance Rakiel will die from it. Even if he survives, he will suffer immense pain or become a vegetable. For a standard weight of 50 kilograms, the average lethal dose in humans is about 5.4 liters of water, but Rakiel's frail body only needs around 3.9 liters. He lifts the water bottle with both hands but still can't help trembling. This body is truly in terrible shape. Rakiel started gulping down the water bottle. He wanted to test how much water he could store. As expected, after drinking about half a bottle, the status window appeared. Rakiel had successfully consumed 1 liter of water, yet he didn't feel any sense of fullness. To be sure, Rakiel tried drinking a few more bottles, but even after drinking 10 liters of water, his body remained normal. And when Rakiel wants to draw water out, he can do it easily. This feeling is truly miraculous. Rakiel feels like a human version of a camel, able to draw out as much water as he wants. Now he knows how to use the mana slot. Next, Rakiel had a bold idea to combine this with the Asurahan core technique, which specializes in absorbing, storing, and releasing mana, hoping it might release the stored water in his body in a different form. Rakiel concentrates, feeling the mana flowing around his heart. Then a water sphere appears in the palm of his hand. Rakiel was a bit surprised by this rather unscientific scene. Then he decided to pour the water back into the bottle. But at this point, things did not go as Rakiel had hoped. He intended to slowly pour the water into the bottle, but the force was too strong, causing him to shatter the intricately carved glass vessel on the table. Seeing the shattered vase, Rakiel felt a bit guilty. He thought the mana inscription in water would flow slowly, gently, and kindly. But unexpectedly, it turned into a raging torrent. Furthermore, another serious issue occurred when a loud noise suddenly came from the prince's room, prompting Garden to lead the Imperial Guard hot-high to burst in. They even thought there was an assassin attacking the prince. Rakiel quickly made up a reason, saying he was so angry that he broke the water jug on the table. The captain of the guard and Garden exchanged glances, and Rakiel could see their eyes full of suspicion. Even he himself finds this story ridiculous. A few seconds later, the captain of the royal guard bowed politely. "It's okay, your highness. Are you hurt anywhere?" Rakiel asked loudly. Do they really believe it, or are they just pretending because he's the crown prince? Then, a few quick-footed soldiers began cleaning up the scattered debris on the floor. The captain of the royal guard also asked Garden to escort Rakiel back to bedroom 2, even carefully carrying Rakiel there. After bandaging his wound, Garden laid him on the bed and carefully tucked him in. The privileges of royalty are no joke, taking such meticulous care. Rakiel lay still on the bed, trying not to do anything stupid to attract their attention. The accident just now made him think deeply.
The mana circle and meridians around his heart created a flow of mana that runs through his shoulder and right arm, continuously amplified and finally released with great force.
That blow contained a lot of power and energy. With that sound, it's ridiculous for the Guardian to think Rakiel broke the porcelain jar himself. But anyway, before mastering the flow of the young mana, Rakiel must not cause any more trouble. Today, he has fiddled enough and needs a good sleep to recover. From now on, Rakiel must also be more careful in his experiments, so that no one detects that the soul inside the prince's body is actually someone else. However, Rakiel's recent unusual behavior has already been reported to Emperor Asterion Testarossa Magentano by his loyal servants. After hearing this, the crown prince hurt himself by pricking a needle into his body and even took poison, and the emperor looked extremely furious. Rakiel, what on earth are you doing? The next day, after waking up, the first thing Rakiel did was brew 10 liters of medicine from deadly nightshade and ginger. Today, he was confident enough to send Garden out of the room before acting. Otherwise, he would have fainted upon seeing me drink all that medicine at once. But Garden kept glancing inside every now and then because he was worried. You're going to take that strange medicine again. But, your highness, wasn't it painful for you yesterday when you drank it? I told you, it was just because I choked. But this time you made too much medicine, so I'm really worried. I told you this is just for testing purposes. I only drank a little. I'll pour the rest out, Rakiel reassured him. Garden was skeptical. After all, lately the prince has been acting pretty foolish. But once again, he was thrown out by Rakiel. After Tonku got this rice-powered camera, he began his journey to accumulate mana. Rakiel used all his strength to lift the 10-li pot of medicine, then gulped it down in one go. With his mana slot ability, he successfully absorbed 10 liters of herbal medicine without feeling full, even feeling a bit comfortable. Then, Rakiel gradually released the decoction from the ephedra and Tsatsa into his body over the following days so they could perform their functions well. Rakiel's organs are very satisfied with the proper and regular care from the herbal medicine. They start awarding Rakiel HP points, but 500 points are not enough. They are not enough for Rakiel to extend his lifespan. Moreover, a new problem has arisen because after several days of releasing the herbal medicine, Rakiel's organs have started to get tired of this decoction from the deadly plant and Taitan. Rakiel still decided to become a true man. After all, his organs belong to him. Whatever he makes them drink, they have to drink it. So in the following days, Rakiel continued gradually releasing 0.1 liters of medicine at a time. One day, while having dinner, Rakiel suddenly received a message that his life had been extended by 50 days. He was so happy he stood up suddenly. It really works. The maid carrying the food was so startled she dropped the plate she was holding. Rakiel quickly apologized for startling her, but the maid trembled in fear and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Seeing how trembling she was, Rakiel suddenly felt confused. I'm fine. Don't apologize to me. Are you hurt anywhere? I apologize, Your Highness. I won't do that again. Please don't beat me with the whip like last time. Please, Your Highness. Rakiel was stunned. Rakiel with this battered body is so ruthless that he would whip his servant. And on top of that, he's making me suffer this huge headache. A whip? Have I ever beaten you with a whip before? Rakiel suspiciously asked, hoping that the maid would say no. No, Your Highness, the girl replied. But Rakiel hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when she continued. You have never personally hit me before. A feeling of guilt surged once again intensely. Rakiel asked the maid to recount what had happened earlier. It turns out that because she spilled a drop of water on Rakiel's sleeve, he ordered his servants to whip her. Rakiel, upon hearing this, could only feel furious. This weak prince is just a savage. No wonder he's cursed by the heavens and never gets better. All right, you can clean up and leave now. Rakiel sat down on the bed, hopeless. The girl was happier thinking she wasn't going to be beaten, and seeing her run out of the room like she just escaped from prison only made Rakiel feel even more devastated. Rakiel then called Garden into the room, claiming that his illness had affected his mind recently and he could no longer remember past events. So I want Garden to recount what he did and how he treated you and the other servants before. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Garden seemed eager, but after a few words, Rakiel interrupted him. If he dares to lie, I will drink the entire poison bowl right in front of him. It was just a simple remark, but it completely subdued Garden. With no other choice, Garden had to honestly tell everything. From then on, Rakiel realized how ruthless and cruel that prince had been before he possessed this body. Now he understood why Garden and the royal guards believed that he was struck down by the heavens for being too angry and smashing the water jar. Because the prince of their group wasn't exactly gentle-hearted before, Cam. But at the same time, this new information sparked a question in Rakiel. So then, Garden, why aren't you afraid of me? Because you're close to me, you must have endured the most. Because I trust you, Garden affirmed confidently. I know what kind of person you truly are, Your Highness. Garden recalls the day when he was still young and working as an assistant doctor. Rael was then just a little kid no taller than 3 stalks of garlic. But one rainy day, when the entire palace was panicking over Rakiel's disappearance, Garden found him curled up under a tree, shielding a chick from the rain. So when he grew up and became domineering, Garden still believed it was just due to illness, and that once healed, Rakiel's true nature would return. I am sure that now my trust has been rewarded, Garden said again, recalling the moment Rakiel sincerely thanked him. Old man, do you want me to change my personality that much? Rakiel laughed. Of course. Seeing Garden's happy smile, Rakiel suddenly felt that he was the parent, not the emperor he had never seen in person since transmigrating here. To show his gratitude for Garden's trust, Rakiel granted him all the desserts on the table, something that had never happened with other members of the royal family. But even these treats were nothing compared to Rakiel's gratitude towards Garden. That is why I swore on my honor from both of my lives that I would survive, partly for myself and partly so Garden wouldn't have to suffer the unjust hanging, like in that novel. As Garden was busy stuffing a croissant into his mouth, the prince's door suddenly burst open, and a servant rushed in to announce that the emperor had ordered Rakiel to be summoned immediately. At this moment, in the magnificent imperial palace, J.K. appears dressed as a royal prince, walking confidently inside. He looks directly at the emperor, immediately kneels and performs the greeting ritual, saying, Prince Zekiel Adria Magentantino respectfully expresses his homage to the emperor, the legitimate ruler of this land. He is Asterion Gestarosa Magentano, an emperor of the Magentano Empire. He gazes at you pensively. After a moment of observation, he was amazed to see something. Alien looked at Jel, deep in thought, wondering how the treatment for the fragile Asrahan could actually achieve that. At this moment, your whole body suddenly starts trembling from kneeling for so long. You sense it from him and quietly think that he seems uneasy about your presence. Maybe I was wrong about him. Waiting for the emperor's response, Jay tried to hold on, gritting his teeth as his legs trembled more and more. My legs are numb, so hurry up and say what you need to so I can stand up. Finally, Asterion spoke. Life in the palace seems to suit you, doesn't it? He replied. Yes, your majesty. But in his mind, he was annoyed, thinking, is he really planning to make me kneel while talking? Suddenly he frowned and continued. I heard you tried to hurt yourself with a needle and drink poison. Is that right? Hearing this, JK immediately looked up with a strong reaction. No, that's not true. He angrily shouted, You idiot! How dare you claim to be a descendant of this royal family? Taryn, with a thoughtful expression, said, You are a proud member of my bloodline. You must not lose your dignity. Hearing this, he could only remain silent and lower his head. He mentioned the crown and then said, If you can't bear the weight of the crown because of your health. His eyes lit up as he stared intently while listening. Isn't it time for you to make a wiser choice now? Jill looked at Asterion's face with suspicion. A wise choice? You fox, he's probably planning something for this meeting. He propped his chin and sat above, looking down. I won't beat around the bush anymore. Suddenly, he became serious. I want you to give up your crown and hand it over to your younger brother. The second prince. He was stunned, secretly feeling happy inside. Oh, what could it be? Jay immediately replied without hesitation. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I calmly replied, I refuse. Hearing that, Aston was furious, his hand gripping the armor so tightly that his veins bulged. What? Suddenly he stood up and shouted, How dare you refuse me? Jay calmly replied, Yes, that's right. And yet you told yourself that the pressure was immense, but you couldn't back down. Of course he would act that way. From the very beginning, he already had the power to strip you of your prince title. The reason he asked was because he wanted the eldest son to voluntarily abdicate the title of prince in a compassionate and kind way, willingly recognizing his younger brother. A move truly clever politically. Even if I am still a useless person and untrustworthy, I won't hold back. Seeing the furious expression on his face, Jiel thought he must be very anxious. Terlian stepped down the stairs and asked, "Do you not respect my decision? Does the title of prince mean anything to you?" He stepped closer, looked down, and asked again, "You only feel satisfied when you've brought shame to me and the royal family?" Hearing those words, you hesitate. "Tisk, I don't give a damn about that title. At this moment, I was thinking to give it to the second prince or someone else and then enjoy my life. But if I agree to his proposal, this country will be doomed because of that second prince."
In the Emperor of this demon sword, the second prince appears talented and diligent. However, a period of chaos will erupt.
The second prince is hot-tempered and lacks the skills to handle that chaos. His era will only lead to the collapse of the entire empire and royal family. So I must do everything to prevent that. Jay stood up and said, "I may look weak like you say, but I haven't lost my wisdom and intelligence." He continued, "The title of prince isn't that important to me. What matters most is prosperity and peace for our royal family." The sharp gaze of the emperor looked at him and said, "Well done. You are also full of confidence, but that's not all." So JKEL made a suggestion, and now I want to make an offer. Aelin didn't understand the proposal. He placed his hand on his chest and firmly said, "Give me a chance to prove who can bear the burden of the crown better. Are you the eldest son or the second prince? At this moment, you have returned to your palace when a voice calls out and a weary person walks in. Garden follows behind and asks, "Why did the emperor summon you?" Hearing the question, he slightly turned his head and replied with a smile, "Nothing much, just that he wants me to give up the throne to the second prince." Hearing this, he was stunned and froze in place. Jel confidently waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I already refused." Hearing that, Garden raised both hands to cover his mouth, still in shock. My face lit up with excitement as I turned around and gave a thumbs up. I also challenged the second prince to a sword fight. Suddenly, he looked gloomy upon seeing something. "What are you doing, Mr. Garden?" Garden sadly packed his belongings into his bag. "I'm getting ready to leave here." You shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Asterion stood silently by the window over here. He was just thinking about what happened earlier. Does he want a chance to see who deserves it more between the two of us? So Asterion looked into the distance and asked, "Is this how it has always been?" "All right, I accept your proposal. I've been looking forward to it." Haha. Right now, Jiel and Garden are struggling over the bag. "I told you, I would win." Garden doesn't believe JK, who just pulled back the bag, and responds, "How could you possibly win?" The next day in the city, the sky was clear and the weather perfect. While below at the bustling palace, people gathered in crowds. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the powerful took their seats. Asterion looked down coldly at the crowd below, with only the second prince standing in the center, warming up. The women outside cheer excitedly. "Prince Teodo is so handsome. I wonder how glorious his victory will be," just as Theod is approaching Jekyll. As he approaches Jekyll, he sees him lying stretched out, and Jiel looks up in confusion. He is Teodo Palmo Magentano, the second prince of the Magentano Empire, with a worried expression. "Brother, I mean the prince. You don't have to do this." The second prince continued, "I know I have to say this, but you know how this will end." "End? Are you asserting your victory?" Both of them face each other as Theod speaks up. "The emperor suggested a duel to help me become more worthy of the throne." Hearing that, I helplessly said, "What nonsense is this?" Suddenly he's acting all dramatic and holding his head. "I know that too. The outcome will be the same anyway. I don't want you to risk yourself for that. I won't accept it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me like that." Jay smirked maliciously, thinking, maybe you two are the ones who are mistaken. Sorry, but Garden immediately pulls out a huge iron armor shield and hands it to Jack. Oh! He suddenly dropped it with a thud, making everyone both startled and curious. At this moment, Asterion was also surprised, his hands gripping the chair in shock as he looked on in bewilderment. Even the fire sacrifice was stunned and lost in thought. "You're excited to provoke, I won't let you lose." With a face full of determination etched into every feature, a voice rose early in the morning from within the castle. "The Crown Prince is really strange. Oops, what if someone overhears us?" At this moment, everyone is gathered in a bustling circle, chatting quietly. "Don't you see? The second prince is naturally talented in swordsmanship with a magic circle. He also learned swordsmanship from a renowned knight." Jay stands confidently with a large shield, smiling confidently. Gaiden stands outside, somewhat worried for him. The Crown Prince doesn't stand a chance of winning. This is clearly just a joke. The scene shifts to the past, recalling the moment when you were seriously practicing speaking. "I told you it was a joke, but I was serious. I want to win, but... Your Highness, you interrupted before I could finish. It's okay. It's okay. I'm actually glad no one has high expectations of me, so I don't feel any pressure." After hearing that, he immediately placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "Of course, I believe you will win. Jay can't believe your lies. Who would believe you?" At this moment, he was so excited and encouraging, boosting your spirits. Just then, you also stopped training, panting heavily and clenching your fists, saying, 3 times if I can block the 3 attacks of the second prince. Suddenly, he raised 3 fingers with a determined look and said, I will win! Turning back to the present, Garden clasped his hands together and prayed, please may he return safely. From above, Asterion declared that everyone had to look up, and today he continued, saying this match will decide who will inherit the throne. Everyone was focused and listening carefully. The rule is simple. If the crown prince can resist for 5 minutes or defeat the second prince, he wins. The second prince also drew his sword. On the other hand, if the crown prince fails to do either of the two, the victory will go to the second prince, and now both of them are facing each other. Theod silently thought, brother, at this point I will end this as quickly as possible. A clear voice announced, the match begins. Suddenly, a sword dropped at his feet. An alien looked surprised and confused, frowning. The viewers are also discussing among themselves. What is it? It's already over before it even started. Is that all you're worth? That's JK, he has put his sword aside. Even the second prince looked surprised and asked confusedly, are you surrendering? Theod was secretly glad to himself, truly not wanting to point his sword at someone so fragile. Luckily, then Theod quietly assessed the people around him. But I can't believe he would give up so easily in front of all these people here. I'm worried this might damage the royal family's reputation. Should I talk to him to encourage him to continue the fight? No, you shouldn't. After all, he's also ill. But the king is watching. Ignoring everyone around him, Jel clenched his fists on the shield. Jake straightened it out in front of him, adjusting its position because it was too large and heavy, making a loud noise. Seeing this, Tudo was very surprised to realize that he had chosen to defend instead of attacking carelessly. It seems he wants to hold out for 5 minutes rather than defeat me. Choose one of those 2 options, so I will do my best to finish quickly. At this moment, he realizes your strategy. Then a sinister smile appears, and Thedo begins to summon his own power. At this moment, he opened his eyes filled with fighting spirit, instantly leaping forward at incredible speed, appearing right in front of Jekyll before anyone could see his move. Ellen, watching from above, thought to himself that attack was so powerful, with strength and magic combined, that the shield spell would collapse no matter how hard they tried to block it. Jel also grit his teeth and braced himself to block the devastating attack from the second prince, hoping that Thido's powerful assault wouldn't cause him to fall backward and make a foolish mistake. Even if you want to lose, please bow your knees and hold on to preserve some dignity. The attack is over. The thick smoke gradually dissipates, but you still calmly hold the shield. Then I will launch an attack from above. The second prince's eyes widened in disbelief. He managed to block that attack. Everyone was stunned. Everyone around is whispering, what's going on? The crown prince has blocked the attack from the second prince. Even the emperor looks uneasy. Geo sat in the stance he had practiced before, channeling his internal energy while everyone else was still murmuring. Surely the second prince had held back against the crown prince. He is terrifyingly kind. Jill's eyes suddenly turned cold, as if just wanting to win. Theod also got angry, thinking that look meant it wasn't a random coincidence, but even so, it wouldn't change anything. He clenched his teeth, preparing to launch another attack. Theodu clenched his sword tightly, using more force than before like a beast attacking him. His hands were about to weaken, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Both of them are determined, one trying to hold on while the other passionately attacks. After a moment, he couldn't hold on and was thrown far away. Garden shouted in panic, Your Highness, after that flying move, you also managed to keep your balance. Damn it, my head is spinning. Jalay's hands trembled, and now he couldn't feel his wrists at all. He immediately remembered the critical moment. However, when I was a cop, I blocked all sorts of things. That move was nothing. Theod was amazed to see the shield still standing firm. Both of them continued to attack and defend relentlessly. The shield and its abilities cost so much energy, but still couldn't move that barrier. Theod continued to attack. Jill persistently blocks, thinking that absorbing the force of the strike from behind is much more effective than he expected. Jill confidently smiles, thinking this move will be even more effective now. After a series of attacks, the prince is getting tired, and he says, I didn't know you were trying to win. But before he could finish, they both shout together, Take this. At this moment, Teodo soared high into the sky and then charged straight down, his sword slashing fiercely against the shield. You've been waiting for this attack all along. Jay immediately took a stance, having trained my lower body for this moment. At the same time, the system appeared. I thought you wanted to die. Breathe deeply. But we did our best to raise the overall rank to the highest level. We worked tirelessly day and night, almost exhausting ourselves completely. You remember how you prepared carefully, with a shield specially crafted by the royal blacksmith. At this moment, Jill is repeatedly slapping JK on the face, and JK is happily enjoying the delightful slap meant for his beloved little brother. The system also announced the activation of the first empty load function. Please select the load amount. JK ordered 0.2 liters of 2 streams of energy blending together. Suddenly, JKEL's energy wrapped around Theod's legs, making him unable to move. Everyone looked on in confusion. The Emperor was so stunned that even Theod himself couldn't understand and said, What? Theod and Jekyll stand among the crowd ready to face each other. Theod holding a sword in a defensive stance and Jekyll firmly holding a shield. Theod's entire body swayed as if about to fall, his steps unsteady and his face flushed red, as he looked around in confusion and bewilderment. Theod coughed several times, confused. What's going on? Meanwhile, Chico looked confidently straight at his opponent Theod, who, according to the description in the Yellow Demon King, is someone who can't even handle a single cup of alcohol. Seeing Theodo's dazed look, Jekyll's smile grew even more triumphant, as I had planted a shock bomb filled with 20 different kinds of strong alcohol there just for this moment. Theod tried to keep his composure and stammered out that he was sure he had hit the shield, but something had just entered his body and mixed with his mana. My vision blurred, everything was turned upside down. Something had infiltrated. Something. But my fighting spirit pushed Theod to grip his sword once more and face him. I must focus, and the outcome will not change. I only need to defeat my brother within 5 minutes. He thinks about the king and his courtiers praising Theodo for reaching his desired position, hoping the king will notice him and that he will receive the cheers of thousands in the palace and be crowned a proud crown prince. So that's for the best. Theod quietly steals his resolve. For the royal family, for the empire, and for my brother whose health is not good, Jael carefully observes his condition. Has he defeated her yet? Theod suddenly said in doubt, surprising Jekyll. So Theod furrows his brow with determination and points his sword at you, his face flushed from drinking. You will win! Then he charged forward with a swift attack, each precise and decisive strike wielded with fiery determination. I'm here, brother. Geo hurriedly blocks his fierce attack, amazed and exclaiming in disbelief. Can she withstand my slap? Suddenly, Theod raised his sword high, the sunlight shining down as if fueling his strength. Then Theod clenched his teeth and swung directly at JK's sturdy snake-shaped shield, straining to hold his ground. All right, it's time for the second round of the ear-shattering bomb. I'll invite you now. 0.1 liters of the slap bomb inside the circle has been released. Daki's eyes burn with hidden anger as he mutters. Drink it all in one go, chug it down. Theodore suddenly widened his eyes as if sensing something was invading his body. In his subconscious, he's sitting at a bar under warm yellow lights. Theod looked around confused and exclaimed, What place is this where I'm fighting? Opposite him, a bartender was calmly shaking a shaker in his hand. After a moment, he pushed a vibrant red wine glass towards Theodo. The courteous bartender gestures to explain that the gentleman over there paid for your drink. Theod looks in the direction he's pointing and sees Jekyll nearby enjoying a fine glass of wine. Feeling someone watching him, JK turns his head to look at Theodo, winks with a friendly smile, and offers his glass for a toast. Now back in real life, Theod is panicking and his face is turning even redder from the heavy drinking he's been given. Am I hallucinating? Jay confidently throws the heavy shield aside and faces him. He takes a deep breath and says, Let me help you wake up a bit. Then he confidently rushed to attack Theod, who was standing bewildered in his drunken state as the system announced the release of the liquid contained within the circle. The airflow absorbed by the wire just concentrated into a small vortex in the palm of your hand. It might hurt a little. Then he unleashed all his powerful magic at Theodo. Brace yourself. Facing her, Theod was overwhelmed by Jekyll's heavy attacks, coughing painfully and wide-eyed. He was pushed back by Jekyll without any resistance. The sword he was holding earlier was also knocked out of Theodo's hand. Theodo was left lying helpless on the ground in the yard as everyone watched. The spectators also couldn't believe it and all gasped in horror, their eyes wide with shock at the unbelievable scene before them. Even Ashton was continually amazed by the unpredictable outcome of this match. Jael smiled confidently, satisfied with his achievement, and began to gather his magic. The entire audience fell silent. No one uttered a word even though the match had ended. Ayn frowned, unable to hide his suspicion as he thought to himself. Is Jekyll really an Astrahan core technique? He looked at the energy Jekyll released with disbelief. I thought I must have seen it wrong. He looked back at the people nearby, all emitting a chaotic aura. Although there was a lot of mixed energy from everyone around in the air, I could feel two powerful magic auras oscillating around him and I was amazed. And being so far away, I could sense the resonance of the magic circle very clearly. A moment later, Theod vaguely regained consciousness, feeling suspicious in his hazy state.
Suddenly he sat up straight, calmly adjusting his ankle.
Theod broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in confusion, but... JK's brother interrupted him and cast a healing spell into his leg. He has purified the mana congestion. Seeing the pure aura emitted by him, Theodore and everyone else couldn't help but be amazed. That's the Astrahan Sao core technique. How is that possible? Jel calmly replied as if it were obvious. So what? Maybe you're just a late blooming flower. Then, Theodogio Rak looked around, searching for the precious sword he had dropped earlier. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to accept the outcome of this fight. You lost. Jel nonchalantly replied, How could I not have expected that? The wound on your forehead is still bleeding. Jel paid no attention and honestly continued speaking. It's okay. Honestly, you didn't expect that either. Theod noticed and loudly reminded you, Your head is bleeding. Jay, surprised, quickly wipes away the bloodstain. Huh?
Or maybe you hit your head on the shield while blocking my attack.
Theodo recalls Jael's resilient image in battle, fighting with everything he had, despite his fragile body and never backing down. Then he reflects on his own arrogant attitude earlier and scolds himself.
And what about your attitude during the battle? You acted as if victory was already yours.
Theod reflected and sighed in frustration. You were too arrogant. Jiel suddenly interrupted Teodo's thoughts and spoke out loud. It's done. You forced yourself to stand up, but still took the time to ask about your younger brother. How do you feel now? Theodo clenched his fist and said self-reproachfully, I feel extremely ashamed of myself. Jay raised an eyebrow in confusion upon hearing his words. No, I mean about your physical condition, Theod responded in surprise. Oh, I feel much better now. I proudly show off my ability to keep warm. Is that so? You secretly think to yourself with pride. Of course, you absorbed my entire body, didn't you? Suddenly, Theod rose to his knees, bowing sincerely before him. In a solemn posture, he said seriously, I am the second Prince Theodore Palmo Magentano. Theod confidently declared in front of everyone, including His Majesty and the people, that he officially accepted defeat in the contest against Crown Prince Jiel. Everyone was stunned and open-mouthed at Teodo's move, then they raised their hands together and loudly cheered in response to his words with great enthusiasm. Ah! Jay is also in shock. He held the person for a moment, then suddenly stretched out his hand happily and loudly declared, I did it. Among the excited crowd, Garden quickly wiped away his tears of emotion and exclaimed, Oh, Your Highness, it's hard to believe you're this happy. At this moment, JK eagerly opens his eyes wide with excitement, finally appearing. Immediately after, a series of system notifications about his achievements follow. You have successfully healed someone other than yourself for the first time in this world. A skill has been unlocked from a major achievement. A level 1 treatment fee is required. Your life is extended when you prolong the life of the patient you heal. The current conversion rate is 2,000 to 1. Seeing a series of system rewards, JKL excitedly clenched his fist and cheered happily. The system now displays a notification that the level 1 treatment fee has been activated, extending Theodore Palmo Magentano's lifespan by 0.5 days. However, the lifespan unit is too small, and the minimum unit for calculation is 1 day. JK looked at the notifications and exclaimed, Oh, it's almost quite good. He secretly thought that, anyway, the important thing was that he thought of himself as a mosquito flying towards someone. Now that he's treating the patient, the mosquito JK happily sucks the lifespan of Teodo, and his own lifespan increases accordingly, right? Jay continued to imagine the precious bottles of medicine. I am truly lucky no matter how many herbs I drink. Then he reflected on himself being pricked like a thorny cactus, and that acupuncture was like pouring water into a broken jar. A helpless scene appeared in his mind as a sad JK frog cried out beneath the water. It's a failure. Jel smiles contentedly, hopeful for the future. But now that has ended. Suddenly, Aslan's words interrupted your train of thought. Why didn't you answer my question? He repeats his words in a serious tone. I ask again, you used the Astrahan core technique in the fight just now, right? GL openly admitted without hiding. Yes, I used it. Ayn continued to question, how could I have used it? GL hesitantly replied, I'm not sure anymore. Ellen frowned, not trusting his answer. Not sure. Jill reaffirmed confidently, yes, that's right. He couldn't help feeling troubled inside. How could he say that the skill was created by acupuncture all over the body? Ayn suddenly answered his own question. That's right. On the day you were born, I personally engraved the Astrahan core technique into your heart. Jill respectfully replied with gratitude. It is an honor for me, Your Majesty. Alien speaks firmly and clearly, but my weak body couldn't withstand it. Jill, unwilling to explain, merely muttered indifferently. I apologize, Your Majesty. Alien praised you, but I, with my weak body, have overcome my younger brother. Once again, Jill replied perfunctorily. Thank you. Ayn, angry and stern, warned, I have also ruined my mood and plan. Jay immediately bowed to show remorse, but his expression was insincere. I'm sorry, but are you complimenting me or criticizing me? With that, Asterion turned to leave. But a promise is a promise and an agreement is an agreement. Today you defeated your brother, so as agreed, I will not take away your prince title. Suddenly, he turned his head and glared at the wire, but he continued speaking in a serious tone. Warning, I will keep observing you, constantly doubting and testing your ability to inherit the throne. Do you understand? Jay didn't answer immediately, clenching his fists in frustration. Elian angrily spun around and looked directly at him, demanding, Why didn't you answer? Jill now slowly responded respectfully. Your Majesty, you openly criticized the powerful king. You have recently neglected your sword training because of your busy duties in state affairs, which is not good. You continue to advise in amazement as Astion, who must maintain his training and relax his muscles, stands among the crowd, confidently urging him and others to eat more vegetables regularly. If possible, consider quitting smoking as well. Turlian was displeased and somewhat angry as he said, Are you talking to me like that? Jell replied confidently, unmoved. That is your genuine concern and advice. Sometime later, in a dense forest with sunlight filtering through the leaves, a carriage sped along the path between the trees, and a voice of authority inside the carriage spoke out, trying to hide what he was saying behind innocent requests. Elian sat deep in thought in the carriage, lamenting even the core Azrahan technique it used. He stopped in anger, thinking that using such a technique was too reckless. With that fragile body, it could lead to many unpredictable consequences. But then he couldn't help but feel troubled. But that also shows how desperate the boy must have been. He reflects on Jiel's lonely figure as a child with a sigh. A child who lost her mother at birth. A child who has endured pain constantly. Elian reflects on the image of him as an adult. I had hoped so much for the boy and was disappointed hundreds of times more. Then suddenly, I hesitated when I remembered JKEL's determined face in the recent match. But Elian once again full of hope for JKEL. The small hope the boy showed today touched his heart once more. That afternoon, sitting in his magnificent carriage crossing the quiet street, he instinctively thought about the sad memories. My father in a past life had a stroke. I remember the moment I held his hand as I saw him lying still on that simple hospital bed. We had just been having fun together when the call came in, but it was already too late. Jel is troubled by Asterian's fate. The Emperor also suffered a stroke. After Jel's death in the early part of the novel, JK frowns firmly. That cannot happen again. The Emperor needs to stay healthy and maintain his throne. I will extend his life by requesting a treatment fee. You keep bothering yourself with your thoughts. I never want to go through that pain again. Suddenly, Garden shouted loudly, interrupting your train of thought. Your Highness, seeing his anguished expression, JK exclaimed in anger. You startled me! Garden's 2 streams of tears flowed down with deep suffering. Your Highness, please ask me what these tears are about. Jay stammered nervously in response. All right then, what are those tears? Garden, satisfied, moved closer to you. Those truly are genuine tears. He was too excessive in offering sympathy. It must have been very difficult for you, right? You must be very tired, right? Jill helplessly reached out to stop him. I appreciate your feelings, but I need to rest. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Garden looked at you suspiciously. Does Hilary Mantenio mean you have many things to do? Jill replied. I need to meet someone. Night falls over the busy street. Garden enjoys a luxurious dinner with Jill, hesitating to ask about him. This is the Sorrentino Garden, isn't it, Your Highness? Jill confirms. You are indeed one of the top 10 most famous restaurants in the capital. Suddenly, the boy asked you. You know a lot about this place, don't you? Garden quickly responded. Yes, I am quite familiar with this place. He couldn't help but look suspiciously at the unfamiliar appearance before him. Your Highness, why are you in disguise? Jay changed clothes and put on a flashy orange wig. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting their conversation. The staff member entered to ask what the guests would like to order. JK immediately listed the dishes he wanted to order. Pasta without sauce or noodles, salad without dressing. He continued to make requests, and the wine was made from grapes. Can I eat until sunset? Gaydon, sitting opposite, looked confused by your requests. The staff member suddenly looked serious and replied, Then follow me. I will lead the way. JL understood and stood up to follow him, while Garden, confused about what was happening, looked on blankly. The Duke whispered as he walked down the corridor. Your Highness, what did you order? JL didn't answer and subtly said, You'll see when we get there. The staff member pushed the liquor cabinet aside, revealing a staircase behind it. Just go straight down this staircase. Looking at the hidden staircase, Garden muttered in disbelief. Is there really a place like this in this restaurant? He looked at Jekyll with some suspicion. How did the prince know about this? Jekyll at this moment breathes a sigh of relief and thinks to himself. Luckily, it still resembles what was in the novel. Both of them quickly descended the stairs, with Garden still unable to stop wondering. Your Highness, what is this place used for? Why did you come here? Jell didn't say explicitly, only implying in response. I came to collect the treatment fee. Your words only make Garden more confused, and he exclaims, What do you mean? The two of them reached the bottom of the stairs. An old door and a peeling wall gradually became visible. Jay responds, I have someone I need to meet here.
Suddenly, he asked Garden about a strange name. Garden, have you ever heard of someone named Damien?
He replied vaguely, Never. Jell asserts that of course he has never heard of him, then steps forward and throws open that door. Right behind that door is a blood-stained arena where two fighters are battling as spectators, cheer and place bets. Garden looked at the splattered blood everywhere and hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, you look around this dilapidated place. This is exactly the place, Jell said excitedly, crossing his arms. I told you so. This is a secret location. You suddenly looked around nervously as if searching for someone. Where could he be? At this moment, something caught Garden's attention. He turned his gaze toward a burly, fierce-looking man in the arena. That is the man named Damien Trang. He couldn't help but marvel at how strong he looked, while Jay dismissively glanced at the other person and rebutted. Are you mistaken? Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind an iron door. That person slowly walked into the arena with great arrogance. Gio eagerly watched the newcomer appear. Finally, he's here. The man confidently walks in with an imposing aura. Jay looked at the man emanating an oppressive aura and exclaimed, the protagonist of this novel. He exclaimed the name of this person, Damien Ken. Damien appears with a handsome, cold face. Under the arena, a faint light shines on two skeletons as everyone cheers excitedly. The guide glances at an unhappy warrior and gruffly says, If you're done, then get in quickly. He scratched his head, unwilling to step in. All right, then. The guide shouted loudly. All right. Tonight's main event, he excitedly introduces Damien. A genius, the swordsmanship prodigy, Damien Ken. He first entered the Roman arena at age 17 and became the champion, defeating everyone in just 3 months. Then he loudly announced the opponent facing Damien, and today's rival emerges from the shadows with deadly eyes scanning the enemy. A huge foot with a commanding presence steps out of the cage. A monster emerges, exuding an aura of fury. His massive body roared with anger, exuding an intimidating aura that threatened the small Damien, while Gio, a bit frightened, stepped back a few paces from the monster. It's really a giant, so close. Gadeen isn't much better than you. He panicked and grabbed Jaquel's cloak, trembling uncontrollably, and pointed towards the arena. What is that? Where are we? Gadeen continued in horror. They are feeding the giants fresh humans to devour. What is this place? The monster suddenly roared and charged at Damien. Damien remains completely unfazed, his foot subtly shifting before his opponent's attack. The giant's massive hand approaches his face in shock, but instead of striking him, it hovers aimlessly in midair. The strange creature growled angrily and once again swung its hand to attack Damien. But as before, Damien swiftly dodged each of his attacks with ease. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed. Damien seized the perfect moment to counterattack. Dam Yen grabbed the sword at his side, ready to attack the monster, who still roared fiercely and showed his ferocity, but a swift and decisive strike cut through him in surprise. Dam Yen, with a cold gaze, slashed the monster directly, blood splattering across his handsome face. The huge monster was split in two by his swift sword, ending in a tragic and brutal manner. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be stunned into silence for a moment before immediately cheering excitedly for Damien's skill. Under the crowd's cheers, Damien paid no attention and walked away coldly. Gel was also surprised and opened his mouth in awe. Can he handle it? He's more terrifying than I thought. You look at the shadow of Damien leaving, and become even more convinced that this is why he is the main character. You recall the story from the novel, a figure comparable to Javier, a master known as the strongest in history, a genius swordsman. Gel hurriedly prepares to leave. Garden remains alert and then follows me. Garden's whole body tensed as he nervously responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Both of them walked to a deserted corridor with strict guards and stopped facing the fierce guard. He interrogated them fiercely with suspicion. "Who are you?" "Stop!" Then he suddenly changed his attitude and raised the gold ingot in his hand. "All right, you may go." Gio chuckled mischievously at his expression of desire and quickly opened the door to the room, peeking inside to greet Damien warmly. "May I?" Damien, wiping the blood splatters from the monster earlier, looked at him with suspicion, but did not reply. Gel stiffly stepped closer to him, trying to calm himself down. "Hey, don't be afraid." Gut saw your stiff posture and laughed out loud. "Are you scared? Ha ha ha." Jen picks up the medicine bottle on Damien's table, gazes at it thoughtfully, and says, "You really care about him. Why do you only take cheap painkillers?" "Will I be able to sleep after eating this?" Dayen frowned, suspiciously questioning the stranger. "Who are you?" "Are you the person I need?" Mien sensed his intentions and asked, "Are you here to sell medicine?" Jill replied politely and vaguely. "So what if it's true?" Mien doesn't care. "I've already taken the cloth from earlier and told JK to leave. Get out. I have enough medicine now." Jay also poured out that bottle of medicine but didn't want to leave willingly. What good is taking all these cheap painkillers anyway? Damien's face darkened as he clenched the sword on the table until JK's next words made him freeze. "As long as you keep taking these, you'll never be free from the pain behind your back in your whole life." Jel, seeing Damien's stiff expression, feels excited. "Got him cornered. It's showtime now." Suddenly, a screen appears showing detailed parts of the human body. Gio excitedly points at the screen with a small stick. "All right, listen up. You pointed precisely at the back of the neck in that photo. Symptoms of pain often appear at the back of the neck." Jay leans in closer to Damien to show understanding. "The head and neck are getting stiffer. It must be in pain and uncomfortable." Then, he massaged his shoulder to please him. "Do you feel any tension at the back of your neck and shoulders?" Jel looks at Damien with a probing gaze. What does that look of his mean? Maybe you're wondering how I know, right? Damien and Yen didn't answer, but just quietly observed you carefully. Suddenly, JK once again shows a pained expression, describing that intense feeling of pain. As the pain worsens, it spreads across half of the head and forehead, even between the eyes. Then his face was covered in sweat as he hugged himself tightly. He got goosebumps all over and kept sweating. His eyes hurt so much it felt like the eyeballs were about to pop out. He imagined the waves crashing on the shore and continued. The interesting thing is that the pain surges like waves and then subsides, repeating over and over. Gel exaggerated the feeling of anger when the relentless pain racked the body, driving people to the brink of madness. Just when he thought it was about to end, the pain would start again, feeling like hell. Damien listened coldly to what JK was saying, but instead of removing the root of the pain, he relies on these painkillers. Only then does Damien speak up with suspicion. "You mean painkillers are not really medicine?" Zhang replied. No, that's not it. It's just a bit inconvenient rather than dissatisfaction." "He talks too much. Should I kill him?" Gel suddenly reproached his cold attitude. "You have a mouth. Say something." "Poor stupid guy." Damien glared at him in anger. "Are you going to give me a chance to speak?" Damien once again questions Jekyll's identity. "So who are you really?" Jekyll honestly admits without hiding anything. "I am the Crown Prince Ta-A. Obviously, most of them don't believe you and draw their swords to attack." "Die!" Jay hurriedly tried to stop him in panic. Wait a moment. You once again confirm your identity." "I'm not lying. Cosma asked me to come here." Hearing this name, Damien frowns in suspicion. "Cosma asked you to come here?" Jay thought about the person in both of their words and added, he must be his sponsor. The intermediary at the Roman arena. Dam Yen quietly walks away, deep in thought about something. Jel glanced at the scattered bottle and continued. Cussman said he's been complaining lately about not having enough medicine. Cussman is having trouble due to a shortage of supplies caused by the current harvest. Dam Yen attentively inquires about his situation. What do you mean? Jel adjusted his collar and confidently asserted. I have another way to ease your pain. You, like a demon, are dragging Damien along. What do you think now? Do I look more trustworthy? Damien is suspicious. Did you bring me new medicine? She gently advises like an angel. No, you can't fix it with medicine. You have to eliminate the root of the problem. You step forward and pat Damien on the shoulder, suggesting he take off his shirt and lie down first, so I can treat and explain at the same time. Damien Yen finally agrees and complies with your request. All right. He quickly undresses and lies down on the bed. Damien's back is covered with scars from fierce battles. Jel asked Han with concern. Are you afraid? There is a mysterious mark on Damien's back. He confidently argued back. Of course not. Really? Damien Yen, dissatisfied, turns around in anger. I am a warrior. Damien Yen continued rambling about his achievements. I am a warrior who has killed people. Having been wounded and risking my life countless times, Jay interrupted him and pulled out a strange object. All right, I understand. The large object is carefully placed on Damien's back, causing his suspicion. Jay responds with a subtle hint. Please go ahead. You mischievously grab a burning torch. Is this the first time you're actually right? Jay brings the flame closer to the top of the trash item. Dami Yen continues to insist on her will. I am a war vessel. The top of that thing quickly caught fire and burned fiercely on his back. Dam Yen stubbornly insists, I'm not affected by this treatment at all, and then suddenly screams out loud. The people outside the room are startled by the scream. The guard exclaimed in horror, Oh my God! Seeing Damien's whole body trembling with pain, Jel smirks mockingly at him. He's just a child. Do you still dare to boast about being a warrior? Hey, are you crying? Despite his sarcastic exterior, inside he was full of concern for his patient. He thought to himself, it will probably be very painful, but just endure it. Geo ponders the mysterious mark on Damien's back and realizes that this mark is the reason Damien cannot leave the underground world. A mysterious mark with a sword right in the center. The curse of those bearing this mark will activate when blood circulation is triggered. He remembers the moment when those puppets with the mark fought enduring a fierce battle in the arena, and he knew they would suffer unimaginable pain. Those people are like puppets controlled by someone to endure that pain, and the one holding the strings is Kuzman. So he has to buy painkillers with the money borrowed from Kuzman and then fight another match to pay off the debt. Jay crosses his arms and sneers in anger at the ruthless exploitation by the one behind it. Fight the drug, an endless loop. That damn Kuzman. The entire room is filled with a hazy smoke from your trashy device. The current state of Damien. He looked at the top of that thing, which was half burned, and needed high heat to erase the mark first. Suddenly, Jay laughed mischievously. If I can save the main character and the strongest person in the novel and keep him on my side, I will gain an extra life. The little rascal is full of excitement when thinking about a promising future. Things would still turn out well if I healed that gladiator. At this moment, Damon Mien is sweating profusely, biting his lip to endure the pain from the large device on his back. All right, it's not over yet. Get up now. Yanyan trembles as he sits up, his back reddened with a large circle from that trashy device. Seeing the mark on his back gradually fade, Jel was very satisfied. Good, let it fade a little more. You puff out your chest, proud of yourself. How does it feel? It's better now, right? No more pain. Is that correct? You're feeling great, aren't you? Dam Yen is gradually feeling the changes in her body as she follows his words. He was amazed to realize he had improved a lot and exclaimed in surprise. It really is better. I feel like I'm getting better. Damien's mood improves. His face clearly shows warmth and happiness. It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. Jel sniffed his nose in satisfaction. You don't need to speak so formally, but you're still not fully recovered. I just blurted out, I need to do some more treatments, several more times. Damien replied confusedly. Why is that? Jel carefully advises, Yep, if you have any blisters on your back, don't touch them. Don't overexert yourself and avoid greasy foods, Dam Yen asked suspiciously. Overexertion. Suddenly Key stands up and shouts loudly with a hint of anger. It means stop fighting already. Yet you still don't understand. Yen hesitated but responded, yet he clenched his fists and declared, Kuzman's name will not allow that. I understand your feelings and reassure you that I won't handle that matter. Damien stared in shock, then suspiciously asked, Who are you? Please tell me your name. Oh, I haven't told you yet? I am Prince Crow. The whole room fell silent for a long moment after his arrogant words. Damien obviously didn't trust but didn't press further. Fine, he probably had his own reasons. Jay froze, unsure how to explain. I am serious. You cough a few times, then nod and agree to the matter. From now on, just do exactly as I say. You must listen carefully, Damien, tonight. No matter what happens at the arena, you are not allowed to run anywhere. You have to stay here quietly and obediently. Damien asked, confused and puzzled why. Jay suddenly became aggressive, pointing at him and raising his voice. Don't ask questions. Then he turned and walked away, Staying here will keep you safe. Suddenly, he turned his head to Damien and carefully advised that only then could he meet him again. Damien paused, pondering something without responding immediately. He suddenly knelt before Jekyll in a gesture of respect. I understand now. Leaving that room, J.K. and Garden walk down the old corridor, leaving this place. Garden calls after him. Your Highness, Jell said hesitantly. Garden couldn't help but wonder. Why did you go to him and treat him? This place is neither safe nor legitimate. He is still confused about what he saw. I really don't understand what happened today. Jill's footsteps still did not stop, and he never fully explained but only hinted at what he thought. He will understand eventually. Now just do what you need to do. That is to serve me, Gaydon asked curiously. What should I do? Jill seriously describes someone looking for a black-haired girl with a ponytail. He is quite large and has a fierce beast with him. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, people continue to cheer and bet on the fighters. Outside is a normal tavern with patrons enjoying expensive drinks. Garden, following Jekyll's instructions, looks around carefully to find the person. The angry-eyed chicken sprinting tail. The angry-eyed chicken sprinting tail. Suddenly, he noticed someone matching Jekyll's description. He glanced at Jekyll nearby and pointed his finger at the person. I think I've found him. Jill also looked in the direction he pointed. Let's see. That man is a large man with his hair tied up and a fierce face. Jay quietly marvels, looking quite similar to the description, then happily pulls out the chair opposite the man. Let's sit down and examine it more carefully. Let's see. You look closely into this person's eyes, and indeed they are fierce eyes. Thinking that, you suspiciously utter the name in front of him. Cussman? The other person didn't deny it, but looked at you fiercely, questioning. Who is that? Jell gets straight to the point. So, you know Damien then? Just one question. He suggests in a serious tone, I want to buy Damien Kin. Kuzman remained silent, simply contemplating. Jell then asked, how much do I need to pay for his debts and contract? Kuzman replied with an unbelievable figure. Besides Prince Crow, probably no one in the world could afford to pay it. Ha ha, Jell calmly said. Really? What a coincidence, because I am actually Prince Crow. That's amazing. Kuzman obviously didn't believe your words and chuckled slyly. If you are Prince Crow, then I am too. I am Prince Crow selling medicine. Jill was a bit surprised by this and repeated, what do you mean the Prince Crow sells medicine? Kuzman impatiently snapped, if you're not buying, then get lost. Jill still maintained a gentle expression as he stood up. He slowly walked away from his table. Kuzma looked at him with suspicion, carefully studying his face, realizing he had never seen this guy before. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers to call the waiter over, who quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir, Kuzma ordered sternly. That kid from earlier. He looked at Jekyll's departing back and told the other to find out who he was, whether he was a worker at the arena or someone hired him. The employee solemnly memorized every word Kuzman said, ready to attack if necessary. Suddenly, he cruelly uttered a merciless word, then tore him apart and threw him into the river as usual. 1 hour later, the door of the tavern suddenly swung open. Cussman, drinking happily, shouted angrily, what the hell is going on? A person approached him, their steps unsteady, then suddenly collapsed at Kuzman's feet, their body covered in blood and terribly battered. Cussman shouted in panic, Dilk! He asked in surprise, what happened to you? Before Dilk could reply, the large door was opened again by someone, and Jay boldly appeared in front of Kuzman with several tall soldiers. You take off your disguise of the orange wig, and Jell pulls out the royal badge from his pocket. The soldiers beside him shout, the secret royal inspector is here. Jell confidently shows her true identity and the royal badge of authority from an hour ago, outside that busy street tavern. Garden stiffened with worry, looking back anxiously, and Jell was displeased, scolding him. Just go ahead naturally, you're too obvious. Garden scratched his head and nodded in understanding. Yes, your highness, I've never been a bodyguard before. Jill sensed that someone was watching him. I knew it. You think the person hiding behind that wall is just someone to watch, but once Seaman feels threatened, he will have someone follow anyone who worries him. Dialect cautiously watches them, probing with his eyes as Jill recalls sneaking closer to Kuzman's table and thinks to himself, that's why I deliberately approached him. You sneer. How is he so easy to read? Dilik slowly drew his small knife from his hiding spot. He turned to attack the two of them, but suddenly bumped into a tall armored guard who stared at Dick with deadly intent. A whole army of soldiers surrounds Dick, causing him to panic. Are you guilty of attempted assassination of the royal family? At this moment, Jekyll confidently displays his noble badge in front of Kuzman, while the soldiers behind him speak loudly. Each word emphasized. The royal spy is panicking here. Kuzman clenched his teeth in tension, realizing the unfavorable situation. Gaydon looked at Jill with confusion. But what is going on here, royal spy? He scratched his head innocently and replied, it's nothing. I just wanted to try saying it once. After saying that, he returned the badge to the soldier beside him. You did well. He looked confused and hurriedly replied yes. Kuzman breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling anxious. What's going on here? He looked at the shiny badge with confusion, wondering what the royal guards were doing here. Prince Jill loudly commands you to flatten this place for him, pointing fiercely at him. You look in that direction, making him panic, especially that guy. Don't let him escape. The soldiers beside Jill quickly follow the fierce order to advance. Yes, sir. Garden was amazed and silently marveled that everything happened exactly as he had predicted. He looked at the soldiers sweeping the place under Jaco's orders and confirmed that the prince had completely changed recently. All the employees of this illegal tavern are being taken away one by one. Garden secretly praises himself. Now he's dismantling underground organizations and also very concerned about the safety of the nation. At this moment, Jakiel is smiling brightly, showing his satisfaction with the current situation. He happily praises the swift and agile soldiers. Wow, you guys are so professional and amazing. I feel happy thinking about what I'm about to get. With it, I will gain a large amount of life force. Suddenly, Jael remembered Seaman and muttered mischievously, Prince, where is the prince selling medicine? He's nervously hiding in a secluded corner nearby. Jael still keeps shining with confidence and teasing. Where could he be going? Hearing that, Kusman became even more terrified, secretly anxious that if he got caught, he would be doomed. Thinking this, he risked everything and hurriedly ran away from the tavern. As he rushed away, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Is he really the prince? Then why did the crown prince buy Damien? What's his purpose? He didn't think much and pushed everything aside, then ran straight toward a nearby door, determined to hide for now. He threw open the door, planning to escape into the small room until the situation calmed down. As Kusman stepped in, a barrage of swords suddenly pointed at him, his face covered in sweat and disbelief as he looked at the soldiers appearing unexpectedly. What are they doing here? See, I told you he would definitely come here. Then he held out his hand, asking Garden for the money. Give me 500 extreme coins. He reluctantly and unhappily hands over the money. Yes, here it is. Kusman couldn't help but feel tense when caught off guard. What's going on? G puffed out his chest and slowly approached with the soldiers. Do you feel confused? You're thinking so hard you can't understand, right? He stretched casually and added, I actually think paying for medicine is very important. Kusman, confused, exclaimed, Huh? Pay for the medicine. I really hate people who dodge paying for medicine, so those kinds of people need to be punished. Kusman became even more confused by these words. What nonsense are you talking about? Ignoring his gaze, J.K. still believes in what he has done. That's why I asked you about Damien's painkiller money. I asked you how much he owed and how much he needed to pay. Don't you remember? This time, Kusman understood your words and fell silent as Gio continued to mock. Anyway, I was acting in good faith by making this offer. You were the one who decided to throw it away. Your words make Kusman so angry he trembles. He brandishes two sharp knives and swings them at the noose to cut it down. But before his knife could reach you, Seaman was punched square in the face by a large hand, distorting his features and knocking out a solid tooth. He winced in pain and dropped the knife to the ground. A soldier stood in front, shielding Jekyll from Kusman's attack. Behind the tall soldier Jay, with a sneaky smile on his face, Kusman coughs violently in pain, blood pouring nonstop from his mouth. The soldiers pointed their spears at him and said sternly, You better kneel down. Kusman frowned, fiercely contemplating, Damn it, it's come to this. A hidden pill is revealed from his mouth, and he boldly bites into the newly taken pill. Kusman begins the countdown because this pill contains a small bomb. 5 seconds left until the pill explodes. He imagines the blast and shockwave it will cause, with smoke and dust obscuring the view. Anyone exposed to the poison will be paralyzed, and if unlucky, killed. Kusman is confident that the toxic smoke will take down those tall soldiers, but he will survive by rolling on the floor and escaping as soon as he pulls out the pill. He envisions finishing off Dekel with excitement, but then what? I will take the head of that prince. Returning to the present, he smiles confidently at his plan. Indeed, a perfect plan. He begins the 5-second countdown, puffing his cheeks as he prepares to take out the pill. He continued counting to 2, but at 2, a hand covered his mouth tightly. When did Joe get so close to him? I hold his mouth shut. What's wrong? Are you trying to spit something out? Kusman silently cursed in disbelief. So he knows the secret weapon's code name? Gel laughed mockingly as he counted down the final seconds. That pill exploded directly in Kusman's mouth. Damn it, he's paralyzed. He quickly collapsed under the effect of the drug. Kusman trembled, trying to stay conscious. You have to stay alert. I'll lose consciousness in 3 minutes. I will survive with this antidote. Kusman's hand trembles as he reaches into his shirt pocket. But a hand was quicker than him, reaching deep into his coat and pulling out a vial containing a strange blue liquid. Gio gazed at the potion and said, You're curious how I know, right? Kusman was seized and froze in place. G smirked at his expression and quietly said, So, you quickly opened the lid of that potion. His voice was full of sarcasm. Guess what? Kusman broke out in a sweat, reaching out to try and stop him. But it was too late. Gel had swallowed the entire bottle of the drug with a reckless attitude right in front of him. Kusman could only curse inwardly, you bastard. Watching Gel drink the entire potion in one gulp, Kusman could do nothing but stare with wide eyes, trembling hands, and seeing him like that, you felt even more delighted and exclaimed, That's just right. Kusman's face darkened as he struggled, thinking to himself, Give me back my antidote, you bastard. Gio grinned and threw the bottle away, saying no. The bottle shattered on the ground, and at that moment, you told him the truth that I was the one who poisoned him. You looked happier than ever, secretly thinking you had to complete the mission to earn the healing skill. Thinking of this, the system displayed a message. Dose 10.01 over 10 liters. Cussman's face was now pale, his face swollen and foaming at the mouth. He groaned internally in pain, unable to endure any more. A moment later, he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Seeing that, Gel smiled, raised his thumb in satisfaction, and said, "The table is ready." You look behind him, observe carefully, about 1.5 inches apart on both sides below the fifth lumbar vertebra, then you use the heart governor point to press firmly on that spot. Cussman's name immediately regains consciousness, crying out in a heartbreaking scream. Inside his body, changes occur. He quietly smiles, thinking that now the antidote appears. The system shows up, injecting 0.01 liters of antidote, while he still keeps his hand in the same spot pressing into him. His eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open as he let out a loud cry. Then his head collapsed to the floor, eyes closed. The familiar sound of the system continued to ring out. A level 1 treatment skill fee has been activated. Patient Kosman detoxification therapy. Lifespan increased by 21 years, 2 months, and 1 day. The remaining lifespan is rounded up to an additional 3.81 days, totaling 4 days. Lifespan 118 days. Seeing what the system just displayed, JK was amazed, eyes wide open, clutching his fists and exclaiming, "That's right?" Then he ordered his subordinates to catch him. JK's eyes showed seriousness. Now that he had what he needed, he would return to the palace. At the same time, inside the palace, Dam Yen led the crowd in fighting back against numerous soldiers, and the last remaining soldier, overwhelmed by the power, was forced to retreat in fear with a wary expression. He looked at Damien and wondered how these fighters could be so strong. Seeing Damien still gradually approaching, the soldiers shouted in panic, "Stop! I told you to stay silent!" As soon as he finished speaking, GL suddenly appeared, and the other soldiers exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince!" Damien was also drawn to the loud voice and turned to look. He approached with his hands behind his back and asked, "Have you believed I am the prince now?" At this moment, Damien no longer raises his sword but slowly lowers it. A dark memory flashes through his mind. As a child, he watched his mother die right before his eyes. Damien silently thought, "Mother, this is what you looked like before you passed away." That day, on a heavy, rainy, stormy day, I dreamt again of that day, the day I was left all alone in this world. No, I mean the day I was abandoned. At that moment, suddenly a loud shout rang out, waking him up with wide eyes. "Wake up!" Once he had regained his composure, he sat up abruptly, with Gel and Garden waiting nearby. Seeing that Damien had woken up, he smiled warmly and extended his hand to introduce himself, saying, "I am the Prince's Doctor, Pierre Garden." Hearing this, he also shook hands and replied, "I am Damien Ken." To let them finish their greetings, JK turned and stepped outside saying, "That's enough greetings, follow me, today is a busy day." Seeing how hurried he was, Garden asked curiously, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" "What do you mean? Are you saying you don't trust me?" At this moment, Damien was still sitting quietly on the bed, lost in thought. After a while, in the slightly messy room, everyone had gathered and was sitting on the bed. Damien asked straightforwardly, "Where is this place?" GL smiled and replied, "A treatment room." Serial was surprised and asked with wide eyes, "So you not only saved us from that hell, but also kept us here for treatment. Why are you so kind?" Before that question, Jill didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, it's no wonder he's surprised. I didn't do this out of kindness either. He looked at them. Most of the fighters were in their 20s, and the oldest was only a little over 30. If he could lift the curse for them, he would definitely gain more vitality. But if I tell the truth, they'll think I'm crazy. Thinking this through, JK firmly declares, "Nothing in this world is free. You think I only treat you well? Don't get it twisted. I am extremely weak. To be precise, I have all sorts of illnesses." Seeing how excited he was, JK couldn't help but feel bitter and thought to himself, "I will give you the most painful treatment." Then he said again, "But right now the royal doctors cannot cure me." Jill continued, "Even after trying many treatments, my condition only worsened, so I decided to find a cure myself." Then he turned to Damien and asked, "Damien, you probably know why I came here, right?" Hearing that, he honestly replied, "Maybe you brought us here to test a new treatment." Hearing this, JK exclaimed something that made everyone sitting below gasp in shock. "Exactly," he asked again. "Damien, what do you think was the way you were cured?" He replied, "After the first treatment, my nerve pain almost disappeared." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion, secretly thinking Damien also confirmed it was effective. JK asked again, "Did anyone feel uncomfortable during the treatment?" Everyone sat in silence without responding. Seeing that, he smiled to himself and thought, "Great, I succeeded. No need to worry anymore. Give it my all." Then he shouted loudly, "Start the treatment now. Everyone take off your shirts and lie on the bed." Soon after, heart-rending screams echoed. It has been 6 days since then. Inside the room now, some have regained consciousness while others remain unconscious, lying motionless on the beds. Jill watched them closely, secretly thinking, this is terrible. They just vomited and broke out in cold sweat. Worried, he bit his nails and exclaimed, "Damn it, this is withdrawal from painkillers. It's hard to continue the therapy properly." But just as he was about to think that, he suddenly froze and looked over at Damien sitting beside him. Gio stepped closer and called out loudly, "Damien!" Hearing that, he turned and replied, "Yes, my dear," the boy asked again. "Don't you feel dizzy?" Damien replied, I do. He examined further. Are you feeling nauseous? I'm trying to hold it in. The more Gel listened, the more amazed he became, eyes wide open and mouth agape, silently thinking this must be why he's the main character. Looking at what that wire left behind for everyone, Io decided that for now, a different therapy was necessary. After thinking, he told them that today's therapy session ends here. Rest up and drink plenty of water. Once everyone had left, Gel looked at Sergio trembling on the bed and said, Sergio, stay here. Are you having withdrawal symptoms? He asked Han. No, I'm fine, he replied. Lie down. You look exhausted. Let me help you, JK said, pulling out a sharp needle and continuing with this. He looked serious and thought to himself that he didn't really know if acupressure worked. But since he was the fighter who had used painkillers the longest, his withdrawal symptoms were the most severe, making him the best person to test. Starting with the pressure point near the abdomen, then moving to the next point after inserting the needle, a strange aura emanates from Sergio's entire body, and his body gradually begins to move again. While Keel was still studying, he suddenly sat up and lunged straight at you. He is now completely out of control, pressing the other down to the ground and shouting loudly. His two huge arms keep tightening around your neck, making it impossible for you to breathe. Her face gradually turned purple as she begged for a glimmer of hope. Save me, save me. There was no one around at this moment, only Gel and Seo inside. The boy tried to push the hand away with all his might, but his body and his opponent's strength were too great. All efforts at this moment are completely useless. But right at the most dangerous moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Sergio's body gradually tilted to one side, his eyes wide with despair. Finally, Gel managed to sit up, taking in deep, labored breaths. The one who appeared to save him was none other than Damien. He reached out his hand and asked, Are you okay, sir? Gel took his hand and replied, I am fine. As he stood up, he looked back and thought that due to withdrawal symptoms, seizures could occur even from minor stimuli. Sergio was still lying there unconscious. He observed him making a judgment that his nervous system must be extremely sensitive, with just a small stimulus like a pinprick making him feel as if he were stabbed by a sword. It seemed he had come up with another solution. To resolve this, he needed a much smaller needle. That night, inside Jake's office, you stood there holding a piece of paper that read, Sir, I am the blacksmith. According to your order, it should be possible to forge a needle as thin as a thread, but I am not confident I can produce many needles with consistent thickness, and I cannot guarantee they will work well as you desire. I think that would be extremely difficult unless you are a dwarf. My apologies. After reading this, he sighed in frustration, placing the letter on the table, secretly thinking that this makes him want to go crazy. I don't have much time, and withdrawal symptoms will only get worse. Gel pinching his ear, wondering what he should do next. Then the system appears, indicating that your organs have detected stress. Stress is the root of many illnesses. Your organs advise you to deal with that stress. At the same time, inside your body, the two lungs were patting Tim's back and singing happily. We are the two lungs. We are the two lungs. Hart sighed and said, So sad. Should I give you a hint? Ra also ran over to massage his leg and said, Wouldn't it be great to hear a hint before the door fully opens? Suddenly, the system menu appeared outside, making JKL extremely surprised and wondering what this was. The message above indicates that by investing the amount of HP you have received, you can unlock numerous skills and slash or summon monsters. After reading it once, he quietly thought, I can summon monsters? This is also mentioned in the novel. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to summon. The system appears, and you have chosen to perform a random monster summon. A summoned monster with a strong will, absolute loyalty to its master, and the ability to use a variety of skills. Random summon costs 300 points. Current HP is 500 points. Do you want to proceed with a random summon, yes or no? Jay reached out and pressed the IS button while praying. Please, let it be something good. The system immediately appears, starting the random summon, costing 300p, with 200p remaining. Before the summon begins, please clearly state the skill you want your summon to have. The summoned monster will have the skill you desire. Hearing that, you didn't hesitate and shouted loudly, I want a pile of tiny gold. I want a summon that can provide that much gold with high stability. Your request was quickly accepted by the system. Your request has been recorded in front of you. Now 3 mysterious gift boxes appear above the red gift box labeled Candidate 1 and the green gift box labeled Candidate 2. Finally, on the blue gift box it says Candidate 3 Cacti, each resembling a different cactus. After reading these names, Jay's eyes widened in confusion, wondering what was wrong with their names. The system displays an explanation that the 3 candidates can satisfy 100%, 50%, and 0%. Once you make your choice, you cannot exchange, return, or undo the summon, so please think carefully. Hearing that, he also understood part of it and spoke up. So there's 1 jackpot, 1 decent option, and 1 completely useless one. Geo looked up again and muttered to himself, a joyful summon unleashing a shower of sharp feces and a shit-loving cactus. The nearby blue box suddenly shook violently. He still stood there lost in thought, contemplating which option to choose. After a while, the box kept shaking, and Jaeho remained standing there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the box went silent, no longer moving. My heart couldn't take it anymore. I clutched my chest and shouted in anger, I'm about to explode from frustration. Just pick a random cactus that likes to poop. Seeing how fierce it was, I had to agree and respond. Okay, system, display, you have chosen candidate 3, the cactus that likes to poop. As soon as the choice was made, a series of bright yellow electric sparks shot out from the blue gift box. Jay stood there praying until tears welled up. Please, be something good. I don't have much HP left. As soon as I finished speaking, a cute little hedgehog suddenly fell into my palm from the gift box. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's a prickly one. Stammering at the small creature in his hand, it's a hedgehog. Suddenly, a red bag appeared in the hedgehog's hand. The system displayed a guide for Goom's user. The size of Goom can be changed by feeding it sunflower seeds. Jay wondered where that came from. Items continuously appear in the bag, along with detailed information about the red sunflower that makes the goyim grow large. The fixed duration for this form is 12 seconds. The blue sunflower seed makes Gozium tiny. Please feed it before the time limit runs out or it will grow large. Goyim's skill of infinite level 1 thorns. When a thorn is removed, a new one will grow back in the same spot. Cheap shot level 1. Gozium turns into a cheap shot and attacks. The thorns explode in 3 colors level 1, with Goz shooting out white, brown, and black thorns. The pain level depends on the color of the thorn hit. You gasp in surprise thinking of a hedgehog. Its attacks mainly rely on its thorns. As he said this, JK looked at Goom and asked, Goom, can I pluck one of your thorns to use? It immediately shouted as if agreeing. You asked again, really? Does it not hurt? Even so, it was still extremely scared, trembling all over. Joe said, all right, I'll take a white one, a brown one, and a black one. He directly stabbed his hand with a white thorn, thinking that the white color causes only minor pain, and it will be fine for the warrior. Next is the brown thorn. The brown one hurts like a bee sting. Suddenly Ghost shouted loudly. Joe asked, do you know how painful the black one is at Han level? Looking at the black thorn emitting from the plant, Jel felt a chill run down his spine. It looked quite terrifying. I'll try with someone next time. But anyway, the Kim issue has been resolved. You're happier than ever, smiling and saying loudly, Goom is mine now. It also happily exclaimed Gum. A moment later, inside the palace, a voice was heard from a large room. Your Majesty, what is it? At this moment inside, Garden looked at the hedgehog on Jekyll's shoulder with a puzzled expression and asked. Seeing his surprise, he quickly explained, say hello. This is Lord Go asked. But how do you have it? Hearing that, he stood there rambling for a while before turning around and walking away. He can ask for the remaining details from Gum's day. It calls out, Gum. It seems Garden also realized something. He wondered silently, could that be a summoned beast after all? 300 years ago, the brilliant estate designer Lai Frontera had a swarm of rats and a cloud dragon to assist him on rare occasions. Summoned monsters appeared before humans in this world, chosen and willingly serving them for the rest of their lives. They truly are rare and mysterious beings. Thinking about this, he wondered, but how did he come to possess and summoned monster? He looked towards GL's back as he was leaving. Sir, is there something about you that I don't know? The scene shifts to Sergio, who is now fully recovered. He bows his head, clutching the blanket tightly, and shouts loudly, I beg your forgiveness, sir. I committed a mortal sin yesterday. Don't worry about it. Such things happen when you experience intense pain, but now you don't feel anything anymore, no matter how many needles I use. But you haven't done anything yet? I already did it, he said, pointing to his hand. What is this? JK continued to skillfully use the needle for others with a smug expression, constantly running from one bed to another. Great, everything is still going smoothly as long as I keep this pace. It feels like something just brushed past. What are you looking at? That's just my after image. After a moment, the familiar sound finally appeared, and the boy happily exclaimed, It's here. The system panel shows that the level 1 medical fee requirement for the skill has been activated. The patient with multiple sites and 13 others treated for the curse mark received a total of 80 days of life, estimated to be 171 days. The level of the medical fee request has increased, resulting in a large amount of life gained. The skill name requires level 2 medical fee request. The exchange rate went from 2,000 to 1,950, and he happily said, My skill level has also increased, right? Jill was so excited he couldn't hold back, bouncing around the room in front of Damien's surprised gaze. Suddenly, his hand clenched tightly. He looked around cautiously, thinking to himself, what has the Crown Prince done for him to be so happy? Why is he so pleased about our recovery? Over on side J, he was still lost in his joy as he looked at the system panel, thinking to himself, good, now I've finished with the fighters. As he spoke, he looked at the recovered people walking normally, but the corner of JK's mouth curled into a sinister smile, a new plan brewing in his mind. At the same time, elsewhere in the palace, a steaming cup of tea was being taken by someone. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in to report. May I update you on the prince's regular report? 2 days ago, all 14 fighters were assigned as the prince's bodyguards. Hearing that, the emperor looked very surprised, raised his head, and asked again. Bodyguards? The subordinate replied, Yes, your majesty. They are now called the Royal Guard Special Task Force and are ordered to stay with him at all times. He asked again, what does JK give them? The servant replied, their agreement includes salary and numerous benefits. As he said this, his face darkened as he thought to himself, JKL used to be weak and bedridden all day, but now it has formed its own army of fighters. The Emperor chuckled happily and joyfully. It is increasingly displaying interesting behaviors. The subordinate continued reporting and gathered all the servants and guards in his mansion, then began to ruthlessly stab them with needles. He was smiling happily when suddenly his smile disappeared. His eyes widened in shock, not understanding what was happening. At the same time, on the other side, the boy was still actively using white thorns to experiment on the servants in the palace. As the needle was just inserted, the other person suddenly gasped. Surprised, you looked at the person in front of you and asked, "Does it hurt?" He replied, "Kondao," meaning it doesn't hurt. Then why did you say that? It's just a needle. Having finished speaking, he then enthusiastically shouted again. All right, next patient. A few days earlier, on a beautiful sunny day with white clouds and golden sunlight, JK was standing in the yard waiting for someone. After a moment, someone approached and cleared their throat. Hearing that, he happily turned around and asked, "Hey, how do you feel after a few days of cupping therapy?" Damien was the one who just arrived. He replied seriously, still feeling a bit sore. Jake added, "It's a shame you won't need any more breath therapy." The more he listened to Damien, the more confused he felt, and he asked blankly, "Sorry?" Seeing that, JK explained, "You have completed the therapy. You are cured." He asked, "Really?" Gio replied, "Yes, I have confirmed the effectiveness of the method and also completed a few experiments." At this moment, a thought seems to cross Damien's mind, and he stands frozen in place. Immediately, he bows deeply in front of JK and sincerely says, "Thank you for everything." Before I could finish what I was about to say, you rushed forward and stopped me, shouting loudly, "Wait, let me speak first." He straightforwardly continued, "I want your swordsmanship skills. I don't want to see you go anywhere. I don't want your talent to be wasted." Then finish your sentence, JK gestures with his hand in front of Damien and says, "Become my bodyguard. Of course, I don't require things like gratitude, friendship, or loyalty. I promise to pay well." He also receives a pension or a leave of absence. Looking at Damien, he silently thought that he would soon reach the level of an advanced swordmaster and would have to go through the Master Swordmaster Syndrome. He probably knows that too, since he understands his own skills best. The Master Swordsman Syndrome is a level where a person's senses become extremely sharp. The level at which those senses cannot be controlled will cause severe insomnia compared to when the mark was received. I can ask him to stay under the guise of treatment, but he is likely to choose to leave. Based on what we know so far, JKL decided that the most practical solution at this point is to give and take. Thinking this, he confidently crossed his arms and said, "We will draft a lease agreement, and you will also get maternity leave and 100 children." After saying that, seeing Damien still had no reaction, he forced a smile and continued, "Of course, that's how it should be. All right, I'll also add the freedom to quit whenever you want, and a villa too." Gio kept standing there offering one benefit after another without realizing that a bunch of eyes from the nearby bushes were watching. "Ah, I see. You must also have negotiation skills for contracts." In the end, he pointed and loudly declared, 4 days of work a week. How about that? Hard to refuse, right? Hearing this, suddenly from the bushes, a group of other fighters rushed out and responded, "Hire all of us too." What? When did you guys get here? They didn't want to answer and asked in unison, "So you healed us to hire us, right?" "We also want to receive money. We want to repay you. We will protect you when Damien is away." "You said you would help us improve. Is that not because you healed us or something?" "You all just care about money and benefits, huh?" They didn't hesitate to shout in unison, "Yes, sir." And this answer was so unexpected that you couldn't help but wonder if honesty was really necessary. Suddenly, an image of a poster on the wall appeared in his mind that read, "Part-time workers wanted. Employees don't look for workers who like working at home." You muttered, "Tra, at least being honest like that is good." People who keep rambling about loyalty and such are very easy to make enemies with. And it's also good to build your own exclusive force because royal guards are not just for one person. So command hierarchy can lead to conflicts, and the Emperor's orders will always take priority. After careful consideration, JK no longer hesitated and agreed with them. "All right, all of you are hired. You will be my exclusive royal guard team." Hearing that, all the fighters were so excited they couldn't stand still. They raised their hands and cheered together. JK continued, "Let's call it SLG." Damien had been standing there silently all this time, but now seeing everyone's happy faces, he also felt a bit of joy inside and couldn't help but smile slightly. Gio immediately turned and left, thinking to himself that even after healing all of them, his additional days of life wouldn't be much. Even if he extended his lifespan to 100 years, he would only gain 18 extra days. Suddenly, his eyes widened. With such limited stamina and a weak body, I can't go out to find patients on my own right now. Right in front of me is a large, spacious, and clean palace building. That short time quickly passed into evening. The moon rose high, illuminating the sky brightly. Inside the small, unevenly lit room, a faint light seeped in through the window. Gio sat there with a grim expression and said in a serious tone, "I need to build a clinic in the secondary palace." Hearing that, Damien, who was standing beside him, also asked curiously, "What do you mean?" You look up and ask again, "Do you not know what a clinic is?" He replies, "I know, But now, facing JK directly, Garden suddenly shivered all over and took trembling steps, then suddenly couldn't hold back and burst into loud tears. Your Highness. Hearing that, JK's heart skipped a beat in shock and he leaned back to ask, "Why again?" I was so startled. His eyes shining like stars, he clenched his fist and looked up at the sky, saying, "I finally understand the beauty and nobility in your heart." He wants to help and care for everyone by building a clinic. This is a detail Gel never imagined, but it does sound reasonable. He stood up suddenly and replied, "Yes, that's right. You finally understand my feelings." Garden became more and more admiring. "I never expected you to still care about the people's health even while you're ill." As they spoke, they struck a pose in unison, all for the sake of the people. And this whole scene has been watched by Damien from the beginning. He looked speechless, unable to say a word, just standing still. After putting on a show, they both returned to their previous state. Jay says, "I am considering treating my people inside the palace first." Gaiden replied, "Are the people in your palace?" He immediately explained, "Suppose I set up a clinic inside the palace to treat people. Would they feel comfortable coming and going to receive treatment?" Hearing this, he also felt it made sense and hesitated. Since this is still the prince's palace, they probably won't feel comfortable coming here anymore. Jill continued. "So we need to promote my successful treatments to reassure them and encourage their visits. 1 village, 10 miles. 10 villages, 100 miles. At this moment, your face is more confident than ever, a smile creeping at the corner of your mouth, and more people will come here to receive treatment at this traditional medicine clinic with a healer like Mother 2. After running the clinic for some time in this very room, standing there thinking to himself that he had treated 500 patients, suddenly he became furious and stomped his foot shouting, "Why are everyone here so healthy? I was so anxious I couldn't stand still, walking around, and even after caring for 500 people, I only gained 2 more days of vitality. This isn't good. I really need someone who is extremely sick and seriously ill." But just as he was thinking about this, suddenly he had an idea. His eyes widened in surprise. Wait a minute. After a moment, Guardian placed a stack of papers on JK's desk and said, "This is information on 500 patients." He wiped his sweat and continued, "But you gave the instructions. We have collected information about their families, genders, ages, and illnesses." Looking at the pile of papers in front of me, I smiled mischievously, thinking if the staff here are still healthy, I just need to find their relatives. I'm truly a genius. Without hesitation, he reached out and began to search through the information. There must be at least one seriously ill person among those here. Page after page of information sheets were turned over, yet Gel continued to examine them diligently without a single word of complaint. But there was no response to his efforts at all. He became so discouraged that he slumped and sighed in frustration. Huh? Why can't I find anyone like this? Where is it? His face gradually grew angrier. Why are all my distant relatives so healthy? There are only 10 more profiles left. Suddenly, Damien spoke up. "I am truly disappointed, Your Highness." Hearing that, JK also paused, looked up, and asked, "Do you feel disappointed?" He straightforwardly continued, "I apologize, but I want to ask you one thing. Do you only see patients as your tools?" Faced with this question, he could only stand helplessly, speechless. What? Mien continued. "We said we needed test subjects, so we tried to gather as many people as possible. But now it seems like you're waiting for someone who is on the brink of death." This word's like a dagger stabbing straight into Gio's heart, leaving him speechless. Dr. Garden, standing nearby, couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over to intervene. "How dare you be so indifferent? Surely Your Highness has some plan in mind," Damien asked again. "Really?" Gel then trembled all over and forced himself to speak. Garden appreciated the support, but Damien's words weren't entirely wrong either. Seeing that, he didn't know what else to do and scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize, Your Highness." Suddenly, Damien spoke up reproachfully, saying, "Your Highness, you're being too strict. How could you humiliate a loyal retainer who stood up for you like that?" Even though he was protected, Garden didn't like it at all and snapped back. "Look, aren't your words to the prince just as harsh?" Seeing this scene, JK also wondered what kind of act they were putting on. The more he listened, the more headache he got, and without hesitation, he ordered both of them out loudly. "Both of you, get out!" Getting back to the unfinished work, he rubbed his head and sighed. "It's bad. Only 10 pages left." Just as he said that, a long information sheet suddenly caught his eye. Inside it says, "I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on the survey, but I will write with all my confidence. I have an 8-year-old brother, and 1 or 2 times a month, his whole body trembles violently and foams at the mouth as if possessed by a demon. I have consulted several doctors, but couldn't find the cause. The priests also prayed a lot, but said they did their best to exorcise the evil spirit from my brother." Reading this, JK couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, "I found it." The next day, GL immediately ordered the maid to bring his younger brother to his room. She hesitantly spoke, "This child." Next to her is a child with dark red hair, curled up in fear. She continues, "My younger brother, George." But after a while, everyone stepped back to the door, leaving the boy and Gel to talk, and he spoke up. "Hello?" The boy also stammered, "Hello, sir?" Seeing that the boy seemed frightened of me, Jill smiled reassuringly, "Just call me JK." But at that moment, I thought to myself that not only was this her first time coming to the palace, but she also had to meet the crown prince. She was probably more scared than curious, and as I thought that, I reached into my pocket and pulled out something. This is the best way to help a young patient relax. Immediately after, JL held out his hand covered with a white cloth in front of George, making the boy extremely curious. It turns out that in JL's hand at this moment is a colorful candy that every child loves. George is just like any other normal kid. As soon as he saw the candy, the boy's eyes lit up brightly. Seeing his excitement, JL held out the candy and said, "Here, a treat for you." But when he saw George's hand about to touch him, George looked scared and stepped back cautiously. JL asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The boy stammered and said, "I can't let you touch me." He asked again, "Can I tell you the reason?" Hearing that, the boy hesitated for a moment, but still decided to speak out. "I am possessed by an evil spirit. That's why the other children always tease me. They say you're strange." Hearing those words from the boy's mouth, JK bitterly protests. "That's not true. I'm not weird at all," George said, clenching his fists. "I fought with them yesterday because they tried to imitate and humiliate me, but I lost. I feel strange and suddenly everything goes dark." You ask in surprise, "Does everything start to go dark?" George recalled the situation and responded, "Yes, sometimes I suddenly feel strange things and my body starts to shake. My whole body trembles and becomes paralyzed. It felt like I was being lifted into the air and then dropped down. The sky seemed to fade away and I heard strange noises." Thinking about this, the boy's face looked extremely sad. When he woke up, he had almost no strength left. After listening to what the boy said for a while, Jel said softly, "I understand now, even so, you can endure all those things, right?" Without waiting for an answer, he gently stepped forward and hugged George tightly to comfort him. "Gosh, you're so brave." Overwhelmed with emotion from the embrace, the boy tears up and stammers, JK, you really shouldn't touch me. I am possessed by evil spirits." Jill immediately objected, "There are no evil spirits at all." At that moment, his hand touched George's back. The system activated, beginning to check the pulse, scanning and assessing that the patient has a healthy body. However, due to irregular brain waves indicating seizure symptoms, this could lead to severe generalized tonic-clonic seizures. Hearing the diagnosis system, JK also quietly concluded the boy's condition. This is also known as epilepsy, which usually isn't a problem, but when the brain waves become chaotic due to an unknown cause, it causes the whole body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness. Thinking it over, Jill slowly stood up and said to the boy, "Even if that's the case, even if you are truly possessed by evil spirits, you are not strange at all." The boy happily asked, "Really?" "Of course, I am the Crown Prince and always right. I'm glad I discovered that you have epilepsy, but even if I try to treat you, I can't find the cause right now. I'm going crazy. I don't have any tools to scan, like an MLI machine." As I was lost in thought, George's weak voice suddenly sounded. Your Highness, I mean, JKL. Hearing that, JK also looked down in confusion and exclaimed, But right now, what catches your eye is George, who is pale and trembling all over, with his eyes rolled back and crying out in pain. I feel very strange. Seeing these symptoms, Jell also worries and wonders, a seizure? Why now, of all times? The others standing nearby were just as shocked. Dr. Garden shouted, "The child!" The maid also couldn't keep her composure, falling to her knees. He trembled and stepped back, saying, "It is truly possessed by an evil spirit." Hearing that, Damien immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the child, saying, "Your Highness, please stay away from him." Seeing everyone so cautious around the poor kid, Jell became furious. His teeth clenched tightly. He couldn't hold back anymore and raised his hand to shout loudly, "Stop it!" His eyes reveal something hard to describe, and it has nothing to do with an evil spirit. This is just an illness. He's only sick. Patients are those who need care and protection. Having finished speaking, he ordered, "This child is suffering immense pain. Someone bring me a pillow right now." The maid trembled as she responded, Yes, Your Highness." Immediately after, the pillow was brought over and George was gently laid down. But the boy's body was still convulsing uncontrollably, his whole body stiff and foaming at the mouth. Garden asked nervously, "Should I wipe his mouth with a handkerchief?" G immediately shook his head to stop him. "No, don't do that. Her jaw is clenched uncontrollably. If it's not careful, she might bite the cloth and swallow it. We can't do anything right now. I can only help him after the convulsions pass." As I was just saying this, suddenly my eyes widened when I saw a bright orange energy emanating from George. I was amazed and wondered, why can I sense mana from him? Suddenly, remembering something, he exclaimed, the Astrahan core method is very sensitive to the flow of young mana. Mana is basically the flow of energy, if I can see it clearly and accurately. Jay, as he places his hand over George's chest, thinks that maybe he can determine the cause of the epilepsy. Your eyes slowly close as you feel you can see it. When you open them again, you are inside the boy's body. Surrounded by strands of meridians, Geo looked around silently. The mana flow is everywhere, moving wherever it wants. You gently reach out and touch the mana flow in front of you. I need to focus. Opportunities like this don't come around often. I have to find the root cause of the epilepsy. Jay continues walking and observing. I think this is the nerve of the spinal cord. That is the cranial nerve. I can't afford to get tired right now. I haven't found any information yet. It seems even your heart can't take it anymore. It's spasming and pounding uncontrollably. You urge a little more. Jay struggles to move his body, sweat pouring down like rain. Finally, you have reached a strange space emitting a tremendous amount of light, and you happily exclaimed, "The vagus nerve, this is the root of everything." His eyes widened as error signals appeared in the vagus nerve, causing seizures in his brain and body. Thinking of this, Jekyll looked at the others and said, "Bring me a blanket and cover him. This child needs to rest now. Do not wake him up. Just let him sleep." As he speaks, his expression changes again, and also avoid making any noise or causing any disturbance. As he finished speaking, JK's entire body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone anxiously shouted, "Prince, Prince!" Even exhausted and fainting, a satisfied smile still appeared on JK's lips. "Oh my God, he's fainted. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness, please wake up." Inside him, there is a great sense of relief. Truly relief. Now Min has found the cause, Min can treat her. It was still early evening, and the space was shrouded in silent darkness. Jay has also opened his eyes now, awakening after a long sleep. He sat up in bed, holding his head and groaning. Ouch, my head hurt so much did I faint. It seems the Asrahan core method was activated at full capacity while I was unconscious. Just as I thought of this, Damien, who had apparently been standing beside me all along, suddenly asked, "Are you awake?" You froze in shock and cursed, "Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were the Grim Reaper." He continued, "You've been asleep for half a day." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered and immediately asked, "So? How is the child?" Damien replied, "Jorge woke up in the evening but is still very tired." "That was an easy guess because her seizure was quite severe," Damien added. "Yes, she went back to sleep immediately after dinner." At this point, he stood up from the bed, thinking to himself that he had guessed this was possible, but he didn't expect to diagnose it accurately using the Asrahan method. It's much better than x-rays. Jay, grabbing a shirt from the wardrobe, continued to think, "Now I know the vagus nerve is the root cause, and there's only one way to treat her. To stimulate the vagus nerve to do so." Seeing that Jay seemed about to leave, Damien curiously asked, "Your Highness, where are you going in the middle of the night?" He quickly put on his shirt, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes confident. Jill grew more and more excited, laughing loudly as he replied, "Let's go look for lightning." The scene shifts to a large room inside the palace, with two soldiers standing guard outside. Suddenly, from afar, two familiar figures approach slowly, causing the soldiers to startle and shout, "Who's there?" But when they clearly saw who appeared, they froze with puzzled expressions, unable to speak. It turns out the person approaching is JK and Damien. He cheerfully raises his hand and says, "Thank you for your help. Please take me to see Lord Genetis." Hearing that, the two soldiers immediately entered to lead the way. After a while of moving, they finally arrived in front of a large room. Outside, strange greenish-blue symbols emitted a bizarre glow. Ju also didn't hesitate, reaching out to throw open the door and rush inside. "What the hell is that?" After regaining his composure, he slowly realized and asked, "Prince, are you here? You are the royal court mage, Lord Genetis." "Mr. Janitus, I apologize for the sudden visit, but I have a favor to ask." "Sorry?" he said, gently tapping his forehead, then added, "Please cast the storm magic on my back." "What do you mean?" Going back to the day before, Genetis was summoned by the Emperor for a talk. Recently, JKEL has changed a lot, doing many strange things. "That's right. It also behaves very strangely." The Emperor's face shows concern as he continues, "I am even worried about what it will do next." But as soon as he finished speaking, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, full of hidden meaning. Genetis is quick and alert. Just by a glance, he immediately recognized it. His eyes showed a hint of suspicion, but he remained silent, thinking to himself, "Yes, everyone is a fool when it comes to their children. I have served you my whole life. I know exactly what your deepest thoughts are." Back in the present, Jell is desperately clutching him, shaking him, and begging, "Just hit me with the whip." He helplessly thought to himself, "Your Majesty, he has definitely changed a lot." Janitus looked down at GL with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "He's becoming more and more insane." Thinking so, he asked, "Why would I want to hurt you?" "Samsati, if something happens to you, I will be executed." "Wait, I'm not asking you to do something strange like killing me. I just asked him for a little electric current that couldn't kill me." GL smiled and explained, "I only need him to do that because it's related to something important." "Please keep it going continuously for 3 hours, Janitus thought to himself. But that is definitely an odd request. According to what is known, lightning magic has great destructive power. When used by a high-level mage, it can rival natural disasters, but he wants me to reduce it to static electricity and maintain a stable voltage for 3 hours straight? That requires extremely precise control." Thinking of this, Janitus said, "Sir Prince, do you realize you are making an extremely difficult request?" "I obviously know that. It's like driving at a 30 kilometers per hour speed limit for 3 hours straight. That's why I came to you." Jay puts his hand on Janitus' shoulder, praising enthusiastically. "Who else has such excellent control over magic as he does?" Lord Janitus, hearing your flattering words, feels very pleased and rubs his nose. "You keep talking, saying who is the most talented mage in our empire, right?" All my heart and mind shout out, "Lord Janitus." The soldiers and Damien stood there witnessing this scene, their spines tingling with fear and sweat pouring down their faces. After hearing everything, Giannetti stroked his beard thoughtfully, secretly beginning to like the idea of accepting this challenge. Then he said again, but before he could finish, Jekyll interrupted. If anything happens to me, don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Even if I get hurt or die, you won't take any responsibility. With that, he pointed to the soldiers and Damien. They will be witnesses. Hearing that, they turned pale with fear, secretly thinking, don't drag us into this. Seeing his hesitation, the boy flew out and seriously explained, I'm not trying to do anything evil, I just want to save people. Realizing his intention, he immediately agreed. If that's the case, I will try it. He asked, should we start now? Jill became more excited than ever, smiling as he replied, now! A moment later, everything was ready. Prince, are you ready? A bright blue mana stream burst out from Jekyll's body. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly in agreement. Receiving this answer, he no longer hesitated and directly raised his hand to generate a golden electric current, loudly saying, I will cast the spell now. Janetis tried to keep the electric flow as light as possible, like static electricity. Feeling the electric current crackling towards him, Jay was a bit startled and exclaimed, it's like a swarm of ants biting. My second brother closed his eyes, calmly smiling to himself, thinking that it was as magnificent as a palace wizard's magic. I knew he could do it. Now it's my turn. I will absorb the current and convert it into electrodes. Then I will activate the electric signal. I will activate the electric signal directly opposite the nerve signal. The misalignment in the child's vagus nerve was corrected, allowing full control of the nerve signals. Jell's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The Astrahan core technique is incredibly powerful. It can control many things. I didn't expect to succeed on my first try. Suddenly he turned to Janetis, raised his hand and said, enough. He was startled and asked, do you want me to stop because it's enough? No, I can keep going. I can do this all day. Before those words, Jell shouted in terror, it hurts. I said stop! Early the next morning, all the fighters and servants in the palace were gathered at the door of the main room, whispering among themselves. I wonder why he's gathering so many people again. What is he planning to do? Someone else spoke up. I heard he wants to gather those who like spreading rumors to help him. What? I really can't understand what he's thinking. At this moment, the door slowly opens, and the scene inside startles the maid, her eyes wide with surprise. Inside the room, George is sitting facing JK, and there is also Sir Janetis. He took a needle, smiled, and told the boy, I won't tell you to stay calm. Bitter medicine and medical methods are always painful anyway. I'm not lying, the boy stammered in fear. Does it hurt much? Jael replied. Just a little, like a playful pinch. The more George looked at that sharp needle, the more terrified he became, as if it would hurt. He reassured himself, I promise this won't hurt. The boy asked again, really not noticing that the needle was now inserted into his neck. Jiel said, yes, I already pricked it. You still can't recognize, right? Done. Jell stands up, approaches Janitus, and they nod in silent understanding, both secretly thinking that the real pain is just about to begin. He no longer hesitated and directly used his staff to strike at Jekyll. A surge of energy was now gathering from within his heart. He happily thought to himself, good, the energy is gathering smoothly, and this is exactly why he brought everyone together, to let them see. Look carefully and spread the rumor to everyone. Spread the good words about this breakthrough treatment. This is what is known as viral marketing. Only Dr. Garden is really out of sorts right now, fainting and collapsing. Hey, I can't believe the prince is being roasted by lightning. GL gently touches the needle on George's neck, thinking to himself. Now, let the processed current flow in. Your entire body quickly moves inside the boy's body. After a final movement, he reached the disrupted mana zone, but sensing something was wrong, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, this feels really bad. I need to hurry and run quickly, I said. It's over. The mana flow is disrupted and will explode soon due to the blockage. The seizure is about to start. At the same time, George's face gradually darkened outside. The boy clenched his chest and asked, Jekyll, how much longer do I have to hold this? Inside, Jake Keel is still doing his best to save the situation. We have at most 3 minutes before the seizure begins, and in the worst case, 1 minute. He looked at the increasingly chaotic mana streams and silently thought he needed to activate the opposing signal on this electrode quickly or there wouldn't be enough time. Even if he used the Astrahan core technique at its highest efficiency, it would still take 30 minutes. Should I stop now and treat him next time? If I let the boy's seizure happen, bad rumors will spread. Because of this, I don't know how much longer Lord Janetis can hold on. Damn it, someone like me with a disease won't have the luxury to relax in a situation like this. Thinking of this, he immediately called out to Janetis. GL showed no expression and softly turned his head to say, Please increase the power of the lightning magic 3 times the current level. Sorry, please repeat that. Do it now. I will explain later. It will be very painful. But now Gel doesn't care about that at all, he said with a determined look. It doesn't matter. Seeing that determined attitude, Janetis didn't hesitate anymore. He directly increased the electric current 3-fold, aiming straight at Jekyll's body. All right, Your Highness, even though it hurts inside, I secretly think that I need to absorb more magic to handle it and complete the treatment within 10 seconds before the seizure begins. Inside the boy Jiel's body, he gradually moves forward to find the root of everything and the spot to focus the electrodes on the carotid artery. He approaches the identified nerve, wrapping it tightly with a roll of paper while estimating the time in his mind, 5 seconds before the seizure begins. At the same time, outside George seemed unable to hold back any longer, his mouth foaming and crying out in pain. In everyone's panicked eyes, Jiel was still desperately counting down the time. As the Mana chaos grew even more intense, a massive wave was created, and the moment had come for the two inside the carotid artery to be finally wrapped tightly by Jay. The expression on his face was extremely anxious, sweat pouring down like rain. He secretly thought that once the countdown was over, a series of red and blue electric sparks would surround and push back the cord. No. George's body, which was twitching and turning purple with a whimpering voice, suddenly snapped awake with wide eyes, feeling much lighter and no longer in pain. The boy looked ahead and asked J.K. in surprise. J.K. also tried to smile brightly and asked again, "Are you feeling better now?" Seeing everything went smoothly, Janitus also felt a bit more at ease. He lets out a relieved sigh. George's sister also looks very surprised by what just happened, silently wondering if nothing serious occurred. She usually loses consciousness when the pain starts, but now JK's body is also in an unstable state. He shivered with each breath, clutching his arm in relief. Thank goodness I almost lost it. My body is still stable. As soon as he finished speaking, the system displayed a notification that the level 2 treatment fee had been activated. Patient George is undergoing a surgical treatment stimulating the vagus nerve. My lifespan has been extended by 3 days. Now it's 161 days. Seeing what just appeared before my eyes, I happily exclaimed, "Good, I've gained more days to live." The system continues to notify you that you have reached the maximum capacity of the Astrahan core technique to withstand the body's high-intensity stimulation, pushing you beyond your limits. The Astrahan core technique has leveled up to level 1. Level 2 ring, greatly increasing mana of the mana ring. Mana increased by 130%. Required stats for the next level. HP 1200. Current HP 200. Jel read through in amazement, clenched his fists in silent joy. The Astrahan core skill had leveled up and mana capacity increased. Just then, a new notification sounded, indicating you had successfully endured the shock of the high voltage. The lungs and large intestine have received metal energy and gained resistance to wood energy. Metal engraves wood. The organs now possess wood energy, and the liver has awakened. As soon as the notification appeared, the new member immediately appeared and kicked the door open, rushing inside. The one who just entered is none other than Gan. It shouted loudly, "Hey, lazy bones!" As he spoke, he threw the bag to the ground and ordered them to grab it quickly, causing the other organs to freeze in shock, not understanding what was happening. Contrasting the joyful expression of the intestines, the cold-hearted heart asked, "Are you the newcomer?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the intestines tore off his shirt and held it up. It happily ran over and shouted, finally free from being a new person. So happy. But despite that friendly appearance, the liver was not at all sociable. It stood coldly, staring ahead without saying a word. Then it swung its hand and slapped the intestines hard across the face, causing a distorted mouth. It looked at the intestines and said in a stern voice, "Are you trying to turn me into a new person? Do you want to die?" The system then appeared. Gan gave you 300 HP, and the lungs, heart, and large intestine happily joined in, adding 500 HP. Gan's birthday party has started. You gained an additional 300 HP. Current HP is 1,300. Seeing that, JKL quietly rejoiced. A new organ? I can get more HP from now on. What a wonderful day. I leveled up my Astrahan core technique, which means my spirit is stronger, and I gained more HP. At this point, the system suddenly asked, "Is there more?" And the boy replied in confusion, "Is that everything?" Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Jekyll, the one who called out is none other than George." Hearing the call, he turned around and asked what was going on. "Is there anything strange about me?" Hearing that, JK gently leaned down, took the needle stuck in the boy's neck, and replied, "I have nothing strange about me." As he spoke, he put on a confident expression. "Usually when I feel normal, my vision darkens and I lose control. Are you surprised that this time it's different?" The boy replied, "Yes." Jay continues, "You will be stable like this until the end of your life." The statement made the boy unable to believe his ears. His big round eyes widened in amazement. "Really?" He laughed and replied, "Yes, I won't have to suffer anymore. If you lie, I can take the prince's position starting tomorrow." The maid standing behind couldn't hold back anymore. Her eyes filled with tears as she softly called out. Hearing his sister's call, the boy happily tilted his head and said, "Sister." The two of them then rushed into a tight embrace, overwhelmed with happiness. Seeing them so happy, JK also felt joyful. He smiled to himself, thinking that everything was a perfect success. Thinking of that, he looked at everyone's expressions, all of whom were just as moved. Do you all see clearly? Now is the time to spread the rumor of your kindness. That is when everyone comes here for treatment. The more I think about it, the more terrifying your expression becomes. I will heal them all and extend their lives. A long and healthy life. I am here. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened. Your eyes became hazy and your head spun around. Immediately after, all that remained before your eyes was the panicked face of Dr. Garden and Damien rushing toward you. What the? Am I going to faint again? The system responds, of course. After all, he was just too stressed out. That short time has already passed, and evening has come in Jekyll's large room. He is now lying on the bed, resting after a long, tiring day, breathing steadily. Suddenly, Lim Deem's eyes gently opened, looking up at Tran and wondering how long he had been unconscious. His body felt so stiff. Seeing that Jay has woken up, Garden, standing nearby, immediately asked, "Prince, you're awake?" He turned to look at everyone, smiled, and said, "Why are you all just standing here? Are you finished?" Dr. Garden's face darkened at this moment. "I'm tired of watching you sleep, that's why. I hope you wake up early. I have prayed so much." Seeing this, the prince was surprised and asked, "What is it?" "Why are you crying again?" Damien explained beside him. Hearing that, Jell couldn't help but be surprised, sitting up suddenly from the bed and exclaiming, "2 days?" Prince Janitus also slowly approached and, after a moment of silence, softly called out, "Your Highness, your face was already aged and now looks even more haggard and worn out. Are you trying to have me imprisoned? How am I supposed to explain to the king if you faint because of my light magic? I know I am also at fault, so I have nothing more to say, but I'm sorry." At this point, the boy suddenly remembered something and asked, "So, what about George? How is she doing?" Hearing her name, the boy suddenly appeared somewhere with a cheerful smile and replied, "I'm fine." As the boy spoke, he ran over with a happy, joyful expression. Seeing that, Jell asked in surprise, "Wait, what are you doing here?" The boy replied, "I disturbed everyone to come here." After saying that, his face became shy, his cheeks flushed, and he put his hands behind his back as he continued, "Because I want to give you this." As he spoke, George took out a wooden bracelet carved in the shape of a heart. When he woke up, JK was surprised, eyes wide open, reaching out to take the bracelet and ask, "Did you make it while I was sleeping?" He looked at the bracelet in his hand, his expression a bit complicated, thinking to himself, this is too much for me. I only saved her to live longer. She doesn't know my true motives." Suddenly, George's voice interrupts Gill's train of thought. Jill, surprised, looks up. The boy said with an excited expression, "I also want to become a great person. I also want to help others like you." That statement hit JK right in the heart, leaving him frozen for a moment, unsure of what to say. After regaining his composure, he clenched his bracelet and responded, "You did a great job with this necklace. I look at the innocent boy in front of me and say thank you." Jill continued, but the greatest reward he received was JK's words, which moved everyone around him. "It's just to see that you're healthy." Josh, though able to speak now, still shyly covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat. "I want to rest a little longer. I still feel tired." Everyone immediately understood and responded together, "We will leave. Prince, rest well." As everyone gradually stepped outside, leaving a private space behind, George suddenly froze. The boy turned his head, waved goodbye, and said, "See you later." Jill saw this. JK also turned his head, waved back, and replied, "See you later." After he finished speaking, the door was also closed. The room returned to its usual quiet atmosphere. Who would wear something like this? It looks simple and doesn't have any gems on it. But when I say that, I end with a sentence. I like it. Now I'll sleep. And so, JK put on that simple bracelet and lay down for a good sleep after a tiring day. Cut to another place in a normal residential area. A loud voice calls out, "Mom, I'm home." Hearing the call, the mother looked out from inside the house and asked, "Son, why are you back so early?" A young man with a bright face carrying a bag entered and cheerfully replied, "What else is there?" "You got time off, so you came home." The mother still looked surprised and asked again, "Time off?" He replied, "Yes, a special leave." During that family meal, the mother still couldn't help but be curious and asked, "The prince suddenly gave you 5 days off?" He replied, "Yes, most of the people in the palace are on leave." The father also asked, "How is the prince's health these days?" Hearing that, he smiled and said, "I think it's better than before." He asked again, "Really? That's really lucky." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "I think it's because of that." His expression clearly showed confusion and bewilderment. He has been doing strange things lately. They keep being taken from one surprise to another. "A strange thing?" The young man replied. "He said he wanted to treat others like a doctor." At this point, he reached into his bag and pulled out a roll of paper. "Look at this." The rolled up paper was placed on the table and then unfolded neatly. The three of them leaned in close, their eyes fixed on the contents inside, their faces showing incredible surprise. "Huh?" Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept in from somewhere, blowing the paper out through the window. These papers appeared all over the town and city, in busy areas, and were also posted on notice boards so everyone could see them more easily. They all looked extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What is this?" On the top of the paper, it says, "Welcome. At the palace, traditional medicine doctors are opening a free treatment clinic. Everyone, come to the house for back pain, joint fatigue, acupuncture, orthodontics, obesity, for direct treatment. Prince J.K. Adria Magentano, the royal chief doctor expert. Piero Gardin specializes in treating complex and miscellaneous ailments." Do people wonder if he also heals lives after reading this? At the same time, in the royal palace, the sunlight shone brightly and warmly. Gio happily stood inside, looking out the window and spoke. The rumor must have spread everywhere by now, right? Just as I was about to say that, Dr. Gardine opened the door from outside and said, Prince, it's time to go out. All right, shall we go now? The two of them walked side by side down the corridor. Gardine asked, You wake up early, huh? The boy replied, It's the first day our Royal Traditional Medicine Clinic is open. At this point, he suddenly remembered and added, I have brought all the medicines you need. The boy asked, Even the licorice? He replied, I have prioritized buying it, sir. Hearing this, Gel was very pleased and praised. Very well, I need a lot of them, so even if they are expensive, I still want to buy as many as possible. Just as I was about to walk away, he suddenly called me back. Understood. But, Your Highness, the prince turned his head to look at the surprised expression. Jai seriously asked, Where did you learn these things from? Gel wondered and asked back. Are these things? Does he mean creating new medicines or relieving joint pain by stabbing a thorn into someone? As a doctor, I am very curious about them. Seeing your silence, he explained, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm very curious about where you got those techniques from, but I still don't understand how they work no matter how hard I try. At this point, he couldn't look me in the eye and lowered his head as he continued, so I felt a bit sad. Seeing him like that, Gel stood still for a moment, silently wondering, is he sad? He must feel like he's failed because he can't understand the nature of the techniques he uses. I understand why he feels that way because I am also a doctor. Thinking about it, I frown and hide no emotion. After a moment, he finally spoke up and said, I actually come from another world. Garden was stunned and exclaimed, Yes, JK continued, I am not a prince there, just an ordinary person named Lai Han. I make a living using traditional medical techniques I have mastered. The more I listen to him, the more confused I get. Frowning, Do you mean a prince? I say this after careful consideration. With that attitude, he scratched his head and chuckled. That's why I told the truth. He pouted and said, I would be very sad if you did this. Since you don't believe what I just said, Garden asked again, can you stop joking and tell the truth? I already told you. And moreover, why do you want to know? He replied honestly, I want to become a better doctor. I want to see the satisfaction you felt. Jay interrupted. He's already like that, isn't he? Hearing this, he froze in confusion and exclaimed, Yes, no more talking. Turn around and walk away. Enough chatting. Let's get to work. Only Gel can now truly understand his real ability. He quietly thought to himself that he could go this far because he has always been supported by him. Outside the gate, the signboard was already prepared. This way leads to the Royal Traditional Medicine Clinic. I hope we will have patients on the opening day. Not just a few flies. I hope people won't avoid this place because it's where the prince lives. Just thinking about it, I imagine the clinic having to close early. Maybe I'm overthinking everything. Gia walks on, praying, please, please let there be a lot of patients. After a while of walking, I finally reached the door. I excitedly threw open the window and shouted, Welcome to the Traditional Medicine Clinic. But as soon as the royal title left his lips, there was no one in sight below, which completely crushed his spirits, leaving his pale face hollow and drained. I'm here. Gel is completely drained of energy, dragging his feet up the stairs as Dr. Garden worries. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and glanced to the side, stammering, The prince! I sighed and responded, Why? Please, look down below quickly. Hearing that, Gel also looked down below, and suddenly the scene made him freeze in place. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, I'm saved! Right below, countless people have gathered to wait for treatment, bustling and noisy with each other. Hey kid, stop pushing. Don't go over the line. I arrived here first. What is he talking about? And so, a day of work begins, with countless people waiting outside. Jay quietly thought to himself, that's right, the first day is always the busiest. Inside the room, he was examining an old man. I will examine you now. Someone else peeked in and asked, Prince Huang, sorry to bother you while you're busy. He awkwardly asked, What should I do now? You can walk around and see if any patients need help. Oh, wait, that's not how you prepare medicine. The problem starts to occur. JKL continues to use his mana to examine. The nursing system is still very poor. It will take some time for it to become a complete system. At this point, the system also displays a notification that you have gained enough experience points while treating multiple patients. This experience will become your foundation, and your pulse diagnosis skill has leveled up. Pulse diagnosis level 2. Feeling the pulse of the subject, you can diagnose their health condition and assess potential risks and warning signs within their body. You can get the results by checking the report, doing a general health check, and you can see more information about the patient's organ symptoms if you awaken them within your body. Hearing this, JK exclaimed in amazement, What is this? Inside your body, your organs are already prepared for a large-scale comprehensive health check. Tim just ran his fingers through his hair and said, Are everyone here for the date to see how things are going? The lungs exclaimed excitedly, This is so thrilling, so many people. The heart added, I told them that we came here because this is the best place. After all, there are many potential acquaintances here. Even at an old age, I'm just as excited. This is truly the best. But the liver doesn't feel the same and says, Wake up, everyone. Right now in front of them are only old folks sitting across. We're just meeting a bunch of seniors. The system displays a message indicating the results of the examination with the organs already checked. The heart was deceived and there are no abnormalities in the heart or lungs. Me? No abnormalities. The fake intestine shows mild constipation, nothing else abnormal with the liver. Detecting signs of inflammation in this old man, he needs to stop drinking alcohol. You are surprised and ask, inflammation from alcohol? Is his liver in bad shape? The liver responds, yes, it's crying. It has been destroyed by alcohol over the past 50 years. At this rate, it will completely die in just over 5 years. After receiving the examination results from the internal organs, JKL happily thought to himself that the information from the organ consultation was really great. Accurate diagnosis is the most important thing in treatment. I need to quickly awaken the other organs. Thinking this over, the young man looked at the man in front of him and said, Sir, your liver has been seriously damaged. He replied, Yes, continue. That's why you feel tired and your skin is more yellow because your liver is already exhausted. I will prescribe a small herbal decoction for you today. Use it for 10 days. Based on your next checkup, I can prescribe additional cinnamon and Rahmania. I advise you to stop drinking from now on, JK said firmly, and this statement hit him like a thunderbolt, making him gasp in horror. What do you mean? Please continue. You said your liver is very bad. You won't survive another 5 years like this, he stammered. But I, JK asked, Can't you eat without drinking alcohol? He immediately nodded repeatedly. His next words froze him in place, causing his heart to stop. I ordered him not to drink alcohol. Not as a doctor, but as a prince. If you dare to disobey orders, I will imprison you. That short time has passed until evening. A loud shout echoes from inside the hospital room. All right, that's all for today. All non-serious patients, please come back tomorrow. After the shift, everyone approached JK to praise him. You did well, Prince. I apologize for the mistake I made while preparing the medicine. I don't know if I did it correctly. Dun. Hearing everyone say that, he smiled reassuringly and said, Don't worry, you all did very well. Keep it up tomorrow. In his heart, he silently thought, because there are no nurses here. This is good, but we will face difficulties if there are many patients needing care. We need to establish a nursing system for patient shift rotations. As he spoke, he remembered his former colleagues. I wish Kim and Lai were here now. At the same time, outside, a series of hurried footsteps rush over shouting, Here! Dr. Garden opens the door and looks inside, saying loudly, Prince, there's a patient in urgent need of emergency care. The man behind, carrying a woman, continued. I am the eldest of the Dinri family. I bow to the prince. The woman's condition is now very unstable. Her face flushed and she's breathing heavily. Please save my mother, please. After a while, the woman was laid down properly on the bed. Jake sat beside her and asked, Her fever is too high. How long has she had the fever? He asked in response. Since this afternoon, she had been feeling well before. While Keel was checking her pulse, he continued to say that she started feeling cold at noon and her condition kept worsening. After examining her for a while, he finally identified what this disease was, but it was unlike any other normal illness. This is the disease that has killed 40,000 soldiers. JK's face shows constant worry. Sweating, Napoleon silently thought that, according to what was known, epidemic typhus is a dangerous disease caused by the bacteria Borrelia bookdog fairy. JK asks again, Are you serious? He replied confidently that he had seen the bacteria causing the fever in this woman's liver. Hearing his sure statement, the boy broke out in a cold sweat, unsure of what to say. After calming down for a moment, he looked back at the man and asked, When was the last time she took a bath? He looked confused and replied, Yes. Jill explains, I need to know more about the patient's condition. He responds, Yes, she also bathed yesterday. The boy asked again with a serious expression. Yesterday? He replied. Yes, she usually takes a warm bath every day. Hearing those answers, Jill became even more confused and wondered. That's strange. Someone so clean would get infected. You keep asking, so what about her house? Especially in the sleeping area? He replied. She is very tidy and clean. You didn't find any lice or fleas, right? He replied, Yes, there isn't. Jill continues to make her guesses. Maybe she has been somewhere dirty recently. Hearing that, the eldest member of the Dinri family thought for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, She does. He recounted that nearly half a month ago, her carriage was on the road when she returned from visiting relatives, so she had to stay overnight at a farmer's house. The couple let her sleep in their bed. Jay sat quietly, thinking that today she showed signs of fever and that her stay at the farmer's house was half a month ago. The more I think about it, the more certain I become. Everything about her matches the disease. Thinking this over, Jell turned and said, Maybe that's where she got infected. The eldest son of the Din family looked surprised and asked, Infected? You explained that her illness is an epidemic disease transmitted by flea and tick bites and her condition is worsening. This is bad. She's already old and running a high fever. Jill gritted his teeth and thought to himself that in the worst case, she could develop pneumonia, organ damage, or gangrene in her limbs. Listen carefully, everyone. Take off her clothes and wipe her down with a clean, warm cloth, then help her put on her patient's clothes. What about her old clothes? Burn it all, including her bed and mattress. After you finish bathing, wash again and burn your clothes completely, he said seriously, warning that anyone who disobeys will be fired immediately and face the harshest punishment. They all nervously replied, We understand. Then JK turned to the eldest member of the Deer family and said, "Please have someone inform her family about this." He waved his hand loudly, commanding, "Hurry up!" They immediately rushed out and responded, "Yes, yes, sir." After everyone has gone to work, JK also goes about his own tasks. He heads to the kitchen. After some effort in preparing the medicine, he thought to himself that this remedy is a liquid soup used to treat malaria, but it is very effective for fevers like this. It is made from wrong root soup, a fever reducer made from dong root and ma huang bird. JB approaches Lady Dinry with the medicine and says this will help her feel more comfortable. Please take it. She is cared for diligently day after day, from morning until night without a break. The maids have also tried their best to keep her warm, but it seems that everything is getting worse and worse. Her face is pale and bluish, and sweat is pouring down like fog. Jay is also standing nearby, observing silently, thinking that he has already replaced 3 maids over the past 3 days to take care of her. Everyone works 8 hours a day, but her condition still hasn't improved. Her health is worsening due to the high fever. You look back at the medicine bowl. The herbal decoction from dong root still doesn't seem strong enough. The balance of yin and yang has completely disappeared, causing the internal negative energy to almost run out in her body. I need to restore the balance of qi and blood first, then the fever-reducing medicines will work. JK stands there with a serious expression, calculating. A herb that can restore the body's yin energy. I need some kind of medicinal ingredient like that. Come up with it, you idiot. These guys are really useless when it counts. Just as I thought that, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, right. That's the place. You cheerfully shout, "Lord Garden, please prepare the carriage for me." A secret place hidden with countless valuable treasures that I am not sure about, but I can try to find herbs there, only the royal family can access it because it is heavily guarded. The departure quickly took place during the night. The carriage sped away, but I am the prince. I need to make use of this. I will ask my father for help. After a while, in front of a large room, Damien was waiting outside. Inside the room, Giel knelt before the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Giel Adria Magentano greets the wise and powerful father." Seeing his son arrive, he looked surprised and asked, "Why are you looking for me at this hour?" Just by looking at that expression, I felt a chill down my spine and thought to myself, my father still exudes that terrifying aura. After a moment, Tranchu replied, "The reason I came here." His eyes clearly showed determination as he continued to ask for his father's permission to enter the secret dome chamber tonight. The emperor grew increasingly curious and asked, "What is the dome chamber? What's the point of that?" Hearing this, Gel sighed deeply, his face darkening as he slightly bowed his head. "You explained that your father must have heard about you establishing a traditional clinic in the outskirts where many patients have come to seek your treatment. 3 days ago, a noble woman in very serious condition came to the clinic. After hearing about it, the emperor asked in surprise, 'What does that have to do with the palace?' 'That is because of an important medicinal herb I need to have in the palace.' He listened for a while but still did not immediately agree and said, 'I am not convinced you are telling the truth. Are you sure you are not using the patient to get into the palace for personal reasons?' After finishing his sentence, a faint smile played on his lips as he secretly thought, 'Son, this is interesting, testing me first. I really appreciate that.' Before those words, Jake Keel looked disappointed and pouted, secretly thinking, 'This old man is clearly just enjoying himself by greeting me.' This seems like my father is contemplating something, and as a middle-aged man who has gone through ups and downs, convincing my own father is really difficult. Thinking of this, I stand up and say loudly, 'We don't have time for this conversation.' At this moment, the patient's life is in danger. The emperor's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowing as he asked, 'How can you prove that your way is correct?' You stumble over your words saying, 'About that.' He continues, 'You're young and fragile, with very little time to learn, and now you want to become a doctor? I can't help but doubt this.' As he spoke, he stood up angrily and shouted, 'I can't be sure that what you're doing is right, whether the medicine will work or if you can truly save lives.' Seeing his attitude, Gel remained calm and stood still, saying, 'I understand, you want to test me?' He smirked slightly, his confident gaze asking, 'Is that correct?' The emperor no longer hides it now. He looked at his son and replied, 'That's right.' He points to the man standing beside him and says, 'The test is simple. The royal guard captain is ill. Diagnose him. If you can, I will allow you into the secret palace. This is truly a rare opportunity that cannot be missed.' I immediately stepped forward and took the royal captain's pulse. The emperor looked thoughtfully at his son, smiling inwardly, thinking, 'There's no way my son could know. Only Roberto, his wife, and I are aware of this.' After a moment of examination, JK finally spoke. 'Captain, your final statement left everyone stunned, mouths agape. You are bald. But look at him, his hair is still very thick.' Hearing that, Gel happily reached out and snatched the wig from his head, replying because he was wearing a wig. The royal team captain couldn't take it anymore, tears welling up in his eyes as he cried out. Exposed with his bald head in front of everyone, he couldn't bear it any longer, silently thinking, 'Stop it, you father and son. Let's go.' 'It's okay. I'll heal him. That's not important right now. I'll do it later.' As they were walking, suddenly both of them stopped in their tracks. Gio happily looked ahead and exclaimed, 'This is the dome's secret palace.' Right in front of the two of them, a large door shining brightly and magnificently appeared, while at the same time, the captain in the Emperor's chamber was crying with his face in his hands. "Can you ask him to heal the god?" The Emperor patted his shoulder reassuringly and said, "Next time, try visiting my son's clinic." At this moment, Jiel and Damien stand before the door emanating mysterious energy, marveling. This is the palace's secret vault. Seeing the two, the guard stepped forward respectfully and saluted. "Sir," he handed over a card and made a request. "Please take this." Jiel looked at the card with a puzzled expression. This is why the guard immediately explained to you that the ticket to the secret dungeon gate is required to enter the secret dungeon. What happens if I don't have it? All the magic attacks in the tunnel will activate, and the ticket also records the time you stay inside. If you stay beyond the allowed time, the soldier briefly pauses and then acts, leaving the other two speechless. If the time is up, you will die. Immediately after, he quickly revealed to you that you are allowed to stay until morning. Hearing that, JK looked at the self-drawn watch in panic and exclaimed, "What? Only a few hours left?" Saying that, you hurriedly ran forward and shouted, "Damien, go now!" But suddenly the guard raised his hand to stop him. "Your Highness, that." At this moment, it becomes clear that there are 3 different doors, and he carefully reminds that it is the high-class area. Sorry, I didn't know." On the surface, it seems that way, but he suddenly frowned and muttered to himself inside. This soldier is quick and light, he's not easily angered. At this moment, JK suddenly recalled the scene where he was standing in front of a stallion. "Since you passed the test, I will allow you to enter the basic area tonight and take out an item." Hearing his words, you exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." Hearing your confused expression, he asked again, "Do you have any complaints?" I immediately denied it, but still showed my attitude. "No, I didn't exactly complain." Jill tried hard to convince him. "I worked hard to pass the test, but I only got into the basic area." Ayan remains calm and sarcastic, unlike you who worked hard, right? You refused to give up and keep begging, but you didn't specify which area when you took the test. The person just changes what they say after you pass. Seeing you like that, they secretly think, "Son, you're really shameless." Back in reality, JK and Damien turn away and walk in different directions, complaining inwardly. The Emperor is really stingy. Is he truly helping me? You just swiped your card on the scanner and told yourself it's best not to seek that person out anymore unless absolutely necessary. When the card was scanned, the device emitted a soft blue beep. Immediately, the large door in front of everyone opened and the guard saluted and saw him off. "Your Highness, until we meet again." A moment later, Jel and Damien stood in a vast room with enormous shelves. He leaned on his hip, looked at the scene before him, and forced a smile. "This will take all night," and then the magical hourglass started counting down. "Damien, we need to find the essential item here." "How are we supposed to find it?" Jill thought for a moment and then answered calmly. "Something cold. Yes, an item, a potion, or a magic barrier covered in ice or something similar." You hand him a piece of paper and a pen, instructing him to record the locations of anything similar you find, and I will come to check later. After assigning tasks, the two of us will split up, each taking half. I'll go this way, so I'll go this way. All right. As time passes, JK carefully examines each item on the shelf. Damien also focused intently, taking notes as he listened to you until half the time had passed, and when you reached another row of shelves, it was also almost time. Jill stroked his chin and thought, maybe because this is a basic area I didn't see anything. I hope Damien's side isn't like ours because we don't have anything special. At this moment, he was standing in front of a special item, staring at it intently. After a while, the two of them met as planned and exchanged words. "Did you record the location as I told you?" "Yes, I did." G looked at his messy handwriting and complained, "What the hell did he write?" The scene shifts to the bright ceiling of the basic room as the two people gradually move to the spot where Damien recorded their discussion. "There aren't many ice attribute items here, right?" "That's correct." "Is this our only hope?" "Let's see. The information panel for that item is detailed. Van Neen tweet's name. Shield type, unknown origin. Basic classification, described as when the user channels magic. The core in the center of the shield transforms magic to create an ice shield. Reading that information line, you carefully repeat it. Van Neen tweet. You gaze at that item and quietly call out like a bell in a coffee shop. Then, suddenly, he noticed something and softly exclaimed, but what caught his attention was a line of information on the instruction board. The core in the center will convert mana and create an ice shield. The ice shield will break when it takes too much damage. The shattered parts are the result of pure magic power. It will disappear on its own over time, but please be careful not to touch or eat it. Then Jel reached out and gently touched Van Neen tweet, startled and shivering from the cold. With the power emanating from his chest, he clenched it tightly, silently repeating that an ice shield would form when channeling mana into it. The small holes on the plate detect the flowing power and light up one after another, but the overwhelming force causes the plate to shake, making him shout in surprise. Wait a minute, is this really the bell at the coffee shop? I think I should go pick up the coffee I ordered. With that in mind, JK reminded himself to focus once again. Alright, so I shouldn't pour too much mana into it regardless of how much it screams when I increase the mana level. There's a minimum amount of mana needed for the ice shield to appear, which is why it's at the basic level. Immediately, he focused all his energy and recalled the moment he took a shower before crossing worlds. I'll try to do it like adjusting the temperature on the shower head. After a while, watching the steady flow of power, he exclaimed with excitement, "This is it. This feeling is what I want to keep going with." Like that, an ice shield instantly appeared from the disc. I did it. Geo happily shook his arm up and down, praising silently. The large shield was not heavy at all. He looked through the ice layer, cheered with joy, and was confident that he could heal the lady from Dinrir. Then he turned his gaze shining and looked back at Damien. "I think I need your help again." Seeing you like that, he wondered what the Lord was truly thinking. A secret conversation quickly took place between the two in that room. "What do you need my help with? I'll tell you later." "Let's go. It's time to buy some more time." "What do you mean?" "What do you mean by adding more time?" "I just meant going to treat the patient." A moment later, the guard outside saw the person coming out and shouted, "Your Highness." As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped when he saw that it was Damien. "The item you chose is..." He looked at the sword on his side in amazement. "Did you choose that sword?" Suddenly, familiar shoes and voice appear, shouting out loud, "Damien, what do you think you're doing?" Jay, with a displeased expression, gruffly criticizes you, saying, "I am very disappointed in you, but looking at you, you are covered in gold and jewels like a king." The guard quickly and cautiously reminds you, "You need to be careful, Your Highness." The scene shifts to the gentle moonlight and the sound of conversation filtering through a window, where Guardian is awakened by the noise inside the room. Why me?" He stepped to the window and looked down at the two figures, exclaiming, "The prince, you're back." Suddenly, he smiled contentedly, quietly thinking that the prince has been getting quite close to Damien lately. He watched the two of them move back and forth and thought to himself, "Damien, I used to think you were a stubborn and reckless person, but you've done a good job protecting the prince." I don't know when, but a really good tea tray has appeared in his hand for the prince, who has always been sick and now has a friend he can comfortably play chase with like Damien. Garden just brought the tray of tea down to where they were whispering, thinking he could trust the boy more. The changing sunlight appeared faintly, and the dawn's light shone down on the ice shield that Jay had just summoned. Seeing this action, he was stunned. "What is that?" He continued to watch Damien draw his sword with confusion. Why did he draw his sword? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leapt into the air. He delivered a powerful sword strike onto the shield without mercy, and from this scene, the tray in the owner's hand fell into the air. Garden frantically covers his face and screams, recalling the assassination that happened just a few minutes ago. Jay stands seriously in front of Damien and speaks. "Listen to me carefully." "Yes, Your Highness." At this moment, he looked at the boy with an emotionless face, silently thinking to himself, "You only genuinely want to help the patients. I will follow all your instructions without question." Hearing your sincerity, he joyfully exclaimed, "Really? Can you hit me with the sword?" Hearing this, Damien's face darkened, and he wondered, is he really crazy? "The two of you keep talking loudly in the dark night. I want you to hit me until the ice shield breaks." "You really mean it?" "Yes." Damon Yen fell silent and stunned, speechless because his respect for Jekyll had dropped a grade. Then everything continued as it is now, and his sudden sound inadvertently woke Garden. "Me? Why?" He chuckled happily, watching the friendly conversation between the two without knowing the content. "Are you planning to kill me by accusing me of treason? You have to hit me so I can save Lady Dinrir. That's how we all survive." Then JK pointed at him and asked, "Are you the same?" Then he pointed at me and confidently replied, "I do too." Damien looked at him and silently criticized. "What are you thinking about?" "I thought so. You look annoyed questioning him." "I need a clearer explanation. You've seen what's written about the Eternal Snow, the center position car in the secret vault, right? The year theory. The center position is when the user transmits mana, causing the core of the central part to change mana and form a layer of ice shield. The ice shield will be destroyed when it takes too much damage. The ice shards that fall when it is destroyed are the product of pure mana. They will naturally vanish over time, but avoid touching or recklessly using them. That's right, but what does that have to do with me having to fight you? I will use the ice shard formed from hitting the shield to make medicine. Hearing JK's words, Damien Yen briefly pondered and then suggested, "Just put down the shield so I can hit it." He immediately shook his head and said, "No, you can't." He immediately channels his power, raises the ice shield and says, "Now you see." Then he stops channeling, watches the shield disappear, and painfully continues, "Now you can't see it anymore." Based on the illustration above, I carefully explained to him that to maintain the ice shield, I need to channel mana into it. Damien hesitated and expressed his feelings. "But I want to stay safe. So you want me to destroy the ice shield without hurting you, right?" Seeing that he understood, he happily replied, "Yes, but quickly say no. Your Highness, this could be considered treason." "How could I do that? I would never do such a thing." But his next words left me speechless. I simply cannot accept defeat. Using the number one rule in negotiation, going on the offensive first to win, Dam Yen made her demand. "So you want to be paid for hitting my shield?" "Yes." Then he gently placed his hand on his chest, bowed solemnly, and expressed himself with respect. "Your Highness, I see you as my benefactor. I deeply respect how you care for everyone without asking for anything in return." He listened attentively to every word he said, but this time it was different. "I need to get paid." Hearing these words, JK let out a soft snort as he recalled all the misfortunes in Damien's life. He remembers that young boy and tells himself it was all because of lack of money. Then he thinks about the lonely back and the tattoo of him when he grew up. Then he remembered the times he fought monsters. Jack smirked to himself, thinking that even in the novel, he was very stingy. And while Gadine brought tea to them, they were draping their arms around each other's shoulders, just like what I read. What are you reading? I already knew you were like this, but in real life, you're even more shameless. On the other side of the mountain, the sun begins to peek out. The morning light shines down on the ice shield summoned by Jay. All right, I will pay you 1 day's wages for each strike. After receiving your approval, Damien immediately drew his sword and warned him to pay on time. He swiftly delivered a powerful strike to your shield without mercy.
And from this scene, the tray in the owner's hand falls into the air. Garden panics, covering his face and screaming in rebellion.
In the end, he officially fainted. After that attack, the ground around Damien cracked, but Jekyll's shield remained unmoved. Seeing that, he raised his sword again, ready. It seems that with this amount of strength, he can't destroy it. I'll try again. Seeing this action of yours, he quickly closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and shouted. Seeing your cowardice, he calmly teased. I haven't even swung my sword yet. June tremblingly urged him to hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, Damien struck the shield again. Yes. Then he kept striking the shield non-stop. After a while, he stopped attacking and remained trembling in his defensive stance. He kept raising his sword, wondering if he should strike harder when suddenly Jay angrily shouted, You bastard! You just want to get more money, right? Damien ignored his words. With a determined look, he replied, I will be serious this time, and then charged forward with all his strength, striking the shield fiercely. And this strike caused the shield to crack. Immediately, the shield shattered amidst the cheer of the boy. Gio happily spins around cheering. You did it. You can now live a long, healthy life, a royal life. After a moment of celebration, Lane turns and says, Let's gather the ice veins and go. Suddenly, they noticed Garden fainted in the distance, and it was strange that he was sleeping outside. The scene gradually changed, and JK was now in the kitchen preparing wormwood, aconite, jujube seeds, peony root, licorice root, ginger root, and Chinese cinnamon bark. This is a regular cassava starch soup. Just add the next ingredient like that. Now I will add the ice shards and put this into the circulation loop. After you add the ice, the system will display a notification. Your experience has greatly advanced thanks to a new method and a new skill. The tonic has been unlocked. Level 1 Herbal Decoction skill. The herbal medicine you decoct will be more effective by 10% compared to regular supplements. And through analyzing the ingredients, you can find detailed information about the effects, side effects, and toxins in the tonic. Instantly, a bowl of cold medicine is placed on the table with a system sound. You need to find a new recipe based on traditional tonics. The tonic's made from arrowroot. The system stops the notification. Tim calls out loudly with a happy face. Lord JK, this is the Sand-Day tonic combined with the bandage you requested. The system then reappeared to ask for your opinion, using its skill to analyze the ingredients. Do you want to activate it? Yes or no? JK smirked maliciously and decisively chose yes, of course. A gentle sound rings out and a series of analysis information appears. The herbal supplement made from kudzu vine combined with bandages is described as a dark brown liquid that restores energy and reduces fever. The method is to take it 3 times a day after meals. Note, patients with angina or myocardial infarction should not use it. JK, seeing this information, clenched his fist, secretly pleased. This skill is truly top-notch. I don't need to check the medicine myself anymore. Does it still restore water energy as well? Lady Dinry Jekyll said with full determination and confidence that men can save her now. Thinking that way, he and Damien brought the tonic to another room. Seeing them enter, the person inside hurriedly stood up.
Your Highness, you bring the medicine to inquire about the eldest son of the Dinry family.
How is she? He slightly lowered his head and replied slowly, She is still not well. Hearing that, JK glanced in a certain direction and silently assessed Lady Dinry, noticing her energy was steadily decreasing. This medicine, you scoop a spoonful with your hand, praying silently, hoping it will work. Then you gently feed it to the lady and say, All right, ma'am, drink it. It will be a bit cold. Tasting the medicine, she painfully exclaimed, It's worth it. G chuckled softly and advised, The more bitter the medicine, the more effective it is. After caring for her, he sat down to talk with the Denrier family, and when night fell, he sat by the lady's bed to observe and tend to her ailments. Until the next morning, he continued to the kitchen to make a new batch of medicine. And so, 10 days later, the servants with sparkling, admiring eyes appeared. They looked at your back sitting on the chair and wondered, Is he always like this? He's completely different from the sensitive bastard he used to be. Your Highness, I respect you greatly now. Even Garden does. He clenched his handkerchief tightly, tears streaming down his face. I have always believed in you. Your Highness, they admire you without knowing how terrible your health truly is. Your Highness, Jekyll's face now looks gaunt and exhausted, with no vitality at all. Somehow, I managed to endure, but I'm so exhausted. I diagnosed as a nurse and even prepared the medicine myself. Jake, you have to keep going for the reward that comes with hard work. At this moment, the system displays a congratulatory message. You have successfully used the powdered root of the arrowroot plant to cure the fever and chills. Your dedication to the patient's health is a sign of self-sacrifice. Everyone who witnesses this deeply respects you and praises you. 2 angels. JK immediately appeared, blowing their horns louder than the rewards you received with respect. The effectiveness of the second-level medical fee skill has increased by 1.5 times. Reading this, your eyes widen in surprise. What is it? The reward for the title and the effectiveness of the skill increased by 50%, which means the system continues to notify you accordingly. Lady Denrier's lifespan has increased by 27 years and 3 months. The additional time will be 5.3 days before the title reward disappears. The lifespan reward is 8 days, updating the total to 146 days. Satisfied with the information, Gel smirked even more and quietly thought, great, if everyone around respects me and I smile with dangerous calculations in my mind, I will live even longer. I will make you misunderstand even more. As the scene shifts, the sunset gently shines on the carriage heading towards a mansion. Jay sat on the carriage, glancing outside thoughtfully, thinking that somehow he had overcome this difficulty. But running the clinic alone would become increasingly hard. He looked deep into the forest at the sunset and silently decided he needed a professional nurse. As the wagon wheels rolled on, the rougher ground beneath softened and came to a stop. One by one, they carefully stepped down from the carriage. Lady Denry stood at the door, smiling brightly as she expressed her greetings to those inside. Your Highness, I cannot believe you went so far to bring me back after healing me. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Don't worry, I have already gained countless benefits from it. According to your words, the system displays a notification. The heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver have donated 200 blood to celebrate the successful treatment. The current blood is 1,500. After thinking for a moment, you respond to her. Don't worry about it. Seeing the madam recover is enough for me. Hearing your words, Gardine, the eldest son and the madam of the Dinry family all cover their mouths, tears welling up in their eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Just as they were about to bow, a hurried hand reached out to stop them. Wait a moment. Jill stood firmly at the carriage door and loudly declared, I want to talk to you. The eldest son of the Dinry family looked confused and asked back, What? Me? Hurry and urge him. Get on the carriage first. The luxurious carriage suddenly jolted slightly as the eldest son of the Dinry family, sitting at the driver's seat, called out to the person inside. Your Highness, we will sit and talk like this. Yes, there are things we need to discuss while sitting like this. Stay there and do the same. Jeoneg is a chain of department stores from Korea. And so everything fell into silence until a flock of small birds flew by, and the quiet forest remained still without a sound or a shadow. Dinry's eldest son gently rubbed his shoulder while Jill inside glanced at him. His lord's throat moved slightly as he swallowed nervously. Why isn't he saying anything? Just as he was thinking that, the boy let out a long sigh and kept punching his own shoulder, pretending to complain. Oh my God, I feel sore all over. Hearing that, the eldest son of the Dinry family suddenly felt guilty. Don't say it's JK with that attitude on his face, emphasizing every word. I've spent many days caring for the lady without sleeping. Hearing you say that, he immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, I knew it. After thinking, he carefully made an offer. Your Highness, I am considering compensating you. You didn't know I don't charge for treatment? I would lose patience if I did what I said in the advertisement. But Your Highness, I want to repay you. Hearing his wish, JK beamed with joy and exclaimed, Really? But you're not my patient. I don't take anything from my patients. And of course, he seemed to feel something just shattered and stammered in response. Yes, you are right. Then he took out a stack of documents to review and looked at the information sheet about Dinry's son, asking, Are you a painter? He quickly and honestly replied, I am just an amateur. Then, suddenly, his eyes became determined, and he coldly said, I want you to do some things for me. A few days later, in the bustling Frontera Square, a bald man approached the young boy in front of him. Did you hear that? What? That man revealed shocking information. The prince is looking for servants for the palace. The boy wondered, Why are you telling me this? The man with a shining expression placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I think you're interested in it. You've been unemployed for a year. Hit your weak spot. He angrily retorted, Landlord, why do you care whether I'm unemployed or not? Please don't say anything more. I didn't skip paying the rent. He coldly reached out his hand towards him with a threatening expression. You've already missed 2 times, so he immediately changed his attitude and ran away. I'll go earn money right now. He just ran past, and from somewhere he overheard everything. The person in the cloak clenched the apple in his hand, his face darkening to reveal a crooked tooth, silently lost in thought. The scene shifts to a museum covered with banners, showcasing the eldest son's exhibition from the Dinrier family, as people from the Dinrier territory gradually enter the museum. Inside the museum, the crowd is gathering around a giant painting, while JK claps and congratulates the exhibition's owner. Congratulations on becoming a professional artist. Thank you, Your Majesty. Prince, you look at him confused and wondering. Why do you look so confused? Oh, it's this. He glanced at the picture of Daiki in a handsome suit with the words, I want you, then looked at the painting of the 3 with the name The Trio of Life, hesitating as he said, The god feels like he keeps looking at the painting of the Return of Life with you. Pausing briefly, then looking at Damien wanting to draw his sword at the painting. Sometimes I cry and threaten not knowing why, wanting to cut this painting so badly. and the eldest son of the Dinri family sincerely saying he's being deceived. It's okay. Everyone uses Photoshop these days. Hearing you say that, he found it confusing. What is Photoshop? Then he expressed his curiosity. Sir Prince, do my paintings really help you with advertising? He proudly says, pointing towards the giant painting by Budong. Of course, it will be useful. Damn it, good, very good, wonderful. Bring the nurse here. The viewer's emotions at this moment are confusion and astonishment. I came because I heard it was free and I could get a ticket, but what is this drawing? After a while of chatting, they suddenly noticed a colored paper on the corner platform. That paper announces the arrival of nurses here. On canvas and fabric, you can become one of them, the angels in white. Learn from experience and find happiness in life by becoming a nurse. Plus, you'll be paid by a handsome prince boss. Register now. Hearing about this recruitment, people immediately start to buzz. Hey, I have to tell you the truth. My dream is to become a nurse. What? Because of that recruitment, the nursing registration office was bustling with discussions about the entrance exam. Is the salary really that good? I heard that Luang Moltang can pay for 2 years of rent. Among those people, there are the two from the market earlier. The young boy holding the registration paper sobs and says, Mom, I will become a well-paid nurse and repay you for raising me. The registration form clearly explains all the necessary information. Working hours depend on the prince's health and mood, requiring transfer into the capital. To register, fill out the form and go to the office at Frontier Square for the exam. The information that the person in the black cloak paid attention to is the requirement to transfer into the capital. After reading the instructions, the person in the black cloak tightly grabs the paper and then behind the crowd, he happily laughs a few times. Yen looks at his excited, drooling face and reminds him, Are you so happy, Your Highness? Realizing he might have overdone it, he wiped his saliva away, calmed himself, and replied, Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Gia looked at the bustling crowd and explained to him, If we can attract talented individuals to the palace, we can heal more people. Once again, he spread his arms forward and shouted, Why is that? His voice rang out powerfully as he sang a song. How could I not be happy? Han Huan thought to herself. My lifespan will be extended. Watching this scene, he secretly admired, She is truly amazing and also pays very generously, and then the timeline shifts to 6 days later. The familiar figure in a black cloak swiftly passes by, the bright sunlight shining directly on the banner fluttering in the sky, bringing the nurse here. The crowd has now gathered densely in front of a luxurious mansion's gate, and the person in the black cloak looks up in awe. That person is Annis. She stands proudly with her hands on her hips, eagerly thinking to herself, It's time. As soon as she finished speaking, the host raised a spoon, ready to say something. He shouted loudly, Everyone, please pay attention! He confidently announced loudly that we will begin the first part of the test selection. The people below watch attentively, listening to every word spoken by the prince-organized event. Bring the nurse here for the first part. The host, straining his voice, loudly declares that he will be the one to step forward, bowing low again and repeating loudly, standing confidently on the podium to announce that the cheerleading event is organized and sponsored by the Crown Prince. Nurses, show your skills now. Then he pointed forward and shouted loudly. The first task is to proceed to the interview location. At this moment, there was murmuring and gossip among the crowd. Strange. It feels like I've been hearing this for a week. You've been overthinking. Then the guards ordered the crowd to move inside. Everyone will be divided into 5 groups of 10 for inspection. They provide a detailed map, starting here and moving quickly to the main palace building. Only the first 10 individuals in each group will be interviewed. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the crowd started to panic. What? Wait a minute. So what about the remaining 40 people? The guard replied coldly. Those who don't make it into the top 10 are disqualified. Just as they were complaining ridiculously, you, the host, shouted loudly to make them run for their lives. All right, Team 1, start now. They shouted and ran at full speed past Garden and Jekyll. After counting them one by one, Garden raised his hand to stop someone from behind and coldly declared that those in the back were disqualified. Then he looked at the ones who had passed, panting heavily, and said, All right, but he only pointed to the serious dishes on the table. We will start the next mission right now. The second task is for Guardian to observe the contestants as they begin checking the ingredients and identify which medicinal herb among the 6 on the table. He watched them closely as they continued tasting, still speaking, affected by improper storage. Just as they focused on their task, one person in strange attire suddenly acted oddly. The person in the strange robe suddenly shivered in pain, let out a few cries, and then their cloak fluttered lightly. Unexpectedly, the person in the black cloak fell heavily to the ground, startling everyone. The people around fell silent, standing still and looking at the person on the ground. They briefly felt panic and exchanged glances, wondering if the one who just fell was okay. Why isn't anyone helping? Should I help? But then another thought quickly awakened within them. What am I doing? There's no time left. The test is about to end. Jill has been silently watching them from beside all along. Suddenly, he turned and nodded softly to Garden. Then the sound of light footsteps echoed in the air. Garden approached the contestants and told them to stop. All right. He smiled gently and thanked them. It's nice to see everyone gathered like this. Candidates who pass will be notified the next day. Hearing him say that, they had no choice but to turn around dejected and leave. I can't find that herb. Am I out of the competition? After everyone left, only the person in the black cloak was left lying there. Jay approached them and ordered, "You can get up now." As soon as he finished speaking, the person in the cloak stood up. It's Damien. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and calmly said, "Luckily, I managed to fool them all." He quickly let out a breath and added, he was worried it looked too exaggerated. Hearing that, he scratched his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Then JK immediately demonstrates the scene of pain and falling down for him to see. "Look at this. Act it out, then sit up, wipe the blood, and confidently show off. Doesn't this look more natural? Garden is crying and praising you with a perfect 10. Crown Prince, you really can do anything. Do you want to take an acting class? But in the end, you still chose to ignore it and talk about something else. It's fine either way. Thanks to Damien's performance, I was able to accurately assess them. So what are the results for the remaining 9 candidates?" He quickly replied coldly, "All of them are disqualified." G said sincerely with a serious expression. Nyati always learns quickly, but damn Mian calmly responded, "You mean character is more important than talent? You look at the bright sunshine in the sky in agreement with him." "That's right. That's why they didn't meet the standards, especially the future nurse. Come on, next group." The next group repeats the same act, but no one cares, so no one passes. By the third group, the same as the first 2, no one passed, and the fourth group continued with the same result as the previous 3. No one passed. Seeing this, Jekyll finally collapsed in disbelief. Really? None of them cared about the one who fell? Completely hopeless. You suggest a course of action. Damien took a walk for a while and agreed without hesitation. Alright, at this moment, the scene shifts to Damien and Jekyll quietly strolling around the mansion's garden. Jill is currently nervously biting her nails, thinking, I can't believe there's another candidate. What should I do now? Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting your thoughts. Why is there no one here? Outside the door, a soldier is blocking a stranger because she is not human. Hearing this, Jill looks confused and puzzled. What is he saying? She's not human. The person being stopped is Annis. She angrily puffs her chest and protests. I am human. The guard still firmly insists, no, you're not. This argument makes him angry and roll up his sleeves to scold, you bastard. Why would he say that when we still don't have enough candidates? If she's not human, then what is she? Just as he was about to rush forward, Damien's words made him stop. She is a wolf girl. Jill looked at Annis with a scrutinizing gaze. She's a werewolf, but she doesn't have a tail, he immediately explained. You didn't notice because that loose, baggy pants are hiding it. Following his words, the boy responded with a slight tone. I see, I am a bit of a werewolf. Damien secretly affirmed to himself that even the prince probably has some aversion to werewolves. Suddenly, an image of a wolf in pajamas with shape-shifting abilities appears, followed by a muscular wolf showing off its muscles, and finally a wolf with a keen nose like a dog sniffing a bowl of water. Thinking of that, Jill drooled loudly, looking like the perfect traditional medicine nurse. Seeing him like that, Damien judged that he had nothing to worry about. Returning to the argument between Annis and the guard, she confidently declared, I am also a citizen protected by the imperial law. The guard sneered with contempt, but she lost control and occasionally transformed into a monster. Hearing his teasing, she grits her teeth in anger and says firmly, That's just prejudice. I swear, that won't happen. You look so scary. But right now, is she looking at me with those terrifying beast-like eyes? His words completely angered Annis, who clenched her fists and cursed this dog silently. At this moment, Jell appeared to stop their conversation, saying enough, Your Highness, the prince, and sternly reprimanded the guard, saying, In my recruitment notice for nurses, didn't it state that anyone living in the capital could apply? Yes, even though she is a wolf girl, isn't she still a citizen of the capital? It's my fault, Your Highness. He immediately turned to Annis and reminded her, The one who should apologize is not me, but her. Then JK placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly to apologize to her. On behalf of myself, I apologize for this soldier's disrespectful behavior. She bows politely and introduces herself, saying, I am Annis, daughter of Hane, and I am honored to meet you, Prince. And then he continued to ask her, So you want to participate in the test? Yes, Your Majesty. Having received her answer, he happily turned around and clapped. All right, then let's start right now. Seeing Jay like that, is she confused or something? Suddenly, he turned around and asked seriously, Since she's a wolf girl, her stamina should be pretty good, right? But I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. He pointed to the soldier who had just argued with Annis and said, So if she beats that soldier in the race, I'll consider her to have passed the first test. The scene shifts to a small fountain in the courtyard. Jell points to the fountain and says to them, About 400 meters from here to the fountain, whoever runs there and back first will be the winner, okay? As soon as you finished speaking, Annis enthusiastically took off her cloak and shouted, Understood! You better get ready quickly. Yes, after a series of cold metallic sounds, the soldier was left only in his shorts, ready to finish. Both competitors, Annis and the guard, are ready for the race. The guard frowns and clenches his teeth alongside Annis's determined gaze. Both of them believed they would win decisively. Jay gently waved the flag in his hand and shouted loudly, All right, get ready. The gate guard narrows his eyes and grits his teeth as he stares ahead. Anis also gazed ahead with a determined look. Immediately, Gel sharply waved the flag down and shouted the command to run. As soon as you finished speaking, Anis charged forward like a flash, catching the guard off guard. With her strength, she completely outpaced the guard by a wide margin. He watched this scene with admiration and exclaimed, "Look at that speed as she takes long strides rushing forward." She kept running until she was just a short distance from the small fountain when suddenly Anis stomped her foot and leapt straight off the ground. Her hand reached out and lightly touched the column on the fountain. She tightly grasped the pillar, gently spun around in the air, then landed on the ground. As soon as she touched down, she immediately got up and continued running forward. At that moment, the gatekeeper ran over, saw her turn back, and immediately looked stunned. Without thinking much, he took a deep breath and tried to dash past her. At this moment, Anis subtly glances at him, silently assessing. Too slow, I will win. At the same time as her thoughts, she saw the terrible expression on the guard's face. He furrowed his brows, sweat pouring down as he angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Suddenly, his ankle twisted to the side and turned red. Huh? Then he immediately fell to the ground and rolled a few times, followed by a scream that caught Anis's attention. She turned around and saw the guard groaning in pain, wondering if he had a dislocated shoulder. Her running speed seemed to slow down. She paused for a moment in silence, not making a sound. After a while of quiet, Anis clenched her teeth in frustration. Immediately, she stomped her foot to stop and shouted, "Damn it!" She quickly turned around and ran back just as she was about to reach the finish line. She charged forward with unstoppable force, shouting in regret, "Damn it, I just wanted an overwhelming victory." That's life. Her action caught Gel's attention as he watched closely. Anis sprinted at full speed towards the fallen guard, startling him. Without saying much, she grips his shoulders and arms, causing him to panic. What is she doing? Her voice was full of a terrifying threat, telling him to shut up and stay still. Then came a small movement, and the sound of bones cracking. Her action made the gatekeeper scream in pain. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared to rescue the stunned guard. "Very well, that's enough," Jay confidently declares, holding out a stylish heart-shaped necklace. She was hired. The scene now shifts from outside to inside the office. He pushed a stack of documents forward that contained the instructions. This is the employment contract. Please read carefully. Anis picks up the stack of papers to examine, thoughtfully sighing. It seems quite complicated. You immediately laugh and cheer her up. There's no need to worry. Just take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Seeing you like that, Garden and Damien behind quietly whispered to each other. Suddenly, he transformed into a middle-aged old man like me. He is definitely more mature than his age. While Anis was focused on the documents, he quietly observed and assessed her. Gel nodded in satisfaction and commented, "She is very impressive physically and also very wise. Truly perfect." But I saw it. I briefly remembered the moment just now and felt a chill. She smiled as she adjusted his shoulder joint, snapping out of her memory. The boy just chuckled with delight, causing his shoulders to shake, making the two behind him confused. Although I helped her, she did it in a really painful way. There are many difficult patients out there. They probably won't be happy. Suddenly, he looked up at the sunset sky and sighed. But unfortunately, he wished there were more people like her. After reading the contract, Anis gently placed it on the table. He smiles happily and leans in to ask her, "How's the contract?" She replied calmly and slowly, "That's good." But her deep gaze made her make a request. "I want to add a few additional clauses." Hearing her say that, he sweat nervously and asked, "So why?" "What are they?" Anis slowly spoke, saying each word. "Actually, I am." And what she said next left Jill stunned, revealing herself as the leader of a tribe of about 50 people. As she finished speaking, his eyes lit up with a greedy sparkle as he repeated, "Huh? Are there really 50 people like you?" He immediately flew over to her, massaging her shoulders to please her. If only she had said that earlier. In his mind, he was imagining a pack of wolves thinking to themselves who could resist having 50 S-class nurses. Anis then continued to suggest to you, "So please let them also take the nurse exam." Gel nodded silently in agreement, contemplating privately. "Come here with me." Rank S didn't stop there. She continued to ask, making you hesitate and kindly requesting to resolve the congenital issues of our tribe. Hearing that, you wonder and ask, "What do you mean by congenital issue? Are you girls out of food? If not, what is it?" Anis immediately remembered and explained that our tribe had encountered many awkward situations in society because of that issue. She thought about the dangling things behind and said that they were our tails. Her eyes widened in surprise and she exclaimed, "A tail?" She imagines a wolf dog with a struggling wagging tail complaining because our tails move on their own. Your simple mind still finds it hard to understand, so you ask if that's a bad thing. At this moment, Anis lowers her head sadly and responds, "It's because we can't hide our emotions." When I think about their tail movements showing their feelings, I suddenly realize something and quietly say, that's why they often become targets of the firestorm. So that's why you wear loose clothes to hide your tail, right? Anis gently rubbed her hands together and replied, "Yes. But even so, our tails are too strong and we can't hide them when we're excited." He immediately asked a few questions. "Even if you tie the tail to your leg?" She shook her head and replied, "It will find a way to escape on its own." Suddenly, the tail seemed to have a mind of its own and scolded, "Hey, I like doing what I want. Mind your own business first." Seeing this, Jakeo exclaimed in panic, "Is it a conscious muscle?" Then he asked in a different way, "So what about cutting it off?" And as quickly explained to him, "We tried that, but it would be difficult for us to walk normally. Living normally without a tail is impossible. Besides, she also revealed that it will grow back on its own within a month." Suddenly, he remembered the strange image of the demon-like figure and laughed loudly. But then his attitude quickly changed, becoming silent. Gel trembled slightly, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute, do they want me to solve this problem?" A fleeting vague thought crossed his mind, and it was the only way he could get S-rank nurses. Garden and Damien stood beside him, watching him with helpless despair, lamenting, "I've never tried to heal a tail before." JK's face looked serious as he grimaced and exclaimed that he couldn't think of any solution. Gel stepped closer to Anis, standing beside her, and asked, "What if I become a security guard for you?" Anis was confused. "What do you mean?" According to JKL, a picture of the wolf tribe with its distinctive emblem appears, saying, "That means I will use my status and authority to support your tribe." Hearing this, she immediately raised her hand to refuse. Anis said, "I appreciate the offer, but I must decline." She shook her head, looking helpless, and said, "Because that can't solve my core problem." In the room, Anis's determined voice still echoed. "If something happens to you or you change your mind, wouldn't we still be the same or even worse?" She looked up at JK and said, "I didn't come here to get a temporary solution." Hearing her words made Anis reconsider. Jill sighed. She wants to find a solution to the core problem, right? Having grasped what she wanted, she replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He sighed and said, "All right then." Hearing JK agree, Anis became excited and asked, "So you will help us?" He said, "I have no other choice left." She asked, "Have you thought of a way yet?" "Actually, you haven't said it yet, so now I'll start looking for a way." Anis looked at JK with admiration, silently thinking, "He is truly honest." Watching him constantly lost in passionate thought, what should I do? So she quietly judged that if he was the kind to only make empty promises, she would be truly disappointed. Anis stood up and said, "I will leave and wait for your contact." Jill replied, "Okay, don't go anywhere else. Just stay in the palace and wait for me." The door closed behind Anis as he left, and suddenly the room fell into complete silence. Despite his calm exterior, inside he was screaming nonstop. "They are too talented for me to refuse. I need to do it. I didn't expect there would be a team of 50 top nurses after all. But since they can't cure that tail, they won't work for me." Jay lies back on the sofa, swinging his arms and stomping on the seat. Inside, his thoughts kept flowing. Wait, what should I do with that conscious tail of mine? Jay clenched his teeth and snorted in annoyance. His face suddenly turned pale and quickly became gaunt. He sat on the chair in the library, holding a book with a very exhausted face. Jay silently thought he had searched everywhere but still couldn't come up with anything. Garden suddenly shouted, using the level 1 prince's scream skill, and hearing his scream made him startle and nearly jump out of his skin. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Garden stood up straight and said, "No." "So what? Is something wrong with you?" Garden's face looked serious as he said, "If you frown too much and let your anger build up, you will get many illnesses." He sat calmly, patting his chest, and said, "If you keep threatening me like that, I might really get sick. I could develop a heart condition." He looked up and said, "No, Your Highness. What right do you have to decide whether I get that disease or not?" Garden's ear points to the middle of his forehead and says, "If you frown too much, it will leave wrinkles." He carefully said, "If wrinkles appear, you won't be able to erase them. So maybe you should stop frowning." "Are you that indifferent?" A mysterious smile appeared on JK's face. Looking at the shelf full of books, I silently thought, is he trying to make me look better? Clearly, he is. At the same time, I feel both ashamed and grateful. A shining message appears in JK's mind. He's truly kind. He shrugs and casually says, "It's okay. What if I had wrinkles? I just need to use filler and Botox." Gaiden, not understanding, asked, "Sorry, what are filler and Botox?" "I only know that they are very effective at helping to erase wrinkles." Something in that statement made Gel's eyes widen in surprise, and he thought, wait. In his mind, countless tiny viruses appeared, thinking of Botox, the full original name of Botox. In JK's mind, countless thoughts unfold. Among all the poisons known to humans, they are the most potent paralytic toxins. The image of a wolf's tail appears, and you continue your judgment. The muscles in the wolf's tail can move on their own, and I will make those muscles paralyze. And Kuzman appears as a cunning figure in GL's imagination, just as I happen to have the poison to use. His face remains bright and cheerful with a curved smile. Bending down, I whisper, "Gaiden, I need Kuzman's poison. You stored it in the secret warehouse, right?" He replied, "Yes." His joy and excitement became even clearer as he said, "Bring it to me and take me to Anis's room." In another room, Anis was doing push-ups when suddenly something caught her attention. She opened the door and saw JK and Garden standing there. She asked, "Why are you here at this hour?" He pushes Anis's shoulders into the room and says, "The condition you asked for, I think I've found a solution. Let's go." JK's mind was gloomy as he thought, "There are two things I need to find out first. The first is the location to perform the method." His hand behind his back radiates a white aura as he feels the interconnected acupoints from the brain throughout the body and thinks to himself, yes, I see it. Looking at Anis's brain, Zekiel sensed immediately that the internal energy flow in her body was completely different from that of a human. Observing the shoulder acupoints, he silently judged that beyond the position of the Ren Mai, it was entirely different from his initial hypothesis. The acupuncture points on Anis's lower abdomen down to Gel's leg, as well as the strong and due meridian points on her hips, are farther apart than in humans. Staring intently at the different blood vessels, he makes another judgment. And in the middle is something humans don't have, a blood vessel leading straight to the tail. Gio's eyes furrow with a serious expression. I will stop saying anything from now on. In summary, she is similar to humans in most important aspects.
You cross your arms and ask, can you turn into a wolf now? Anis looks surprised and turns back to ask,
Excuse me? Gel's voice echoes in the room. Because her acupuncture points will change when she transforms, we need to check and find out where they are. She falls silent, lost in thought. Anis stands there motionless for a moment. After some consideration, a wolf ear appeared on top of Anis's head, and her feet were also expanding with sharp claws. After transforming, Anis has become a giant wolf man with a fierce appearance, sharp teeth, and claws. Seeing this form of Anis, Jay says, I thought she would become bigger. She looks like a black wolf, and she seems confused when she hears you say that. Yes. Feeling shy, she instead cheerfully explained, That's the name of the dog I used to raise. Your explanation makes Anis growl in anger. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Jill was surprised and curious. Can't she speak because her mouth structure has changed? Holding Anis's hand, he cheerfully said, Which hand? Seeing JK treat her like his pet made her uncomfortable and growl. Realizing he might have gone too far, Jay raised both hands in surrender and apologized repeatedly, then pointed his hand like a gun at Anis and said, She was happily rolling on the ground with joy at this moment. Garden looked at the two of them with a tender gaze. Anis's growl echoed again in the room, and noticing her anger, Jell hurriedly apologized. Does it really work? He cheerfully continued, feeling pleased. Sorry, let's start the check. Jake Kell sits in the study room, lost in thought. He thought he had completed the first task of finding a place to carry out the method, but the second task was quite complicated. Staring at the wooden box filled with countless vials, I wonder how much of the paralyzing poison to use. It's the most important question. Glaring at a single pill in my hand, I continue to think about identifying its ingredients to determine the exact amount of poison I need for her tail. Suddenly, an image of Koosman appeared in Jell's mind. He wondered if he should ask Koosman about it. Jay's thoughts immediately get dismissed. No, I can't believe him. Put the pill into your mouth? You secretly think maybe you should try eating it, store it in your protective mana circle, and check. The system suddenly flashes a red alert from the internal organs. Is your heart going crazy? Lungs, are you crazy? Really? Fake intestines, are you crazy? Liver, are you crazy? Inside the organs, they are hugging each other in a circle with a flickering light. They huddle together with different expressions, and the heart, looking incredulous, asks, Did he really just eat poison? Gan asked with a look of utter boredom. So who will detoxify it? Gut Gia still couldn't believe and asked. Does he really want to test it himself? Gan angrily said loudly. I'm right here. Why not summon a monster and have it eat the poison? Receiving the blame from you, Jekyll's mind conjured the image of the little spike-tailed kid and said, Do you want to try poisoning with a cute little summoned monster? Are you guys going a bit too far? The organs, hearing this, angrily scold through the notification board. You're planning to test the poison on yourself. Do you think that's going too far? Liver angrily shouted, There are specialized summoned beasts for analyzing materials, even toxins. Hearing this, Daykeel was surprised, and a mysterious creature appeared in his mind as he thought, What? Is there a spirit beast specialized in analyzing materials? The system notification from the liver department appears, and he cheerfully says, Yes, I encountered it while in the system's waiting room. I don't understand, though, what the system's waiting room is. A series of tubes with transparent glass caps, each containing different objects, appear as Gan describes. The name says it all. It's a waiting room. I have to sleep there until I wake up. The heart, lungs, colon, everyone hears the system's response from the liver and understands, then speaks. So, are the other organs also sleeping? The system notification screen displays Gan's response. Of course, the other organs waiting to be summoned are the same. You rest your chin on your hand, pondering and asking, What is that system? The system's voice echoes, conveying Gan's response. Don't ask me anymore. Even if I knew everything, I still couldn't tell you. The notification panel turns red with a chain and lock icon indicating high security, displaying the words that state it is the rule. The disclosure of information is also restricted. A plea from JKEL appears on the notification board. Then, can you just tell me the features? Because I will have to go through gotcha with Gum again. Your whining annoys Gan, who irritably twitches his ear and responds, not fond of it. Unable to get any more information from you, JK said honestly. To provoke you, Gan sent a picture of you and other parts through the system notification with the message. The organ transfer is very happy with the current situation, and then Gan also laughs loudly with satisfaction. Fuming with clenched teeth, he stood up and looked at the emerging system panel while JK raised his fist and shouted, "If you like, just stay silent. I'll make you so sick you'll vomit gas. So I will make you all confess." The system display shows the heart and large intestine joining the conversation. The heart laughed loudly and said, "What are you doing?" The large intestine also joined in teasing. "Are you holding your breath?" Because he pinched his nose tightly, Jekyll's breathing became difficult, causing his face to turn bright red. Meanwhile, the lungs on the internal organ side stood there, pale and trembling, crying out, "Lungs, lungs." The heart standing nearby feels and says, "Huh? What? I don't have enough oxygen." Seeing the other organs acting abnormally, the liver and large intestine show worried expressions. The system, sensing the danger, immediately issues a warning. The internal organs are panicking due to your actions. The lungs are now exhausted, their faces turning pale, and they struggle to touch their throats and gasp, "Lungs, lungs." Finally, the lungs collapse onto the ground, and the heart nearby, also weakened and pale, kneels down on the floor. Given the current situation, the liver and large intestine are full of anger and shouting loudly, "The lungs are about to die, you idiot." Then, the system displays a notification. Okay. The characteristic of the spirit beast that can analyze data is a dazzling light that illuminates the room. The treasure chest opens, and Bob Book with its transparent outer layer rushes out, shouting. Watching B-Boa circle in front of JK, he says in surprise, "Goldfish?" Gel calls it. Hearing you call, it immediately turns its attention and responds. "Boo!" Gel looks at Bob Book with a terrifyingly greedy gaze. "From now on, let's get along peacefully." Seeing that expression of yours, it was so frightened that it trembled and cried out. "Boo-boo!" Bo greets happily when meeting the little spiked tail kid. The little spiky tail kid happily shakes hands with it, and Gum J cheerfully crosses his arms, looking down at the table where Bebo, Bob Book, and the spiky tail kid are playing. Open the wooden box and pick up a pill. Holding the pill in front of Bob Book, I ask, "Do you want to eat this by Bob Book?" "It tastes really good." It looked at the pill and exclaimed, "The system notification appears to be a scolding from the internal organs. You're truly heartless. I wonder who it looks like." JK silently thought that Bob Book's ability was to turn the liquid inside the pill into Bob Book's mouth. He still had thoughts racing in his mind as it ate something. The system displayed a notification. The immortal goldfish. Bob Book only used a little bit of his skill. Level 1. After drinking the liquid from the pill, Bob Book's face turned pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Trembling, it shouted, "You lied, you bastard." It cried out and collapsed onto the table, making Go a bit surprised and scared. Bebo Buck secretly thought he was going to die. Seeing it like that, JK felt a bit nervous, thinking it was about to happen, but suddenly Bob Book opened his bright round eyes. The system displays a notification that the immortal goldfish has been summoned. Bob Book has used a level 1 resurrection skill. It took its hand and tore out a red one. He silently thought of resurrection. Bebo didn't stop and used its tiny hand to tear out a fang. Feeling sad and upset, it used the fang to write what just happened on a red-colored item. Bebo J looked and evaluated, then wrote in the diary. He sighed and said, "Sorry." Looking at what it wrote on that heart-shaped note, Gel silently thought that Bob Book recorded everything it ate in a journal, with the average lethal dose of the ingredients. Holding the colored paper it just wrote on, he silently thought about all the characteristics of what it ate, as if stalking others, and this was truly a very potent poison that could reduce the effectiveness of the Botox. Jay's face lit up as long lines of text flashed through his mind. Good. Now I can accurately determine the amount of medicine needed with the anesthetic tail. Gel opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Garden." He quickly appeared in an instant, standing very solemnly and saying, "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing how fast he appeared, I doubted and asked, "Where did you come from?" Garden exclaimed in surprise. Another spirit beast, GL's words changed completely, making his nose seem 10 centimeters longer. "You said, 'It searched for me all night, so I must be famous.'" Hearing Gel boast like that, he could only force a dull smile. Seeing Garden's expression like that, he wondered why he was laughing. Then Garden's voice echoed in the room. "He reminds me of a great figure mentioned in history books." When Gel heard this, he became curious. A great figure, noticing your curiosity, Garden then said, "Yes, sir, that is Lord Loy Frontera." According to his account, GL then imagined a large statue holding a scepter. You ask, the master of lighting design living in the Empire when he was still a king? Hearing Gel ask, he replied, "Yes, I remember history mentioning that he had 5 spiritual beasts." You wonder, is he really that talented? Gaiden says, "After all, he is the one who built the foundation of this great empire. I heard he's very famous on Friday." What does that mean? GL suddenly interrupted and ordered, "Forget it, bring Manus here to me." Garden hurriedly turned away and said, "Yes, Your Highness." From a palace door, looking up at the vast, beautiful blue sky, Annis followed behind him, silently wondering if he could truly heal. "It's been less than a day." Turning to Annis, Garden said, "You seem quite worried." His sudden return caught her off guard. Garden politely smiled and said, "You look very worried." Annis cautiously asked, "Do you really think that because you saw my tail?" Hearing her question, he was surprised. "Oh, that." Garden slightly bows his head, scratches his neck, and says, "I apologize." Anis's face shows a gentle, helpless smile as she waves her hand and says, "It's okay. I'm used to it. We haven't officially introduced ourselves yet." Garden shook hands with Anis and said, "I am the Crown Prince's chief doctor. My name is Piero Garden." She also cheerfully replied, "I am Agnes, heir of the Robo tribe and daughter of Jacinto." He politely gestured and said, "Anis, may I give you some advice?" Anis nodded and replied, "Yes. I hope you won't be surprised no matter what the prince's treatment method is." "What do you mean?" Standing in front of the slightly open door with warm light spilling out, Garden said, "When he mentioned the treatment to you, I thought you would think he was crazy." Anis whispered to herself, wondering what the method could be. Inside the room, Jiel sat on a chair beside the bed, smiling as she said, "You're here." He stood up, politely gestured for her to sit, and said, Come in, have a seat." Annie sat on the bed and asked, "Are you really able to find a cure in just one day?" "Sit down confidently, Jelly, and say, 'Of course, just trust me.'" She looked surprised and asked, "Can you tell me what the treatment method is first?" He said quite casually, "You seem a bit worried." "Well then, for beginners," Jiel, calmly holding a needle, said, "I will use this needle to poke your tail countless times." Hearing this, Anis instinctively froze and screamed internally. "What?" The other hand of JK raised a pill and said, "I will inject poison into your body. What do you think? Cool, right?" Behind a group of servants who cheered enthusiastically, clapping continuously in response to JK's words, she was secretly cursing that damn monkey inside. Anis's confused and pleading gaze toward Garden is met with a response from him, a face with shining eyes conveying a message. "Tell His Highness to go. Nothing different from the servants over there." They all nodded with the message. "Yes." Gideon also smiles and sends a message to Anis. "Trust me." The scene before her caused her to panic, realizing that the prince was not the only crazy person here, but everyone else as well. In Anis's room, she sat holding her head, with the line of servants on one side and Jekyll facing her. She sat down, propping her head with one hand, carefully feeling everything. Jiel confidently said, "Don't worry. Don't be too anxious, just trust me." She glanced at him, thinking that his expression was really untrustworthy, but she still had to try. Anita's Tram-Mac thought that if the Crown Prince succeeded, her tribe might be freed from this cursed tale. "My will is firm. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to try," Anis said. "All right, I trust you." With a confident snap of his fingers, JK said, "Good, first." Suddenly, the servants brought out a large white cloth with a round hole, surprising her. The two maids gradually approached Anis, causing her to open her eyes wide in surprise. After a moment, Anis was neatly lying on the bed, covered with a white cloth that revealed her tail. Jel stood silently to one side, raised her hand facing him, turned around and said, "Everything is ready. Let's proceed." The servants watched each of Jekyll's actions with admiration or envy. His hand is placed near Anis's tail. Jay channels a blue energy, and then a heart gradually appears in front of his chest. The energy transfer just now allowed JK to perceive and imagine Anis's body in its entirety, making him secretly marvel at how truly brilliant the Astrahan core technique is. JK stands among the intersecting lines, silently thinking that it is proof of the existence of acupoints, no matter how many thousands of years of experience and accumulated knowledge there are. Even with modern medical equipment, no one has yet verified the existence of acupoints. I always feel quite uncertain about this when studying traditional medicine. Touching a shining point, Jiel thought to himself that although he believed, he couldn't verify it. Now, it's different. He could not only confirm, but also see the acupoints. He opened a pair of gloves filled with many needles and thought he shouldn't delay any longer. He took a needle and stabbed it directly into a shining point, starting with the Xuanji acupoint, 1.5 centimeters deep. At the same time, the system activates the split function in slot 1. The hand holding the needle receives the system's notification. 0.01 milliliters of muscle paralysis toxin contained in this cell has been released. Feeling the needle prick, Anis shivered, while JK observed the intricate network before his eyes and thought about the next move. Next are the Mingmen point at a depth of 2.1 centimeters and the Yaoyang Guan point at a depth of 2.4 centimeters. His arm moves smoothly, forming a beam of light that travels along the spine and directly to the tail. The meridian at the Xuanhuan point has been unblocked. Now the demonic energy can flow along the spine. Holding the needle in hand, I stare intently at a point, observing and contemplating. Her tail can no longer move. Now it's time for the most important part. Just heating up the tail isn't enough. I also need to make sure it never recovers. As JK's thoughts finished, Anis's tail moved again, rubbing against his face. Jiel silently wondered why the tail had already recovered. Its healing ability is truly powerful. His eyes hardened with quiet determination. It's okay. It's still part of my plan. JK's speed is getting faster and faster across the dense network of acupoints, stabbing into a bright spot as a stream of thoughts flows non-stop. It's time to speed up. The love point. And finally, a tense face with clenched teeth as the needle pierces the back of Anis's neck. The brain acupoint doesn't feel the needle piercing the back of her neck, leaving her puzzled and uncomfortable. What's going on? Did this guy just poke a needle into my neck? I asked someone to fix my tail, so why is it up to my head now? A surge of electricity passes through, interrupting Anis's thoughts and surprising her. Suddenly, her tail begins to tremble. After a while, her tail lost strength and fell down. Anis's toes touched the ground, and seeing this scene, Gel was overjoyed, raising both arms to the sky and shouting, "It's a success." He steps closer to Anis's neck, pulls out the needle from the back of her head, and says, "It's done. Now try it out." He steps both feet onto the ground, and Anis asks suspiciously, "It's really done," Gel replied confidently. "Yes, it worked." She looked puzzled and full of doubt, wondering silently, "Could it be that it's so fast I haven't had time to understand anything yet?" Hearing Gel's question, Anis finally paid attention and looked at her tail, her face unconsciously showing surprise. Inside Anis's mind, many questions are swirling. I am feeling worried. My tail should have curled up, but it didn't move at all. She looked up and asked you, "What's going on?" Jay immediately explained that I paralyzed her tail and then tricked the nerves in her body. "Your little toe," I redirected the nerves in your tail down there. "So her little finger will become a tail that moves with her emotions." The servant standing to the side clapped in response, while the nervous wires excitedly spread their arms and pointed at her, saying, "Wow, she has a tail now. That's so amazing." She sat silently to one side, her lips pressed together, until suddenly tears streamed down her face, and she wiped away the tears with her hand. He watched her shed those tears. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought from now on, the suffering and shame endured by the wolf tribe would soon come to an end. Anis wiped away the tears on her face and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Well, just saying thank you isn't enough. I've done my part. Now it's your turn." You hold a stack of papers and say, "Remember our special agreement? You promised to lead your tribe here if I could treat that tail." Jay happily and excitedly picks up a pen and says, "Come on, sign here now." Seeing his actions, Anis felt helpless and silently thought that this prince truly was extraordinary. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed throughout the palace. Inside the palace, Jekyll's hearty laughter echoes. He stands with his arms crossed, smiling broadly with joy. Garden saw JK like that and asked, "Your Highness, are you so happy?" He turned to look at him and said, "Of course." Jill stood with his arms crossed, observing the room filled with many beds and bustling nurses, doctors, and patients. He silently thought that there were already 50 S-rank nurses, with JK's proud face and a smile curved like a wolf's fang. He looked at a nearby bed where Anise was carefully taking notes, thinking to himself that they had basic nursing and first aid skills and had completed a professional nursing course. Each nurse appearing at work is highly skilled. Jay silently thinks they know the differences between types of medicinal ingredients, how to store and handle them, how to prepare nourishing soups, and how to bandage wounds. The other nurses are discussing their tasks. They have completed all the necessary training to run a treatment room. A nurse approaches and reports, "Your Highness, we have finalized the new shift schedule." Seeing the progress of the work going perfectly, JK appears with a satisfied smile. He silently evaluates. Good, good. Remembering the medical examination chain, JK thought to himself that now the traditional medicine clinic on the edge of the palace could operate 24/7. The wolf people's tails have been replaced with their pinky toes. Jay thinks everyone seems to have gotten used to his new tail and smiles smugly. Currently, all you have in your mind is the word perfect. A system notification appears, informing you that you have completed the minor surgery to disable Anis's tail and 50 wolves.
A different notification appears because this trick doesn't extend lifespan, and spending money on secondary treatment won't activate. The system congratulates JKL, saying your organs are giving you a round of applause for doing the unbelievable.
Below the notification is an image showing the support of your internal organs. Who would have thought you're so brave? Someone's shirt collar appears with a slight tremor. The system announces that the earth element member among your organs has awakened due to the noise above. This notification leaves JK stunned, with a pair of bright, wide, and beautiful eyes opening wide. The system notification sounds, your stomach has opened its eyes. The chubby stomach appears and introduces itself. "I am your stomach. I want lots of delicious food." The rolled pork on the skewer. Hearing the introduction, Jay silently thought, the little stomach is quite cute too. The chubby stomach of the stomach appears with a childish voice. Sweet and sour stir-fried. The boy raises both hands above his head excitedly and happily says, "Fried chicken, pizza, I want to eat everything." The stomach fussily shouted, "I feel dizzy. Bring it up quickly." Jill looked at the fussing him through the system notification screen with helplessness. What's wrong with this guy? There's no such thing as this in this world. The system notification shows an image of my stomach acting spoiled and begging. I want Kimbap to put a big toe box sauce. You see, even the stomach's pleas make it uncontrollable and drool. Jay thinks to himself. I want to eat too, I thought to myself as I looked over at the nurses working hard. But we can't do anything. Hold back a little, okay? The system displays a message from the stomach. All right, so what about sweets? Jill popped a candy into his mouth, secretly thinking, does this guy have the taste buds of an elementary school kid? A notification appears showing an image of the stomach holding and licking the candy, with the words happy belly and the sweet taste of its birthday bringing you 300 health points. The system notification continues to display heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver. Congratulations on the birth of the newest organ, granting you 700 health. Current blood is 1,000. The images of the internal organs appear in your mind in a super cool way. That means the current organs can now provide more advice, so I will suffer less from my stomach issues. The system displays a shiny notification. Thanks to the precise control during the tail amputation surgery, your Astrahan core method has been upgraded. The Astrahan core method has leveled up. The heart is nestled between two intertwined rings. A notification appears. Astrahan core technique, phase 1 level 3, mana increased by 150%. The two rings around the heart glow and expand. The system notification indicates the mana ring's storage space has increased. Jay thought to himself that it was like a small water balloon expanding inside his chest. His face was full of joy. Jay clenched his fist and thought, I've already received this much blood reward so early in the morning. A faint voice rang out. Sir, Prince, a male nurse pointed and said. The patient in Zone 6 seems strange, Jay asks. What's strange about it? The male nurse continued. His body odor seems unusual and he looks like he's about to get a fever. I hurriedly step forward and say, let's go check together. Jill quietly thought that whatever it was, the foundation of the traditional medicine clinic now seemed more reliable. Our clinic will now become a stable place. Pavang sat at his desk typing quickly with both hands and said, If you use this much this month, Your Excellency Pav's chief steward. Pav, pushing the abacus aside, asked himself if he had miscalculated. Then, grabbing the book to examine it closely, he said, No way, as his trembling hands caused the book to shake. The book was slammed down forcefully, and he shouted with a face like the sky was collapsing. Pav's hand trembled. We're doomed. His legs hurriedly ran away. Pav pushed the door open and said, Your Highness? Jill, surprised, turned to Garden and said, She was so startled. What's going on? Garden, you stay here. Please continue. About what's going on? Do you feel unwell? He bends down, panting. I have an urgent matter to report. Please forgive this impiety from the deity. Jay looked puzzled and curious. What's going on? Bav leaned in close to your face and whispered, Your Highness, the budget for the palace staff is actually running out. The last part of his sentence made J.K.'s face turn pale with shock. They're running out soon. You stand up suddenly, slam your hands on the table, and shout, Auntie, are we out of money? But I am the crown prince. J.K.'s face tightened as he thought to himself, This is bad. If we run out of money, we won't be able to do anything and definitely can't keep the traditional medicine clinic going. My long-held dream of living a royal life will also shatter. Why have we run out? That was because he cut the budget for Kufeng's operation last fall. At that moment, I secretly thought it was because JKEL said those harsh words to himself. That crazy idiot, this damn fool. Pop thought to himself, does he really not remember? They moved to the sofa and sat down to talk properly. He said, I thought it was because you wouldn't have much longer to live. That made me think a lot. In the room, your voice echoed. Do you mean I have chosen to give up? Bot replied, Yes, I think you have your own reasons for doing so. Back then, the palace didn't have as much budget as now. Hearing that, JK deflated and said, I'm doomed. But your highness, you look healthier this year than last year. I think you should be happy about that. The boy, feeling discouraged, slowly let himself fall to the ground and said, No way, not happy at all. Seeing JK like that, he felt helpless. The boy, discouraged, closed his eyes and said, How can I be happy when I'm out of money? Everything always comes back to money, huh? Lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, Jill thought, Adria Magentano, you really want to play like this? Huh? Why did you do this to me? Jill imagined lying properly on the bed, his mind constantly flooded with thoughts. Sighing, well, maybe I can't really sympathize with Jekyll, and complaining won't solve anything either. He suddenly sat up and said, Isn't it true that this year we can request additional operating funds for the palace? Pav's response was like an invisible dagger stabbing straight into Jekyll's last hope. It's not allowed. Sitting with his legs crossed and looking very forlorn, he said, If we don't have money, we'll have to close the traditional medicine clinic and I will die. The prince wondered, Your Highness, how is closing the traditional medicine clinic related to your death? When there was no answer, he simply asked if we couldn't request more funds. In the room, the dialogue between Jekyll and Pav echoes. He says, No, you can't. That would break the Empire's law. The budget can only be requested at the end of the previous year. According to Pav's words, the image of the Emperor appears. He says the only person who won't be bound by the rules and can do something is the Emperor. Hearing that, Jill became excited again. His hand clenched into a fist as he spoke. All right, Jill added. Then I will ask my father for a ride. Without delay, I quickly drove the carriage like a gust of wind. The carriage sped back swiftly, carrying the news that the Emperor would not help. Hearing the news, Jay looked exhausted and appeared completely disheartened, losing all vitality. Glancing at the glass and plate on the table, he silently thought he couldn't let the clinic close down because of money. JK's face changes with determination in his eyes. I won't let money stand in my way again. Then this is the only way. The boy looked at him and asked Bav, Do you have a list of the palace's assets? He replied, Of course I do. Jill excitedly said, Good, bring it here to me. Bob asked with curiosity. Excuse me, why is that? The expression on his face turned eerie and terrifying as he said, I will sell them all. The exhibition room is filled with countless beautiful and dignified paintings and sculptures. Jay exclaimed about the stone paintings and statues, then looked away at the arranged dining utensils. Arrange them neatly. You say, sell all the gold and silver utensils. Hearing JKEL's arrangement, Pav tears up and gently touches the paintings, saying, "Oh my love, I have taken good care of you all." He turned to persuade the prince, "Please think it over again." "No, I will not change my mind." Unable to persuade you, Pav turned away, crying bitterly and saying, "I hate you." A few days later in JK's office, JKL said seriously, "All right, listen up." In the room, his voice still echoed, "I have sold the luxury and unnecessary things for us. But this is only a temporary plan." Damien asked, "Have you prepared the next step?" He firmly said, "Yes, this temporary method will help us breathe a little easier. If we cannot establish a stable long-term income source, the funds we just acquired will run out in the blink of an eye." Bob wiped his tears and said, "Sir, we have sold everything we could sell." Jill, hearing this, laughed loudly and said, "I know. From now on, we will make medicine and sell it." "What you said surprised Damien and Pav." "What?" He smiled and said, "Yes. From now on, I will be the prince who sells medicine." In the bustling neighborhood with crowds passing through Frontera Square, the old man asked the nurse candidate, "Have you heard any new news related to the palace yet?" His tired and exhausted face replied, "What happened at the palace?" The old man continued, "The crown prince seems to have sold all the expensive luxury items in the palace." The young man hearing this was very surprised and asked, "Huh? Why?" She replied, "Why else? I heard it's to keep the traditional medicine clinic running." He said, "If that's the case, does he sell luxury items to make money and continue caring for patients?" The old man replied, "That's right. Isn't he truly wonderful? The crown prince is really a good person." The old man proudly said, "No one dares to do that." The two nodded in agreement, saying, "Even looking at history books, people like you are extremely rare." The young man agreed, "I agree." The old man, thinking of Jell as a saintly figure, sighed, "Oh my, our prince is truly amazing." As he spoke, the old man imagined Jekyll Jung spreading his arms wide, his warm expression saying, "I will heal everyone. This is the endless JKL church." The old man continued, "She is the sunlight." Meanwhile, JK sat at the table lost in thought. "I have to earn money. I have to keep the traditional medicine clinic running." Jekyll thought that only then could he continue to live. At this moment, Damien and Pav entered the prince's private room. "Sir Prince, do you want to create your own medicine and sell it?" Steward Pav hesitated to ask. "If funding is an issue, wouldn't charging a small fee to patients be acceptable?" JK immediately objected, saying, "No way, we would lose customers." He believes he must take as many patients as possible to extend his own lifespan. GL declared firmly, "I will never charge them, now or in the future." He continued, "Instead, I will make money by selling expensive but highly effective medicine myself. It will be a luxury drug that collectors only display." GL suddenly stomped and continued, "A branded product." He excitedly pointed and said, "Only produced by the crown prince." GL proudly continued, "Wealthier and more arrogant families could become even more prestigious with it. It's a thing that determines a person's social status, an ultra-premium medicine." Damien, after hearing this, asked skeptically while Jill was still admiring himself, "Does such a thing really exist? And what is it?" He immediately replied, "Of course, it exists a drug made from Minotaur's gallstones." Damien asked curiously, "A Minoto?" Will ignored Damien's doubts and continued, "The name of that medicine will be Onkung Ngu Huang Minota. All the Koreans have heard of a sedative called Onkung Ngu Huang. And Kung Ngu Huang is a high-grade medicine with remarkable effects, such as curing brain, heart, and blood pressure diseases." Then he imagines everyone taking that medicine, talking, killing, and interviewing. It is a very powerful sedative. Right now, GL and Damien are walking through the garden. Damien suddenly asked with Minato's secret, "Are you planning to create Minato's and Kung Ngu Huang medicine and sell it?" GL replied, "Yes." Seeing GL's certainty, Damien hesitated and asked, "Do people really will drink it?" "Of course, 100%. He continued, saying that they would think it's rare. For the limited edition, everyone would compete to buy it at any cost. That's the common mindset of everyone. Gel used an analogy, saying we won't use a bull, but a stronger and rarer one instead. With a proud look, he held up 5 fingers and said, "The effectiveness and brand make them want to buy it. It can definitely sell as a 5-star quality." Damien immediately dismissed Jekyll's opinion upon hearing this. "I don't think so." He looked utterly helpless when he saw Damien didn't believe him. Damien continued, "This is the first time I've heard of this kind of sedative and its effects. If this drug is so amazing, then wouldn't everyone know about it? It used to be very famous in the fallen ancient kingdom." Yen Yi asked suspiciously, "Old collapsed?" "Which kingdom is that?" He replied, "It's called Jiaoxin." Damien said, "I've never heard of it." Jiao replied, "That's right, I heard about it in a dream." He cheerfully continued, "I learned all the acupuncture techniques and potion making from my dreams." Damien didn't seem surprised by Jekyll's reply. I heard that from Garden himself. Yen thought, but she didn't think it could be true. She imagined Gardine's affectionate expression, smiling and saying, "Your Highness, you are the best." Damien was thinking that Garden is very naive, and for a servant of the prince like him, he accepts this truth too easily. Damien looked at JK's back in silence, continuing to think, but for herself, all she cares about is getting paid on time. Then Damien said to him, "So you plan to treat people without a license?" Jill, who was walking by, stopped in surprise. He asked in confusion, "Do I need a license?" And Dami Yen replied helplessly. Yes, of course, Dami Yen continued. I heard there is a licensing exam for medical practice, and Lord Garden has already passed it. He heard that and his face turned pale. JK awkwardly replied, I don't know about that.
I wonder if it won't cause me trouble later on. Jill said, we need to settle the capital issue first. I have to go get Minotaur's gallstone.
So you don't plan to have someone buy it from the capital's herb shop? Jill replied, no, they don't sell Minotaur's bile when I buy other ingredients. Maybe this place doesn't use bulls to make medicine ingredients, Damien wondered. So what do you plan to do? Jill excitedly said, we will buy a live Minotaur. I will go to Jimo. The Jimo state is marked on the map in the capital magenta, Jill said as he walked. The shopping center in the northeast corner of the empire where the top monster auction house is located. Adam and Hien asked suspiciously, are you planning to go there yourself? He replied, of course. Jay said with a smile, I will go check on my notes myself. I also need to examine its gallstone. After hearing JK's crazy plan, Damien thought he must really be losing it somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, the carriage was moving, and Anis was sitting on top of it. Jill happily said to Damien, let's go. It's time to depart. Damien wondered, right now? All right, let's go. Damien asked, are we leaving right now? He replied, of course. Time with me is more precious than gold. Suddenly, Jill seemed to see something and was extremely angry. He reached out his hand and shouted loudly, Damien, get on the carriage now! He's coming! Damien, confused and unsure of what's happening, the carriage begins to move, and the driver's voice rings out. At the same time, Guardian ran over, crying out loudly, Prince, why did you leave me behind? I am your chief doctor. Jill waved from the carriage and said, I need you to oversee the clinic. Garden sobbed upon hearing that. The prince was inside the carriage convoy. Damien said, the carriage is smoother than I expected. Jill was proud. I'm the crown prince after all. Moving around comfortably is just normal. This really is first class. Turns out Damien and Jekyll are inside a coffin filled with fresh, luxurious flowers. Damien continued speaking, but with a strange feeling. Ennis, lying on the roof of the train, thought it had been 8 days since she left Magenta. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Ennis sat up abruptly with a stunned expression, feeling the scent of the sea. Ennis shouted loudly, announcing, the prince I see a port behind the hill. Hearing that, JK and Damien looked up. The two see the coastline with the bright sunlight of the sun, and Gel is the Jimo port. At Jimo port, trains are arriving with crowds of people on the shore as the carriage moves into the port. Jill suspiciously said, that was him speaking next, the monster auction house in Joe. In front of you is the scene of a magnificent and grand palace. The carriage is moving when suddenly it comes to a stop. The townspeople murmured skeptically. He waved his hand in annoyance and said, old man, move the carriage somewhere else. You can't leave it here. The coachman got out angrily to question. Hey, do you know who is sitting in the carriage? He scoffs and says, who would it be? Could it really be the crown prince? G smiled as he spoke from inside the carriage. What's going on over there? He was very surprised and shouted, Your Highness, in the monster auction house, everyone is having a lively discussion. Then hurriedly ran over and shouted. The mayor asked, what's going on? So this is who Jimo is? The mayor of Jim. He collapsed, panting, and replied, Hua Hua Huang Adi Jimo. Upon hearing this, Gel suddenly entered. He pointed at JK and his subordinates and shouted, The crown prince is here! He was stunned and asked, What? The crown prince? Jimo quickly approached Jekyll, flattering him. Oh my lord, your highness. He sweat nervously and asked, What wind brought you here? Jay heard that and smiled, saying, Oh, I found something I want to buy here. Idio, upon hearing this, suggested, Well, then we will provide additional guards for your highness. He replied, I don't need it. Then Keel pointed to his subordinates and said, I already have enough of these. He hesitated but cheerfully said, I will leave after a quick look around, so don't worry about me. ALJ continued to suggest. Even so, he has traveled a long way here. He hates the polite words he thinks. This is such a hassle. GL walked ahead of Jimo and said, I'll come to your house later. Mayor, he replied, Yes, your highness. ALJ then ordered his subordinates loudly. Move quickly, clear the front yard, and just do whatever you can. Make sure everything is neat and tidy. Hearing that, he sympathetically thought, I really feel sorry for them, like I'm an army officer suddenly inspecting the camp. At the auction, inside a cage holding an item, people took turns raising their signs to bid. In front was an iron cage containing a beast lying motionless. Damien Yen said, This place is quieter than I imagined, and Jill agreed. Yeah, I think so too. He asked suspiciously, Is this a monster auction house? I think so. After all, monsters will wake up if there's too much noise. The auction keeps bringing out different items, and everyone rushes to bid. Jay yawns and thinks, I guess it's almost over. Are they not selling the Minotaur today? At this moment, the dogs are trembling as they pull a very heavy auction item, which turns out to be a Minotaur sitting inside a cage. It growled angrily. Suddenly, the Minotaur roared loudly. Jay is amazed by the giant Minotaur and thinks that amount is enough to make 100 bowls of beef rice soup. It's so huge. I think it can lift a total of 30 tons for the 3 weightlifting exercises in the GM room. The enthusiastic host stands on the stage introducing and announcing that today's special feature is a giant Minotaur. He continued, 7 of the best hunting teams from the southern mountains have joined forces. This is the main event of the day.
The Minotaur race is much larger than usual, with a peak state that is extremely aggressive.
They hunted it for 3 months and finally managed to capture it alive. This is our best catch so far. We highly value its use for breeding or display. The Minotaur growls angrily. He felt excited, thinking he needed to have it. Jay was thrilled like a child with shining, sparkling eyes. They must have used a large amount of anesthetics and various sleeping drugs on this animal, but it still looks like this. I will kill it, segment it, it has to be mine. The host continues. Now we will start at 50,000 Mogin.
Did I hear wrong, Damien? The prices of the other monsters are only around 50,000 Mogin.
Why does this one have a starting price of 50,000 Mogin? Damien replied. You don't have at least that much, do you? Damien looked at the person who only carried 100,000 Mogin. He thought, yeah, but that's all I have. The price of the Minotaur will be very high. Jill looked at the excited crowd and decided he had to buy this Minotaur. The determination in everyone's eyes was no joke. Jill said disappointedly, I will never be able to buy it for 10,000 Mogin. Damien replied, Is that so? Jill couldn't accept this truth and regretfully said, 100,000 Mogin isn't a small amount. I could buy Damien a luxury apartment in Gang district of Seoul. What? Are you kidding? Seoul Gang. Jay, angry, thought, I really don't want to miss this opportunity. Think, my brain. Suddenly, he had an idea and called Damien. Damien replied, Yes, Your Highness. Jill continued, Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Then he leaned close to Damien's ear and whispered. Damien couldn't believe it and asked, Are you really going to do that? He replied, Of course. Damien asked again. Really, Your Highness? I don't know. He continued, saying that how you react to what I'm about to say will determine everything. But the command he gave sounds just like that of a thug. Jay heard that without feeling guilty, smiled and responded, then was compared to a harmless thug. Yen stood up and said, I will be back soon. All right, good luck. Now the host shouts, We have a bid of 50,000 Mogin. Another person held up a signed bid, saying the host announced 53,000 Mogin, but someone else bid higher at 55,000 Mogin. Jill, seeing this, becomes angry and thinks, Damien, what are you doing? There's not much time left. Suddenly, Daimo stepped forward and said, Your Highness? Jill asked suspiciously, Mayor, what are you doing here? He replied, What? Jill was confused and thought, Wasn't it you who said you would bring more guards? He asked curiously, Joe was terrified by what he saw. He believed his political career depended entirely on his quick thinking. I can see from his expression that he wants everyone to know his true identity. Now I've scored my point. I let out a sigh. Him! Then he shouted, Oh, Crown Prince, please listen to my plea. Everyone heard this and was surprised, whispering, What? The Crown Prince, is he here? What is he doing here? Demo continued loudly, One of the elite soldiers is waiting for your command. Jill also responded, Thank me. Jaquiel Adria Magentano acknowledges your awareness. Then he laughs loudly at Damien's helplessness. He also smiled in response. Jill continued, Oh wait, I almost forgot the auction is happening. Jill raises the bid to 60,000 with a smug smile on his face. I am the Crown Prince. What are you going to do? I am, huh? Smiling like that isn't enough. You even add a contemptuous sneer. Everyone at the auction was stunned by that smile and thought, Look at his attitude. He's completely ruining the auction. The nobles whispered among themselves, How could anyone else bid higher than him? Why wasn't I born into the royal family? Forget it, I give up. The auctioneer was stunned and gasped in disbelief, shouting to himself, What is the Crown Prince doing here? No, more importantly, you look at the little girl in the cage with endless sorrow. How could we sell the best auction item of the day for only 60,000 main? We put in so much effort to catch him. This is no different from a daylight robbery. He silently weeps in regret. Why did this happen to us? At this moment, someone in the crowd at the auction floor quietly smiles and raises the bidding paddle with 70,000 Mogin. Then he confidently announced the amount himself, 70,000 Mogin. The auctioneer was so shocked upon hearing that number, he gaped. What? 70,000 Mogin. Then he asked, Is anyone else raising the bid? Too stunned to speak, he could only stare at the smug smile of the person holding up the bid card. The nobleman behind us saved us. 70,000 Mogin? Jill was also stunned by this scene. What? The guests started to whisper among themselves about the audacious bidder. Isn't that Guinness? Could it be the person favored by the king of the southern kingdom, Mboa? Everyone calls him the Mboa boss Guinness Dasam, and he is very arrogant, secretly thinking, what will he do now? Prince, anyway, I am not a citizen of Magentano. The whispers in the hall keep echoing. Guinness is our savior. He is about to send the prince away. Hey, you're speaking too loudly. I heard the prince is famous for holding grudges. They all ganged up, saying that he gets angry at others for a very long time. True enough, JK is now furious, and his heart is screaming. I heard everything. Your eyes are determined and unwilling to give up. All right then, Jeans, if that's what you want, I won't back down either. Crown Prince Magentano, are you going to abandon your pride and fight me with money? He mockingly challenges your honor. I dare you. Go ahead. Of course, you're the type to compete to the end and immediately raise your bid. You hold up the figure of 71,000 Mogin, determined to win that Minotaur, and I am sure I will get it. The host happily shouted when he saw your bid of 71,000 Magen, saying that the prince prefers to win rather than lose. Guinness immediately bid higher and was also announced loudly. Guinness, 72,000 Magen. While the bidding war is ongoing, no one notices the terrifying gaze of the Minoto inside the cage. The crown prince bids 75,000 Magen. Guinness raises it to 80,000 Magen. At the final moment, the auctioneer announced the selling price of this valuable item. Today's main auction item, a top-quality Minoto, was sold for 250,000 Magen. And of course, the one who got the best deal was none other than Guinness, smug and confident. I won, Crown Prince. JK is in shock, frozen in disbelief as his money disappears into the distance, painfully watching the prize Minoto being taken away, his heart breaking. No, please don't. At this moment, Damien suddenly spoke up and said, "You lose." Your Highness, your words left me stunned and speechless. Huh? He sternly argued that it really wasn't worth spending all 100,000 Mon and a Minoto. And just as he was saying that, if you used up all the money now, I would snort in triumph, thinking he was worried about me. This cute little kid is quite loyal, cares about his finances, and is even kind, but when his next words ring out, he's left stunned. If you spend all your money, there won't be any left to pay my salary, so don't waste it like that. The harsh truth makes him gasp out loud. Huh? Still in a heroic tone, he seriously states that the only reason I protect you is because of the high and stable salary. Moreover, he even insisted that if you couldn't pay the salary, there was no reason for me to stay here. Those words made him gasp in shock, eyes wide open, marveling at this capitalist devil. Then Jay pouted and asked, "Do you not feel grateful that I saved you from the underground arena?" Damien calmly replied, "Of course I do, but what does that have to do with my salary? Are you so grateful for this attitude of yours that you forget about the finances?" Saying that out loud, but inside you're complaining. "Ha, really? Still keeping that indifferent face?" He replied, "Of course." Suddenly he fell silent in a strange way and stared intently at him. Inside I think of the main character I love reading about, the heroic Damien K. He is someone I hold in very high regard. If we talk about his potential for growth in the future, I don't think there's anything more reliable in this world than having him on my side. He's also the strongest person in this universe protecting me. The reason I need you on my side isn't just one. Deep down, I have my own reasons for wanting you by my side. I am sure that he will follow me towards a stable life because only then can everyone be safe and happy. After a moment of silence, Jill finally helplessly said, "I understand. Don't worry. I will never delay your salary." Damien then saluted seriously. "Understood, Prince Thua. Next, call Mayor Ale and order him to go to Yuan's place first." Mayor, he was a bit startled when he heard you call him and replied, "What?" "Yes, Your Highness. But when he saw you running headlong, he was confused and ran after to ask. But why do we have to run like this? I obviously can't tell him the truth, so I can only answer in my heart. Because I was embarrassed, what else could I do?" At the same time, Gwynniness looked up at where JKEL was standing but saw no one. The scene shifts to a large, beautiful villa. In the basement, Minoto, recently auctioned, is chained up. Its eyes slowly opened and it let out a faint cry, as it opened its eyes and saw a figure standing in front of it. As soon as it fully opened its eyes, it saw Gina standing there looking at it, and he cheerfully said that, up close, it looked even better. Suddenly, he turned around and said to someone with an amused tone, "You should see the prince's face when I took this from him." Someone stepped out of the shadows inside. "How sad." With a blank expression, he asked him, "Shall we start the classification process today?" He agreed and said, "Sure, Gina's praised this guy, which is why I called you here. The best sorter in Gmo." He flattered and replied, "You are too kind. I came here because you were very generous in your compensation." Then he looked at Minotaur and asked for his opinion. "But may I ask, what kind of classification do you prefer?" Giants proudly request, "Make it look as impressive as possible. I will display it and present it to the king at his birthday feast." That guy immediately understood. "So you want a powerful image." Suddenly, he mentioned something. "Did you tell the wizard I asked to improve the classification process?" Guinness replied, "Of course I did." Then he immediately ordered, "Go in." The wooden door opened and a disheveled-haired man stepped in and said, "You must be busy, so I will start right away." A moment later, he stood in front of Minotaur and with a triumphant smile declared, "I will kill it cleanly using vacuum magic." After finishing, he immediately attacked poor Minotaur. It clenched its teeth in discomfort as it was attacked like that. It painfully remembers its small family crying out in anguish, the cruel humans. It recalls its innocent child being killed, then the moment it was captured in a cage and tortured. These things pushed it to the edge of fury, making it want to fight back while being restrained and attacked like this. It kept crying out in pain, struggling to breathe. Then, suddenly the iron hook was knocked loose from the wall. It stood up, surprising the so-called expert in classification. Even Guinness was so shocked by this scene that he froze in place. Suddenly, Minoto roared and broke free from the chains holding him at Mayor Ao's house. Joe lies on the bed, complaining, "I'm so tired, my whole body hurts." Damien said that you are pushing yourself a bit too hard. The organs inside Jake Keel agree. Our organs are protesting against your busy schedule. No matter who objects to what, JK is still bitter about the auction earlier and remains determined. Tomorrow I will definitely buy a Minoto for 100,000 Magen. Suddenly, the corridor outside echoed with running footsteps. The two guards burst into the room and shouted, "Your Highness, please wake up. Something serious has happened." Damien saw how urgent they looked and asked, "What are you talking about? What's going on?" "I'm exhausted." One of the guards urgently said, "We must take you to a safe place immediately." This statement confused him, and he asked for an explanation. But before he could hear their explanation, a loud explosion erupted inside his room. Damon Yen saw the danger and immediately protected him. "Sir, stand behind me." As he finished speaking, something hit him and sent him flying, startling me. That blow made him crash straight into the wall with a loud bang. This scene startles him into shouting Damien loudly. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws appears. Feeling the danger approaching, Jay silently froze in place. He slowly turned his pale face to look ahead and saw the giant Minotaur from the auction earlier. This scene scared him so much he stammered, calling the Minotaur. After a moment, the screw connected to the chain suddenly flew off. Minotaur suddenly gains strength and stands up, shocking the top classifier. Even Giddiness is left stunned by this scene. And then, Minotaur suddenly roared and unleashed its power, causing Genius' house to shatter into pieces. Down in the basement, his subordinates are crushed under the floor, while he screams in panic, "How can this be?" And then Minotaur yells out, "Are you the cruelest one?" After screaming, it raised its hand high and then slammed it down hard beside Giant's, startling him so much that his soul was still intact and screaming. Despite the situation, he still had the strength to act tough. "You filthy monster, do you know who I am? I am a top merchant of Mboa and your owner." A moment later, a foot hurriedly ran across the ground. The merchant who was boasting earlier now had to run for his life, chased down and desperate to escape. "Don't come any closer. I won't be your master anymore. I won't do this anymore." No matter what he said, this Minotaur kept chasing him relentlessly and shouting loudly. So he quickly thought about where he could hide safely first. After looking around for a hiding spot, he realized it was Mayor Jimo's house, pointed at it, and shouted, "What is that?" Even Minotaur looked cluelessly in the direction of Guinness, while he took the opportunity to slip away. By the time it remembered and started searching for him, he had already hidden in a corner, sitting curled up. This made it a bit angry because it knew it had been deceived. In its anger, it bumped its shoulder into a house, causing it to collapse immediately. Returning to the present, it appears at Mayor Jim's house, glaring angrily at JK. He, seeing it, is so startled that he stammers in fear. Minotaur looked at the scene with great tension. It kept staring at him, while he stood frozen, looking at it. Damien is knocked out and lying in the corner, while Minotaur with red eyes screams. Gel is also paying attention to its eyes. Wait a minute, why do its eyes look like that? I've seen those eyes many times back when I worked at the clinic in Korea. You realize that although the eyes are angry, they are full of tears and hiding something. It is the eyes of a patient, painful, yet there is no one to rely on. At that moment, while everyone was lost in their thoughts, Minotaur suddenly shouted out, "That person." It recalls the time it was locked up during the auction and then the moment it was given the bidding paddle. So its anger flared up again. "You're no different from the one just now." Jay was so startled by its scream that he almost jumped out of his skin. He was confused, wondering why he suddenly got angry at himself. Suddenly it bent down, let out a cry, then looked at you with angry red eyes before swinging its hand to punch you. Knowing it couldn't dodge this blow, you could only stand still and take it. Suddenly Damien was knocked out in the corner of the cave entrance. He quickly moved in front of Gilles and slashed at the Minotaur. Gilles was so frightened by this scene that his eyes widened in alarm, and he called out. Damien didn't give him time to process, quickly demanding, "Your Highness, you must leave here quickly, but instead of running away, you are determined. I will not die here. I had to fight so hard just to survive until now, and in response to your determination," Minotaur roared with a threatening growl. It kept launching powerful punches one after another, and while Damien was busy dealing with it, you managed to retreat quickly and observe it, moving so fast. "If I had taken that hit, I would have broken bones and my internal organs would have been destroyed. Because you were worried about running away, you didn't notice that Minotaur had your attention." It growled and swung its arm toward you. In that perilous moment, a foot appeared and kicked you out of danger. You sank to the ground, still stunned, looking at Damien and wondering, "Damien, did you just kick me?" Suddenly the door opens, but before it can fully open, it's kicked shut, startling JK. In this situation, Damien still has the energy to tease. "It seems like both of us are stuck here." His words made Gel angry, and he snapped back, "Do you think I don't know?" Suddenly he fell silent in an unusual way, looked around, then said, "Your Highness, I have something to tell you." His voice hesitated as he said, "If we survive today, you openly demanding JK to make you confused, then reward me." This request made him immediately protest. "Are you asking me to do it? What if I refuse?" He also didn't hesitate to reply, "I will run alone." This answer left him helpless to say anything. "You're really mean. You won't let me scold you to my heart's content." I quickly said, "When I count to 3, I will rush in to fight Minotaur and clear the way for you to escape." This plan makes JK a little worried, but he looks around, surrounded on all sides, and wonders, "Where should I go now?" Hearing your question, Damien simply pointed at the hole in the wall, causing you to panic and shout, "We're on the second floor." Despite your protest, Damien calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. Just jump down. This will make your mouth pay the price." For me, that's important. Damien, who is no pushover, fought back while replying, Better than being crushed here.
The reason he was so determined to jump off and escape was because based on the noises outside, the guards were about to come and deal with Minoto and the damage it caused. As he said below, Aiel was ordering the guards, "I won't let my career go up in smoke like this."
Rescue the prince. GL had to ask back at those words. So you mean that even if I fall and break my leg, they will take me somewhere safe, right? Hearing this question, he immediately confirmed that it was the only way to escape from here right now. Damien's sword hand is now clenched tighter than before, and he quickly executes his plan to distract Minoto. Alright, I'm starting now. This Minoto is only focused on catching him while he keeps fighting it and counting to 2 out loud, which makes Gel scream in shock. You count so fast? So in that moment, while Damien was fighting the monster, you hurriedly ran away. Just as you were about to jump down, the Minoto let out a scream. Tears streamed down your face in helplessness as you silently thought, seriously, why is my life so unlucky? Just as I was jumping down, something suddenly brushed past. You accidentally grab that thing, and then the most epic scene in the universe unfolds. Instead of jumping down, you suddenly cling to Minoto's hand. Oddly, instead of being afraid of it, you're panicked about what you just read on the system display. Huh? What? At the same time, the system displayed a red warning, indicating an emergency. A moment later, it scanned the entire body of the Minoto and produced an urgent general diagnosis. The subject Vu Minotaur named Urus, a 48-year-old male Minoto, 712 centimeters tall, weighing 14.923 kilograms, blood type C2, with F heart function. Based on these parameters, the general conclusion is that prolonged captivity, sedative injections, and forced large amounts of cereal intake have severely unbalanced the body, with the heart being most affected, leading to the realization that this heart is not okay. After observing Urus's heart condition, the diagnosis is unstable angina. The heart attack has worsened. If this continues, he will have a heart attack and a stroke. Gel also understands the pain of this disease. Angina means the coronary artery is already half blocked. The pain must be terrible. At the same time, I also realized why Urus went crazy. It was like a car had run over my chest. It turns out that the pain made me go crazy. I'm sorry. While you were feeling guilty, Urus suddenly shook his arm, causing you to cling to it in panic, and he shouted, "Damn it, but it seems I can't heal you right now." I just clung on tightly and shouted, "It seems I'm worse off than you right now. This is not good at all." Looking down, I thought to myself, if I get thrown out, I'll definitely be shattered. At this critical moment, suddenly Urus raised his other arm. Just as he was about to bring it down, someone attacked him, causing him to stop in pain and roar. The one attacking him was none other than Damien. After this blow, he was a bit angry and thought to himself, "Damn it, aim for the eyes." He was in such a hurry that he got rammed by the horn. To avoid getting hurt, he quickly stepped back quite a distance. Then he shouted, "Your Majesty, hold on, I will save you." Gel heard this and felt both joy and sorrow. "Hurry up." At the same time, Damien charged forward and pinpointed the attack on the side. He chooses the most optimal attack points to rescue JK and the shoulder, quickly slashing at those spots, while also reminding himself not to cut too deep. All he needs to do is buy time for JK to be saved. Just creating a brief opening is enough. Thinking and acting immediately, he attacked Urus, causing it to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Jay tremblingly held its arm and silently whispered that he couldn't take it anymore. As soon as he finished thinking, he let go. Even though he's falling freely, he still manages to declare to Damien that there's no special reward. After making the declaration, he prepared to close his eyes and accept his fate. Dying here wouldn't be very pleasant. Suddenly, a figure jumps high into the air. Annis in her beast form as a heroine saving a beauty is Jekyll. Her heroic figure made him gasp in surprise. "Hey, Annis!" Just as she was lowering him to the ground, a cry rang out. The pond is broken. The two guards anxiously ask how you're doing. "Are you okay?" This scene leaves him both shocked and stammering in confusion. Oh, I'm fine." Serio, having confirmed safety, immediately ordered Annis. "Then go somewhere else quickly. The safety of His Majesty is the top priority. Run now." So everyone carried you away to escape, leaving the Minotaur Urus behind. At this moment, it seemed to sense something unusual and let out a cry. And upon realizing GL had escaped, it roared in fury, growling terrifyingly before glancing at Damien. He was not afraid at all and even laughed, saying they couldn't catch the prince. As he pointed his sword at him, he contemptuously said, "Now you're switching to me." It seems Euros realized he was being despised, so he threw a punch. But luckily, he dodged in time and had a moment to think, this definitely means extra pay for the dangerous situation. At this moment, another punch is thrown. Seizing the opportunity, he counters with a strike, aiming from the fist down to the forearm. So one punch and one sword clash with such force that they create a shockwave not to be underestimated. After taking Euros' punch, Damien's body tensed up more than expected. Unlike him, who had to tremble and tense up to fight back, Urus went berserk and roared. Then, the two clashed again. He swings his sword while I throw a punch. Just as we're in the heat of battle, Urus suddenly lands a strange punch. This punch makes Damien step back while wondering if it's a fake move. Suddenly, Urus jumps up. It charged fiercely at Damien, forcing him into a fighting stance. As it got close, it threw a punch, but luckily he managed to block in time. Its face grew angrier, and then unexpectedly, it used one hand to hook his jaw. The hook made him slam straight into the wall. The wall also cracked open because of that, and outside, rocks and debris fell down in front of everyone from Eros' earlier strike. The falling rocks and dust make the two soldiers jump in fright. Through the thick smoke and dust, Damien's figure collapsing appears. He wakes up in pain as a rock is pressing on his leg, and just when things are at their worst, Eros appears. It looks furious and screams horrifying sounds. Despite facing danger, he remains quite calm. I still knew I had to find a way to push the stone off my leg before escaping. As I was trying to do that, Eros attacked me, leaving me helpless and thinking, is this the end? In this precarious situation, suddenly someone shouted and something hit Eros directly. Little Spike, get your head down. Eros was hit so hard he howled in pain, and Damien, upon hearing that name, was stunned to realize. Guy-tailed kid. That thing called the spiky-tailed kid jumped up after hurting Eros and then rolled right next to Damien. But he didn't have much time to care about that prick because he was too busy losing his mind over JK. Why is that person here? I went through so much to free him. And JKEL is happy because he hit his target. Great, I hit the mark. Inside, you're screaming 100 times louder than outside. The red sunflower seed you get when summoning a legendary beast turns into this huge size. Celebrating alone isn't enough. You also shout with the young man being crushed by the kick. Damien, let's go. We have to go get the reward. Seeing how happy you are, Damien didn't want to ruin the mood and went along with it. You'll get a lot of money. I'm already this happy. That's enough. Hurry up and run to escape now. Damien calmly used his sword to cut through the rock pressing on his leg, but he couldn't lift his leg, and he was terrified, thinking to himself that his leg had stopped obeying him. At this moment, Eros has regained his composure after a series of strikes from the chicken-tailed kid. He ruthlessly pulls the kid out of himself, causing blood to spurt out. Then it threw the spiky-tailed kid flying past Damien. GL shouted when he saw this. At this moment, the spiky-tailed kid clings to his spikes. Hearing his words, Damien nervously grabs the spikes of the spiky-tailed kid. So, the scene of Damien flying swiftly with the spiky-tailed hedgehog appeared dramatically. Although they flew like birds, in the end, both landed safely. Urus, standing above and looking down, watches Damien just escape danger with Jekyll and the chick with the tail. In this scene where the 8 eyes are staring at each other, suddenly rocks fall and hit Urus, leaving it stunned and unable to react in time. A chunk of rock fell crashing right in front of Damien, Jill, and the little tail guy. Especially Damien and Jill were stunned by this scene. The desolate, collapsing landscape lay sprawled in front of Damien, Jill, and the little spike-tailed kid. Seeing that there was nothing dangerous left, Jekyll praised him. Well done, little spike-tail. His compliment made it so happy that it let out a cry, then turned to ask Damien if he was okay. Of course I'm fine, but seeing your dirt-stained body and wounds, I'd say you're not doing so well. At this moment, your gaze shifts to the pile of wreckage as you quietly call out, Minotauro? It seems like you're feeling regretful about losing this Minotaur Urus. We can't let it die like this. I heard its secret is top quality. Hey, don't act rashly. We haven't done anything yet, and if we meet the King of Hell, we're doomed. After a moment of thinking, Jay realizes there's nothing he can do and turns away. Now, we have to get out of here. At this moment, a shiny head was running towards you while catching its breath. That was Mayor Alo. He boldly volunteered. From now on, let me escort you. He declared firmly, I will take you to the safest place in this city. Soon after, a large boat was waiting at the dock. Mayor IEL led the group to take Jekyll there. He pointed to the boat and said, Your Majesty, please board my boat. Once at sea, no matter how fierce that Minotaur is, he can't touch a single hair of the ruler. Does his statement make Jekyll happy to think about escaping on the boat? Sounds good. Without hesitation, you step onto the boat, and halfway through, you turn back to invite Mayor Ale. Mayor, please go ahead. However, he did not leave and instead said seriously, I will not run away. G? His refusal made you gasp in surprise. Why flag? In such a quiet scene, his voice echoes with unwavering determination. This is the city where I, the mayor, am responsible for protection. Seeing everyone here, he believes that the prosperity and safety of so many people rest on my shoulders. How can I just leave them behind and run to safety alone? So he bowed his head and begged Jell to go to a safe place while he stayed behind to handle everything. I will stay here to command the guard unit. Please, Your Majesty, go ahead. Jell's words made Jell calm down and reconsider. I thought he was just after fame and fortune, but it seems leaving him behind isn't the right choice. At that moment, Damien urged you to move. Your Majesty, we must leave quickly. You don't need to feel guilty, Your Majesty. Everyone has their own role to play. His words awakened me, and I immediately boarded the ship with the thought that the mayor's role is to protect this city. Looking back at everyone on the boat, JK realized their role was to protect me. Then he finally regained himself, and his role was to survive and carry the royal family. As soon as everything settled, a loud shout commanded, Charge! On land, Mayor Yell and everyone are bowing to send Daykeel off to safety when suddenly, a sailor on the ship screams out, Oh, what is that? So it's Uus. It has returned and is rushing towards the dock. Suddenly, it takes a running start and leaps onto the boat, making Daykeel scream in terror. The wooden boat shattered apart under its weight and roared with anger, suddenly grabbing the sail on the boat. Jay saw this and quickly shouted a warning. Everyone get down! As soon as he finished, Urus suddenly tore through the sail right above his head. What's happening now is so overwhelming that I don't know how to respond. What the hell? What should I do now? Now running is the best option, but there's no way out. Moreover, when he looked at the water surface raging fiercely, he couldn't do anything. I don't even know why. At the same time, a red alert appeared on the system. Your internal organs are convulsing violently with fear. All your internal organs are trembling with terror. My heart questions, what? Why not think of a way to escape? What should the brain do now? As soon as this was said, all the organs remembered and started crying. Oh right, he has no brains. Gel himself is also crying his eyes out right now. At that very moment, Damien appeared behind him and said, Your Majesty, keep lowering yourself. The fallen wing might actually be useful. He points ahead and asks you to stay close to the wreckage at the stern of the boat and the escape route. Hearing that, you ask to be sure. Hiding there? He immediately confirmed confidently. Yes, for now that's the best option. Tu Duangjel suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to ask Damien. And you? Damien replied calmly. Today I have received many things from my subordinates. Standing tall without fear, I declare that I must get to work. His bravery left Gel speechless, but he didn't dare waste another second and immediately turned to run. Meanwhile, Damien was drawing Usa's attention. As he attacked it, Anis in her beast form also charged forward. He struck it with a sword and she responded with a slash that made it scream in pain. Suddenly, it grabbed her tail and threw her straight to the ground, making her yelp in pain. At that moment, the army and the spike-tailed kids from afar appeared to attack it. But of course, these people are no match for Urus. It easily takes them down with a flick of its hand. Damien's leg is no longer stable, making it difficult for him to stand up. The scene was now desolate and ruined. The soldiers were in pain, their faces pale from the shock of the scene, but he remained calm. You're going crazy. You're losing it. Get a grip. If Han keeps going like this, we'll all be doomed. His eyes focus on us, watching his breath, his movements, not missing a single detail. He observes even the heart inside him. In this critical situation, the system suddenly notified you that you are facing an unprecedented danger. This extreme experience has advanced the precise diagnosis method of Azrahan to a new level. At the same time, the system also performed the next step. The precise diagnosis method of Azrahan has been added to the pulse detection skill as an auxiliary feature. Urus' situation is suddenly detailed and separated, along with the notification that a supportive feature scans the target's acupoints within range to determine their vital points and predict their movements. This skill has a note about the number of targets it can lock onto, and it only applies to living creatures. This new skill has JK completely stunned. What the hell is this? It's just like a cheat. Every move Urus makes becomes incredibly clear to him. The movement, timing, and landing position of the muscles are all clearly visible like daylight, which makes him extremely happy. Great, now I can dodge all attacks. As I was moving to escape from Urus, JK suddenly stopped. He looked at the wrecked boat in front of him and wondered, wait, can I keep dodging him here forever? Seeing everyone surrounded and himself, he decided he had to come up with a plan. Before I run out of energy, I have to do something. Your brain starts working at full capacity. Remember, everyone has collapsed, forcing you to come up with a plan to respond. I have to survive for all of them and myself. Jill's eyes are filled with determination. At this moment, suddenly he saw the spike-tailed kid lying on the ground, and a crazy idea popped into his mind, making him sigh, unsure if this would work. However, at this moment, there is no other choice but to try, because I have to do it as it is my role. At the same time, Urus suddenly ran wildly across the wooden boat. It was about to punch the sailors on the boat when suddenly something happened that made both sailors gasp in surprise. What the hell is this? Look over there. It turns out what they saw was GL suddenly growing bigger and blocking Urus's attack. Its interference made it roar in anger, while you grit your teeth to withstand its attack. At the same time, a red system notification appeared. You used the red sunflower seed for legendary beasts without permission. The two players are facing off, neither willing to admit defeat. Even while fighting with you, deep down he was still confused. He's grown up. Really grown up. He muttered to himself, surprised at how grown up he had become. The two sailors he saved, who were still clueless, were also startled and stammered in fear. Your Majesty? Even Damien couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes about this guy. At this moment, the system kept sending warning messages. You are not a mythical beast, but a human. The red sunflower can cause extremely serious side effects on the human body. Please, see a doctor. Dr. JK read this line and shouted at himself. I am the doctor here. The system also provides the expiration time for the red sunflower seeds. The giant effect lasts for only 3 minutes. Just as the system warns of serious consequences after the giant effect ends, US was already preparing to punch JKL. The system still focuses on informing you that you will fall into a coma for 5 days after the giant effect ends. It also shows the remaining time for JK to use it. There are 2 minutes and 37 seconds left for the giant effect. Are you telling me I have only 2 minutes and 30 seconds to settle everything while fighting and panicking over the notification? Not to mention, he also gets an extra 5 days of coma. This situation seems pretty tough for him. With little time and weak strength, he was a bit shaky when blocking Yu's attack. Deep down, he knew one thing for sure. If he didn't finish this in time, he and everyone else would suffer more losses. 100% sure, we will die. As soon as he thought of this, he was motivated enough to push Urus away. It didn't stop and continued to land another punch on Jekyll. This time you couldn't block it and got hit right in the face. You staggered and almost fell. But luckily you didn't fall and were still able to stand firm after that hit. This scene made Urus feel a bit confused. And you muttered irritably to yourself, in pain but still holding on. Normally, just a light touch would be deadly. Following the rules, you hit me so I hit back, and you decide to show it what you're made of. So I charge at it with a headbutt and shout loudly, "This is your death." After this hit, Gel also felt a bit dizzy, but he still managed to think of a way to deal with it. Since killing it within 2 minutes is impossible, now I can only... You look at the spiky-tailed kid and quickly come up with a bold plan to calm its fury and make it settle down so that even if I faint, Damn Yen and the guards can handle the situation. Thinking quickly, you immediately rush forward and run towards the spiky-tailed kid, then ask him, "Spiky-tailed kid, where are your thorns?" The little spike-tailed kid, as if understanding your intention, it immediately hands you a bunch of spikes from its body. As soon as he grabbed the bunch of thorns, he turned to look at Os, making it a bit confused and unsure what was happening. Suddenly, both of them charged at each other, one intending to retaliate with a headbutt, the other running forward with sharp thorns in hand. Suddenly, both hands are placed on Urus's body. You use it as a cushion to jump over him. Without hesitation, he immediately pulls out a spike, grips its neck with one hand, raises the sharp thorn with the other, and excitedly says, "It's time to give this golden dog an acupuncture treatment." As soon as he finished speaking, he jabbed the needle directly into its Tiandu acupoint, causing it to scream in pain. However, because Urus's flesh was too thick, the sharp needle couldn't pierce through and didn't reach the monoflow. Gil was a bit annoyed with his own strength, this weak body of his, but in the midst of the difficulty, he called out loudly to his ally, Damien. He asked him to come here and strike the tail of the spike. Following his command, he immediately jumped up and struck the tail of the spike embedded in Urus, causing it to scream in pain. As soon as he inserted the needle into the correct acupoint, Gil began considering the next step of acupuncture to calm its nervous system, reduce sympathetic nervous activity, and activate the parasympathetic nervous system. So he quickly inserted the needle into Urus's Tianliu point and loudly called Damien, who immediately understood and swiftly struck the newly embedded spike with his sword. Keep going. You continue to acupuncture the meridian point, while he keeps hitting the spike with his sword to drive it in. Everyone on the boat is now watching with wide eyes as JK and Damien coordinate. They are currently acupuncture at the Weifeng point. Next is the Jiatong point. As soon as this point is punctured, GL realizes it runs along the Sanjiao meridian. Because of the acupuncture, Urus was in great pain, struggling to pull you off but still holding on tightly, complaining inside. It's like a child who doesn't want to be acupunctured, but a huge child. Although he was resisting its struggle, he still patiently jabbed the needle obediently to finish the acupuncture, and just as he thought about soothing the child with candy, he inserted the last needle into its ear gate point, and at that moment Damien suddenly lunged and drove the needle deep into it. Urus's eyes gradually changed, no longer as aggressive as before. After a while, it calmed down and with a very confused expression, let out a few sounds. Seeing everything was settled, Jay gently removed the spikes from its body, feeling satisfied as he did so, glad that not only had its aggression decreased, but also its chest pain disappeared. However, this pain disappearing is only temporary. It's not due to acupuncture, just a coincidence. Unstable chest pains are just like that. You understand how this pain feels. Pain to the point of death, yet it suddenly disappears on its own. While he was lost in thought, Anis, the little spiked tail, and everyone else were all amazed by what was happening before their eyes. Oh my. Even Uros was quite confused and wondered to himself, ha. It's strange, but the pain is gone. It turned to look at JK and saw him talking to Damien on his shoulder. Good job, Damien. Suddenly, its hand reached out and gently placed on your shoulder. This action of its made you startle and widen your eyes, and you were even more surprised when it spoke. Thank you, human. Its cry made him breathe a sigh of relief, because everything had been resolved. Luckily, the pain disappeared just in time, making it think I had healed it. Then he sat down heavily on the boat and sighed. Whatever, I'm exhausted. At this moment, the system displays a notification. Your organs are being affected by the sudden change in your body. What the hell is this? Why is my body so huge? I looked at my body in confusion and wondered, while my stomach was hugging itself and trembling, then let out a few strange laughs. Moreover, how strange is the blood circulation? The breathing is also odd, as if it's about to reach the limit. At this moment, the large intestine cheerfully said, because my body has grown bigger, my burden must have increased too, while the stomach proudly shouted, I am truly magnificent. Suddenly, the system displayed the status of the stomach, but at the same time, I received a notification that the remaining duration of the giant effect was running out moment by moment. The last message from the stomach seems to be shrinking afterward, just as the external tendons, which were large, suddenly contract in the soldier's worried calls. Your Majesty, they gather around you and shout loudly. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Please use your last bit of strength to leave a message and then faint for 5 days. Don't make a fuss. Minoto is also angry now, so everyone can rest assured. Okay, I give up. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep, as if dead. The system simultaneously displayed a notification about JKL's condition. The giant effect has ended and serious side effects are occurring. You will fall into a coma within the next 120 hours. He even left a kind message, wishing good night. Meanwhile, everyone is gathered around, worried about his condition. What is going on? What's happening? Is it magic? On the deck, everyone is busy worrying about JK, while inside the ship, the sailors are desperately bailing water out as fast as they can. They realized the situation was getting worse and shouted loudly, "Captain, the leak is getting bigger and can't be stopped. We have to get to the deck quickly or we'll all drown here." The captain, busy bailing water, didn't know what was happening above, so he tearfully said, "There's a monster wreaking havoc up there." At the same time, everything on the deck suddenly tilted to one side. A guard, confused by all this, stammered, What? And then, once they regained their senses, they shouted in panic, "It's sinking!" Urs was startled by the scream and looked around confusedly. It seemed to feel guilty and silently thought, "Sorry, it's my fault." While everyone was trying to steady themselves, Gel, with his soul separated from his body, was unable to do anything, causing them to panic and shout loudly for help. Euros roars upon seeing this. "I will repay you, I will save you." As soon as it howled, it suddenly grabbed the keystring and jumped out of the boat, leaving Honest and Damien bewildered. It placed the keystring on its head and slowly moved across the sea. This caused the guards to scream in fear and shout loudly. The Crown Prince dares to threaten the Emperor himself. Damon Yen also couldn't make sense of the situation and could only call out in despair, "The lower sea." Dam Yen is now tied to a chair, unconscious. He gradually wakes up from his faint. As he looked down, he saw himself blinded and a mouse running past his feet. Then he looked up again and wondered if he was dreaming. Suddenly he smiled mockingly and nostalgically thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I saw this scene again, just like the place I used to live in as a child." At that moment of silence, the person sitting opposite him suddenly spoke, and his words were truly ridiculous. This guy is an investigator from the Emperor's investigation team. He arrogantly said, "Do you still manage to sleep in this situation? I don't know whether to call you reckless or brave." He asked Damien in a serious tone, "Do you still not understand the current situation?" He calmly replied, "I understand." He then asked, "So you can still sleep peacefully after hearing that? Because you haven't let me sleep for 3 days straight." Suddenly, the interrogator gritted his teeth and said each word clearly. "Crown Prince has been taken by that monster." He slammed the table and shouted, "It's been 6 days since the JKEL incident was reported to the palace, and the news reached Huangdo after a day. At that moment, Asterion ordered him to come here. The distance from the capital to this place is quite far, and it took me 2 days to get here." As soon as he arrived, the news that JK had not yet been found made him somewhat angry, and yet for 3 days you have not found the prince, not even a clue or trace. Moreover, he didn't even bother to ask and immediately accused Mayor Io and everyone else. This mayor and you, along with the accomplices, have wasted precious time just pretending to search. Does this interrogator even bother to look for Gel, or does he just stand here questioning Damien? Where has that Minoto gone? So what? No, it's not that we couldn't find them. He straightforwardly accuses Damien and everyone else without any evidence, but rather deliberately ignores the facts to frame the Crown Prince. Of course, his words made Damien so angry that he snapped, "Do you want to conclude that everyone accompanying His Royal Highness the Crown Prince colluded with that Minoto? Are you trying to corner and frame the Crown Prince by questioning this royal interrogator with anger?" He calmly responds, "I don't want to draw that conclusion, but I want to reveal the truth along with your clear confession." He shamelessly asked Damien, "Do you think that's unreasonable?" He answered firmly, "Of course." However, he didn't let you finish and interrupted, claiming that it was the truth. He smirked lecherously and asserted that this world always wants a clear answer, no matter how unreasonable the conclusion may be. Then he began to list everyone involved in this case. So who will be held responsible for this? Mayor Jim Mo, who failed to ensure the safety of the city. Next are JKEL's guards, who were also blamed by him. And you and your subordinates failed to protect His Highness with your dishonesty. And this royal interrogator bluntly forced me and everyone else to accept the blame unfairly. It is you who must bear the responsibility and guilt for this so that everything can end peacefully. His words made Damien so furious that he wanted to scream inside, bearing the guilt so everything could end peacefully. Why? What are you talking about? Just by looking at how he's acting, I can tell this guy just wants to end everything quickly. At this moment, the interrogator placed his hand on Damien's shoulder and advised him, "So think carefully. Those who confess sincerely will be granted mercy." The statement made him curious. "Pardon and mercy," he smirked shamelessly and replied, "That means a quick and painless death." His answer made him furious and shout out. Seeing his fierce resistance, the bastard calmly said, Very well. If you find it hard to answer, I will use another method." Suddenly, a tall person stepped in. And they stood at attention in front of Damien. As soon as he saw them, he understood what was about to happen to him. A while later, he was thrown into a cage, which was then hung high above, with Mayor Wire and others imprisoned there as well. As soon as they saw him, they hurriedly shouted La Damien, and at the same time, he was shocked to see everyone else being imprisoned like himself. Damn it, Annis and the mayor too. Then he glanced down below. I just smelled gasoline and saw the soldiers pouring it onto the firewood below the cages. The smell of oil. Are they planning to burn us alive? At the same time, someone approached. It was none other than that damn interrogator. He calmly said, "Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the conclusion once more." He still stubbornly asked everyone, "Are you ready to make a statement?" Still maintaining the same attitude, Dai Yen firmly replied, "I don't know what to confess, but I am ready to tell the truth." "So you think that's the truth? Tell me then." He calmly said each word, under the guise of an interrogation. With all his anger, he accused him of obstructing the search for the missing crown prince. His words made him so angry that he asked back what, while he still maintained his fury to question him. "I am the one who can find the crown prince the fastest, yet you are wasting time on such useless things." Even now, this stubborn interrogator sighs and thinks you're trying to escape. And then he ordered his subordinates to eliminate JKEL's men. Forget it, the interrogation ends here. Seeing the situation has reached this point, Dam Yen angrily thought, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I don't want to die pointlessly here. I must survive." Suddenly, amidst the chaos, there was a loud rushing sound. Yu's appearance surprised Damien a bit, his eyes widening in shock as he quietly called out. Mino easily cuts the chain hanging the cage high above. It gently lands on the ground, holding the cage containing the demon in one arm, with someone on its shoulder. There, none other than Jiel. His appearance startled Damien, Annis, and even Mayor Y in shock. Even the interrogator and his subordinates became frightened when they saw Yu and Usus. At this moment, you slowly raised your head and questioned them. "Why are you here?" Before we get back to why JKEL could return safely, let's watch the short documentary about the prince selling drugs and where he's been these past few days. This episode is called The Prince and the Golden Dog, a special episode. 6 days ago, Jill, the crown prince of the Magentano Empire, woke up in a seaside cave. The one who wanted to kill Jill yesterday now looks incredibly adorable, and seeing this face startles him awake. "What the heck? It startled me. So you said you saved me from dying? So you sincerely thanked it. Thank you. Now we're friends." At that moment, he secretly thought that the misunderstanding between us seemed to have been resolved, and at the same time, the system asked him about this completely changed relationship. "Why are you suddenly so close to Urs?" I awkwardly replied. "Oh, it seems our bull friend misunderstood a little. It thinks I cured its illness and considers me a benefactor. The real reason is simply that its pain naturally disappeared. However, you didn't intend to clarify this misunderstanding. But I think this misunderstanding isn't so bad." The system, upon receiving JK's response, immediately wondered why he thought that way. The boy hesitated and replied, because a submissive smile and the cunning answer he uttered would make it think so and follow me. This special episode ends here with the adaptation of Moon Bung's short documentary film The Prince and the Golden Dog, and also includes comments criticizing JK, this devil. Back when we were on the island, I asked Urus if I could help you the same way you helped me. Your question made it sound confused, but I confidently explained to you that your heart condition still hasn't fully healed. If you keep going like this, you'll end up in pain again like last time. Hearing that, it let out a sound as if it understood. Then he placed his hand on it and said, "Let me first check your physical condition." It didn't resist but made a few sounds like protesting. "I'm not a golden retriever. I'm Urus. Like." At this moment, the system announced that the acupuncture scanning support feature of the pulse diagnosis skill had been activated. After checking Urus's condition, JK let out a relieved sigh. "Luckily, your angina hasn't worsened, so we can go back to GMO and start treatment." Then he checked another part of it. "So what about your secret?" After finishing the check, he asked it, "Hey you, have you been feeling any stomach discomfort lately when you breathe in?" It makes a few sounds like it's saying yes. Hearing the confirmation, he immediately asks, "Inside your stomach, there's something. If I take it out, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Now I will take it out for you. Just follow my instructions." Then JK gently pressed the main acupoints on the gallbladder meridian, followed by pressing the Yuanshu point located on the side of the chest at the 4th rib. Next, press the sun and moon acupoint located between the 5th rib and then move down 3 kun to the 5 ton points just behind the goosetail point. And finally, the central palace point on the line from the Ren heart point to the navel. After finishing in one go, he told it to just press with his fingers as I instructed. It listened and followed my instructions. After pressing it, Urus's condition may change, causing it to panic and cry out. Jay encourages it when he sees this. "Good, you're almost done. Now clench your fists and punch hard into the person's chest." This comment makes it a little worried, and it lets out 2 sounds. Understanding its concern, you immediately reassure it, "Trust me, punch hard right now." Trusting you, it immediately punched its chest repeatedly, each blow making it cough as if trying to spit something out. Seeing that, you silently encourage it. "You're almost there. It's coming out." Immediately after, Us spat out something huge and thick. Jay was so shocked he screamed in fright. This is enough. The system has now received the S+ rank Min Honey. Staring at the huge face in front of him, he could hardly believe it. Normally, a cow's horn wouldn't be more than 5 centimeters long, but this one was at least 20 centimeters. "How is it, Golden Dog? Feeling comfortable? Do you feel relieved now?" Urus responded with a melodic hum as a reply. Seeing that he was fully recovered, he cheerfully said, "I'm glad you're feeling better too. Congratulations." On the surface, he seemed like that, but inside he was happily thinking, "Now you're mine." After a long period of treatment, JK finally spoke, "But now we have to move." Your words make Euros cry out in confusion. Inside, he remembers Damien and everyone else and wonders where we're supposed to go back to. Especially, you remember Damien's face when he was taken away, thinking that my friends are in trouble. In response, there are hesitant and pained cries from Urs. You immediately understood the meaning of that cry. Are you worried that we will have to fight again when we return? Once I understood its worries, JK confidently declared, "No one will dare bully you if you come with me. I swear." This promise from you made it trust and agree immediately. So Uos took you back to the mainland with that promise. It's true, I promise. As soon as we got back to Jim, I saw the royal flag. This makes you wonder a bit. It's the Emperor's investigative team. But then he quickly figured out the situation, just in time. Returning to the present, JK stands on Urus's shoulder and questions loudly. Who is responsible here? The interrogator was a bit startled by your sudden appearance. Seeing no one answer, you grind your teeth in anger and then shout loudly, "I ask again, who is responsible here?" Suddenly someone stepped forward, and at this moment the interrogator finally spoke up. I saw him step forward and take responsibility, and as you approached Urus, you asked him again dismissively. You, right now, are feeling a bit annoyed by his attitude. This guy really talks tough. The interrogator still doubted Jekyll's identity and questioned him loudly. Who are you? The one who brought Minoto and looks exactly like the Crown Prince. His rudeness made Jekyll's guards panic and confused. Is this guy crazy? Anyone can see I am the Crown Prince. Jell, annoyed by the interrogator's attitude, asked back, "Are you doubting that I am impersonating the Crown Prince?" He dares to admit it. Yes, because in this critical and special situation, when the Crown Prince is missing, many people will try to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the royal family. Tired of hearing him talk so much, you directly asked, "So do you want to verify my identity?" He calmly replied, "Yes." Of course I didn't accept that and asked him back. "So why didn't you verify the identities of these people first?" His reaction to this made him gasp in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Jill shouted, pointing at his friends who were being detained.
Here they are. Why didn't you confirm their sacrifice, suffering, and dedication?
What kind of girl? Ignoring his confusion, you loudly called out Damien Ken and recounted the deeds he had done.
You protected me, Gielodria Magentano, the crown prince of this empire.
With his life on the line, your recognition left him in shock, while you proudly recounted everything he had done for you. You bravely fought Minoto to buy me time to escape and also showed courage and dedication when fighting Minoto alone. As soon as Jiel finished speaking, Urus was startled and broke the bars of the cage. A foot stepped out from there. Damien has been freed. As soon as he stepped out of the cage, he spoke in a low voice to his subordinate. Jiel saw his friend and immediately smiled proudly. Just then, Damien shattered the cage and stood right beside Jiel. His face darkened, showing no emotion as he spoke. Next, he looked at Annis and continued, "Annis, Jacinto's daughter, my wolf veterinarian." As he said this, Jiel recalled what happened at that time. "And that night, when I was thrown out of the mayor's mansion by Minoto, you risked everything to protect me. If it weren't for your quick reactions and brave actions, I would probably be a broken corpse buried underground by now." After the cage was broken, Annis stepped down to the ground. Jiel also stepped forward, standing beside her and saying, "That is noble courage and sacrifice for me." Finally, he looked up at the remaining cage. "Next, Sergio," you continued, "my special team captain, that night you were the first to rush to protect me when I was fleeing. The more I hear, the more I get emotional and tears fall. Your Highness," Jiel added, "if not for that courage and sacrifice, could we have lived peacefully until now?" Knight Frandon, you have demonstrated the honor and example of a guard knight by escorting the injured squad members to safety. Montero and Pedro, with their arms wounded, are helping to support Minotaur's horn. Is everything okay now? Jiel looked at everyone, expressing her gratitude. I also cannot forget the contributions of Knight Hamilton. Even with his broken sword and shield, he still showed a fierce fighting spirit. Hearing this, Sergio couldn't hold back and burst into tears, his voice trembling and choked. It's him. Seeing JK's expression and demeanor, there was no longer any doubt, and their hearts shouted out the answer.
Your Highness, after hearing the entire conversation, the soldiers also felt confused and started whispering among themselves. It seems that he truly is the Crown Prince. But how could he possibly return?
The two of them continued. Moreover, how could he have tamed that Minoto? Hearing this, Shen Wanyon broke out in a cold sweat and froze in place. He was stunned and thought to himself something was wrong. As he reached this point, he remembered what he had seen earlier. I was certain that the Crown Prince couldn't survive after being taken by Minoto, so I blamed his subordinates without any valid reason.
Whether they are innocent or not doesn't matter to me, because things have always been like this. It's just the usual procedure.
When a royal family member dies of illness, the doctor will be executed. The death of someone of noble status must have someone held responsible. Those things had become deeply embedded in the interrogator's subconscious, making it impossible for him to distinguish right from wrong. He looked up at JK, who was staring intently, and wondered, but why did the Crown Prince survive and return? How is that possible? Thinking of this, the interrogator trembled in fear and knelt down loudly. He stammered loudly, I beg your forgiveness for daring to doubt your identity. Before his words, JK's gaze darkened, his brows furrowing in deep thought. The mayor of this city is everyone's hero. When he heard his name mentioned, he was moved and reached out, tears welling up, saying, "Your Highness, please continue that night. Despite facing numerous dangers and hardships, you never ran away and always strived to protect this city." And so his cage was also lowered. That is the noblest and most admirable trait of a noble. You have prioritized your responsibilities above all else. Jiel stepped forward, gently placing his hand in praise. That is the most noble and meaningful example of a noble. Moved by the praise, he looked at you and replied, "Your Highness." After finishing, JK directly turned around and shouted at the interrogator, "You, investigator of the investigation team." Hearing that, he was so scared he almost fainted, sweat pouring down like rain. "You asked me to prove my identity myself? In front of everyone," I continue. "But it's not me who proves myself. It's the people who stand by my side. Those who are willing to sacrifice for me." Jekyll's face flashed with anger as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're the one who should prove it to the devil." Seeing this attitude, the interrogator knew he was completely wrong, his lips trembling and unable to speak, and before he could say anything, you silenced him. "I already know what you want to say. You remember those kinds of people from your past life. I saw through your true nature back then, just like in Korea. So I ask you again, who is responsible here?" And you stepped forward yourself. Jiel asked directly, "Do you understand what that means? The one responsible is the one who must bear the responsibility. You will be responsible for your sloppy investigation and must face appropriate punishment. In this way, everything has been resolved smoothly." The next day, Dong Do Nat was also called to clean up. They tidied up while chatting with each other. One of them asked, "What is that stupid interrogator's charge?" Another added that he deliberately conducted a superficial investigation and obstructed the search for the crown prince. The charges are quite lengthy. The more serious the crime, the longer the list of charges. If luck isn't on his side, he'll be executed, and at best, he'll spend his life in prison. It must be true. Boulay is here, and someone still asked out of curiosity. So he looked seriously at the others and asked, "Is that really true?" The older man, hearing this, looked serious as he recalled that night. "I personally saw that fierce Minoto obey the prince and move as instructed, breaking the iron bars. Truly astonishing. Moreover, I don't know how the prince managed to suddenly grow as large as mine." The conversation grew more and more lively, attracting everyone's attention. And then they fought it hand to hand. Afterwards, those sharp thorns pierced large spikes into its back and neck. "Come on, man, stop lying." Seeing that he didn't believe, the man angrily shouted, "It's true!" Someone nearby suddenly remembered something and spoke up, recalling it. "I suddenly remembered something. There's a rumor circulating in the palace. Has everyone heard the legend of the Crown Prince King?" Hearing that, the people standing around gossiping also became very curious and thought to themselves, "We are also very curious." At the same time, upstairs in the room, Damien also saw everything happening below. He looked at Jel sitting relaxed and spoke, "Your Highness?" To satisfy his curiosity, he asked directly, "So how exactly did you tame that Minoto?" Hearing this, the boy threw a grenade to the side and replied, "Taming it? I've never tamed it. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll leave it be." The more Dami listens, the more confused he becomes, his eyes widening as he exclaims, "Huh?" Jiel explains, "Do you remember earlier when I suddenly grew bigger? I was trying acupuncture on Urus to calm it down and accidentally cured its pain." "Are you saying it thought you had cured it?" He replied, "Yes, it considers me a benefactor." Jiel asked, "Are you doing well?" Damien replied that it was indeed a good thing for him too. "You're surprised, aren't you? I honestly just said what I was thinking. Because I will receive a dangerous bonus. You look surprised, now you're not hiding your money matters anymore, huh?" Both of them laughed, teasing each other. Indeed, work has to be clear. "Yeah, you're really shameless." The more he thought about it, the more Damien wanted to stay close to the prince. He smiled to himself, thinking he needed to train more. It's embarrassing to think about the bonus when he didn't complete the mission properly. "Anyway, I can confidently say that because I completed the mission you assigned last night." "Did you find all those materials in just one day?" Damien replied. "Yes, Demo is the largest port and trading city in the north. And there's one more thing." He continued, "The Emperor has returned to the palace. It seems he has heard the news of your safe arrival on the way here. So hearing that I'm safe, he immediately returned to the palace." A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, "What a cold-blooded person he is. Indeed, it's him. Just ignore him and don't bother yourself. I find him a bit troublesome." So I sat down slowly and said, "Good. Since the Emperor has also left and the herbs are ready, we can start right away." Damien, feeling a bit curious, asked, "What are we starting?" Jiel replied, preparing a sedative from Minotaur honey and telling them to clean out the entire kitchen of the estate immediately. The next day, everything was ready for the Minotaur honey extraction process. Standing inside the kitchen and looking at the prepared ingredients on the table, spoke up. Now, he was excited, with eyes full of anticipation, a slight smile on his lips, and he continued, "Let's get started." His hands moved swiftly, picking up each ingredient and slicing them into small pieces, then humming a tune as he mashed the ingredients finely. The singing echoed throughout the kitchen. "Mix it well, mix it well." Yen, standing beside, listening all the way, felt headache and thought to herself, Is he planning to make medicine in 5 days, or just practice singing? After some effort, the simplest step finally arrived, the pill shaping. Jay happily looked at the round pill in his hand, silently thinking that the tranquilizer from the Mine at 2 was complete. Without hesitation, he directly threw the pill into his mouth. A little regretful, but still decided to check. The system displayed a message: your organs are glowing brightly from the gift of Mine's honey. Inside the body, the heart is pounding with excitement. The body roars loudly. Power, power. I am full of strength. Only the stomach is holding the belly and complaining. Why are these nutritious things so hard to eat? The system continues to display a notification. The organs have granted you 500 health. Current health is 1,500. Detecting the self-made medicine, activating the ingredient analysis feature of the alchemy skill. A quick information panel appears, listing the sedative from Mine It's Secret. Active ingredients like cholic acid, bidubin, vitamin D, rotopanacidion, oleanic acid, panacenol, coumarin, zamnolic, kirin, laser hamu, simezin, imperi, in the form of round pills, with uses and effects such as reducing calcium ion levels and more. After skimming through the table in front of him, JK sighed and wondered why it was so long. As he was reading, suddenly he paused, his eyes fixed on a particular piece of information. There is a section that states it helps relax muscles, reduce chest pain, and treat cardiovascular diseases. Especially the dosage for adults is half a tablet. For children 2 to 6 years old, 1/3 of a tablet. He wondered, wait a minute, what is this? Jay continued reading further down. Stomach pain and vomiting symptoms can worsen, with side effects putting pressure on the body, helping to sleep well and deeply without side effects or addiction. I couldn't believe my eyes anymore and exclaimed, this is really crazy. At the same time, outside, Us was still lying peacefully on the lush green grass, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, someone hurriedly ran over and called out Urs. Hearing the call, it sat up quickly, looked in the direction of the voice, and shouted. The person who just arrived is none other than JK. He asked, are you resting well? How do you feel today? It happily shows its relaxed mood in response. Seeing that it was still okay, he smiled and reached into his pocket to take out something and asked, so, do you want to try this? As JK spoke, he handed a batch of newly prepared pills to Us and said, eat this and your chest pain will disappear. Seeing the pills in his hand, his eyes gleamed with obsession as he sat quietly for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of careful thought, it didn't hesitate and immediately put the pills into its mouth, replying, I trust you, benefactor, and one after another the pills entered the body, supporting Ursa's heart, helping it become healthy again. Every blood vessel and nerve in its body is recovering steadily. It can feel its body transforming. His eyes widened as he shouted out loud, Gio standing happily below, thinking to himself. That's right, the inflammation will disappear now, and your body will be full of vitality. The system then displayed a message saying you had given the patient Urus a sedative made from Minoto honey, prepared by you. The effectiveness of the medicine has increased by 10% thanks to level 1 alchemy skill. Seeing that, he happily exclaimed, cured in just 1 dose. The system continues to appear, granting you an additional 7 days of life. Estimated lifespan is now 116 days. Your organs are celebrating your achievement and give you 600 health. Your current health is 2,100. Have another drink to feel refreshed. Today is a perfect successful day for JKL. He happily relaxes on Urus. To you, it's a rare and enormous resource. From now on, follow me. Secret S ranks scene change at Gym City Square where a large crowd is gathered together. Some people still don't know what's happening and are asking each other, what is going on? Someone else responded. I heard that His Highness would hold a ceremony to award medals to those who showed bravery that night. As soon as I mentioned it, a giant figure appeared, causing everyone to freeze. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. That enormous figure was none other than Us. Jekyll is sitting on its shoulder, waving to everyone as a loud cheer erupts. The Crown Prince has arrived. His face is radiant as he smiles back at everyone's friendliness below. Ignoring the greeting ritual, Yu puts it down. The others, seeing this, secretly fear that the legend of the Crown Prince King is true. At the same time, Gel, the gem on the table, wondered, is this the sound amplification gem? It's been a long time since I last received such attention. Since the duel with the second prince, don't be afraid. Han reassured himself, then lightly touched the sound amplification orb. Then he spoke clearly in front of everyone, Damien K and the other 3. You fought bravely and without fear against Minoto's ferocity to protect the royal bloodline. As JK spoke, he reached into his shirt. Therefore, in the name of the Crown Prince, I hereby acknowledge your contributions. With that, he took out a box containing a shining pill, loudly announced, and awarded you this type of medicine. Seeing that, everyone looked at each other in confusion and exclaimed, oh, only the mayor seems to be very pleased. He smiles contentedly, looking down at him and thinking to himself that the mayor is truly a skilled problem solver. He is a very useful talent. To understand what happened, we need to go back 2 days. While JK was relaxing, suddenly someone approached and asked, did you call for me? Your Highness, I have something to ask of you. I was planning to hold an award ceremony to promote the new medicine.
Jay nodded and replied, yes, because what happened last time caused many people to worry, so I want to take this opportunity to award medals to those who protected me. And at this point, he raised a pill and continued, and I want to give this medicine as a reward.
Jill explained, I mean, when you see that pill, anyone would be startled, look panicked, and think to themselves, what does he want? After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, Ah, I understand now, but before I could let him finish speaking, you interrupted me. I haven't finished yet. You said, the medicine awarded along with the Medal of Honor under the name of the Crown Prince is enough to make all the nobles in the Empire curious about this medicine. You happily added, this medicine. But before he could say anything else, Io suddenly looked delighted, raised his hand to the sky, and shouted, Perfect! This is truly a perfect promotion strategy, indeed the Crown Prince. We must hold a grand awarding ceremony to promote effectively and sell at a high price. As soon as he finished speaking, IDO ran off directly, saying, Give me 2 days. I have urgent business to attend to. Seeing his expression, Gel thought to himself, this guy will definitely realize as soon as I change something. Returning to the present, he looked at him with a satisfied gesture and said, I will never forget this kindness. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and continued. I, Gel Adria Magentano, Crown Prince of this empire, to express my deep gratitude for your bravery and sacrifice, have ordered the creation of this special medicine. Hearing that, Anis and Damien exchanged glances, secretly thinking that this didn't seem to be the main purpose. Gel's voice continued to echo. You are brave warriors who fought against Minotaur, and therefore you deserve to receive this special and powerful medicine made from Minotaur's honey. Tours. This made everyone wonder in surprise whether this was a good medicine if it was made from Minotaur. If J-Kel raises the pill high and explains its effects, surely our hearts will become healthier when we take it. Blood circulation will no longer be blocked. You give a typical example like Ura standing beside you, who has the stamina and resilience of Minotaur. At this point, you raise your voice and shout, not only that, it also helps tired bodies rest and sleep well. Every word makes everyone freeze in place thanks to your loyalty and dedication to Long. Only then can I introduce this medicine to the people of the Empire. As he spoke, JK pointed straight ahead and said that from today, for just 1 month with the Special Prince version and discounted price, we will sell this medicine to the people. Uros also cooperated very smoothly, immediately holding up the sign with 9,999 main. Limited special offer, 1 per person. The program may end earlier than expected. As they watched this scene unfold, Damien and Anis sighed in disappointment, thinking it was just like a scammer. Suddenly, someone approached and placed a hand on their shoulders. The newcomer is none other than Seo, holding a sign that says 100% crafted by the Crown Prince himself. Don't miss out, buy now. JK is still in that excited state, calling out, there are only 102 chances left, so act quickly. Act quickly. He offers a series of huge discounts for everyone. Only 9,999 mon for a special deal. Limited quantity. Each person can buy only 1 pill. The program may end earlier than expected. 100% of the Special Prince crafted products, don't miss out. For the first time in the world, a special edition of the Magentano Crown Prince is unmatched, with incredible benefits never before seen. Boost your health, improve blood circulation, and strengthen your body to sleep better. Contact the Royal Clinic, Lord Garden Maid in Magentano. The bright sunlight bathes the palace as GL stands on a high platform, watching the cheering crowd below the castle. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. I want to have it. From afar, 2 men are whispering to each other. Even though it's expensive, I still want to buy it. Maybe I should borrow money? Seeing this scene, JK excitedly rubs his chin, thinking to himself, this is a good reaction. If you're organizing an event, you have to recover the costs. Gel smiled smugly, not missing the chance to promote the clinic. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd loudly. Dear citizens, please quiet down. Then continued. As you all know, I am JK Adria Magentano, the Crown Prince of the Empire, and I am also the director of the Royal Clinic, which is thriving in the Imperial capital. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. JK paused for a moment, then turned to look at the 3 people behind him. They all looked speechless, then JK continued. On this special occasion, I want to introduce a little about my clinic. Damien, Anis, and Seo have blank expressions, each holding a sign advertising the Magentano Royal Clinic. Whatever it takes, they will come immediately if needed. Acupuncture and acupressure, spinal adjustments, obesity treatment. Experts in treating all kinds of illnesses completely free of charge. Royal Clinic, internal and external medicine, treating all diseases, rehabilitation, open every day of the week, free medical consultation. Even Urus is no exception. The large hand raises the sign enthusiastically and roars, Orthopedics, come to the Royal Clinic open 24/7. Treats all kinds of illnesses. Gel continues to enthusiastically promote. The Royal Clinic, although recently established, offers healthcare services in a completely new way. Next, he happily asked everyone, have any of you heard of the Royal Clinic before? The surrounding silence was so loud you could hear a pin drop, until suddenly an older man and a young man raised their hands. We have heard of it too. Gil smugly said, so there are quite a few people who know about it. Fortunately, under Damien and Anis's disdainful gazes, he continued muttering, if I've come this far, I'd better prove myself, right? Then Gel cheerfully said to everyone, I can't just advertise Zong, right? As he spoke, he thought to himself,
It's time to release the prey.
Gel excitedly said, Jimo is like what a bustling and beautiful commercial center in Beihai, the heart of the empire, right? Only when everyone is healthy can Jimmo grow stronger. His words moved the audience below, bringing tears to their eyes, and everyone was touched by what he said. And when Jimo develops, the empire will become strong and prosperous. JK bows sincerely. I hope everyone stays healthy. If anyone here feels unwell, please step forward, even if it's just a minor illness. The people were stunned to hear JK say, I am the director of the Royal Clinic and will personally examine you all, feeling that everyone still seemed hesitant. JK clenched his fist, knowing he had to use his ultimate move. He then addressed the crowd, saying, the first 100 people to step forward will receive free medical examination tickets. Hearing that, Anis immediately objected. Isn't it always free? Damien can only sigh. Holding the glass ball tightly in one hand, she raises her other hand to the sky and shouts excitedly, free for all who arrive first. It begins. As soon as they hear the words free, everyone rushes to claim a spot for themselves. Jill smugly smiled. Oh, my esteemed guests. Thinking about how everyone was competing with each other, the smile on my face grew even brighter. Oh no, the customers with long lives. The villagers line up neatly, and in front of Jekyll is an old woman. Here, take this. You give her a piece of paper, take this voucher to the Royal Clinic, and I will prescribe the best medicine to improve your constitution. Next, the old lady also heard you say that of course the travel and accommodation costs from here to the capital are all covered. Of course it's free. The old woman kept nodding and expressing her gratitude to Jekyll. Thank you, sir. After the old woman left, Jake clapped excitedly, his voice full of joy. I've issued 100 free vouchers, and just 10% of them showing up at the clinic would be enough. Unlike Jekyll's enthusiasm, at least 10 patients. Anis, with a gloomy face, thought to herself, free medical care and travel expenses covered to the capital. Will I be able to manage this in the future? Jill still cheerfully asked Anis. Is that okay? Anis could only cry silently inside. Captain Thigh, maybe we will have to sell all our possessions again. Then she heard JK constantly imagining a bright future for the clinic. Now surely everyone in Joe knows about our clinic. You even claimed that this is a for-profit strategy for advertising. Damon Yen watched over him anxiously. It's been 9 hours, are you okay? Soon after, Gel stretched, but suddenly winced in pain and clutched his arm. Did I push myself too hard? The system displays a notification that your organs are demanding you comply with labor laws. Rotjia trembles as he protests, working non-stop for hours without a break. Is this guy crazy? Liver is also furious and screams, when will we finally get to rest? G's steps grew heavier and he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. No, I have to look cool. Everyone is watching. The image before him blurred gradually, the panicked faces of everyone appearing in his view. He must not show this vulnerable side, but in the end, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Dam Yen immediately rushed over. Your Highness, in response to everyone's concern. Are you all right? Your Highness. Jay forced a reluctant smile to reassure them, but in his mind, he whispered about this fragile body. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared, showing that he had diligently treated many patients in less than a day. As a result, you became exhausted. Your image has caught the attention of the people of Jimo. The image of the exhausted crown prince collapsing after diligently healing the people moved them deeply. The people of Jimo could feel your sincerity. They are deeply grateful to you. Their admiration, gratitude, and praise have become a new source of strength for your medical skills. The Great Doctor Point attendance system has been activated, and JKL's voice still echoes with inquiries. Your Highness, are you all right? But for now, you should focus only on your new skill. IGPD attendance is a kind of reputation score. You earn points by healing and saving lives. Build your reputation in society. Create achievements that go down in history or move many people. You receive 101 GDP. Current GDP is 101, JKL thought to themselves. Checking in Y sounds good, but what is it used for? The system immediately responds that you can use GDP to get free lie tickets. Free lie tickets are a type of coupon that can be purchased with 100 GDP per ticket. When you use a voucher, the designated target will believe absolutely and forever in one of your lies. Hearing this, JK blankly laughed in disbelief. Then JKL felt like they were full of energy again. Is this a game hack? You take the hand extended in front of you, then Damien slowly pulls you up, with the system's reminder still in front of your eyes. When using the ticket, you must specify the target. Each time, the ticket can only be used for one target and one lie. Be careful when using the target on deities or beings close to gods, as they might recognize the effect of the token. Seeing you still look confused, Damien quickly asked with concern, Are you all right, Your Highness? Jill immediately regained his composure and teased Damien. So if I'm not okay, are you going to carry me away? As long as you pay me, Damien replied indifferently, with the blue sky and warm golden sunshine above. The leaves floating in the air as Damien helps JK toward Mayor Ale, with Jake Keel's voice blending into the breeze. It is indeed you. At this moment, JK is being helped by Damien as they approach the mayor. The mayor tearfully asked JK with trembling hands and legs, Are you sure you want to set out right now? Your Highness, although JK still appears cheerful as usual, he is still worried. Your body still isn't fully recovered. Jay smiled and replied, I just fell because I had a cramp. Don't worry too much, Mayor. At least you should rest for a night before setting out. JK, it's okay. I can sleep on the carriage. The mayor still asked with concern. It probably isn't as comfortable as a bed, right? Despite Damien's helplessness, Jel cheerfully replied, sleeping in the carriage is quite comfortable. Jel placed a hand on the mayor's shoulder and said casually, anyway, I've received your kind help during my stay here. The award ceremony today was very successful. The mayor replied emotionally, that is thanks to your efforts.
Your Highness, before JK got on the carriage, he turned around and said, when you have the chance, please visit the Royal Clinic. Mayor Roberto was surprised.
Huh? Your Highness? Recalling Roberto's gaunt, haggard face and tears streaming down his face, the mayor broke out in a sweat. Luckily, JK just said, it's nothing, see you later. Ju got on the carriage, not forgetting to turn his head and wave goodbye to everyone. The carriage slowly departs from Magentano Palace City as everyone watches in panic. What the hell is that? It's a giant monster following the convoy. Suddenly, footsteps rush over hurriedly. The prince just saw you, and he immediately startled. Urus glared sharply and snorted at the person. The man quickly shook his head, regained his composure, then raised his hand in a loyal salute. He continued to introduce himself as Captain Mik Kar-do, commander of the 1st Company, 2nd Battalion, 6th Regiment, Huangdo Defense Corps, requesting an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. All right, what's going on? Then Captain Micardo respectfully handed Jekyll a letter. It is an imperial decree issued by His Majesty the Emperor. Your Highness. Jell received the letter, opening it while feeling a bad omen. He was stunned as he looked at the words on the letter in his hand. Jell was amazed by the content of the letter. When returning to the capital, the Crown Prince must go straight to the palace and meet the Emperor. Are you surprised? He just put the letter into his coat pocket and said, he's not the kind of person who calls me just to see my face. If he starts making me do strange or excessive things again, you'll be happy to know I'll just use a free lie detector. One dark night in a certain palace, Jekyll knelt on one knee in front of Crown Prince Giel Adria Magentano to request an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, the legitimate ruler of this land. The Emperor sat on the throne without speaking, only silently gazing at Jekyll. I want to ask you why you behave so irresponsibly and incompetently that your subordinates have to suffer because of you. Giel immediately realized, of course it was about this. Thinking about the fight with us, all he could do was silently lament, irresponsible and incompetent indeed. I almost died. Then the Emperor continued. I heard Minoto attack the chief's residence. Giel honestly replied, yes. That day when the Emperor was in danger, why didn't you run away faster so your subordinates could protect you and avoid unnecessary risk? Giel looked up in shock at the Emperor sitting above, trembling with anger, and the Emperor interrupted. Are you trying to say that you did your best? But you're wrong. You should stay away from danger before it strikes. If you understand the importance of your position, you must always be prepared for any situation. Gio clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. How could I have known? Am I a fortune teller? Seeing you remain silent without answering, the Emperor frowned and asked, what are you thinking? Gio bowed his head and replied, it's nothing. The Emperor immediately became furious and pointed his finger, scolding. The consequence of that negligence is that your followers face danger and hardship. Gio pouted, thinking he didn't care about me at all. It's so unfair. In the silent palace, only the Emperor's shouting could be heard. You are the one who will inherit my throne, care for, lead, protect, and be responsible for millions of subjects of the Empire. Yet you let a few dozen of your subordinates fall into danger and hardship. At this point, the Emperor erupted in fury, pounding his fist on the armrest and shouting loudly, that's shameful. The young man bowed his head in frustration. I may be upset, but I can't argue back. He is right. The anger subsided, and the Emperor spoke softly. Think about what happened and never repeat the same mistake. Do you understand? Gio replied. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor asked again. Do you have anything else to say? I have to say something in response, or this relationship will remain one-sided forever. With that in mind, I quickly speak up. Yes, Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but have you already quit smoking as I previously advised? The Emperor immediately froze. What? Even if Your Majesty gives up anything else, you must quit smoking so that you can stay healthy to govern the country. After saying what he wanted to say, Gel happily thought to himself, so what do you think, Your Majesty? The Emperor, confused, stroked his beard and said, that's that. Gil tried to show his loyalty to him, so Your Majesty must quit smoking. Your Majesty's health is the peace of the royal family. This is not an empty phrase. In reality, after Giel's death, the Emperor suffered a stroke from smoking too much and stress. I must make him quit smoking so the Empire won't be dragged into the upcoming war and to prevent following in my father's footsteps. After a moment of confusion, the Emperor smiled, leaned back, crossed his arms, and said, from that day on, the day you dared to lecture me, he said seriously, I have quit smoking. Jill was surprised. Is that so? You still want to say something else? Jay trembled as he stood up. No, I humbly requested a withdrawal. The Emperor slowly walks toward you. Hey, I advise you not to eat the food of legendary beasts casually, even if it contains magic. He shyly covers his mouth with his fist and turns his head to the side, coughing a few times. It definitely won't be good for your health. The cold night wind blows through the window as Emperor Ale sits silently on the throne. He smiled and thought, "Do you worry about me that much?" Suddenly, the Emperor asked someone, "And what about the new medicine my son said he was developing?" The person respectfully replied that, "As your majesty instructed, we have mobilized the entire Royal Intelligence Network to spread information about the Monitor sedative." Aeon turned around and asked, "What are the results?" The anonymous messenger continued reporting. Even the nobles in the most remote regions of the Empire would know about the tranquilizer from Monitor's secret. The Emperor immediately rejoiced. Well done, well done. In the quiet night, the moonlight illuminates the sky, and the sound of footsteps echoes clearly. "Hey!" Damien watched Jekyll's actions and asked confusedly, "What are you doing?" Jill counted to 3. "He's coming." A man rushes over as fast as he can, tears and mucus streaming down his face, crying and sobbing as he calls out to his highness. Jay helplessly consoles him. Then, as if seeing something disgusting, he shouted in panic, waited a moment, then quickly pushed the man's face away, stopping him. Jill forced a smile and hugged Gaydon's shoulder, saying, "Are you that happy?" He shouted in frustration, "You've abandoned me with all these outpatient patients." That made GL cover his ears with his hands to avoid being pierced by his shouting, and he hurriedly reassured him, "I will prescribe a medicine for you later." "Thank you for taking care of the clinic while I was away." Garden replied tearfully, "It's nothing. I'm fine." Too thin. Seeing the gaunt face of the doctor, Joey, I said, "Are you really okay? You look exhausted." In the quiet of the late night, only the sound of their conversation can be heard. "Jill, have you heard the story from Joe yet, Garden?" "Yes, your highness. I am very surprised." Jill put his arm around Garden and turned to look behind, saying, "Really? But you know what? You'll be even more surprised." Suddenly, Urus appeared out of nowhere, shouting loudly and startling the doctor. JK reluctantly praised him, saying, "Your acting skills have improved, and you've heard the rumors that I brought it back, right?" Garden chuckled and said, "Have I improved a bit?" Damien looked helplessly at the two walking ahead. What else is there? This clinic is full of strange people. Jill and Garden continued walking and chatting happily. "Jekyll, is there anything else?" "Gaydon, we've been receiving strange requests since yesterday. I'm curious to hear more." "Strange requests?" Gaydon replied. "They want to buy a type of medicine we don't have at all." Garden led Keel and Damien into a room, looking at the piles of crumpled papers in front of him, and was extremely surprised. "Are all these letters requests to buy sedatives?" Garden quickly replied, "Yes, even the servants sent from noble families are lining up to buy the medicine." Hearing this, JK immediately ran to the window to look down. "What? Do you remember? Isn't this the scene of people pushing and shoving to buy goods that you heard about? It's truly astonishing, even more than Snell. So there's no reason to refuse." Jay's eyes sparkled as he looked at the scene before him. Let them in the order they queued. Inside the box is a shining gem, a special edition of the Crown Prince's 987th year. 10 days later, in the Royal Clinic, JK happily examines patients and gives advice, when suddenly Gaydon approaches and calls out to him, "Your Highness." Then he leaned close to your ear and whispered, "There is a message from the palace requesting your presence." GL was startled. "What? Going back to the palace again? Why?" Gaydon also doesn't know what it's about. I don't really understand either. "Your Highness, you hurriedly changed into Blue's clothes and prepared the carriage for me. On the way to the palace, were you secretly hoping to pick a quarrel with me again?" A servant hurriedly came to greet him. "Your Highness, quickly this way." Seeing the door open, Jay asked curiously, "This isn't the way to the opinion room." As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned speechless, silently gazing at the Emperor lying on the sickbed, reminiscent of his father's past scene. "What is going on? Why does the Emperor look exactly like my father?" Memories flooded back to that rainy night inside a large internet cafe around 9 p.m., with a group of people sitting in front of bright computer screens, the sound of keyboard typing and mouse clicking echoing loudly. He angrily shouted and ruffled his hair. "Hey, get out of the car!" He angrily clicks to control the character in the game, but it doesn't work. So slow and uncooperative with that annoyed look on his face. Next to it, the phone lights up showing an incoming call. The ringtone keeps ringing, but no one answers after a long while. The phone screen goes dark, showing 6 missed calls. The girl at the nearby computer looks over. "Han, are you not answering?" The phone keeps ringing. He nonchalantly replied, "Whatever, the phone keeps ringing, but you still ignore it." The computer screen shows the game over message. Maybe because I lost, I was annoyed and frowned. The phone next to me rang again. He took his hand off the keyboard and picked up the phone. Without looking at the caller, he directly pressed to answer. "Hello?" The news he received made him panic. He jumps up, slams his hand down on the table, then grabs his bag and runs out into the pouring rain. When he arrived, his hand trembling as he held his bag, soaked by the rain, he panted heavily with a sorrowful face, tears welling up as he looked ahead. In front of him was the hospital bed, his mother lying collapsed beside it, crying bitterly, his hands hanging loosely, and his bag falling to the ground. On the hospital bed is your uncle, wearing a respirator, unconscious. Back in reality, the Emperor lies still on the bed, just like your father did in the hospital that day. Jay slaps his face hard, thinking to himself, "Pull yourself together, you idiot. Is this the time to sit around mourning the past?" He touches his chin and observes the Emperor's condition. A stroke in the middle. The muscles on the Emperor's face twitch slightly. Jay quietly observes that both the muscles and the nerve signals controlling them are disrupted. The Crown Prince turns to ask what has happened. The head of the guards nearby steps forward and can answer that question. Your Highness. He gestured with his hand, and a royal doctor wearing glasses stepped forward to introduce himself. Bao, the Emperor's physician, requests an audience with the Crown Prince. Gio turned fully to the doctor and asked seriously, "How long has His Majesty been unconscious?" Bao hesitated before answering. "About one night, I was secretly startled when I heard the answer." "What?" "All night?" A withered dry flower on one side signals something ominous. The Crown Prince continued to ask, "What is the cause?" The wind gently swayed, causing the withered petals to fall to the ground, and the court doctor hesitantly answered, "Last night after dinner, Your Majesty seemed unusually intoxicated." Jiel crossed his arms and asked, "Was it the wine?" "Unusual? What do you mean?" Recalling the Emperor's condition last night, the chief guard reported that after just one glass of wine, his tongue began to stumble and he staggered. Noticing these signs of instability, I advised him to rest early. But this morning when I arrived, I looked back at the Emperor and asked, "So he was like this?" Jiel clenched his fists, trembling, thinking to himself, this is a classic sign of a stroke. Looking at the doctor, he silently blamed him for missing the golden hour due to his poor treatment. The doctor bowed his head anxiously, not knowing when he would be scolded. J.K. turned away without looking at the doctor, gazing at the Emperor lying on the bed, lost in thought. No, the problem is that the Emperor has quit smoking and takes great care of his health. Why did he end up like this? Suddenly, I realized with worry that it's exactly how things unfold in the Demon Sword Emperor's story. Jiel thought to himself, of course, even if the Emperor passes away, things wouldn't happen like in my story. It's not the second prince who becomes Emperor, but that's something I absolutely don't want. Thinking about the pile of memorials that need to be read and approved, he concluded that the Emperor's position is not a leisurely one. Jiel felt as if he could see himself wasting away. With a lifespan of less than 200 days, I cannot bear that mountain of work. Thinking of this, I suddenly realized that if the Emperor passes away, I will also die. Jay focused his energy to check the Emperor's condition. The most important thing was to find out the cause of the stroke. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the Emperor's body, hoping it wasn't a cerebral hemorrhage. You use your medical knowledge to analyze. Stroke is divided into two main types. First is a cerebral hemorrhage caused by a ruptured brain blood vessel, also known as hemorrhagic stroke. Second is ischemic stroke, which occurs when a blood vessel is blocked by a clot or atherosclerosis, leading to a lack of blood and oxygen to the brain. Which type has a higher mortality rate? You grit your teeth, sweat running down, and generally say that hemorrhagic stroke is more dangerous. You try your best to silently pray, please, please, then suddenly you open your eyes as if you have found the cause of the stroke. Gio concludes that the blood flow in the cerebellar arteries before and after is blocked. The blood cells are clearly visible, indicating a stroke caused by ischemia, and he quietly feels relieved. Luckily, there is no hemorrhage, so he will be paralyzed, with impaired functions and loss of coordination. Jekyll's energy continues to flow throughout the Emperor's body. You think to yourself, I need to find out which blood vessel is blocked so I can assess the recovery potential and treatment options. Jay suddenly freezes. What is this? It's inside the red blood cells being strangely blocked. Isn't this an unnatural blood clot? Why? JK's face shows clear shock and amazement that words can't express, with no signs of tampering in the blood clot, and the test results leave JK stunned. After the examination, he let go. Normally and realistically, this shouldn't be possible. Realizing something is wrong, it's clear this didn't happen naturally. Jekyll pondered with suspicion. He turned to look at the captain of the guards and the royal physician standing anxiously behind, certain that something was amiss. I don't want to think too much. I just hold my head and sigh softly. But now treatment is the top priority. We can investigate after saving the Emperor. You can't think otherwise. This place isn't safe. I turn to the others and say we must take him to the infirmary for intensive care. As he finished speaking, the door opened and a priest holding a crucifix entered, praying for God's blessing for everyone. The captain of the guards cheerfully greeted. Archbishop Bertona, dressed in yellow robes and wearing a religious crown, radiates a bright aura as he places his hand on his chest and introduces himself. Jiel also greeted him. I am Jekyll Adria Magentano. Crown Prince, are you here to heal His Majesty? The Archbishop replied, Yes, Your Highness. He explained his purpose for coming. The deity came because it sensed someone in need of its prayer, but it didn't expect that person to be His Majesty. The situation looks very serious. Let's start right away. JK allows the Archbishop to approach the bedside, nodding and saying, All right, please pray silently and use divine power or anything you can. The Archbishop raised his hand, reciting a prayer, golden energy radiating out, blinding holy light pouring forth that made him shield his eyes. Yes, this light gently envelops the Emperor. Suddenly, the system activates the acupuncture scanning feature, and with its support, you see the damaged cells being revived by the energy from the Archbishop. He was amazed and raised his hand to examine, saying, The cells are regenerating. Archbishop Bertona was trying to use golden spiritual power to intervene inside. Seeing the blue stars appear on the Emperor's forehead and absorb the impurities, the figure exclaimed, Cell regeneration. He covered his mouth in surprise, as normally brain cells cannot regenerate once the brain is damaged. You hold on to a small hope that Archbishop Bertona is still concentrating on the spell. Maybe we can save him. Please, please. After a moment, the spell is complete. The yellow energy surrounding Bertona disappeared. As soon as he finished, he collapsed, trembling all over and gasping for breath. He tremblingly turned to Gel and said, "Your Highness, it's over." Gel looked worried and replied to the bishop, "You've worked hard." He reached out to check on the Emperor's condition. Gel closed his eyes and used his internal observation skill. The blood clot still hasn't been removed. It is still blocking the blood vessel. It must be completely eliminated, or else. So even if the brain tissue is restored, it will die again. The boy looked seriously at the blood clot. Joe seems to merge with the cells, trying to find a way to fix it. In her mind, the blood clot is blocking that blood vessel. You silently resolve to yourself, eyes full of determination, but tinged with hesitation because it could cost the Emperor's life. I have to remove it first. That's the top priority. Pull your hand back, cross your arms, and think, searching for a solution. What should I do now? The scariest thing right now is reperfusion injury.
The knowledge about reperfusion injury comes to mind. It is the phenomenon where cells and tissues suffer additional damage when blood flow returns to ischemic areas caused by blood vessel blockages.
However, he was also worried because although reperfusion usually helps recovery when reperfusion injury occurs, this is a difficult problem that requires an absolute solution. The affected area will suffer irreversible damage. Thinking of this, he helplessly let out a sigh. Suddenly, as if he had an idea, Giel clapped his hands. He turned and called out, "Knight Roberto, summon the royal mage here." Roberto, startled and confused, asked again, "Do you want to call Lord Genetti?" Giel approached him, recalling what the prince had done earlier, and he was startled and panicked. Could it be that he's sweating nervously, worried that I might do something crazy? Are you planning to use lightning to heal the prince? Are you sure you want to say no? Roberto immediately sighed in relief. Then Giel declared confidently, "I will freeze him." Roberto shouted in panic. "What?" A loud, powerful scream echoed throughout the palace as the imperial mage was summoned, accompanied by 2 royal guards.
With his staff in hand, he approached the Emperor's chamber, opened the door, and entered. He spoke, "Your Majesty, I humbly request to see you."
In response to the Emperor's summons, he faced the Emperor lying on the bed, flanked by 3 scheming figures like hungry wolves who had long been waiting for their prey. He was a bit startled. "What girl?" A moment after hearing the Crown Prince's request, Jan Tatus glared and confirmed. "Are you saying you want me to use magic to freeze His Majesty?" Giel nodded. "Exactly." The mage clenched his fists with trembling anger, gritting his teeth in frustration as he looked at the prince, silently wondering why he was being subjected to such torment. Holding his staff, he asked again, "Are you serious?" Giel replied, "Yes, freeze him at the safest level possible." Then he placed his hand on Genetis' shoulder, startling him. He smiled brightly and patted his shoulder, just like when I treated that child with epilepsy. Sorcerer Janitus turned around feeling unsure, but JK stepped forward, standing before him, and sincerely said, "I really need your help. Without you, His Majesty will be in danger." Hearing this, Genetis was startled and asked, "Are you serious?" Giel nodded. "Of course, I've never lied before." The palace mage thought to himself, "Although it's difficult, it's not impossible. But what if His Majesty the Emperor were to come to harm?" Thinking about a few things, he glanced at the Crown Prince beside him. Could it be that suddenly an image appeared in his mind of the Crown Prince wearing a crown, dressed in imperial robes, holding a wine glass with a sinister smile? Questioning, "Are you doubting that I want to use you to harm the Emperor and satisfy my thirst for power?" Realizing he was overthinking, he shook his head. Impossible. Watching the Crown Prince worry about the Emperor, he remarked that the prince's actions so far didn't resemble someone obsessed with power at all. Remembering how Jake Hill treated the people, he marveled at how he never prepared to seize political power, but only focused on healing patients at the royal clinic. Looking back, his actions were truly strange. Finally, he quietly concluded that he could trust this strange order from the prince. Then he responded, "Yes, Your Highness." GL is pleased. "Very well, thank you for trusting me." He silently thought, "Now I can start the treatment." He turned around and called out to the little spiky-tailed one. A cute hedgehog-like creature runs over when it hears the call and jumps onto Gel's shoulder. He asked it with a smile, "Do I need to borrow your thorn again today?" The little spiky-tailed creature gave a thumbs up to agree and immediately shot its thorn at Jekyll. Holding the hedgehog's quill and a large yellow potion, he silently thought everything was ready. He glanced at the person resting in the corner. One more thing and everything will be perfect. Blessing magic. The archbishop was sitting on a chair, still panting and trembling all over. Seeing a figure approaching, he looked up. Jay politely asked, "I have a question for the archbishop." He replied, "Yes, Your Highness." You ask, "Can you use the blessing magic again in 3 or 4 hours?" Archbishop Bertona slightly bows his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but that's not possible." This caused the other 4 people in the room to be stunned. GL calmly asked, "Why is that?" Mr. Bertona explained, "Because the blessing magic can only be used once a month. Having received the answer, you just covered your face and left." He clenched his teeth and thought, "I wish I had known earlier. It would have saved me some trouble." Regaining his composure, he continued, "I have one more question. Can I learn the blessing magic?" Jill thought to himself that although it's difficult to learn, once mastered it will be very useful. Combining medical skills with the blessing magic will help me easily gain more life bonus points. You dream of the system granting you more lifespan, year by year. Hearing that, the Archbishop clasped his hands and asked excitedly, "Do you want to convert?" Seeing him like that, JK widened his eyes in confusion, and he immediately took JK's hand, his eyes shining. "That's a good question, Your Majesty. In fact, faith isn't something too distant." He looked a bit pale, pointing at himself as if to confirm that he was talking about him. Even for someone of noble blood like you. Archbishop Thao Tao Bat Tweet Blessing Magic sounds lofty and difficult to approach, but in reality, he joyfully extends his hand and shouts loudly, "It is for everyone." He then clasped his hands to his chest, as long as there is a sincere heart and a will to practice. He began preaching, "Stay away from women, avoid physical contact, even holding hands, and do not speak. Look into their eyes for more than 3 seconds. Stay with them for no longer than 3 minutes. Do not breathe the same air and listen to their proselytizing requests." Jill was stunned. Berton continued, "Offer all your love and care to the faith." Hearing that, both Jill and the 4 courtiers froze, thinking that just 30 years to achieve that would be enough. Your Highness, Batona remains immersed in the joy of spreading the faith, saying, "Your Highness, just 30 years for faith, isn't that a very short time? Just do that, and you will receive the blessing of the magic blessing spell." Finally, he looked at the Crown Prince with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. "So, what's the conclusion? It's easy, isn't it?" He sighed, turned around and left, leaving the stunned Archbishop behind, and ordered the 4 attendants to begin the treatment. Behind the door to the Emperor's chamber, JK helps the Emperor to sit up, lost in thought about a treatment method to prevent reperfusion injury. The key is to slow down the body's metabolic rate. Then he nodded to signal Mage Janitus, continuing his analysis. In this way, sudden changes in cells will be reduced, and tissue damage from reperfusion injury will be minimized, and the most effective way to do that is to lower the body temperature within a safe range. The Royal Court Mage holding his staff begins casting a spell. The blue magic disperses, lowering the surrounding temperature. According to Jekyll's analysis, this is called hypothermia therapy. He is always by her side observing and analyzing the situation as the body's metabolic rate slows down with the decrease in body temperature. The Emperor's body temperature drops like freezing, his heartbeat slows down, and his breathing becomes shallow. Seeing this, he clenches his fists and gets ready. Jay signals the mage to stop and hold that position. As the mage concentrates to control his magic, he turns around and prepares. Next to the Emperor's bed, a serving cart was ready with the spines of the little thorntail and a golden potion bowl. The round pill from before had been diluted by JK. He thought the sedative from Minoto honey had already been diluted earlier. He carefully administered the medicine to the Emperor as it would help dissolve the blood clot. From now on, not a single millimeter of error is allowed. Thanks to the system's vision, you can sense the blood clot beginning to dissolve. He focused his mind and thought, "I must act quickly or there will be other side effects." Jill quickly grasped the needle, and the sequence of treatment steps appeared, starting with circulating the chi and blood. The needle was inserted into a point on the cheek just below the eye, starting the meridian, and the life energy spread through the entire stomach meridian. Seeing the Crown Prince's treatment method was so unusual, the 4 close ministers were startled and panic-stricken. Jay doesn't care about others' reactions. He focuses his mind, waiting until all the meridians are ready. You activate the support system feature 1 and scan all the acupuncture points. After scanning the points across the Emperor's body, you conclude that the energy has spread evenly. Now Geo begins acupuncture, directing energy to the acupoints in order. 4 White, Cleft Gate, Gia Gia, Earth Store, Great Nape. I must control the blood flow to the cerebellar artery before and after. Jay carefully analyzes. If too much blood flows at once, it will cause reperfusion injury and the blood-brain barrier will definitely break. Therefore, this process must be carried out carefully. You hold the acupuncture needle seriously, calculating to speed up the timing even more. The acupuncture needle continues to be inserted into the Dewey Head acupoint and the Haquan acupoint. He feels a monoresponse, a small wave spreading out. At this moment, Mage Genetis was also sweating and starting to feel a bit tired. Knight Roberto frowned with worry and softly called, "Your Majesty!" The treatment was still ongoing, with the Mage and Crown Prince concentrating intensely, while the courtiers could only stand outside, watching and praying anxiously. Jill just sensed the Emperor's condition. Blood flow had decreased by about 20%, but there was still hope. After finishing the acupuncture, he clenched his fist and silently prayed. "The rest I can only leave to fate and the Emperor's vitality. Whatever happens, please be different from that time." Jai drifted into memories, returning to the hospital scene. I remember sitting beside the bed, the ECG monitor showing very low readings. "Please wake up, I beg you. If you wake up, I promise to stop crying and promise to listen to you. And you, child." Before Kono could finish speaking, the ECG showed no more readings. "The patient has passed away, his hand hanging loose despite my heartfelt prayers." The boy sinks into grief, collapsing beside the bed and crying loudly, but in the end, he still cannot open his eyes. On the day of the funeral, tears turned to rain. The hand was cold and lifeless, contrasting with the warm casket holding the remains.
I wish I could hold his warm hand just one more time, even if only for a moment back in reality, with a soft whisper in my ear.
He has fallen asleep. Jay opened his eyes and looked around, feeling the warmth of his hand. Jay suddenly fully wakes up, his mind shouting, he's awake now. The Emperor has already woken up in bed. My gentle-hearted lord, is my son really your son? Glancing at the basin of water and the towel beside the bed, he said, I thank you, my son Gel. Gel bit his lip and thought, but I am not his son. He advised the Emperor, it's okay. Don't try to talk. Just rest. Hearing that, the Emperor nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Geo clenched his jaw and turned away, unable to contain his feelings. I can't take it anymore. I say, I'll go outside for a bit. He silently left, walking down the palace corridor, painful memories flooding back. He remembered that rainy day, blaming himself, wishing he had received the news earlier. In the silent palace corridor, he kept speculating. Suddenly, rain started outside, and JK stopped in front of a glass window, watching the rain and thinking, if only I had arrived on time that day. Today would also be a rainy day. He thought to himself, but JK clenched his fist, pressed it against the wall, and rested his head on his arm. This time, I didn't arrive late. The suppressed emotions find a release, tears falling like the rain outside. You sniffled and apologized, crying your heart out. He sat down by the window. Outside, the rain was still falling softly. He shook his head silently, telling himself, no, not now. Stay calm, Aitli. You clench your fists and regain your determination. Now is not the time for sadness. If you lose your composure like this, everything will fall apart. We've only just overcome a major challenge, and there are many more difficulties ahead, with no guarantee that there won't be complications. Gio closes his eyes and touches his chin, planning the treatment. I also need to plan the rehabilitation for him, depending on the extent of the residual effects. Just one more month of perseverance, and I can use blessing magic to fully heal him. Suddenly, the system displays a message that you have treated the patient with hypothermia therapy, precise acupuncture, minor sedatives, and dedicated care. Jakel looked surprised as the Asterian Testarossa Magentano system notification announced that she had survived the critical condition and was on the path to recovery, a miracle unprecedented in history repeating itself. During the treatment, you were the first on the Leia Razor continent to introduce the concept of fresh blood reperfusion injury. You have left a significant mark in the medical history of the Leia Razor continent. The system confirmed that the concept of revascularization injury you proposed will be included in the medical textbooks of future generations. Medical students will cry, get headaches, and complain when preparing for exams. Who was the first to discover this? Future medical students will curse you for the expanding scope of the exam. The system notification keeps ringing. You receive a medical attendance mark, and your accumulated experience increases. You received 121 GDP for the free lie ticket. Your current GDP is 222. You can use 2 free lie tickets. You smile contentedly, thinking to yourself, 2 tickets? That's quite a surprise reward. Captain of the guards next to the Emperor stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, you have saved His Majesty and me as well. The Imperial Doctor bowed his head in shame. Through this, I have realized how utterly incompetent I am as a healer. I was too proud and overconfident. Gioio replied casually, do you realize that now? The court physician grew even more confused and embarrassed. Yes, Your Highness. He coldly stood up and said, so you should also be aware of your responsibility. This made the court doctor startled. Gio pats Pissarro on the shoulder and says, when His Majesty is close to death, you can't even identify the cause or come up with an appropriate treatment or solution. So, after saying that, you turn your back on him. Did I say something wrong? The court doctor stammers as he says that. Gio walks away. So what should you do? You have to take responsibility, right? The court physician panicked and looked worried. He turned around and called out, Prince. Jay didn't want to listen or turn around, just raised his hand and said, stop making excuses. You should reflect on yourself. From today, I will personally take care of His Majesty. The Imperial Doctor's face turned pale. Cold sweat ran down as a doctor, and I secretly judged that this doctor was truly incompetent. After taking a few steps, he turned back and instructed, Chief Guard, make sure that news about His Majesty's health does not leak out. Now everyone, please leave. His Majesty needs absolute rest. The guards and the Imperial Doctor both replied, yes, Your Highness. Watching the two leave, he pondered in his mind that he couldn't trust him both in ability and other aspects. The next morning, warm sunlight shone through the window frame into the room. Yella has been watching over the Emperor's bed all night and fell asleep from exhaustion, but then he hears a call for the prince. The chief guard enters and softly calls, Your Highness. Yes. The crown prince woke up, rubbed his eyes, and asked what was going on. The chief guard saluted and reported on the matter you instructed yesterday. The crown prince raised his head and asked, Have you silenced everyone in the palace? The guard replied, Of course. The prince instructed that outside we should say, His Majesty is seriously ill and resting. Stretching, JK asked, How many people know the truth? The other side replied, Only you, I, and those present at the time. The crown prince praised, Very good, you've worked hard, but it seems you have something else to report. The captain of the guard scratched his head and said, That was the envoy from the Angoma kingdom who arrived early this morning, requesting an audience with His Majesty. Hearing that, G suddenly stood up so quickly and forcefully that the chair he was sitting on fell to the ground. Recalling the treacherous character from the story, his image appeared in my mind, and I nervously asked the Angoma envoy again. The Angoma kingdom, though only about 150 years old, is rising as a promising new power. And a few years later, they launched a war to wipe out the Magentano royal family, and the Magentano kingdom would fall under the Angoma dynasty. Jill stood by Asterian's sickbed, with the fallen chair behind him, talking to the chief guard. "But why does the envoy from Onmo want to meet your majesty now?" the chief guard said, placing his hand over his chest with a worried look. "Actually, your majesty has been receiving envoys for the past 5 days. Jill suddenly felt a bad premonition and remembered Guinness's thoughts. Could it be that his sudden confession of his unease was because of that Guinness? The captain of the guards explained he wants to blame him for failing to control Minoto. Jill asked back, causing chaos. The captain of the guards continued speaking, causing him to furrow his brow and bite his lip in discomfort. "Yes, your highness, that's correct. Your majesty was very angry upon hearing the news and has officially summoned Envoy Angoma to question him." JK's face darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. "Today is the day of happiness." The head guard's face looked worried as he hesitated in his speech. "Maybe we should apologize to the envoy and let him return," Gel suddenly said, opening his eyes wide. "Let him go back?" The head guard hesitated, sweating, and said, "Then we will tell him as previously announced that his majesty is resting due to illness." You listened to what he said while glancing at the sickbed. After going through the trouble of sending the envoy, are we really going to let him go back? Jay sat up, deep in thought, knowing it would be very difficult to gather everyone again if he returned today. Furthermore, if the meeting is canceled due to a cold, they will suspect something is wrong. You sit silently in the chair, lost in thought. They might guess that the Emperor is having health issues and that we are talking about a potential enemy who could wage war against us in the coming years. You lightly tap your fingers on the chair, deep in thought. "No, I will break the silence and meet him myself." The head guard covered his mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "Yes," Jay said seriously, "I will attend the meeting on behalf of His Majesty in my own way." Benjamin is sitting at a table with a thick stack of documents, some cookies, and a teapot, holding a hot cup of tea in his hand. He brings the teacup to his lips to sip the hot tea, his face relaxing as he enjoys it, with his hand holding the cup close to the Count Benjamin, the envoy of the Kingdom of Angoma. His face suddenly darkened with a scowl, grinding his teeth as he thought about the shameless merchant who had driven him all the way here. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling an explosion, and slammed the teacup onto the table. If the Crown Prince had been killed in that incident, war probably would have broken out already. This meeting certainly won't be easy. Benjamin reached into his shirt and pulled out something. But who am I? I am Benjamin, a diplomat. He pulls out some cards from his jacket pocket, holding one in one hand and showing the card, with a shield featuring a rose in the other. His face is full of arrogance. No matter how much Emperor Magentano tries to cause trouble, I am ready with all my cards to deal with him. He makes a smug, humorous face, confident and self-praising inside. I am truly irresistible. Benjamin's eyes sparkled with fire as he smirked. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Emperor Magentano. Jel stepped in and asked, "Have you been waiting long since I arrived a bit late?" Benjamin bowed his head in greeting. "No." He looked up towards the door where Jekyll boldly entered, puzzled, wondering where the Crown Prince and the Emperor were. Benjamin's face stiffened. He forced a smile onto his face, placing his hand over his chest as he spoke. "Oh, Count Benjamin, envoy of the Kingdom of Angoma, requesting an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Jiel's serious gaze makes Benjamin cautious. Meanwhile, I remind myself that as someone clueless about diplomacy, I can only do two things. First, don't appear arrogant in front of experts. Jiel extends his hand while Benjamin, feeling shy, lowers his head slightly and says, "Please take a seat." Jiel thinks then. He reaches out to shake Benjamin's hand and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you." He still pondered, trying to draw him into my expertise and take control, while Jiel looked at him sincerely, making him feel awkward and unsure of what to say, as I kept reminding myself. "We must not let war break out, for the sake of my royal life and peaceful old age." The man looked away and spoke. "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince this time." Before Benjamin could finish speaking, JK interrupted with a cheerful smile, raising his hand to clap. "Our envoy's health isn't very good, is it?" Benjamin was stunned and looked ahead blankly. "Yes." Jill still smiling, he pointed upward and said, "Can you extend your left hand forward?" Benjamin reached out his hand toward him and asked. "Like this?" Jill said, "Don't. Move it further away towards me." Benjamin still didn't understand and asked again, "But why?" Immediately, JK grabbed Benjamin's hand tightly. A blue vortex appeared. He looked at Benjamin's hand, gently stroked his chin and said, "You probably often feel a heavy head every morning when you wake up, right?" "Yes, I didn't mean that." He continued, "Your shoulder and neck muscles are often tense, and you frequently suffer from headaches, right?" Benjamin's whole body kept trembling, causing the table to shake as well. "That's right. But first, let me go." Jill continued speaking. "And you have a habit of drinking and smoking, right?" A system panel appears above JK, showing people laughing and talking. Then your face looks sad as you continue. His eyes slightly drooped. Benjamin spoke. "It's not the time to worry about that now. Jill continues speaking, his fingertips trembling constantly, and Benjamin, panicked, senses that something is wrong. In his mind, he sensed something was wrong. Benjamin pulled back his hand, his face filled with fear, his mouth wide open as he thought, I am being drawn into the prince's game. I must see the Emperor immediately. He called out to the Emperor, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He clenched his teeth, thinking I had prepared many cards for negotiation. But Crown Prince Benjamin looked toward where Jill was standing, still rambling about something, and he felt helpless. He kept talking, stood up and slammed the table, saying, Crown Prince, I am here today to meet Emperor Mayantano. Jill smirked dangerously, thinking, Do you want to take the initiative away from me? No way. Jill speaks, Marcus Benjamin. He suddenly stood up, causing him to gape in surprise. The envoy is a distinguished guest authorized by the Kingdom of Vangoma to meet with our empire. He walks around to Benjamin's back. He frowns slightly. You said, in other words, you are the representative of the Kingdom of Vangoma. Jill continued, but I cannot ignore when this distinguished guest shows signs of ill health. Am I really going to ignore this? Jill continued in a serious tone. If the envoy falls ill and collapses here, how severely will our royal family be criticized? Jill suddenly reached out and grabbed Benjamin's shoulder. He raised his hand to shake his head, indicating it's not allowed. Oh no, it's not allowed. Absolutely cannot let that happen. You tell me everything. Suddenly he bowed his head with a terrifying expression and a deep voice that made Benjamin panic and look at him. Can I or can't I? He stammered in fear as he answered. No, I can't allow it. Benjamin broke out in a sweat, biting his lip tightly, his mind racing. It's a failure. Jay turns away and steps forward. He spoke as a reminder, saying I should limit alcohol, beer, cigarettes, and exercise at least 30 minutes each day. He moved his hand to pull out a chair to avoid it, then lightly coughed, adopting the demeanor of an emperor. Benjamin startled, looking up, and said, Yes, he thinks the emperor is unwell. Jill looked serious and said, That's right. Your Majesty has been ill since yesterday. Benjamin asked, What's wrong with him? Benjamin suddenly thought, Is the emperor sick? Jill explains, He has a severe cold. He pauses for a moment before continuing. Recently, he has been overworking and stressed, so he has been smoking and drinking more. Maybe that's why he's sick. He placed his hand in front of his chin, frowning as he looked at him tired and loss of appetite from a truly pitiful cold. Emperor is very sorry and would like to invite you to a banquet. Nothing else. Benjamin frowned, sweating silently, thinking that even if it was true, he didn't expect him to admit it so frankly, apologize sincerely, and even invite me to the banquet to make amends. He gently clenched his fist so straightforward that I couldn't find anything to criticize. The Crown Prince personally came here and explained so clearly. If I keep pressing, I'll lose reason. Benjamin secretly bit his lip. Did he just discard one of my cards like that? He furrowed his brows and looked at J.K. smiling slyly, secretly assessing that this Crown Prince is not someone to be taken lightly. GL suddenly leaned toward Benjamin and whispered, I have something I want to tell you. The outside world is very different from the atmosphere inside where Jekyll and Benjamin are talking. Benjamin, with a cheerful expression, walks beside Jekyll. He said, I didn't expect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to be so kind-hearted. Jill, with one hand on his hip and the other supporting his head, smiled. Is that right? Benjamin asked, holding up a piece of paper with a cheerful smile while Jekyll stood behind, arms crossed. He said, Sean will deliver this letter and the message from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Damien suddenly appeared and asked, What's going on? Did the meeting go smoothly? Jill replied it was just okay. Both of them looked towards where Benjamin was jumping and singing. Damien asked, Looks like everything went well, right? Luckily, he understood my intentions. Damien frowned hesitantly. The prince's sincerity. What are you thinking? I must have just tamed a bewildered young deer. Jay smiled brightly and said, Damien, I have something for you to do. Damien bowed his head and closed his eyes in response. What is it? Jill said seriously, with a determined look and a hand on Damien's shoulder. A top-secret mission. A top-secret mission? Jill explained seriously. Today, an important patient will be admitted to the royal clinic. Damien asked confusedly. Yes? G raised his hand to his mouth, frowning slightly as he leaned in. Damien reminded him softly, Don't let anyone hear, Damien wondered. Who is it that you have to hide like this? Jill turned away and replied, Your Majesty, so please return to the clinic first. Damien asked, Should I have the Special Forces team ready? GL raised his hand and smiled. Yes, that's correct. I know you've been focusing on training lately, sorry to bother you. Don't worry. Compared to training, my priority is protecting the important characters. GL briefly remembered the scene of him focusing on fighting the scattered dummies on the ground. Damien swiftly swung and fiercely cut down the scarecrows, while GL thought that monster was a huge wall blocking his path. He paused to catch his breath, surrounded by piles of debris and flying shards of stone. Jill silently thought, It seems the time has come. You assess that the moment he realizes his true nature, he will become the strongest in the world, but not yet. Damien bows his head before Keel, who is smiling. Then I will go back to the clinic to prepare. The two of them went in different directions. Suddenly, Damien stopped in his tracks while walking. He frowned and thought, even though I have trained intensively, it still isn't enough. He extends his hand, rough and scarred from wielding a sword, along with tiny cuts. I have never learned proper swordsmanship. Can I surpass my own limits? Damien's face hardens. What must I do to become stronger? At night, JK pushes Astelion sitting in a wheelchair out of the room. I can't let the Emperor stay in the palace. You just push the wheelchair forward while thinking. Because I don't know which of his close aides has malicious intentions. Jay paused for a moment. Moreover, the Emperor is still in critical condition. I must stay by his side until I can use the Archbishop's blessing magic in a month. Jill glanced at the servants whispering around, pondering. But if I stay inside the palace, they will suspect that the Emperor is not just suffering from a common cold, but is seriously ill. He continued pushing the wheelchair with Astelion sitting in it forward. It's best to avoid that situation. Jay pushes the cart toward a door, thinking to himself that he should also prepare to welcome the next VIP. He smiles faintly and menacingly. Surely the effect has already started to take hold. Early in the morning, a voice echoed throughout the magnificent castle. You say Benjamin has returned? A servant standing at attention next to Maravik sitting on a chair asks, So quick? He gritted his teeth, realizing that Emperor Magentano was not an easy opponent. His face was filled with rage, his hand clenched tightly and trembling, his eyes full of killing intent. King Maravete of Angoma. The door suddenly opens, and Benjamin steps in. Sir, I have returned. Marov replies, You count? You have returned. Marov's eyes dark. He raises his hand to stroke his chin. How did everything turn out? Benjamin stepped back. God. Benjamin's words made Maravik frown. God was unable to meet Emperor Magentano. Instead, Benjamin has a cheerful face, surrounded by sparkling lights, as he raises his thumb in a thumbs-up gesture. I met the Crown Prince. Benjamin recalled his conversation with JK. You said it so I could summarize the main points of today's meeting. Yale started rambling. I believe the Angoma royal family is also aware of the situation in Jim. They don't understand why you're bringing this up, but they still nodded in response. Of course, Jill continued. So I want to suggest, or rather request. Benjamin asked nervously. What is it? A request? You smile with a glow of radiance surrounding you. Princess Adeline Boa of Angamo, the rightful first heir to the throne of Angoma, must stay in the royal capital Magentano for 6 months. A bolt of lightning struck Benjamin's mind. He exclaimed in shock, What does he think he wants to take my daughter as a hostage? Is this guy crazy? He frowned, lowered his head to look away, and clenched his fists in thought. Angoma is an independent country, not a colony of Magentano. Benjamin's face was full of veins, his eyes bloodshot. What a disgrace. He said angrily, No, Jill smirked. Suddenly, a system window appeared, offering a free lie. Count Benjamin began to be enchanted by your lie. Jay says, I am actually very interested in building a friendly, peaceful, and constructive relationship with Angoma. Oh no, actually, I want to establish a relationship with you. The system window appears, and Count Benjamin will trust completely and forever in one of your lies. Could you tell me the reason? Suddenly a thought flashed through Benjamin's mind. He put his hand to his mouth as if he had discovered something when looking at the wire, and asked, Could the Crown Prince have designs on my daughter? He thought about the possibility of JKEL proposing to his daughter. The princess came and stayed for 6 months and then fell in love with the Crown Prince. He suddenly froze. Wait, maybe it's a strong alliance through marriage or a federation. Benjamin is still lost in his dream of an unprecedented great empire being formed. Maybe my name will be forever engraved in history, he said grimly. The meeting laid the foundation for a great empire. Benjamin envisioned himself being cheered by the people and the great diplomat leading that encounter. A hand slammed down on the table, and a furious voice snapped him out of his dream. What? Marov pointed at Benjamin and angrily said, Does he want Adeline to stay for 6 months? Does he dare treat our kingdom like a colony and take my daughter as a hostage? Is he trying to start a war? Marova frowned and shouted in anger. Benjamin, did you hear that humiliating demand and stay silent? Facing the Emperor's fury, he stammered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty! But Benjamin trembled nervously as he explained that it was a reasonable request to promote friendly relations between the two countries. Maravek asked, What did you say? Benjamin still bowed his head and explained, Prince Magentano wants to use this exchange to build a close relationship between the two countries and form an alliance with the princess. Maravek asked, still trembling, if the future leaders of the two countries would build a closer relationship. Then their future would be more peaceful. Maravek shouted loudly, I don't want to hear any more. He stood up abruptly, raised his hand, and his face was furious. The negotiation with Magentano had failed. Benjamin reached into his coat pocket and said, Your Majesty, please calm down and read the letter sent by the Crown Prince. Marov clenched his teeth and frowned, wondering what had happened to you. Benjamin Marov slowly approached Benjamin, thinking to himself, You have always been steadfast, so why are you now so captivated by the Crown Prince? Marov stopped in front of Benjamin, who was holding the letter with both hands and speaking respectfully. I beg you. Your Majesty. Marov snatched the letter, his voice angry. I will read it. He gradually opened the letter and read it, while blue lights appeared around Marov as he was reading. Marov clenched the letter tightly, his voice low. It seems I underestimated the count. After thinking carefully, I realized that Marov's face slightly relaxed. He laughed loudly and said, Prince Magentano is a man who sees far ahead. I really like him, so the sooner this is resolved, the better. Benjamin looked hopeful and happy while Marov folded the letter, pointed it elsewhere, and said with a smile, "Call Adeline here." The surrounding soldiers fell silent, speechless, looking at Marov and silently asking the same question. What's wrong with him? Marov turned his head toward the Golden Queen, thinking I thought the Crown Prince was a weakling. He sat down, but it turned out he was very masculine. Marovec reopened the letter and pondered. Lachiel Adria Magentano. Oh no, a system window suddenly appeared saying the free lie voucher has been successfully applied. Maravi stroked his chin as he looked at the letter, smiling foolishly. My future son-in-law. Inside the Angoma castle, the princess is holding a court with the emperor. She places her hand on her chest and asks, I really can't understand, father? The princess clearly shows her displeasure, wondering why you so easily accept the demands of the Magentano Empire, Adeline Boa of Angoma, the first heir to the throne of the kingdom of Angoma. She glanced to the side. Giel suddenly shivered as the princess said, This decision is truly unfair. It's completely wrong. Your Majesty clenched the scroll and said, Adeline, my only daughter. She replied, Yes, your Majesty. He glared and said, Do you think I made this decision just because I fear Magentano's power? This question surprises Princess Angoma, and she hesitantly says it. Seeing her reaction, the Emperor, annoyed, says, That's definitely the case, which is why you oppose my decision. Seeing his anger, she wondered what was in that letter. Do they know my weakness? Is the princess worried, or is it some terrible threat? I'm so curious. The Emperor looked at Angoma and said, I know it's hard for you to accept, but you'll come to understand and be grateful for my decision eventually. I am not mistaken at all, my daughter. Hearing such words, the princess felt upset and said, But your Majesty, I see the princess still trying to intervene. He shouted loudly, Enough! Inside the palace, the Emperor was very angry and said loudly, I don't want to hear any more objections. Set out immediately. He pointed at the princess and stayed there for 6 months. She was surprised and called out, Father, she is known as the Smile Angel of Angoma. The royal knights quickly ran to catch her, while the princess continued to call out, Please, father, I beg you. She is called by a very beautiful title, known as the Smile Angel. Is it because she is kind-hearted? The knights couldn't hold on to the princess anymore. She's too strong. Is it because she has a kind and warm personality that she is called that? That's not quite right. No, there's no way she could have fought her way out. She's very strong, a mid-level master swordsman, a top-tier warrior. The princess has a strange habit in battle. With just one strike, she defeats all the knights, always smiling brightly as she takes down her opponents. She threw the knight against the wall, and that habit is the reason why the princess is called the Smiling Angel. The emperor was furious and immediately turned to the mages, who quickly surrounded the princess and began casting spells. She couldn't escape and, surprise, said what? The chain suddenly appeared wrapping around her, and the princess couldn't break free. She said, Damn this. The princess tried to break free from the chains but couldn't, angrily shouting, Let go! Then she was taken into the carriage, bound by chains, crying out for her father. But the emperor didn't seem too sad. Maybe he was used to this scene. He said, Go safely, my daughter. The carriage sped like lightning past the gate guards, and the knight nervously asked, Isn't this the VIP midnight delivery service of Angoma? Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, the knight beside her said, Yes, it guarantees the goods will arrive at dawn. The sun is about to rise. At another location, 10 days after dawn, the princess stepped down from the carriage. Captain of the Knights asked about dawn, but 10 days later, the princess wondered and asked, Is this Magentano Imperial City? Her gaze seemed ready to tear this place apart. Then he said, Princess, from now on you must show your dignity. The squadron leader added, You are the face of Angoma. She sneered and said, I understand now. She stepped forward with a confident demeanor. I can't show weakness. Someone is approaching the princess. She narrows her eyes, thinking to herself, I think I've seen this person somewhere before. The wind howled as you said, Congratulations to Princess Angoma on her arrival at the Imperial City. Jiel smiled brightly and said, You've worked hard. Dam Yen bowed her head. Seeing the prince, she was angry and thought, I remember now. Prince of Magentano. The princess places her hand on her chin, looking at Jekyll's figure and thinking, Quite different from that sickly gait, isn't it? Jel cheerfully introduces himself and extends his hand. I am Raquiel Adria Magentano, the Crown Prince of Magentano. She looked with contempt and said, Adeline Boa from Angoma. He kept reaching out his hand while she continued to introduce herself without paying attention to Jekyll, the princess of Angoma. Jiel looked at her hand, smirking inwardly, and thought, a cold girl? I've met many like her before. Remembering his past life, Jake Keel thought that Korea was always like this, whether it's blind dates, chatting elsewhere, or secret dating. He felt like crying inside. Joe thought, is this a display of strength? I can sense their disdain towards me. To break the silence, he clapped his hands and said, You must be very tired after the long journey. Jiel guided the princess to her resting place, inviting him to follow this way. He takes her to the dining hall and suggests having breakfast first. Jiel looks at the princess and says, Then I will take you to the palace where you will stay. The princess paid no attention to the crown prince, remaining silent. He felt worried and believed Adeline was the key to preventing the Great War. Seeing the princess's arrogant attitude, J.K. thought that Adeline had a competitive nature and liked war. Not noticing Jill looking at her, she turned to the Knight Commander and asked, "Do you not feel hungry?" He replied, "I am fine." He kept thinking, but she preferred peace over war. Jill clasped his hands together and pondered, also considered to be very intelligent. "Do you know how strong the princess is?" Although very healthy, strong, and powerful, unfortunately, she suddenly passed away before taking her throne. Then someone else took her place, and as a result, a distant relative became the king of Angoma. The country was soon destroyed because this new king is an extreme militarist, completely opposite to Adeline, and it marked the beginning of a disaster leading to a war with Megentano. He sighed, thinking she acted as if she was born for war. Looking at the princess, JKEL made a decision. "I can't let that happen. I must save Adeline and put her on the throne." The princess was startled and looked at Jaquel, saying, "What? What?" Thinking back on what I read, JK guessed that based on Adeline's symptoms described in the novel, she was suffering from a bile duct obstruction caused by gallstones. Actually, I know someone with similar symptoms. I remember a person, a web novel author I know through my two close friends, Wo and Usu, whose name seems to be Bayoung. He thought of ways to help the princess. If gallstones had formed, they needed to be removed and preventive measures taken to prevent recurrence. Suddenly, the princess put her fork down on the table. Jill was worried she was tired after a long period. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. You must have indigestion after such a long journey, so I've prepared a medicinal tonic." As soon as he snapped his fingers, Garden appeared and said, "Oh my." "This girl is really surprising," Jay continued. "I have specially prepared a nourishing tonic for you." Looking at the potion, she was surprised and said, "Medicine?" She seemed quite angry and thought, "Is this poison?" "Oh my. This is serious." The princess clenched her fist, causing the Knight Commander to panic. She slammed her fist down on the table, causing it to shatter, and everyone was frightened by the princess. She continued, "This is a form of insult." The princess clenched her fist and said angrily, "What insult is this?" It seems she might have misunderstood something. The punch just now cracked the table, and everything on the dining table was scattered everywhere. Jay asked in surprise, "An insult?" The princess irritably said, "Is it not enough that I was summoned here and made to sit still?" "You don't understand what she means," he quickly asked back. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "You don't know." He seemed very surprised to hear this. She bowed her head, placed her hand on her forehead, and said, "So I want to say in advance that I will stay here for 6 months as requested by the Crown Prince and the King." The princess pointed at JK and said, "But that's all. Don't expect anything more from me." Jill tried to mediate, saying, "I think there's some misunderstanding." She stood up and said there was no misunderstanding at all. He placed his hand on his chin and asked, "Are you afraid of something, princess?" Hearing such words, she was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak. Being accused of fear made the princess tremble with anger. She said, "What do you mean?" Jill crossed his arms and looked at her, saying, "I didn't do anything." Remembering the meal, he said again, "I only invited you to dine." Recalling the potion on the table, Jill continued and presented a nourishing tonic to him. "Why are you afraid? I can't help but wonder why you're hiding." The princess frowned and said, "I am not afraid at all." Jill anxiously continued, "If you worry that the potion is poisoned," she snapped back in anger, "that bastard." Jill told Garden to bring the potion here. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Garden takes the glass and places it on the table, holding it gently and shaking it slightly. This is a very precious medicine. Then, he drank it all at once and set the glass down. After drinking the potion, Jake said, "Could I be the Crown Prince of the Empire? You put poison in the medicine you offered me during an official meeting again? It seems there has been a misunderstanding." The princess nervously said, "No, I didn't mean it that way." Jill replied, "It's okay. I understand now. The princess doesn't trust me and is deliberately trying to embarrass me. He didn't take the medicine, but instead threatened me." She stood up and thought to herself, "Adeline really hates cowards and timid people." The princess sneered in anger, thinking to herself, "Does he dare to see me as a coward? I want to punch him." She pulled out a chair and said, "I have never been afraid. Give me the medicine." The princess said seriously, "But I have one condition. This is the first and last time I will take the medicine." Jill said, "Try drinking it and then decide." Jill and Gaiden nodded and smiled at each other. She stared at the potion and thought it didn't seem very nutritious. The princess was worried and thought, but upon closer inspection, it was poison. Whatever. She dismisses her thoughts and drinks it all in one gulp. The princess felt strange. The taste made her nauseous, and she thought it was like licking an elephant's armpit. Immediately, Jill surprised the princess by her side and said, "Come on. After taking the bitter medicine, you have to eat candy." The princess broke out in a sweat from its taste. She said, "Oh my God." He reached out with the candy in his palm and said, "After you finish drinking, eating it will make you feel better." Plum flavor. The princess blushes shyly and softly says, seeing the candy she wanted to eat immediately but couldn't, the princess silently thought, "I want to eat it, but my pride won't allow it." She couldn't control herself and thought, Princess Angola takes the candy and eats it right away. Jell offers the next candy and says, "Here, there's also a green grape flavor." She suddenly thinks, "This one." The princess smiled brightly and thought it was delicious, until suddenly she was surprised to see JK standing beside her. The princess stood up and said, "Thank you for the medicine and dessert. Well then, I'll take my leave." Jill approached and asked, "Are you leaving now?" She turned back and said, "Is there any reason for me to stay here anymore?" Jay placed his hand on his chest and cheerfully said, "Of course not. The captain will escort you to your quarters. Rest comfortably." She walked away thinking, I'd better avoid that guy for the next 6 months just in case. The princess clenched her fists with an angry look, thinking she could punch that guy at any moment. The knights were training under the scorching sun. She is training and thinking calmly. Adeline, this is a place full of enemies. The princess looked at her shoulder muscles, feeling confident and thinking, wow, my back is much stronger today. She wondered why her body felt so light. Not only do I feel strong, but I also feel like I am flying. She turned back and asked, Knight Commander, are you tired? He replied, yes, princess. After sparring with the other knights, he seemed exhausted, but still said he's fine, just a 10-day carriage ride. It's nothing to worry about. Seeing his appearance, the princess thought, you do seem tired. She looked down at her hand, wondering why she didn't feel tired, and remembered the disgusting potion she drank. Could it be the effect of the medicine I took yesterday? Ugh, I don't want to think about that anymore. Suddenly, loud footsteps sounded, and she turned to look, surprised, wondering what that was. Are there both an old woman and a child at the villa? I guess they don't look like servants. Seeing them sick and suffering, she thought they might be patients at the Crown Prince's residence. The princess pondered and made a plan, hiding behind the door, silently thinking I unconsciously followed them. The princess wondered as she looked inside. She thought, what are they doing in the palace? Suddenly she hears JK's voice saying, your liver is overheated. She was surprised to see it was the Crown Prince. JKEL was examining the patient and said, first, avoid alcohol and greasy foods. The patient replied, yes, your highness. GL continued, take your medicine properly and we will proceed to save you. Please follow this way. You seem to have discovered the princess hiding behind the door. She startled and quickly hid again. She thought she had left and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jekyll appeared beside him and asked, what are you doing here? She nervously replied, yes. Jel looked at the princess with curiosity and asked, what does yes mean? This is the clinic. Have you registered for a checkup yet? She looked surprised and asked, what do you mean by registering? Jel then asked, have you queued properly? Princess Angoma said, I mean, you think she's joking. Jel said seriously, do you think I'm joking? He talks about this place where patients are cared for and everyone is equal here except for His Majesty, the Emperor, regardless of status, gender, or age. Jill pointed to the door and said, if you want to come in here, register for a checkup first. You emphasize each word carefully lining up. Jay asks her, do you understand? The princess was scolded in front of many people. She walks away. A moment later, after 2 hours, Jekyll's voice calls out for the next person. The princess appears before JK, hands him the paper and says, I followed the proper procedure and queued properly. Jill thought, I knew it. The princess continued, but you see, I am like this. I am not the kind of royal who abuses power and position. He held the paper in his hand and asked, do you want to prove that? She recalled the moment earlier and said, what I went through just now was truly humiliating. Jill chuckled softly and said, anyway, welcome. He turned around and said, I've wanted a serious meeting with the princess in this clinic room for a long time. Huh? What do you mean by that? Jill pulled out a chair and asked, do you know why I want you to stay in the capital for 6 months? He looked behind Princess Huang and said, aren't you curious about the real reason? Engo casually rested his hand on the back of the chair, pondering the reason you agreed to bring me here. She sat down in silence, not to insult me over Jim, but for another reason, right? What is he calculating? Half of Jell's face darkened, and he smirked. Great, I've been struggling to figure out how to bring the princess here. You sit down in the chair opposite Adeline, and JK smirks as he pulls a piece of paper from his shirt pocket, not missing this opportunity. The two sit facing each other. Jay silently thinks that to treat the gallstones, the princess must be aware of her condition. You think about recognizing the symptoms. JK recalls the scene where the doctor informed the patient, what kind of syndrome is that? I am completely healthy. Jill thought this was the patient's awareness of their condition. The doctor suddenly shouted, if you want to live, you must start treatment immediately. The patient irritably retorted, but I am not sick. Why do I need treatment? Jill ponders that the patient accepts their condition and cooperates with treatment. The patient collapses to the ground, completely drained. I wish I had trusted the doctor and undergone treatment. In the end, you concluded that it was the first step in all treatment methods. He looked at Adeline with her eyes closed, thinking silently that the princess couldn't take that first step now because gallstones usually don't show clear symptoms. Gio licked his lips, raised his hand near his mouth, and thought if I suddenly suggested treatment, she wouldn't cooperate. You suddenly break the tense silence to announce that the princess. Your next words will be like a heavy blow, saying Adeline will die within 2 years. Adeline suddenly opens her eyes in disbelief. Jay said, I'm not joking. Adeline raised her hand to her forehead, annoyed and furious. It's more like a curse than a joke, and you didn't deny it. You can consider that a curse because it's the truth. JK's nose grew longer as he spoke. This is the analysis from the Royal Intelligence Agency. Your nose has grown so long that it reaches Adeline, causing her to tilt her head in horror. What did you say, sir? I explained. Our intelligence agency has eyes and ears everywhere in the world. The Angoma royal family and all of his actions are no exception. Thanks to that, we have detected and analyzed signs of a serious illness that even the princess is unaware of. So you mean to say I will die within 2 years from this illness? She sneered, still not believing and questioning herself inwardly. Am I going to die within 2 years? Adeline said angrily, her veins throbbing with rage. I thought you were serious, but it turns out you're just joking with me with such meaningless words. I'm disappointed. The tray on her lap trembled slightly. You're playing a cruel joke. G raised his hand to cover his mouth, showing sympathy. The truth can be very cruel sometimes. Adeline stood up angrily and asked, Do you want to mock me that much? GL still sat there, looking up at the angry Adeline. I'm not mocking you. I want to heal you. I can't believe what you're saying. Then I will show you the proof, I called out, causing Adeline to be confused. Bobuck, something is moving inside Jekyll's left pocket. Suddenly, a yellow creature flies out of his pocket. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, surprising and impressing everyone. The Bobuck fluttered happily around in the air. Jay looked up and said, You've been bored lately, huh? At last, I have something for you to do. No, today is not a day for eating. Adeline looked at them in panic. Is that a legendary beast? He spoke up and handed Bobuck to Adeline, introducing her, saying, First, let's greet each other. This is Princess Adeline, my patient today. Adeline swallowed hard, still amazed by Jekyll's mythical beast. He introduced her, and this is Sir Bob Buck, the Royal Clinic's ingredient analysis specialist. Adeline just shook hands and greeted Bobu. Oh, hello, sir. But today, he will take on a different role. Gel raised his hand to the sky and said, Bob, let's begin. Bob Buck responded as if agreeing. Oh. A window opens as Bob Buck puffs his cheeks and something in his body changes, with a feature that scans acupoints. Bo Buck holds out the fish to produce yellow lights. The yellow lights around Bo Buck move toward Adeline standing nearby. A few days ago, JK was tired and lying on the bed, sighing. Today I can't sleep again. A notification window appears. Your organs complain about your irregular sleep. The window then shows your organs discussing. Your dead fish eyes stare at the system panel, wondering what you are doing. Suddenly, the panel turns red, and your organs condemn your actions fiercely. Then, the system panel opens, showing the others angrily on the screen, causing Gel to jump up and raise both hands. What's going on again? Actually, I just received a reply from Angoma. What's going on? They agreed to send the princess here at my request. You continue, saying, She will arrive in about 3 days, and I am worried. An alarm siren blared, and the red-haired boy shouted urgently. A meeting among the organs was heard, and the red-haired boy said, They agreed to send the princess here, so does that mean my future father-in-law has approved? The curly-haired young man said, Congratulations, now is the time for the proposal. Another young man with dark hair said, Confess like a real man. The system window rings, and the organ has gifted you 1,000 HP. Your current HP is 2,500. Wait, this isn't a proposal. I need to cure the princess to prevent the war, right? A window appears showing the disappointed internal organs, with dead fish eyes staring at JK. The disappointed organs demand the return of the HP they gifted. Jay asked confusedly, What do I need to return? He scratched his head and said, It seems I have to make her realize her condition so she will cooperate with the treatment. If you want to sleep early, help me. The organs forming a circle give their opinions and then sigh. No way, right? Damn it, I thought I was about to escape the single life. Gel irritably said, Do you not want to sleep? The system window pops up. Maybe I should try upgrading the pulse diagnosis skill. He muttered, Pulse diagnosis skill. The system window appeared, showing that you want to make the princess believe in her condition. So the best way is to let her see firsthand rather than explain everything in detail. GL widened his eyes and asked, You mean I can show her the pulse diagnosis skill? The system window displays detailed information about this skill, called Pulse Diagnosis Level 6, which assesses the health of a target by checking their pulse. The pulse reading results can be viewed in the comprehensive diagnosis table. Additionally, your organs can communicate with the patient's organs for more accurate diagnosis. The current HP is 2,500. JK presses the level cup on the system. Support Feature 1, Pulse Point Scanning. The required HP to reach the next level is 300. A notification window appears. The required HP to reach the next level is 350. You frown slightly, thinking, as expected, you can't level up in just one go. Your eyes are determined, silently biting your lip as you quickly press the system reminder to yourself. Keep going. Windows appeared one after another. Then circles spun around the person, showing skill levels from level 7 to level 10, with the acupuncture skill reaching level 11 and the skill level increasing from novice to intermediate to proficient. Now you can not only see inside the patient's body with the acupuncture skill, but also display the new supportive feature results on the external screen for the patient to see. However, the external screen must return to the present. Adeline's gallbladder image appears in the air. Adeline suddenly stammered in surprise. She asked in confusion, Is this my gallbladder? GL explains, If you doubt, press on the right side of your abdomen just below the rib cage. Adeline looks at her hand, then thinks, Might as well try. She pressed her hand into the right side of her abdomen as Jill said, and the image on the system panel also trembled. Adeline stared at her hand pressing there, feeling it was hard to believe. Really? Jill thought to himself with satisfaction. All right, she is trusting me. I just arrived and said, you must be very shocked. I understand. Observing your own organs is a shocking experience for anyone. Adeline frowned hesitantly and asked, so is this the reason I will die? Jill says, these gallstones will block your bile duct someday. Then, the bile that should flow into the duodenum through the bile duct will back up into the liver. And from the liver, it will spread to the spleen and pancreas, causing serious damage. So, if you don't get treated now, you will die. Adeline pondered and then said, I don't understand. Even if I am sick, why does the Crown Prince want to treat me? Jill simply said for peace, his voice full of sincerity. I want the princess to be healthy so she can become the Queen of Angoma. I believe that will bring peace to our royal family and your kingdom. The boy extended his hand, his voice more determined. That is why I summoned you here. If I agree to cooperate in treatment, how do you plan to heal me? He gently clenched his fist, turned his head away and said, it's very simple. I will show you right now. Suddenly, he extended his hand and clenched it into a fist. Jill suddenly bent down, preparing to punch Adeline, catching her off guard and causing her to panic. If I agree to cooperate in treatment, how do you plan to heal me? Jekyll immediately responded to Princess Angoma. It's very simple. I will show you right now. Jill's hand suddenly clenched into a fist and rushed toward Princess Angoma. He knelt down and threw a punch at the princess. The princess was caught off guard, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fist immediately swung at her but was blocked, and instead of attacking, it was countered, causing the doctor to shout in pain. Jay's eyes welled with tears, his trembling hands aching as he said, I just wanted to show you the treatment method. Why did you hit me? The princess also immediately got angry and argued back. Who would introduce a treatment method like that? Jill raised his hand to his chin and said, I will explain again. 1, 2. Suddenly he shouted loudly, raising his hand. Ah! After punching himself, Jell's whole body trembled in pain, but he still tried to look okay, giving a thumbs up. Just punch yourself in the chest with the princess's fist. See, it's not that easy, right? Princess Angoma looked at Jekyll in disbelief. What did you say? Although she was not entirely convinced, she still had some doubts about whether this method would work. Her hands clenched slightly, and she wondered if just punching her chest could really cure gallstones. As if she had discovered something unbelievable, her eyes widened and a thought flashed through her mind. Could this be a new assassination method? Suddenly, Jill raised his hand and asked, by the way, can the princess shoot mana with her fist? Princess Angoma crossed her arms and looked at JK, saying, not bad. He continued to explain his self-devised method to treat the princess's gallstones. I can use an external shockwave therapy. I will combine the mana you shoot from your fist with my Asrahan technique and guide the flow of its shockwave. Princess Angoma was caught off guard by Jekyll's words and wondered, what do you mean? He then explained to her, but he already knew that the Asrahan mental technique could absorb and guide mana. Jill recalled the past events, connected them together, and said, that's why when the princess fires mana into her chest, I will redirect it. He and Damien exchanged glances, and Princess Angoma asked curiously, where will you redirect it to? Jill reaches out to the plate on the table with a serious expression, while Damien places both hands on his sword at his side, ready to draw. Suddenly, he swung his sword toward the piece of meat while also casting a spell to block it. His other hand reached for a stone floating in midair, aiming for the gallstone in the princess's gallbladder. The princess looked at the emerging light with confusion. Jill happily said, we can create a gallstone. Eliminate the level 10 speech-based selling skill. There is no such skill. So, let's try treating it with extracorporeal shockwave therapy. The princess immediately set her condition. If I agree to the treatment, the crown prince must as well. She continued to state her own request, her gaze gradually becoming serious. To fulfill my request, Jill also asked what her demand was. What do you want? Jill silently listened to Princess Angoma's request after the gallstone was removed. Please allow me to return to my homeland without having to stay here for 6 months. But then I happily agreed to her request. Fine. Angoma was surprised that JK agreed so easily. You're too quick to agree. Jill happily explained that he agreed so easily because if the princess's gallstone was cured, there would be no reason to keep her here anymore. So I take that as your agreement to the treatment. But the princess still had some doubts in her heart. I feel like I'm being deceived. He reached out to her with a bright smile. It's too crowded here. Let's move to another clinic. Outside, the noise of the crowd's chatter is loud. The princess was a bit uncomfortable, but JK didn't seem to care about them. He told Angoma, then turn around. Jill placed his hand behind the princess and advised her, stay still until I give the order and hold your breath for a moment. He was giving her instructions while casting a spell. I need to precisely determine the location and size of the gallstone. Once done, Kill tells the princess to relax. All right, you can breathe out. Hold your right hand tightly and place it on your right abdomen. The two of them continued working together to locate the position of the stone. Here? Hey, a little lower, just a bit to the left. All right, you laughed and told the princess, but her face clearly showed anger. All right, now punch yourself in the chest. Jay stops smiling and seriously tells her to prepare. The important thing to remember is that you must focus the mana shot from your fist into a single point. Jell continued. Imagine it like a hard, sharp needle. Princess Angoma keeps punching forward, a powerful beam of light converging on a single point. You ask her, do you think you can do it? The princess clenched her fist and confidently replied, "Of course I can." Someone applied pressure to her back and rays of light radiated outward. Ngoma opens her mouth and blows out a stream of air. Since it's her first time, maybe she should try with a gentle force first. She raised her fist and punched herself in the stomach. Something is being turned upside down. Princess Ngoma's eyes widen in surprise as her body feels no pain at all. What is this? Mana is released from my fist, clearly hitting my chest, but I feel no pain. It feels like it has completely disappeared. JL praised the princess for doing very well. Well done, you did very well. He continued, look at Bob Book standing in front of you. You can see the gallstone has cracked. Mama hit them perfectly. JL winked happily at the princess and said, do it again, so shoot one more time. Just like before, she agreed to that proposal. All right. She mustered all her strength and suddenly punched herself hard in the stomach. The princess's face is smiling happily, but with a hint of eeriness. The angelic smile has returned, and the scene shifts to a large house as a loud noise causes birds to panic and scatter. A loud sound echoes somewhere in Urus, looking huge and a bit scared, suddenly sits up with wide eyes. Count Benjamin, eating, also startled and dropped his spoon. Talion, lying on the bed, opened his eyes in shock. Next to him, the loyal servant was terrified by the noise. The emperor had not woken up for long before he quickly fell into a deep sleep, causing the staff to become even more frantic. Baibo struggles to force itself, and a screen appears from its mouth showing the analysis. And then, but as you can see, the gallstone has shattered. Geo collapses behind the princess. You did very well for your first time, and she is very happy that it was successful. Is that so? Look at the screen as you speak and explain. Yes, these fragments will be expelled naturally, so you don't need to worry. Today we will end the treatment here. It's so quick. Are we finished already? The princess suggested doing it one more time, but Gel seems unwell, his face pale and trembling. I can break another one. Jay's face turns pale, lips pressed tight, pondering in his mind. Why? His hands trembling as he raised them. If someone has borne everything, you created a powerful spell. The shockwave I thought had disappeared. Could it be you? The princess anxiously shook her head and asked, Are you all right, Crown Prince? You also reassured her that you were okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Jay trembles in confusion, realizing that the princess's Maana is stronger than I thought. Unexpectedly so. The princess sees him still dazed and keeps shaking him, asking, This Crown Prince, you were just shaken by the princess and asked, Huh? Because you are my patient? The princess asked back with doubt, Huh? Jill continued, looking straight into her eyes with seriousness and saying, If I decide to treat you, then you will be my patient. The princess was surprised and blushed a little. Joe's body was still unsteady, but he turned his back to her and said with a determined look in his eyes, though his strength was gradually fading, Now, your vision is starting to blur from overwork, and suddenly you faint and collapse to the ground needing rest. The princess shouted in panic, Crown Prince! In Garden's bedroom, after the examination, he discussed Jakil's condition. Fortunately, he is fine. The princess asked the doctor worriedly, Is that true? Is he really okay? He calmly explained to the princess. He is not feverish, and his breathing and pulse are normal. She anxiously asked, Then why hasn't he woken up yet? The doctor sitting nearby said, Maybe it was due to overexertion in a short period of time. The doctor calmly told the princess to reassure her that his body was resting on its own and falling into a deep sleep. So that's why. I've caused a big mess. Garden sat beside her to comfort her. It's okay, Princess Angoma. Gaiden stood up from the chair. Actually, the prince had given me a few instructions. He cared for Jiel and said, He mentioned that treating the princess could be very painful and might cause him to faint from exhaustion, so don't be too surprised. So you mean that His Highness always puts his patients before himself? The princess remembered what JKEL once told her because he is my patient. The doctor shared with the princess about JKEL. So I always worry about him because I am the prince's personal doctor. Angoma looked at him lying on the bed, but her mind was filled with thoughts. Crown Prince, everything this person does is sincere. The notification appears, acknowledging your dedicated actions that have touched someone's heart. No, silly. The princess with teary eyes is thinking about the past. I feel so petty for doubting someone as wonderful as him. The doctor stood up, wiping tears from his eyes, and looked at JK with a heartbroken expression. Actually, your sincerity is just an act to achieve your personal goals, but your heart, which even you don't realize, is genuinely kind to the patients. The notification continues to appear. This genuine sincerity and honesty will bring many positive changes in the future. Angoma's finger gently moves, she reaches out and takes Tamel's hand with a gentle smile. You have built the highest level of medical trust with Adeline. She takes his hand and lifts it up. She won't suspect any of your medical actions. In the system panel, the two try to shout loudly to warn, You're being fooled, you idiot! And JK is still sleeping soundly, unaware of anything, so your organs are cheering you on with all their might. He is a scammer, but it's okay, he tried his best anyway. Your organs have given you 1,500 health, now at 2,500. Did the doctor discover something? He saw the princess holding Jel's hand, and he was so stunned he opened his mouth in disbelief. Huh? No way. Could it be? He was so shocked he covered his mouth with his hand and fainted, turning blue. What the hell is going on? Through the window, the scene remained very peaceful, and Goma looked up at JK across from him and asked if the Crown Prince was feeling better yet. He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead in response. I have always been fine. What did I say before I fainted? The princess, covering her mouth with her hand, said, very cute. Do you remember? Jay, confused, still replied, no, I don't remember. Engomawa laughed excitedly, teasing him. Could it be that he looked me straight in the eye and said, what was it again? She mimicked your words with a teasing tone, and once the decision to treat was made, he would be my patient. G blushed so much he was about to shout, stopped, and forcing himself to hold back his embarrassment. He cleared his throat and said, anyway, it's good that it's not a problem. The house is now spotless and tidy, and the two continue their conversation, which is an unavoidable part of the treatment process, so there's no need to worry about it affecting the therapy. G looked straight and serious, saying, because I will spend the entire afternoon treating the princess. His hand clenched his thigh as he silently vowed, today I will not faint, absolutely not. Did Engomawa want to say something? The princess smiled softly and said, I decide to trust you. G was incredulous when he heard the princess say that. Huh? I was surprised to hear the princess say, I have witnessed how hard the crown prince has tried to treat me and how much he has endured. So I believe that I must remove this gallstone in order to survive. Really? Yes, I am ready. Princess Ngoma placed her hand over her chest to show her trust in JK. Thank you. The two of them looked at each other as she continued speaking. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Jay shyly lowers his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But this is for me. Suddenly, he laughed in a wicked way. Then let's continue the treatment. You excitedly jump out of the chair and approach Princess Ngoma. Let's start right away. Ngoma obediently listens and immediately radiates her power. Does this work for you? Jill said, satisfied. The scene shifts to a large building as a loud horn sounds. A notification appears, indicating you are continuously absorbing powerful mana shocks from outside using the Azrahan mental technique. A fist strikes Princess Ngoma's stomach. Behind the princess, Jekyll is also doing something to treat her. The notification board reappears, showing you continuously absorbing powerful mana shocks from outside using the Azrahan mental technique. JKL's face clearly shows his effort. A beam of light appears. Jill gazes in amazement at the stones. You look up at the system panel with joy. This sequence of actions has become a valuable experience asset for your Astrahan interaction. The Astrahan mental technique level has increased. The Astrahan mental technique circle level is B, with a mana deficiency rate of 170%. 1,800 health is needed to level up. Current health is 2,500. Gel seems to have just succeeded in doing something. As Astrahan's mental techniques develop, the number of circle slots you have also increases. The storage capacity of the circle slot has been expanded. At this moment, the heart is covered with a green energy. The capacity of slot 1 has been increased from 12 liters to 13 liters. A few days later, Gel gasped and said, the 15th gallstone has also been broken. After healing the princess, his appearance became haggard like an old man. The level 6 single circle Azran mental skill has a maximum capacity of 15 LE in slot number 1. On the contrary, Ngoma cheerfully said, just one more pill left, right? G collapsed to the ground, giving a thumbs up and saying, thanks to the princess for her active cooperation. Even though Tutu's face looked sunken like an old man in his 80s, he was very excited and said, the shockwave you unleashed was very powerful and heavy. Suddenly, Jay vomited. Seeing this, the princess felt worried. Oh, you make me feel guilty. You still forced yourself to say, why don't you thank me? The princess stepped forward to question, as if you want me to repay the favor. Then what should I do? Her hand clenched tightly. The crown prince was pleased. I just asked that we never go to war with Magentano. Ever. Ngoma stammered in disbelief. What do you mean? The princess seemed a bit dissatisfied with Jakil's request. What did you just say? You find it hard to understand. What is the princess surprised about? Princess Ngoma touched her two fingers together and shyly asked, are you the type of person, the crown prince? She put her hand behind her and shyly swayed her body. It's strange. I've never met anyone like you. Jill looked at the princess with confusion, thinking, what is she saying? What do you mean? The boy stretched wearily. But anyway, we'll stop here for today. Jay turned around happily and said, I have a patient discharge today. Archbishop Bertona, along with Royal Knight Roberto and Jekyll, stood beside a steward in front of Estelian's bed. Archbishop looked at the emperor and then said, well then, your majesty, let's begin. The emperor, lying on the bed with his eyes closed and a grimace on his face, appears uncomfortable. The archbishop creates a golden light that appears. The emperor suddenly sat up, and Roberto and the steward exclaimed in shock and joy, tears streaming down their faces. Lower the basin. The emperor said softly with trembling hands, I am too weak to speak. Give me the pen. The steward immediately hands the paper and pen to Emperor Aelin. Yes, the emperor, holding the paper and brush, wrote something. Suddenly shouting, Dad, what are you talking about? The writing he produced says, I heard you did something quite daring. On the bedside table are pre-written letters, apparently meant to notify the emperor while I am bedridden. The emperor, blushing with embarrassment, happily hands the paper in my direction.
So, which day do you plan to choose? Jill looked confused, not understanding what the Emperor was talking about.
What day are you choosing? What is my father talking about? And he still speaks cheerfully and poetically. Emperor Astian pondered and said, she is talking about Princess Angoma. Everyone in the room was suddenly startled and shocked. Huh? He slowly continued, I won't ask how you seduced Angoma's envoy, and I won't ask how you lured that old fox. Are you the one who will carry the burden of the royal family and the people of the empire in the future? The emperor scolded the crown prince directly. Yet you decided your marriage on your own without consulting me. Does he think I'm flirting with the princess? That can't be it. Remembering the past, the maid saw you and the princess walking together. But then she thought about it and realized it made sense. Everyone was surprised. You feel that no matter what you say about the Great War, the emperor won't believe it. Seeing your silence, the emperor asks, why is the crown prince so silent? Gilles sweat as he heard that, his mind racing with endless explanations, which was so troublesome. But then he finally spoke up to answer him. Actually, the young man honestly replied, I was rejected. The emperor was surprised and widened his eyes. What? And what about my son? I secretly thought. This is wonderful. It worked. Gio bowed his head and saluted. Your Majesty, I took advantage of your serious illness to carry out my wicked plan. I successfully brought the princess to the capital, but the emperor responded, his eyes brimming with tears. Everything afterward did not go as planned, and I was rejected. The emperor couldn't believe what he was hearing. Could it be that you guessed correctly? Tears welling up, the emperor kept asking, and you kept answering, did you confess your love? Yes, and as a result, yes. Everyone in the room shouted in panic, Your Highness, it looks like he's about to faint again. The emperor ignored their calls and ordered, Archbishop, treat me. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Kiel, his fist clenched. If you had even half of my power, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state. He suddenly thought to himself, better to slip away before he gets scolded further. The crown prince turned to ask for permission to leave. Then I humbly take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to. Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished teaching you a lesson yet. It seems you don't want to say anything more, so you stand there while the emperor complains. And your younger brother, why are you so tactless from now on? Everyone around saw the emperor scolding the crown prince and started to talk. Do you see? Yes, I see. The two of them observed the angry face of the emperor and then drew their conclusion. His Majesty's left nostril is flaring. He must be very proud of the prince. I now understand the meaning of that reaction. I accept it in my heart, but I am not his biological child.
I ask myself whether I deserve this kindness. In the room, I answer the emperor that I understand your worries, but the patient is waiting.
He angrily shouted, Go away! You remind the emperor and inform his majesty of what I said earlier. He seems upset and is dismissing you. I will be careful. Now go out. You still feel uneasy as you quickly leave the room. Unfortunately, I haven't yet found the person who tried to assassinate the emperor. For now, I can only be cautious. Now that the emperor also knows, he will surely be more careful. A guard is riding swiftly back on horseback, faster, even faster. Holding a scroll of letter in hand and with determination in my heart, I must inform the princess immediately. And in the morning at the grand palace, the crown prince tremblingly raised his index finger and said, After being beaten over 500 times in 16 days, only one pill remains. The princess suddenly said, You said it was treatment earlier, now you're saying it was beating. And what is that? The boy frowned and held up his fingers, saying, It's the number of times he was knocked out, now it's the final blow. The princess flexes her muscles, this time I will end it. Your hand endures the power of her strike. The power erupts in a massive explosion with blue light flashing, and it seems you are about to be overwhelmed by the strongest attack yet. A pink sphere of energy, with blue light surrounding him, silently thinks to himself. The system announces you have successfully endured 501 external mana strikes. A new support feature for the Ozrahan Mind technique has been unlocked. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She turned back and asked if you were okay. The system's voice continued. Support feature 2. Unconsciousness immunity, limited once, lasts for 5 minutes a day. He thought to himself, immunity to unconsciousness means once a day. I won't faint for 5 minutes, right? He recalled the previous scene. Surviving proves I am very strong. The system continues to report. Your organs are celebrating the new support feature. You smile, proud of your effort, as your organs grant you 2,200 health, bringing your total to 4,700. You happily tell the princess it's done. The princess asked in surprise, Really? Am I healed? The two continue talking, still not reassured because the treatment is not yet finished. Does the princess agree that more treatment is still needed? He replied, Yes, now we must continue to monitor and care for her. He silently diagnosed that Adeline, being young, having gallstones indicates she has a predisposition to develop gallstones. The crown prince shouted, Gaiden! Instruct her to take the herbal tea, Hao Thang, for 15 days and monitor if it suits her constitution and if her bile circulation and secretion are normal, as the princess took it with difficulty. The system appears and the secondary payment skill has been activated. Adeline's lifespan has been extended by 67 years and months thanks to your treatment. You receive 1/199th of the 67 years and months, equivalent to 13 days of lifespan. Total lifespan gained, 13 days. Expected lifespan, 176 days. He clenched his fist and sighed with relief. Great, you realize that if she continues drinking herbal tea, the risk of dying from gallstones will no longer exist. The princess's glare at Gaiden made him panic, and if she becomes the queen of Angoma, the great war that would destroy the Magentano royal family won't happen. Are you happy? Then, my luxurious royal life is over. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door, and voices from outside echoed in. Is the princess inside? Urgent news from home. The large door opens. Everyone inside is stunned as she shouts. Something big is happening. He reports that Gabalong, a member of the royal family in the west of the country, has rebelled, leaving everyone stunned. The princess was stunned as her father asked about the reason and purpose of his rebellion. The guard replied that he said he would overthrow the current weak royal family for Angoma. She asked further, do they have any reason to criticize the royal family? The knight commander hesitated and replied, they just dislike the royal family's diplomatic weakness in easily succumbing to the unreasonable demands of Crown Prince Magentano. Jill pondered, I worked so hard to save her, and yet what? Rebellion? You seem to find it hard to believe. Rebellion? The princess quickly asked, what's the current situation? The knight commander continued reporting that there have been many large-scale battles. He handed the scroll to the princess, and the central army has retreated to the fortress and the wall to establish a defensive line, with casualties higher than expected. Jill thought to himself, wait a minute, is Angoma's main force seriously wounded? He chuckled to himself, if I treat those wounded soldiers, I'll get a lot of lifespan bonus points. Surprisingly, your organ system has awarded you 100 health for this crazy idea. Current health is 4,800. I am full of confidence. Even if I am criticized, it doesn't matter. What's done is done. No matter how tragic, I have tried my best. In my heart, I think I should do whatever I can to benefit myself. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and tell the princess, I am very sorry to hear about Angoma. It's heartbreaking. The princess probably wants to return home immediately, right? Then I also have a condition. He made a proposal. Take me to Angoma. The princess hesitated and asked, is that so? I answer confidently, yes, I want to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded soldiers of Angoma. I want to save as many people as possible. The system then marveled that our bodies are truly amazing. The princess was stunned. Prince Huang, you just took her hand confidently, then silently nodded and followed. The princess quickly bowed in gratitude and said, thank you. Jill thought to himself, I feel a bit shy, embarrassed to respond to the princess. Then the princess should prepare to return to her hometown immediately. You order everyone to move quickly. We must leave right now. The princess replied, yes. In the countryside, the food carts suddenly stop at the market. Lai Han, one of Jekyll's incarnations, steps down and asks, what is this? He suddenly sighed and said, why is this place so shabby? Everything here is so messy and disorganized. He stretched and said to the two of them, I'm tired. I remember? My luxury carriage Damien next to him said, no matter how you look at it, I'm not used to it. Garden also said, Your Highness, maybe we should return to Magentano. I could hear a hint of anger in Garden's words. Your Highness, what? You must call me young Master Lai Han. Lai Han Belkin established himself, a descendant of the Belkin family. Travel back to the past. A few days earlier, the princess instructed everyone that the luggage had been packed. We should have young Master Lai Han step forward and speak loudly to the princess. Let's depart. Yes, Your Highness. The princess was startled and replied, yes, yes. The princess approached but was stopped and suspiciously asked who you are. Who are you? The boy quickly explained to her. I am the crown prince. The princess suspiciously calls for Sir Thay. She angrily points at him and orders him to be detained immediately for impersonating the crown prince. Seeing that, he hurriedly explained himself. No, I am the crown prince. I was beaten 500 times to break 16 gallstones for you. Tears fall from my hand as I clutch the scroll and loudly protest my innocence. I even gave you honey candies and grape candies after taking medicine. Only then did Princess Angoma realize and believe what you said. Could it really be that you are the crown prince? Garden beside him confirms. This is the crown prince himself. Your Highness, Princess Angoma. He hesitated to explain, but Lai Han looked furious. Although it was hard to believe from the outside, the princess curiously poked at him and asked, why did you end up like this? He explained while her hand kept poking at his round belly, a false identity granted by the emperor. Before leaving, he went to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, I report cautiously that there are reports of a civil war breaking out, and the emperor, somewhat suspicious, asks again, what? The spy calmly replies, there will be many wounded soldiers due to the war. Mr. Nki Van asked what you wanted, and you straightforwardly expressed your opinion. So what do you want to say? The prince replied, I want to go to Angoma and become a military doctor with the princess's help. The emperor asked, what do you gain from that? You persuade the emperor that I will serve in a relatively safe rear area, overseeing administrative and military command systems and observing the battlefield developments in another country firsthand. The emperor hums softly and turns away without saying anything. May I ask for your permission once more to let me go? Long thought to himself, he also enjoys testing me. I asked the royal mage to use transformation magic after getting permission. So that's why you look so fat. I only changed my appearance with magic. If hit hard, the spell could break. The princess unrolls the scroll to read. What is this document? An aristocrat who failed has completed a public health training course successfully. You explain to her, it's just a fake identity created for disguise. So shall we set off then? On the way to the car, Angam Damien asked Garden, will the clinic be okay? Hearing that, he replied, Ennis is there, so it's fine. He spoke with full confidence, saying she can diagnose common illnesses by smell, and I have also passed on her the formulas for various medicines. So even if I'm absent for a few months, the clinic will still operate normally. In the car, his voice kept talking nonstop, and I will inform others that I am recovering and limiting contact with outsiders. He then turned back, suspicious, and continued speaking to Damien, saying, it seems like you're worried about something as my special forces team leader. Hearing that, he hummed and continued, Miss Annis, I asked a question that made Garden freeze. Surely she will receive a special bonus, right? He seemed about to cry, inwardly feeling sorry for Annis. With a face full of confidence, he silently admired himself. As a doctor, I should have rushed to help patients when they needed it, but I'm still too inadequate. Damon Yen didn't know what he was thinking, but suddenly smiled. The carriage kept moving for several days. After traveling through many cities and fortresses and enduring many days and nights, we finally arrived at the Ngoma army and were assisted by Adeline to be assigned to a safe rear hospital. After giving Adeline the formula for the cooling decoction, I silently thought to myself that I, along with about 10 soldiers, had arrived at the hospital. Standing in front of the wounded camp, he marveled, can't believe there are no medics here. The three of them looked around, and he approached a tent, lifting the curtain. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What the hell is this? Before asking who I am, you should introduce yourself first. I am the wounded camp manager. Are you the officer sent from the main headquarters? I step outside and introduce myself slowly. I am a military doctor. He doubts my identity and asks again, I haven't heard of military doctors being sent here. Do you know what's going on inside the tent? He asked, confirming his guess with a disappointed look. Yes, I believe they all died. He looked inside and asked, is there anyone still alive? What? He slowly sighed and said, well, then it's troublesome. I don't think there's enough space for more wounded soldiers. You can't believe I asked him what you meant? He turned back to explain, it seems you are the new military doctor and don't know much about the wounded camp. He waved his hand dismissively as if he had just done something dirty. Only when everyone inside has died will we have space for the next wounded. There are too many flies inside. Cleaning up the corpses is really troublesome. You walk straight into the camp thinking to yourself, life is really such that I've traveled all this way here, yet the camp's condition is like this. How can I count on earning a lifespan bonus? Behind you, a voice asked who was responsible here, and he turned around to reply. It's Count Proven, the squad leader. You angrily shouted, take me to see him. In Tuok Proven's camp, everything is very luxurious. He sits back to enjoy a glass of red wine and says, good. Count Proven, commander of the Ngoma army. The noise outside makes him alert. A chopping sound rang out as the sword flew past him, and he quickly dodged to the side. Count Proven shouted angrily, who's there? He stepped outside, holding a large sword and shouting, what the hell is going on here? You told Damien to just fight first. He hesitated to ask again, so how badly did he beat him? You make a request like the feeling of having 2 months' salary deducted. Damien says nothing. He drew his sword, thinking of 2 months' salary. Thinking of this, he sheathed his sword but couldn't kill him. He leapt up, raising his sword high. He shouted in fear, swinging his sword as he yelled at him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. He endured the pain and tried to stop him with words. Stop. Do you know who I am? I am the person responsible here. Lai Han replied to him, surprised, turning to look back. I know, and I am here to arrest you, the boy shouted angrily, holding out the documents in front of him. You greedy traitor. Proven, sweating and swallowing saliva, kneels and bows to the wound on his arm. I am the Dark Enforcer and Imperial Physician, here to punish you. Does Dam Hien stand by justice? But why am I the one being punished? You keep quiet because you're paid, so read this. He didn't expect to read aloud what was written there. Princess Adeline Boa of Angamo, the first heir to the throne, authorized Lean Belkin to manage the entire wounded soldiers' camp. He clenched the paper tightly and shouted in frustration, what did I do wrong to be treated this way? His long-held anger burst out loudly, leaving the Count stunned. Do you still dare to ask that wrong? The prince is furious and asks you, who are in charge of the wounded camp, how you can still claim responsibility, then pushes him hard, causing the Viscount to fall to the ground and shout out Damien. He coldly ordered to take him away. Upon receiving the order, he replied, yes, young master. After dealing with him, Damien went to report to Li Han. He immediately asked if the squad leader didn't resist when he was taken away. He replied casually. He was quite obedient. He kept muttering that his military career was ruined. Suddenly, his face looked a bit worried, but it seemed we might have gone a little too far with him. Is that okay? Sometimes a good beating is the best way. You still seem a bit angry. He only knows to maintain the status quo, no matter how bad the current situation is. Under such a person, the wounded can only die. It's too terrible. This isn't a veteran's hospital. You're concluding that it's a morgue. Damien's gaze slightly darkened as he looked directly at him. Curious about his stare, he asked, why do you keep staring at me? His face turned cold, as if he had nothing to ask, and instead Han sat quietly. So what do you plan to do now? The boy turned his back and gradually walked away from Damien's position. First, go meet Garden. At a tent, 3 people sit around a table, Lai Han in the middle, deep in thought as if contemplating something. He is calculating in his mind that compared to Earth's history, this place is like the 17th or 18th century and such a situation cannot continue. He turns to call Garden. He slowly advises that we first need to classify the wounded and prioritize treatment, replace the tent with the best one, and pay more attention to personal hygiene and medical supplies. Garden responds, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a person entered and interrupted the medic, bringing in a severely injured soldier. His face shows the pain he's enduring. "Help me!" The hurried shouts quickly came in as Garden asked about the wounded man's condition while observing his state. "How is the wounded soldier doing?" He said. 2 arrows hit his arm and 1 hit his side. Seeing that, he suddenly felt a sense of regret in his heart, realizing the situation was not good. He guessed that the wounds seemed to be over 2 days old. The moldy bandages show that the wounds haven't been properly cared for. You realize that the injuries themselves aren't fatal, but the infection is very severe. He struggles to bear the pain, biting his lip. If this continues, even those who could save him will die. Night Garden, what do you think? You concluded that surgery must be performed immediately. I was trained in surgery during traditional medicine university, but I don't have practical experience. Suddenly, I thought that with the support of Night Garden, I could overcome my biggest weakness. His face was filled with pain. My treatment scope will be greatly expanded. Garden turned and walked away. Lai Han looked back and asked, "Can you perform the surgery right now?" He seemed to show no expression in response to you. Of course. He approaches his toolbox and begins searching for tools. He pulls out a short knife and everyone, confused, asks, "What are you taking out?" This is a surgical knife used to cut skin and muscles during amputations. He lifts it up, making you break out in a cold sweat. This one belongs to Shuang. Human bones are very hard, so we need this tool to perform amputations as quickly as possible. The doctor held up the scalpel carefully and continued, "The faster we do it, the less pain and blood loss there will be." The other 2 remain expressionless as they listen, and Lai Han coldly asks, "So, what about anesthesia?" He asked suspiciously. "What is anesthesia?" He remembered a medicine and then asked, "So, you mean this is a pain relief method for patients? We usually give them strong medicinal alcohol to drink, and they will faint, which is better than enduring the pain during surgery." He thought of a face full of excitement. "I used a different method instead of strong alcohol, and it tastes better. All the instruments are placed on the tray you asked for, so what is this surgery about?" He immediately replied, "It's amputation. I think we should cut off the arrowed arm first." "All right, just use the tools." He suspiciously asked, "Are you not going to operate?" With a mocking expression, you replied, "I don't want to, but I can't kill the patient." Garden was surprised as you approached the patient to check his condition. The wound seemed infected, and he had a high fever. His physical strength and immunity must have dropped to their lowest point. He placed his hand on the soldier's forehead to feel the temperature. "If we operate in this condition, the risk of death is very high. We need to induce paralysis." Do you suddenly realize that the neurodisruption technique we used on Anis, that method can't completely eliminate the pain? You grit your teeth and think for a while, Kuzma's paralyzing poison. That way is too dangerous. The system displays a message, and your organs sense your worry and seem to enjoy it. The body parts argue with each other, with the heart speaking up first. Surgery, it's just a little pain. Just grit your teeth and endure it. The lungs agree, let's do the surgery. Duong Root also spoke up. If you can't avoid it, just enjoy it. The liver isn't shy about speaking up either. "It's okay, we can still do it," the stomach tells Li Han. "If you're scared, just scream to get it out of your system. What's the point of collecting blood?" I know that too. The system pops up a reminder. Your organs cheer you on. You give your friend 100 health. Current blood, 4,900. After some thought, he decides to press the button. I want to save as much blood as possible, but this is the only feasible way. The system light flashes, making him gape. He thinks to himself as another notification appears. Could this skill actually be pretty powerful? The system says that whenever you learn a new talent skill or knowledge, a new candidate skill can be added. The healing hand skill will effectively reduce the patient's pain. He suddenly realized it was indeed that one. He chuckled to himself, making those around him wonder silently. Is he crazy? The soldiers around seemed stunned for the first time. He cleared his throat as if nothing had happened. The mischievous smile on your face as you prepare to press the confirm button. All right, I choose this skill. The skill information appears. The name of the skill is Level 1 Healing Hand, which relieves pain in the target through gentle body massage. It can numb pain locally, and the intensity, range, and duration of anesthesia will increase as the skill level rises. Your hand flashes with a blue light. Can just rubbing cause anesthesia? Are you hacking the game? You call out to Night Garden. I take back what I said earlier. He's suspicious and doesn't understand what you're planning. Yes, you turn back with a confident look in your eyes and a mischievous smile, saying, I found a way to sedate him. Get ready for surgery. Garden's eyes lit up as he received the order. Yes. What is your name? The general meeting is over. I'll now treat you, okay? Are you going to cut off my hand? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm fine. I will not cut it off, I said. The doctor then continued. Sir Medic, I am a military officer. His face was filled with pain and a hint of resigned sadness. I didn't think losing an arm would be the end of the journey. You lost your patience and shouted loudly, emphasizing once again. I told you I wouldn't cut it off. He kept rambling in a dazed state, saying losing an arm was better than losing a leg, and that losing an arm would only make things inconvenient with one hand. You then said, no, I will not treat the arm but the wound on the side. No matter what Lai Han says about treating the wound on his side, he keeps rambling, but losing a leg means he has to support himself heavily. Both arms are disabled. My dream is to become a violinist. Even if I can no longer play the violin, you wouldn't know what to say to comfort me. Ha! Truly a sad look with tears in the eyes, feeling pain inside but still justifying myself. As you see, I am a person of importance. He glared warningly and told him to be quiet now. Before I cut out your tongue, his whole body started to tremble. I hesitated and told Gaiden that I would start the anesthesia now. I thoughtfully placed my hand on the soldier's abdomen and whispered with a slightly embarrassed expression, Hand. Your singing voice echoes, healing. The healing hand leaves everyone amazed and doubtful. Repeating the healing hand. The healing hand, the hand. The gentle singing seems to make the wounded suffer immense pain. The system displays the name of the level 1 healing hand skill, which requires reading the healing hand chant accurately and continuously to activate. The healing hand moves in perfect rhythm as he confidently sings the healing hand song. Deep down, he silently admired his voice today. Suddenly, a red indicator appeared, showing a lack of sincerity in the song, and the level 1 healing hand skill activation failed. He secretly scolds these internal organs in anger as they urge him on. Sing now. Sing now. The karaoke screen appears before my eyes. Jill passionately sings, My hand is a healing hand. My hand is a healing hand. He is immersed in the melody of the song. My hand is a healing hand. Garden beside me gasps and covers his mouth. The remaining people were speechless as JK sang and placed his hand on the wounded soldier, saying, My hand is a healing hand. The system announced the activation of level 1 healing hand, and the patient's pain was reduced. The wounded soldier was surprised and looked up at his stomach. Huh? That spot doesn't hurt anymore, Jill asked while singing. My hand is a healing hand. How is your pain now? The wounded soldier replied, There's still a slight ache, but it no longer hurts. What just happened? You seem overjoyed. There's always a way. My hand is a healing hand. To maintain the anesthesia, JK still has to sing. My hand is a singing hand, healing or not. Now let's see if the anesthesia is working. You hit the wounded soldier's bandaged stomach hard and ask how he feels. He replied, It doesn't hurt at all. Jay quietly thought to himself, It worked. This skill really does the trick. You start giving orders. Garden, the anesthesia is complete. Let's start the surgery. First, clean and sew up the existing wound. We will start with the wound on the side, he replied. Understood, young master. After a while, the surgery was completed and the contaminated bandages were replaced. The surgical tools have been neatly arranged on the table. Gaiden reports, Young master, the wound on the side has been treated and each of them has been removed. GL continued to give orders saying, Now, let's just treat his hand. Thuong Bin looked at the two people and asked hesitantly, We really don't need to cut it off. His face turned pale with worry, and the wounded soldier silently thought that although the pain had lessened, the anxiety remained. He continued singing and applied the anesthetic to the wounded soldier. My hand is a healing hand. I need to treat your wound first. Don't worry, we won't cut anything off. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification, surprising Jell a little. He raised the wounded soldier's hand while reading the message, indicating that the level 2 healing hand skill would reduce pain in the anesthetized areas by an additional 20%. The anesthesia level, scope, and effectiveness will increase with the skill level. Then, Jell pinched firmly beside the wound. The wounded soldier just looked confused and didn't react. Jell thought to himself that even if Min pressed harder on the wound, he still wouldn't respond. The effect of the skill is truly impressive. After the test, Jell turned to speak with Garden. Let's go, he nodded to indicate he understood. He held the suture needle in his hand, skillfully pulling out a length of thread and then cutting it with scissors. He raised the surgical instrument, performing the procedure swiftly with intense focus. Seeing that, JK secretly admired him. His skills are truly extraordinary. Watching him organize the tools with ease, he thought that compared to his modern medical knowledge, he is indeed exceptional. Jay acknowledges his talent and pays attention to how he stitches wounds. Surgery is truly his specialty. Isn't that the vertical mattress stitch technique? You look at Garden in amazement and silently conclude. No wonder he became the royal physician at a young age, still singing to maintain anesthesia effectiveness. My hands are healing hands. Did you see that? Asked the red-haired soldier to the person standing next to him. Yeah, I see it. The red-haired soldier asked, Can that guy really make other people's pain disappear with his bare hands? The blonde soldier replied, It seems so. Watching the wounded being treated in bed, the two discuss how even though a needle pierced through the body, the other person still shows no sign of pain. Could this really happen? Is this fat medic some kind of miracle worker?
In front of them, one person was singing, while another was performing a serious surgery. Inside the military tent, neatly arranged medicine bottles were lined up.
The surgery is complete. The contaminated bandages have been removed and treated. The instruments are placed back on the table, and JK checks on the wounded soldier. Diff, things aren't as bad as you think, right? He replied. Yes, the surgery is over now, he advised. Don't relax your body just yet. The real treatment process is just beginning now. Jill told him that in 2 days when the supplies arrive, I will prepare medicine for you and remember to finish it all. Do you understand? He replied. Yes, but he's hard to understand. Why is the doctor so kind to me? I'm just a disabled soldier who can no longer go to the battlefield. And my survival until now has been a waste of their food. People always see me that way. You shake your head. Don't you understand? Young Rim speaks the truth. Do you need a reason to save others? You are a wounded soldier and I am a medic. You need to treat the soldiers, that's all. Do you need any other reason? Crying at the meeting. Those are tears of happiness. Thank you very much. Seeing the other person happy, JK also feels happy. I only said that to earn some extra points, but it seems to have worked. The 2 soldiers behind are also crying from emotion. The song is cheesy, but somehow it feels really cool. He waves his hand and says, don't overthink it, rest up. The soldiers are still wiping their tears, deeply moved. Jill opens the medic tent and steps outside. The system notification says your organs are praising you. The organ group is praising our body for being truly amazing. The sky gradually darkens and the announcement reappears. The gathering and the soldiers around are moved and surprised by your words. Night falls. The campfire flickers weakly as the message board appears. Whether your status changes or not, it doesn't matter. Now your story will be spread throughout the wounded camp like a warm fairy tale, and everyone in the camp will regard you as a deity. The soldiers line up outside the medic tent waiting for treatment, and above all, your efforts to heal wounded soldiers on the battlefield will secure your lasting place in medical history. Constantly, severely injured soldiers are brought in, and you receive 5,000 health points as a reward for achieving a significant medical accomplishment and social status. Current blood level is 5,400. 2 days later, I completely healed the critically injured soldiers along with Garden. Jekyll's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the system, and with the admiration of the soldiers in the camp, his mythic score rose to 98. The system announced that the healing hand skill had reached level 3, allowing for nerve plexus anesthesia commonly used for arm and shoulder anesthesia during surgery. Seeing that, JK happily anesthetized the spinal cord nerves. He's really gone crazy. You are excited, singing as you numb. My hand is a healing hand. JK now concludes that men can numb his entire arm. In modern times, just a tube of ointment or antibiotics is enough for these wounds. However, in this era, untreated infections could lead to amputation, and right now, 2 people are treating a wounded soldier with an infected leg wound. Garden said, if we don't cut it off, the wound will start to rot in the middle. Are you sure that won't happen? Jill analyzes the situation. To prevent these soldiers from losing limbs due to cellulitis, we need to stop the infection and its spread with the correct treatment methods. Then, while singing, you directed Garden. My hands are healing hands. I have a plan now. First, let's clean and close the wound. A thought suddenly crossed Jekyll's mind. At that moment, I suddenly remembered a special method and healing technique used by the celestial beings that appeared near the end of this story. He replied and picked up his tools to work. Understood. You're still lost in your thoughts. Thanks to their method, I was able to create antibiotics. After finishing the treatment, Jill left the medical tent and called Garden. Damien, let's go outside and talk for a bit. You say, first, Sir Garden. Jill crossed his arms and said, during my absence, I need someone to improve the camp situation, replacing all tents, beds, and injured soldiers' clothes with new ones. He replied calmly, understood.
But what do you mean by going away? You turn around and smile brightly. I will be gone for a while and Damien will come with me.
He exclaimed in surprise, what? And what about me? In a foggy, gloomy forest surrounded by 6 knights of the kingdom and a guide. We entered the forest along the way. Jay asked the guide, is your name Tim? He replied, yes, my hometown is nearby. So I know this area well. I'll take you along the shortest routes. Damheen didn't fully trust his master. He asked, you probably know the way, right? Jell is not happy. Come on, I just read what the book said. He asked what book, and you gave a vague answer. Who would remember? Do you remember the titles of all the books you've ever read? I won't ask anymore. Fine. He glanced at Jell, thinking that the young master is sometimes a bit strange. Dam Yen reminded him, young master, I think we're going too deep into the forest. The group is still moving forward through the woods. He expressed concern that this area is very easy to encounter monsters, and that in such a remote place, we might even accidentally enter Aplos territory. Jell doesn't care and responds, oh, that's true too. You see a strange creature in the tree and wonder what it is. Someone spoke up, wait, let's not say we're heading to the Aplos nest. The others hesitated a bit, and Jell waved his hand. Everyone stay calm. What about the Apilos team? They shudder in fear as they listen to Jekyll's calm words. It's true that in such an isolated area, we could easily enter their territory, but everyone knows that. Everyone listened carefully as you spoke. As long as we don't provoke them first, Apilos is completely harmless. Jell crossed his arms in disdain. Isn't that common knowledge? The platinum-haired knight breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that's right. No one would be crazy enough to pick a fight with them. The blue-haired knight thought, he truly is wise. The heart inside my chest sighed in relief and thought, phew, I almost had a heart attack thinking he was leading us straight to Apollos. After Jekyll finishes speaking, everyone's attention is drawn to him, so we won't bother them. He crosses his arms happily and announces, which makes Damien pause for about 2 seconds. Instead, we'll just go kidnap their queen. It sounded like a thunderclap in their ears, and everyone was just as hopeless. Inside the body, the heart spoke out. Wasn't that only natural? He crossed his arms. Is that right or wrong? Am I wrong to say so? Huh? The remaining organs shout together in unison. Yes, it sounds clear. So we will kidnap them without causing injuries. The internal organs around them tremble with laughter, unable to hold back and bursting into laughter. Wow, look at how he's training others. Tim also burst out laughing. This guy deliberately stayed silent all the way here, and now he finally speaks. You're truly a scoundrel. The system reports that your internal organs condemn your character and generously awards you 100 health points, as if giving an enemy a piece of cake. Current blood is 5,500. Jan Mind, waving his hand, thought, what? What do you want? He turns to look at the group following him and silently analyzes. If I tell them beforehand, they'll refuse to come or want to go back to the camp. Seeing everyone's hesitant reactions, JK thinks it's natural, but I must get the queen larva at all costs. That substance is extremely important for saving soldiers' lives without causing them to become disabled because the secretion from the queen larva has very strong antibiotic properties. If I can extract that fluid, I can save countless wounded soldiers from infection and no longer have to amputate their limbs. Wait a moment. Jay turned around to look at the frightened group of people stepping back. What's wrong with everyone? What's going on? Is there a problem? Damien stepped forward. Of course there's a problem. Do you know that even though Pheros is gentle, he's still a very powerful monster? He answered calmly. Yes, of course. He continued. Even if Pheros is gentle, do you know how fierce they can become when their hive or larvae are threatened? Jill replied calmly. Yes, Yen Damon's face was dark, but he continued to ask. So you also know how dangerous kidnapping the queen larva is, right? But it's still the same answer, you calmly replied. So what did you do then? I see. Sometimes you do reckless things that are hard to believe. I've seen it happen many times before, but this time is different. You've crossed the line. Are you saying I've gone too far? He irritably replied, so who do you plan to assign the task of capturing the queen larva to? In the middle of the forest, a voice from multiple regions echoes. Anyone who takes on that mission will surely be attacked mercilessly by the entire Pharaoh swarm. Are you really planning to assign this task to one of us? Gio replied. That's right. You didn't hold back and asked if he was crazy. You still remain calm. Yeah. The knights following nervously exchange glances and whisper. Could it be me? Could it be me? A sudden thought flashed through Damien's mind. No way. Could it be that you reached out and grabbed the sword hilt, asking directly, are you planning to do something crazy yourself? Jill turned around and smiled. Of course not. You do it. He gritted his teeth in anger. What? Me? He smiled and said, don't worry. You won't get hurt. You won't die. I have a way to do it safely. Don't worry. I'm annoyed but safe. It's easy to say. Joe summons a beast. The little spiky-tailed kid. A hedgehog appears. The little spiky-tailed one. Damien asks, are you the little spiky-tailed kid? Holding the spiky-tailed kid in his hand, he confidently said, let me tell you my plan. According to the plan, Damien must approach when he finds the osel nest and continue. Strike hard at the side of the nest. The Luperos will get angry, right? When Damien attacks, the OSA swarm appears. Next, the little spiked tail will eat a red sunflower seed and grow larger. Damien has been attacked, so instead send the spiky-tailed kid into battle. He instructs, just hide under the spiky-tailed kid. The giant spiky tail of the little spiky tail is so tough that the Luperos can't pierce through it. Jill is proud of his plan. While you and the spike-tailed kid hold them off, I will sneak into the nest and kidnap the queen larva. The spiky-tailed kid thumbs up in praise. Damien analyzes seriously. But even if we succeed in kidnapping the queen larva, the Pharaohs will say they won't spare me and the little tail boy either. GL nodded in agreement. That's right, they will never give up unless their hive is burned out. He hesitated slightly. Burned? Shake your head and go ahead. Do you understand now? Let's go. Damien's face darkened, and he silently thought, he truly is a cruel man. Are you kidding? I understand the plan. Damien hesitated with a dark face, understanding his meaning. He shouted, I will pay you extra, so be quiet. Hearing that, Damien turned to look at Jekyll and smiled softly. He also glanced at him and smiled. The knights following whispered among themselves, one saying, anyway, he's the crown prince of Magentano, so he probably won't do anything too crazy, right? The other person isn't so sure. Probably. The guide's worried gaze glanced at JK behind, thinking that if that military doctor can perform miracles, then maybe we can be healed if we're injured. Damien counted on his fingers, but he paid no mind to the salary increase. Come on, do you think he can use that magic to save us? Under the dark sky, the flying birds spread their wings as they fly away, lost in worried thoughts. That's why we went to the Phyrosal hive. The wind is blowing fiercely as the group walks into the tall grass nearly waist high. According to the plan, Damien goes ahead. He reaches out to part the grass in front of him and looks ahead. At the hive, there is a giant golden beehive covering the sky, with worker bees flying out to gather pollen. Looking at the entrance before him, Damien scratched his head and looked at the spiky-tailed kid trembling on his shoulder. He thought a special reward alone wouldn't be enough. The group hiding behind the wire peek at the hive in front of them, while others look pale and he whispers his amazement. It's bigger than I thought. Smelling the wildflower scent on myself, JK feels lucky. If I hadn't disguised myself with the scent of wildflowers, I would have been discovered for sure. Looking at the Phyros flying around, I also frowned slightly. But they are too big. Pressing down on my nerves, I need to carefully observe their movements and strike a fatal blow. Damien, I'm entrusting the little spiked tail to you. Suddenly, there's a flurry of wings overhead. Jay hurriedly drops to the ground, hiding among the grass. What's going on? The swarm of Phyros like bees breaking from their hive rushes out chaotically. The boy crawls toward where Damien is hiding. Seeing Jell approaching, the thorn's tail ran back in fear to Jekyll's shoulder. He turned around and asked what had happened, worriedly asking if he had been detected because he didn't hide his aura well. Damn, Yen replied unhappily. I hid my aura perfectly, so what do we do now? Jell threw a stone at him. What do you mean? Just fight once and then run. You can only endure your anger over the money. Damien slowly stands up, thinking to himself, at this point, I have to use the skill I have trained so hard for. The bright purple mana glows and flows throughout his body. He drew his sword and stepped forward boldly. Geo was startled and broke out in a sweat. You think about that, bastard. Why is his mana so intense? It's too fierce. If the mana flows backward, it could be dangerous. He immediately crawled over and called out, Hey, Damien? No, Damien. He couldn't hear him. The intense mana swirling around him made the veins on his body stand out in a frightening way. When the veins near his eyes reached the corners, he swung his sword straight up into the sky. Jill shouted, but the loud noise in the sky made both Jekyll and him stop in their tracks. Both of them looked up at the sky in surprise as a swarm of massive insects descended. He exclaimed, What the hell? Seeing the fierce swarm of bees like wasps, Jekyll was at a loss for words. What are they? They're even bigger than Phyros. These hornets dive down to attack the Phyros, their sharp tails piercing through the tiny honeybees. Scenes of slaughter like this are happening all over the sky. Jell and Damien stare up in shock. He didn't understand why they were fighting. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught both of their attention. A giant wasp is rushing toward them. Jell and Damien both stand stunned, eyes wide open. He was a bit suspicious and wondered to himself, what kind of sound is that? Like a helicopter? A giant Vesparos beetle with furious eyes, seemingly starving for days and suddenly craving food, charged at the two of them. It flew straight toward them, but luckily they dodged in time, so it bit a Feroz instead. And Damien was on top of Jay, shielding him and protecting him. Jay just managed to catch his breath and thought to himself, damn it, I almost lost my life. Seeing it kill the Phyros, your child's train of thought continues, that this isn't hunting but slaughter. It released a deep bite that terrified everyone. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped it, a loud explosion sounded, and swarms of bees hurriedly filled the sky. Jell, surprised by this, turned back and asked Map, what is that? It was even bigger than a Feroz. That was Vesperos. Only then did you realize it was Vesperos. Map immediately explained that it was a wasp-like monster whose main food was Phyros, and a Vesperos could easily kill hundreds of Phyros. But the problem was that you bowed your head, stood up, and called everyone at the same time. Everyone quickly stood up and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Jay calmly told everyone, we've been discovered. Teep, are you surprised? The giant Vesperos appear and everyone screams in fear. We've been discovered! The giant Vesperos roared loudly at everyone, causing chaos as they all ran in panic. He shouted loudly, calling everyone to run. Hurry up! Everyone tried to escape as Jell ran and shouted. Damien, he immediately runs beside him and receives the order. Your Highness, young master, you are running and trembling with tears, hurriedly asking what to do now and if we can escape. Damien, with a voice full of resentment, shouted, Why did I tell you not to come here and cause all this? He gave a very valid reason. I must capture the queen larva to heal the wounded. You shout out your feelings. I can't just stand by and let them die. The system displays a level 10 skill name for selling medicine verbally. In the deep forest, everyone is running as fast as they can to save themselves. Damien thought for a moment and devised a plan. I have to buy some time. He turns around and a purple light flashes. Damien swings his sword forward and then immediately changes direction to chase after everyone. Jay was surprised but kept running, then pointed to the rock in front of him and everyone hid behind it. Everyone managed to get over smoothly, even with their rounded bodies pointed forward, thanks to Time-Up's help in climbing over the rock. After reaching behind the rock, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Medic, there's something I haven't told you yet, Timap said tiredly, glancing suspiciously at him and asking, what's going on? Timap hesitantly continued. Vespar has a habit of cleaning up around after hunting and slaughtering. So he asked again, cleaning up? He reaffirmed, yes, they will gather the remaining Phyros in one place and continued explaining that during this process, they will search for and kill any surviving or hiding Phyros. After hunting and slaughtering, they will scour the entire area and won't wait for anyone, including us. After hearing that, he quickly thought of a way to deal with them. That means we have to run as far and as fast as possible. Looking at the bloodthirsty Vesparos, he silently considered his options. We have to run anyway, but what about our queen's larva? The Vesparis are attacking the Phyros nest. I think that nest is doomed. No one can survive, not even the queen larva. Gel was tense, wide-eyed, looking ahead, contemplating this. There's no way to retrieve the queen's larva here. The Vespar rushed quickly towards you. Luckily, thanks to Damien and Time App, you managed to hide behind the leaf. All three try to stay silent as the Vesparos halt to assess the situation around them. They spotted a group hiding behind the large rock in front of them. One kick was raised and slammed down on the rock, splitting it in two. Everyone hurriedly ran away from the rock in panic. Damien Yen drew his sword but still looked back anxiously to ask you. "Your Highness, young master, are you all right?" he shouted back. "Huh." Damien suddenly grabbed the collar of your shirt from behind and forcefully threw you far away. He turned back to fight the Vesparos and threw Gel far away to a safe spot in the forest. You hold tightly to the tree, full of resentment towards Damien. First you kicked me and Jay, now you're throwing me away. Jay secretly thinks angrily that Damien will have his salary cut by a month. Down there, something strange caught my eye. I looked down and saw Time App, and I immediately asked, "Hey team, why are you running so fast?" He caught you with his head and explained, "I used to live in the forest, so I run very fast." You saw that and asked further, "Where are Damien and the Ango Knights now?" He pointed to the distance where Damien and the others were fighting Vesparis, saying they were over there, while Damien was directly facing a Vesparis. He swings once, and it counters with its claws. He raises his sword to block, then uses his momentum to deliver another powerful strike. The Vesparos roared, creating a loud explosion, yet it remained resilient as two weapons clashed sharply. The weaker bee was knocked away. You are asked by the heart-shaped pendant on your neck, why did they find us so easily? He bore the heavy weight of you and seemed to think that the scent of pollen, petals, and tree resin was the cause. The two of them hid behind a tree trunk, peeking out to assess the situation, and he silently wondered how the method used to reduce Phyros' hostility caused Vesparis to mistake them for Phyros. Seeing that, he immediately asked, "What should we do now?" GL thought. "Fight? No way. Even if Damien and the Knights give their all, they can only stop about 10 of them. Meanwhile, everyone is standing guard, while Damien is thrown against the beam. He steels himself, thinks carefully, and suddenly realizes he has it. Jay saw the bag that the heart-shaped pendant was attached to and asked, "Can I borrow the bag for a moment?" He rummaged inside and found a small bottle, while the pendant also looked on suspiciously. Suddenly he spoke up, found it, and looked at the water bottle in his hand, asking, "The water bottle, what do you plan to do with it?" He raised it and replied, "This, if you open the cap, is the strong alcohol I brought to disinfect temporarily." Jill eagerly took a running start and threw straight at the Vesparos, because you wasps probably also like alcohol. Geo throws it with all his might at them and shouts, "Please like it." The bottle shattered, spilling the wine everywhere. And suddenly, I realized the difference between honeybees and wasps is that the wine splashes everywhere. Everyone was amazed as the Vespar were suddenly attracted to the honeybees who disliked the alcohol, while the wasps loved it, causing the struggling army to unexpectedly change their target. Damien, seeing this, stopped to think, and suddenly they ceased their attack. Why is that? They are all flying towards the alcohol, competing to enjoy it. Jay and Tim look very happy and proud of their achievement. The soldiers approaching them also give advice. "Army Doctor, this is our last chance. We have to run. Yes, we must escape right now. Do you deny it? If we run now, all of us will die." Tim Map, hearing that, turned back and asked, "What do you mean? Are you certain that's the truth?" Die Map asks you, "Since they are now attracted by the smell of the wine in the water bottle I threw away, can we take this opportunity to escape?" Jay explains to everyone that with such a small amount of wine, the smell will disappear quickly. "Do you really think you can run to safety in such a short time?" he asked cautiously. "So what should we do then?" he replied very coldly. Tim App lights a fire and takes out a torch. Damien listens to their conversation, unsure how to respond. "Huh?
What if I get scolded?" G immediately urged.
"There's no time. Hurry up." He obeys. "Yes." Damien sighed with boredom. "You must have already made a plan. The torches are lit. Are you all ready?" He reports to JKL. "Yes, I have soaked the torches in oil and set them on fire." His determined gaze demanded they throw it away as the flames erupted through the forest. The flames spread wildly across the forest. The wasps, startled, seemed to have no way out. The entire swarm gathered and flew away quickly, noticing that all the pharaohs were burned black by the fire. As they descended to check the situation, the fire quickly spread and burned everything. GL urgently shouted to everyone, if they didn't want to be burned alive, they should run faster. Everyone runs out of the burning forest. GL keeps running, thinking that although he has burned the Vesparos, his lungs are about to catch fire too. Suddenly, he tripped over a stone and fell flat on the ground, his heart pounding. As Gel, coughing and gasping, stood up, he asked, "Medic, are you okay?" A notification appears. Your organs sense a serious danger and worry about the end of your life. They encourage you and grant you 500 health. Current health points are 6,000. You seem to be deaf to everything around you. Military doctor, military doctor, military doctor, military doctor, young master. GA has noticed me. What am I missing? Damien beside him reminds him, young master, if you faint here, you will die. Stay awake. Jai crouched down, panting heavily. Ah, I see now. Damien raised his hand to remove his cloak and said clearly, let me carry you. He lifts Gel onto his back, using his shirt to tie him securely,
while Ju behind feels a bit embarrassed. The soldiers behind whispered to each other, wondering if it was okay for the crown prince to be like this. The boy, exhausted, advised his brother.
Damien, as long as we get out of here, we will be safe. Tuan, follow the order.
Yes, young master.
Suddenly, everyone was blocked by a loud explosion in front of them. A giant Vesperos appears, its eyes full of fury as it roars loudly. Timap, terrified, covers his head and screams. Lady, Queen of Vesperos, we're doomed. Jay turned to ask after seeing that. What? Queen, you widen your eyes and call out to Damien. Jill wondered why he was so tense and scared. Seeing Damien's expression, he thought, I've never seen him like this before. What should we do? Damien is our sharpest sword and our strongest shield. When Vesperos is about to charge at everyone, if Damien is scared, we will be doomed. Jill decided I must help him calm down. I need to check his blood flow and acupuncture points to help reduce his stress. JK wiggles on his back, with Damien looking curious. The system displays a notification for Support Feature 1, Vital Point Lock. It confirms it is searching for a target that can be locked. Target locked. The system has locked onto the Queen Wasp in front. Target locked. You are stunned. Huh? Why lock onto it? Jill suddenly realized that since Damien was carrying me, what appeared before my eyes was actually it. He immediately thought that since insects are living creatures, they must also have vital points. If I could see the blood flow of Queen Vesperos like the Bull Demon King, I wouldn't just survive but could also ferment wasp wine. The discovery made his eyes light up. I see it now. Jill can see everything inside Queen Vesperos' body. I can see everything from the flow of the main meridians to the locations of the acupoints. You smile smugly. Jay looks adorable and pouts. Damien, I have a good idea. He angrily turned back and said, Are you still joking in this situation? What kind of good idea? You must follow all my instructions from now on, Damien. Walk if I say walk, run if I say run, attack or defend, everything must obey me. He asked doubtfully. Not understanding. What do you mean? Jill replied confidently. If you want to live, follow my instructions. I will predict its movements and guide you. Damien asked curiously. Guide how? How does it move? He asked urgently. But how is that possible? He suddenly shouted, sat down, and the Queen Wasp rushed past, causing everyone to crouch down to avoid it. Jay saw it gather strength and shouted loudly, It's coming again! Stay seated and take 5 steps forward. It charges straight at everyone. But thanks to your command, we managed to dodge. Jill was stunned and thought to himself, What? Heart pounding, crying out, Save me! The cold-hearted Queen Bee flew up high again. Tell the soldiers to step back. Damien and I will handle this. Yes, Doctor. Jill pointed at it and shouted, Go, Damien! He remained silent. Jill continued, Follow my instructions. Damien's steps move forward. The bee charges fiercely, but thanks to the guidance, they narrowly dodge to the front right, rolling towards 2 o'clock. Between its front left leg and middle leg, he raises his sword, following the boy's instructions. Jill shouted loudly to give orders, leaping forward. Every word like a gamble with his life, Jill yelled loudly and jumped high. He shouted with all his might, echoing through the area, spun clockwise, and swung his sword from the middle upward. A loud roar of the Queen Bee's fall followed. The soldiers hiding behind the trees are talking among themselves. It seems we don't need to intervene, he's doing very well, and if we step in, it will only cause more trouble. Timop seems disbelief at what just happened, nodding in agreement with the soldiers' words. The angry Vesperos Queen attacks, a strike slashing towards eyes, rolling aside, then Damien, with a fierce gaze, swings, causing Jekyll behind to grow tired. Jill continues to give instructions, no need to imitate me. Focus. Jay guides him, and he follows, avoiding its beard and stepping 2 steps to the right to push it up, using the blade to deflect it to the left. He shouted and jumped onto Dam, who carried him as they both leapt up, following Jekyll's instructions. The bee, though powerful, never hit them, landing on its back and stabbing down at the rear left wing root, twisting his sword vertically. Dam Yenfi quickly shouts, its wing coming from the right, dodge and step on it. The two jump onto its back and leap off. Jell was a bit dizzy, but still responded from behind as he landed on the tree. He jumped high with quick agility. Only JK was terrified and spinning in fear. The two of them land successfully. Damien, surprised, then asks the prince, Can you really see all its movements? But with this kind of attack, we won't be able to finish it, Jell replied. It's working. Seeing Vesperos holding on tight, you count and prepare. It rushes towards him. Dami jumps onto a branch and continues counting. In the last seconds, it attacked, but they quickly jumped up and dodged successfully, counting the rhythm. Oh, he swung up onto the branch. We have about 3 seconds. Wait, you shouted, Damien. Coordinate and let go of the branch. This is the moment. He landed heavily and struck it with a sword. A flash of power lit up as the bee took the direct hit. Everyone around was stunned, unable to believe it. After it was over, he immediately asked Damien if it was finished. Then why did it appear again? Not yet. Jay saw that and told him to dodge and look for an opportunity to attack. Did you say that again? You keep telling me not to move quickly. Just wait a moment. The Queen Bee's eyes blaze with hostility as Queen Vesperos angrily slams her staff into the ground. Damien, losing patience, asks, How much longer do we have to wait? Jill reassures him, It's almost time. His face full of excitement, he grabs Damien's hair and shouts, Now is the moment! Come on, let's go. Queen Vesperos is coming. The female queen wasp charged, and he quickly gave instructions, half a fist below his double eyelid on the left. He clenched his sword tightly and followed her guidance. He thrusts his sword straight at its position. The sword pierces its weak spot. It screamed in pain, Gel still tightly holding Damien's hair. Its eyes gradually blurred and then closed. Afterwards, its massive body collapsed. Jay exclaimed happily, looking at the victory. Damien was speechless. Seeing the queen was trembling there, Gel thought, just like a mosquito sprayed with insecticide. He looked carefully with his eyes to check. Gel observed its body, the joints, the lower part and abdomen, the final point below the double eyelid. Compared to humans, these are the main acupoints on the Ren and Governor meridians. I'm not 100% sure, but this seems to be the most plausible explanation. Damien saw the queen was trembling and asked, "What's happening to it?" I probably figured it out because I attacked its weak spot precisely. Seeing that, he said, "So you saw through its weakness from the start?" Of course. Damien continued to ask curiously, "But how did you know those weaknesses?" He used an excuse to hide it. "I just saw it when I looked. I think hitting there will make it hurt." Jill excitedly continued, "I see it now." "Don't you see it? Haven't you stabbed Damien with a sword yet? Can't you see?" "It's strange. I don't understand. Keep trying, keep trying." Huh. The entire body of the queen was trembling as the fire from the forest gradually spread closer. The surviving Vesparos fly high after being burned by the fire, all stunned to see that their queen no longer moves, quickly gathering around her body. They all suddenly turned to look at the one who caused this, with Damien cautiously and in surprise. They rushed toward them as if seeking revenge for their queen, screams of terror filling the air. The military doctor, but no one expected them to fly right through the spot where the two of them were standing. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape. Oh! They rushed toward the burning queen's body, biting into it, which caused the flames to spread and burn everything down. Everyone stood frozen in shock, their hearts pounding as they marveled and marveled and exclaimed, "Indeed, monsters are terrifying," just as raindrops suddenly fell onto JK's head. "Huh!" Everyone shouted in unison. "It's raining! We're alive! We made it! We're saved!" Jay reached out his hand to catch the raindrops, lost in thought. "Even if I manage to save my own skin and catch Queen Vesparos, it's useless if I can't get the queen's larviphiros." His face is full of contemplation. "I was about to kidnap the queen larva and use antibiotics to heal the wounded, earning a bunch of life points bonus." Gel suddenly turned around. Damien was a bit surprised, not knowing what was happening, but everyone else was happily celebrating. "I've wasted too much time searching for a new nest. If I delay any longer, the wounded will die." You call out to Damien, "Let's go to their nest." When we reached their nest, everything had been burned down, and the corpses of the Kanos were scattered around as we gradually moved deeper inside. In their nest, you and Damien are both very cautious. Inside, the place is filled with the bodies of Phiros everywhere. It's strange that all their bodies are dismembered. Everyone continues to move forward. Damien surveyed the area and said to JK, "It seems like everyone is already dead. Maybe we should go back." He turned to look at him and said confidently, "Since we've gone to the trouble of coming here, we should get something out of it." He asked curiously again, "You mean to salvage it?" You turn back and say, "Isn't there still honey?" Damien was filled with resentment, thinking how could he still be thinking about that in this situation when corpses were scattered everywhere and honey was dripping down from above onto the bodies. When they arrived at the Queen Phiros' residence, they found her already dead. Gel, frustrated and confused, said, "It's over. It's all over." He agreed that it seemed that way, then continued saying that he gained no benefit. Not knowing what to do to ease his boredom, he suddenly heard a noise. Ju looked around again and patted Damien on the shoulder, saying, "It seems there are still some survivors. Master, please let me go ahead and check first. I will proceed slowly, as if scouting, with you following behind." Damien seemed to see something and immediately asked, "What is it?" "What is that?" Jill suddenly realized it was Queen Phiros, trembling and seemingly on the verge of death. Everyone then approached. Damien stepped forward. Everyone trusted him. He drew his sword and touched it to check if it was still alive. Damien sheathed his sword and turned to tell everyone, "It's definitely dead." Jill, seeing this, immediately ordered a movement at the body. "Damien, help me push its belly open." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, young master." He immediately shouted out loud, "It might be something expensive and valuable." "Keep going, Damien." He agrees. "Yes." A flash of light bursts from below, soaring up high. You stagger and shout loudly. "What kind of girl is that coming out?" Damien nervously clenched his sword. "Be careful, young master." A tiny, adorable Phiros crawled out and flew into the sky, crying out that surprised both you and Damien. Gio was about to speak, but it suddenly flew straight into your face. Damien nervously calls out to the young master, who raises his hand to pick it up and looks at it with a doubtful expression. It looks at you with sparkling, adorable eyes. Gel immediately asks, "Is this the Queen Phiros larva?" It seems to be responding. Gel secretly sighed. It looks just like a banana cake. He looked at it carefully with suspicion. "Really? It seems to agree." Damien then suggested, "Since it's a monster anyway, maybe I should just knock it out." To my surprise, it didn't want to scream. "What do you think when you see that? Could it really understand human language?" It looked pitiful and cried out, implying, "Are you going to hit me?" Jill then realized that it understood. Jake excitedly shouted, Do you understand what I'm saying? The one on the left turns left, and the one on the right turns right.
He lifts it high and shouts with joy. Look, it's the queen's larva.
It also agreed and called out, and I thought to myself, anyway, we have the queen larva, so it's a success. Jel, looking extremely happy, hugged it tightly, recalling that the Demon Sword Emperor mentioned that Queen Pharos and its larva could communicate with elves. Could they be highly intelligent? It shyly told JK, leaving you stunned. You can't believe your eyes. Huh? Can it really communicate like with a little spiky tail? JK asked it. So your mother is strange? It replied. Jay understood and continued. What is it? After fighting with it, did your mother fall into a deep sleep? The boy looked at the Vesparos queen insect lying next to the Queen Pharos and asked if this was what you meant. The little one replied, and only then did he realize that they had fought each other. Both of them dead, leaving only himself. Geo understood what it wanted and asked, do you want your mother to wake up soon? He then used an excuse to tell it. Your mother said she's tired from fighting that big evil one, so she needs more sleep. The little one agreed and patted its head, then said, stay with me until your mother wakes up. It happily agreed. After saying that, the thought suddenly crossed my mind that telling such a lie might be a bit, but since the orcs have been wiped out, if this kid is left here, he will definitely die. The little one seems very happy. You want to leave, so you lied to it. If we keep talking here, your mother will have trouble sleeping. So let's go outside and play. The little one immediately agrees. Everyone was surprised. He rubbed its belly, thinking that although it was just a larva, it was very soft and warm. The system notification appears. Your organs feel comfortable with the soft sensation, and it is named JK as Pharos Q looks up. The boy is a bit surprised. The system continues to appear. Your organs applaud your quick thinking for protecting your innocent heart and award you 500 health points. Current health is 6,500. He raised it happily and said to it, from now on, your name is Q.
His bright eyes looked at it. If you want to go outside and play, you have to help me with something. Can you do that?
It agrees in response. The boy smiles happily and shouts to rally everyone. Raise the little bee high and shout, everyone, let's head back to the camp. Everyone cheers with joy. The little one is also happy as the scene shifts to the burned forest where the trees are withered and only the spirits remain sitting there in despair. A furious spirit grabs the dirt, holding the ashes in her hand, and angrily says, daring to burn the forest, my era would never allow this. Our generation would never even think of such a thing. She roars in anger. Really, the young ones today have such explosive power. I will shout in anger that I will find you and make you pay. The thick dust obscures the view. In the misty scene, the silhouette of an army appears. The swirling dust clouds obscure everything, revealing pristine mountains and a beautiful sky. The dust gradually clears away, revealing a powerful army advancing with fierce momentum. The camp is set up on flat land, and Garden rushes forward as if flying the moment he sees something. Geo climbed down from the hedgehog's back and said to Damien, Night Garden is truly consistent, isn't he, Damien? The little spike-tailed kid also seemed excited to respond to his master. Garden eagerly bowed and greeted JK. You have arrived?
Is there anything going on at the camp?
How are the wounded soldiers? He asked, curious, turning to the small creature beside you. Yes, they are resting. But seeing his curiosity, JK proactively explained, kid, this is Cuckoo, the Queen Pharos larva. Geo talks to Cuckoo. Say hello, this is Night Garden. Cuckoo understood and greeted him. Kuka! He seemed a bit flustered by the current situation. Do you mean the Queen's larva? Jay is talking to Ku. Ku, we have arrived. This is the wounded camp I was talking about. While Ku still calls out in his familiar way, Kuka. Garden stroked his chin in amazement at the Queen Pharos. Jill stepped forward and ordered, from now on, you must help me prevent infections and treat the wounded. Damien, listen to the order and respond. Knight, get ready. Garden seems a bit confused and unsure. What do you mean by that? Jay looked at his friend. Napdoi guy, it must be heavy, right? Give it to me. The stinger squealed. Queen Gaydon exclaimed in horror. That big wasp. Jill smiles with satisfaction. He looked at the large wasp tightly bound on the cart. It was Queen Vesparis' garden, panic-stricken. But where did you get it from? The boy replied happily. I found it on the street. He was just staring at the bee with great curiosity. What do you plan to do with it? Jill placed his hand on his chin and replied with interest, to ferment the alcohol. He kept being startled by JK. Yes, wine. JK's answer makes the atmosphere feel incredibly mystical right now. Back at Jekyll's tent camp, he's looking at the queen larva and says, how should I put it? The book is watching you. Every month you have to vomit that thing from your stomach. Jill thought as he spoke that mixture Q vomits up with the ointment called Chow Tu Von, used for burns and recovery, would create a powerful antibiotic ointment for treating external wounds. He continued, I will use it to heal those injured outside. Q responds in its own language, listening to Q's reply and analyzing it on its own. It said it would cooperate, but this is the first time it has vomited, so it doesn't know what to do. Jay looked at it with some suspicion. Kukuku looks so sad when JK stares at him like that. Ku, you're so thoughtful, I didn't expect him not to know how to vomit. I thought it would cooperate, but this obstacle came up. Is there a way to make it vomit? Suddenly, a bright idea flashed, making Gel happy. A. Acupuncture point scanning. Q is caught off guard. J looks at Q to activate the skill. Don't stay still, Q is watching you. A support feature for a pulse scan has been detected. Zekel's eyes, upon seeing the message that the acupuncture scanning feature has detected a lockable target, now reveal all of Cuckoo's acupoints. The notification says the target has been successfully locked. After locking the target, Jekyll picks up the needle and speaks. Q, do you want to try acupuncture? After the treatment, you'll be able to vomit. It looked at the needle in its hand with fear as Kuka let out a scream of terror from inside his tent. Gel carefully inserts the needle into the KU acupoint located at the outer ling point on the body, using the Dungtho method to induce vomiting. Geo is extremely focused. I will use the needle to strongly stimulate the main acupoint and gently stimulate the opposite acupoint, while Q trembles, his face turning pale with fear. You keep stabbing the acupoints, but if I stimulate the right spot, the vomiting will happen again. A scream of horror echoes from your tent. Cuckoo vomited out a sparkling blue gem and fainted, while JK remained more interested in what just happened. Alright, I thought it was a liquid, but it turns out to be a gem. You find that interesting. JK moved closer to the gem, which also had a hint of peppermint chocolate scent, just as Gaiden suddenly entered the tent to deliver a message. Master, the ingredient sent by the princess has arrived. Q is currently battling on the table. He was a bit surprised by the scene he was witnessing. Jay took in the scent from the gem and spoke. This is quite interesting. Jay stands up, holding the gem in his right hand and speaking. Now, let's begin. He received the order. Yes, sir. Gel and he went outside and cooked the medicine together with Damien. You give the order. Gaiden the solution. He replied and handed you what you needed. Yes, young master. JK needs the potion in his hand and says, just add the ingredients Adeline sent and Cuckoo's gem, then pour the potion from the jar into the pot. Light and fragrance emanate from the pot. Jay immediately orders Damien to rush over and lift the pot at this very moment. He places the pot by the fire, while the other two stay back and watch. The young master charges forward with great determination. Even the one being cooked by the young master also becomes more spirited. Geo uses all his strength to stir the mixture vigorously in the pot. Garden and Damien looked at him. Garden spoke. Young master, let me do it. I will do it myself while stirring the solution with all my might. Gil is extremely worried. This time, failure is not an option. Koku only vomits out this gem once a month. If I fail, I will have to wait an entire month. The image of the devastated battlefield and the arrows flashing through his mind, while wounded soldiers die from infections. While Keel was stirring the medicine, Damien and Gardine looked at each other and talked. He said, I will stay on night duty first. Suddenly, the boys shouted happily, We did it! The clear blue sky and Jekyll's cheers echoing. Keep going, it's done. Along with Q's voice, he was happy. It's done. The soldiers also secretly peeked from behind while the three of them were preparing the mixture. Jekyll's hands trembled as he held his face, feeling happy. Haha, it's a success, Geel said, his hands still trembling from exhaustion. Have you named this ointment yet? Of course I have. Do you want to know? Geel proudly held up the blue ointment jar to the sky. Because I made it, I will call it a can. Geel proudly shows off his achievement, holding it up with pride. The soldiers stand around, curious. Garden happily claps in praise, while Damien is speechless. The notification boards appear, announcing that you have successfully developed Laudicon, the first antibiotic in the history of the Razor continent. Laudicon will be the pioneer shot, signaling the widespread adoption and revolution of this entirely new antibiotic treatment method. Additionally, you will be recorded in the medical books as the father of the antibiotic treatment method. The organs are both pleased with your achievement and frowning. Be more careful. The organs just reluctantly congratulated you on your achievement while giving you 800 health. Current blood level is 7,300. The keel pendant turns pale. You pant heavily as someone shouts, Doctor, military medic, wake up! The soldiers stand in neat rows in front of the tent. It seems they are all extremely exhausted and injured. The soldiers coming out look very satisfied and content. The soldiers entered the tent looking tired and tall, while Geo proudly smiled with Ku on his shoulder and his gloved hand applying the blue liquid. Come on. It's time to apply the medicine. Stay still. The green liquid flies straight to the wounded soldier's injury. The other soldiers were also quickly treated with the blue liquid, and they marveled as the pain disappeared and the wounds seemed to be healing. Everyone started shouting, Long live the army doctor! Long live the army doctor! GL thought Laudek's son wants 5. Let's cheer now. Those are my bonus lifespan points. The shouting continues. Cuckoo, adorable and everlasting, indeed a miraculous military doctor. 10 days later, the fortress and the loudspeaker in the room were talking to someone. I would like to report the current battlefield situation. Currently, apart from minor skirmishes in the northeast, there are no major conflicts. Of course, the main rebel forces are concentrating around this fortress and the sound system. Mirov says it seems they have no intention of avoiding a fight with us. The general replies, perhaps so. He angrily thought, I kept you by my side despite the opposition of the court officials. Because you are ambitious, and yet you repay my kindness like this? Jabalong, you bastard! He asked tiredly if there was any more report, and the general placed his hand on his chin to think before replying. Recently, a wounded soldiers camp has been achieving remarkable success. Over the past 2 months, the survival rate of the wounded there has exceeded 70%. He was utterly shocked. What? 70%? The general continued to answer. Even rumors about that hospital camp are spreading widely among soldiers from different units of the Royal Army. The general stroked his chin and continued. To his surprise, no matter how badly they are wounded on the battlefield, as long as they reach the 21st Company's hospital camp, they will be saved. That trust is spreading, and the soldiers have even given that place a nickname. He asked curiously what the nickname was. The general replied, "The soldiers call the 21st Company the recovery camp." Hearing that, Whitehair was stunned. Someone is clutching the suitcase and pressing it. A group led by Chandra speaks up with suspicion. "Is this the recovery camp?" Someone responded. "I heard it's called that because the fat military doctor is called the miraculous military doctor." Chandra looked at the soldier with a satisfied, gritting face. "It's ridiculous. What's so miraculous about it? It's just a heretical sect. Its followers are just sycophants. There is no military doctor better than Dr. Chandra. He is furious. I don't understand why His Highness sent us here to learn more." Chandra remained firm in his belief. I will expose his deception. In the camp tent, GL is sleeping, snoring, and talking in his sleep. "My bonus lifespan points. Your snoring keeps the patients in the tent from sleeping. Your loud snoring keeps me awake." Garden opens the tent door and steps inside. He was immediately startled by Jekyll's terrifying snoring, but quickly regained his composure and felt sympathy for him. He has been treating all night, so he must be very tired. Garden gently approached and woke him up. "Master, you just woke up. What's going on, Sir Knight Garden?" He replied that the king was very pleased with our camp's achievements and had sent military doctors on duty here to learn. Hearing that, you immediately snapped to attention, looked around, and asked, "Wait, so that means they're not the new soldiers after all? We are short of people right now. Where are they?" Garden replied, and you rushed out quickly like the wind. "They are outside the tent. Seeing the person you needed to meet, you are happily excited. Nice to meet everyone. I am Military Dr. Lon." Chandra and the team are rushing over. "You seemed a bit shy after that introduction." "Huh? I apologize. I was a bit excited to hear that everyone was sent here to help." You excitedly ask, "What are your names?" Chandra replies, "Army Medic Chandra." Upon hearing the response, he immediately got to work and walked past Chandra. "Everyone must be very tired after the long journey, but we need to check on the wounded first, so follow me." "You all just standing there. What are you doing?" Chandra spoke. "Dr. Lihan, take us to a place to rest first." Hearing that, you become angry. The wounded soldiers lying here are dying and you still want to rest? You and Chandra face each other, and he says, "We came here on the king's orders, carrying a noble mission. We had to march continuously for 6 days, and as soon as we arrived, you wouldn't let us rest. That's just too much." He asked, "What is your name right now?" He replied with a frown, "I already said I am Chandra." You say that, "Army Dr. Chandra." You continue saying, "So you mean I am truly thoughtless for making you work immediately without letting you rest?" Chandra smugly laughed. "You're right, patient. You are Lihan, but also JKEL, and at the same time a doctor. You're very angry right now. Do you think the doctor can rest?" You question, "What makes you think you can ask for rest so easily?" Chandra arrogantly replies, "Are any of the wounded dying aristocrats?" You doubt what you just heard. "What?" He continued, "Probably not many of the officers are nobles." "Oh, so you don't categorize nobles separately." Your face darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Chandra still looked proud of himself while clenched fists suppressed his anger. "Did you not do that? It's really disappointing that you can't even do the most basic things." Chandra still gestures wildly. "Wounded soldiers are divided into 2 types, nobles and commoners. We must save the nobles to receive generous rewards and fame. I can't stand that ignorant arrogance anymore. Besides, I threw a punch, and that punch slammed into Chandra's face, knocking him down. He shouted in anger, 'Shut up,' even though he argued with Chandra. 'What are you doing? How dare you hit someone and you're a military doctor?' The suitcase was opened and its contents spilled everywhere. JK spoke up. "I've always kept one thing in mind since I was in Korea." You still shout loudly, "Violence is evil." You swing your hand, but only beating is understood by someone like you. Suddenly, someone spoke up and interrupted. "You dare to attack without saying a word. That's too much." The person accompanying Chandra threatened him. "Please apologize to him or I will report to my superior." Garden and a soldier from the tent stepped out and were stunned by the scene before them. You ask for its name again and say, "What reason are you reporting to your superior?" The answer you get is, of course, to report your violent behavior. "Are you talking about violence? What about your act of disobedience?" They wondered why it was considered insubordination. You are determined, saying that you came here to learn under the king's orders, but you ignored my instructions and just spouted nonsense. You confidently crossed your arms. Isn't that disobedience? The person fell silent, seeming to understand a bit more. Chandra, who had been knocked out, was carried onto the bed as his entourage hurried around him. Chandra lies on the wooden bed with a wounded face from being beaten. He opens his eyes and wakes up. Chandra sat up, ruffling his hair and asking, "Where am I? What happened?" and received the answer. "You fainted after being beaten, so we took you to the resting tent." Chandra trembled with anger, thinking he dared to look down on us. "I can't forgive that." I can't help but be angry when I think that that freak made the best military doctor become second best, his close attendant said. While the military doctor was unconscious, I overheard some things about Li Han from the soldiers here. They said many wounded soldiers were saved without surgery. He doubts that not removing the damaged parts would still give a 70% survival rate. The attendant replied, "It seems to be thanks to the ointment he applied to them. It seems it's called a lawn," and the person continued saying that he also used thorns to stab all over their bodies, or just singing strange songs while performing surgery without causing pain. Hearing this, he suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Chandra stands up thinking, of course. Chandra laughs happily. It really is evil magic. Everyone looked at him with confusion, daring to hit someone on their first meeting. Everyone had been fooled. The attendant smiled contentedly. Not only the soldiers here, but also His Majesty. Chandra, with a wounded face, grabbed his suitcase, lifting it with one hand while swinging the other, and said, "I will expose this filthy truth." The attendant asked, "Where are you going?" In the quiet night, Chandra observes the tent. Chandra quietly enters the tent. By now, that evil cultist should be asleep. Seeing the patient on the bed, he thought to himself that indeed he hadn't even performed basic post-surgery care. Chandra's face was terrifying as he stared intently at the soldier on the bed. Clearly, he was a dark cultist. He holds the surgical knife and smiles. I was taught that when injured or sick, the body produces a lot of dirty blood. Chandra raised the patient's hand, intending to use the surgical knife on him because removing that dirty blood could lead to a quick recovery. The soldier, startled, opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him with a look of panic. "What the hell is this? Who are you?" Chandra said, "I am the new military doctor. Do not disturb me while I am treating." The soldier is worried. "I was operated on by military Dr. Li Han during the day and was told to rest." Chandra looked at the soldier with disdain. "You lowly soldier, how dare you doubt my treatment method?" The soldier trembled in fear. "Oh, no," the soldier thought. "This person is completely different from the military doctor. Kind-hearted." Chandra's blade is raised. "You should feel honored. Normally, you would never have the chance to be treated by me." Blood from the soldier's hand drips into a bowl. Chandra smirked, "Not to be compared with me, the best military doctor of the wounded camp." His face turned terrifying towards that evil cultist. The air suddenly became hazy, and the patient's hand trembled. The patient could no longer see clearly in the blood-filled atmosphere. The soldier tremblingly said, gasping, "I feel dizzy, Dr. Nurse." Chandra, like a madman, lost control. "I will drain all the dirty blood so the new blood can flow. You will recover quickly." The soldier became dizzy. "Doctor, military doctor, I really am." He shouted, "Hey, you, wake up!" Jill woke up groggily, yawning as he dreamed of a strange dream that kept him from falling back asleep. Should I lift the blanket and get out to look at the night sky for a bit? The night is quiet and peaceful. JK walked away in anger, realizing those medics were even worse than he thought. "Look at my fist. Don't think about those useless people anymore. Just let them finish their duty period and send them away. I just need to accumulate more reward lifespan." Jill opens the system panel and smiles contentedly. "This is the first time I've accumulated more than 200 days of expected lifespan. If things keep going like this, I might accumulate over a year of expected lifespan, right? That's a relief." You hop around happily singing, feeling less pressure from the short life, now able to live more worry-free. Gio was happily enjoying himself when a sound came from the tent. Hey, wake up now." He turns his head toward the sound, thinking to himself, that must be the single-room area, right? Inside the tent, Kra is holding a bloodstained knife and shouting loudly, "Open your eyes." Jay opened the door and saw the scene inside the tent. Oh, he immediately noticed that knife. Could it be JK seeing the bloodstain on the ground, the bloodletting therapy method, his face filled with fury, the bastard using a needle? Chandra turned around when she heard the noise. "Who's there?" He rushed forward and pushed him away. "Get out of the way." You look at him angrily while he shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" Jill scolds Chandra, "What are you doing with my bonus lifespan?" A loud noise from here has brought the soldiers quickly. What the hell is going on? Hearing the loud noise, I came to see. He was arguing stubbornly. "What? I'm in the middle of a treatment." "Are you serious calling that treatment?" He argued back. "This is not something you need to worry about." At this moment, the close attendant stepped in. "Lieutenant Chandra, the attendant questions you as he helps Chandra up." "What is this now?" "Lieutenant Rihan, the medic." Jell ignores it and runs to the injured soldier. "Is your rank okay?" The injured soldier weakly spoke. "Lieutenant Rihan, the medic." He looked at the wound and made a judgment. The vein has been cut, and he must stop the bleeding immediately. He immediately finds something in the suitcase, and JK pulls out a piece of white cloth to stop the bleeding for the soldier. Seeing the soldier's weakened state, he was furious. Damn it. Jell looked at the bloodied arm of the soldier with anger, unable to believe he was witnessing such a reckless treatment method here, drawing dirty blood from the body and believing it would heal. Chandra stepped forward with an arrogant confidence, clearly indicating that the treatment was progressing very smoothly. So why do this? Why ignore a good treatment method and use violence to suppress opponents? Can't you hear enough of this anymore? "Shut up, JK, he shouted angrily. "This isn't treatment, it's murder." Turn around and point at the group behind you. Say, "Look at this soldier's condition. Doesn't it look like he's recovering?" The injured soldier is very weak. Chandra is dying from blood loss. GL's harsh criticism of their serious mistake made them just bow their heads. Is this what you call treatment? He was extremely furious. Although you call it treatment, I'm sure you can feel it too. Something is completely wrong. So why won't you admit it? Are you afraid your reputation will be tarnished? He tried to argue back when he heard this. Hey, it's you, GL shouted in anger. If you don't want to be beaten to death, get out immediately. He could only stay silent as the injured soldier spoke weakly. Sir, medic lieutenant, I can't take it anymore. Are you looking at the flag again? You look panicked. Gel shouted. RS, wake up. Damien Garden, that loud noise has brought Garden and Damien to run into the tent. Garden asks, what's wrong, young master? Hurry up and get here quickly, Gel orders. Damien, lift Vang's leg so the remaining blood can be concentrated on the vital organs and brain. You understand the order clearly. I understand. You continue to say that Lord Garden's vein has been cut. Sew it up immediately. He also received the order right away. Understood. I understand. The three of them are doing their best to treat him as the monitor appears, starting to check the pulse. Jay looks at the soldier scanning the red system display. Based on expert opinion, the patient is currently in a severe state of blood loss. About 30% of the blood in the body has been lost. Due to reduced oxygen supply to the brain, the patient has lost consciousness. The red system alerts flash. Blood pressure drops to dangerous levels, indicating peripheral circulatory shock with cold extremities and reduced blood flow. The boy grits his teeth in anger. This is a real mess. We need a transfusion immediately. But here there's no syringe, blood vessel, or anything necessary. Jay picks up the scalpel. Is this really the only option left? A stream of blood flows from his hand as Gedine stares in shock and fear, watching him cut his own hand. Oh my god, you tell him. Sew it up quickly. He received the order. Yes, Jay is holding her hand, which is bleeding. The system display appears. Your internal organs are terrified of this madness. Hey, the system panels keep appearing. Hey, are you crazy? Guys, this person has finally truly lost their mind. Are you planning to make the soldiers drink blood? Is that even considered blood transfusion? Nowadays, people transmit data via Wi-Fi. Just be quiet. I need to focus. The system panel appears. Your 5 internal organs are exploding with a million question marks over your actions, worried about your mental health, and sending 100 blood to encourage you. Current blood is 7,400. Gel thinks about activating the magic circle in the slot system. He looks at the notification board in front of him and activates the storage function of the magic circle slot. The magic ring slot is empty, ready for storage, absorbing the substance. The human connection chain. H+ has detected the material activated for storage in the ISN magic circle. JKL internally thinks the answer is obviously IS. The system is storing the material into slot number 1. The microchip display appears. The system reports slot number 1. Human blood RH positive increased by 0.06 liters per 10 liters. You tell Damien, it's done now, step aside. Gil thought that if he combined blood transfer with mana and touched the soldier's foot at the Yongquan acupoint, considered the second heart of the body, it would be the perfect choice. JK counted slowly, starting from 0.01 liters, as the system displayed the heartbeat, blood volume, and a red light appeared. JK channels his power through the acupoint under the sole of the foot. It's a success. He continues his work, keeps transfusing blood, and ensures the process is uninterrupted. The soldier's hand gently moved. The notification appeared. Your patient has survived the critical stage of hemorrhagic shock thanks to your emergency blood transfusion. JK rejoices upon reading the notification. It worked. It really worked. The notification keeps appearing, showing that you performed an incredibly selfless act, sacrificing your own blood to save others. Furthermore, many people witnessed the scene of someone on the verge of crossing the door of death being revived thanks to your healing, and the soldiers around were all overjoyed. Lieutenant Medic, indeed a Lieutenant Medic. The notification says that for those who are unaware of Astrahan mental techniques and the Circle Sought magic ring, your actions will be considered a divine miracle. Chandra's accompanying attendants are amazed, unable to believe such an extraordinary event could happen. You breathe a sigh of relief, finally able to do it. The onlookers have been marveling all along. Could it really be true? A real miracle has happened. Garden sighed. Young master, it's wonderful. Huh? You can't take it anymore. You're overdoing it again. This weak body of mine. Around now, there is only noise, and the close attendant of Chandra steps out of the tent. Young master, are you okay? Lieutenant Doctor, please accept me as your disciple. Lieutenant Doctor, you have fainted. The henchman grinned maliciously, able to save a patient just by touching. Truly a miracle. He looked up at the starry sky as a crow flew and landed on his hand. The sky is filled with crow's feathers. I will relay everything accurately. Somewhere in a room, someone speaks. Did a miracle really happen? Right in a military camp for injured soldiers of the kingdom's army. The soldier bowed and replied that, according to the message delivered by the pigeon, a medic saved a dying soldier simply by touching Chandra's body. Someone asked, touch the soldier's body without using any tools? Yes, my lord. Chandra saved the dying soldier with just her bare hands. The one called the Master seems to look down on it. This isn't just an exaggerated rumor, is it? The soldier replied. The spy embedded in the kingdom's army witnessed the scene firsthand. The one called the Master seems to be drawing something. Someone who can save a dying person with just a touch. Surely that person deserves to be called a saint for creating miracles. He continued speaking, startling the soldier with what he heard. A king, supported by the saint? If that person is under my command, it would be a great boost for the rebels. He put down his brush and examined his work. The saint's face makes it impossible to read his intentions. I want to have it. In the tent where the conversation is taking place, a person orders that no matter the cost, it must be done. The other person received the order. Yes, sir. The soldier stepped out, leaving him alone in the room, lost in thought, finding it hard to believe that a saint could save people just by touching them. He thought that rumors were often exaggerated. He holds his paintbrush, knowing that the most important thing is that everyone respects and admires that saint. He continues to paint and think, if having someone like that by his side can gain the support of the people, then this battle can definitely be turned around, and we will seize victory. His brush moved faster. As soon as a minor conflict with the Magentano Empire arose, they quickly bowed in submission and even offered the royal family as hostages. He is furious, truly a disgrace to the kingdom and the people. That weak bloodline of Vinger can no longer exist and weaken Anga. He looks at something, his face terrifying with sharp yellow eyes. I will definitely pull him down from the throne. In a tent, someone is speaking. So you promised to give the princess the best treatment just for me to join the rebel army. A response, yes, that's right. Are you still sane? You received a reply, this is an official offer. Jill looked at the current situation and thought, it's really bold for a spy of the rebel army to come all the way here. Even the identity of that spy is that of a military medic sent here who said, if you swear loyalty to my commander, ultimate honor and glory will be yours. Commander Jia Belong, your move is too obvious and reckless. If I shout that there is a rebel spy here, what will you do? That person replied confidently. No problem. After all, I am not the only spy. Even if I am executed, someone else will continue the mission and make this proposal. You keep pondering, why does Jaban want me? You remember something recent? Could it be because of the rumor that just touching someone can save them? Jel concentrates, thinking carefully. Maybe this isn't such a bad proposal after all. Since things are stable here, extending lifespan is also slower. Jay takes out an abacus from his shirt pocket and places it on the table. Wait a minute, that guy saw and broke out in a sweat. How did that calculator get here? His eyes lit up. Let me do some quick calculations. JKL spins the abacus. After thinking carefully about the numbers running through his mind, he realizes that his kingdom's army has already gathered everything they need. His hand and mind are working at full capacity, calculating how the additional lifespan reward and blood accumulation are quite substantial, along with the healing hand skill. Maybe I should stay with the rebel army for a month to earn more life rewards before heading straight to the Imperial City. If I join the rebel army, the benefits will be double lifespan rewards, skill points from the medic, and extra points for unlocking new skills. The boy bows his head with a sly smile. I'm becoming smarter every day. Jill replied, I will do it. That guy was startled. What's going on? I thought this military doctor would hesitate and think it over more. He stands up with his hands on his hips and says, so if I join the rebel army? Jill negotiates with a terrifying expression. What can you guarantee?
That guy is confused. So that's a psychic rules.
Yeah, okay. That will come after I get that guy to answer. He thinks I'm not quite ready for that yet. You just told me that earlier, didn't you? He told me to join and promised he would give me the best treatment. Then he leaned his face close to that guy's face. Don't you know how to run a business? That guy doesn't know how to respond.
I was just responsible for making the proposal. Then you kept talking and made that guy speechless. Oh my God, you didn't prepare anything at all.
Your pressure scared him. You're completely clueless about doing business. Hey, if you want to do business, don't come empty-handed like this. Jay completely dominates. At least bring a box of medicine or VI. Then Gio let go of the guy. All right, go back to your lord and bring back clear conditions. Be specific. That guy is still confused. I see now. Jay raises his hand to threaten, causing him to fall silent and confused. Don't drag this out anymore. This is also putting a lot of pressure on me, you know. Betrayal is not an easy thing, understand? Did that guy go outside while you continued to threaten him or not? He didn't dare to oppose your words. Yes, of course I have to. Jay happily crosses his legs on the table and waves goodbye. If you understand, then go quickly tomorrow. He stepped out of the tent feeling relieved, and after walking a while, he looked back at the tent, lost in thought. Is he really a saint or just a madman? That night, GL immediately summoned Damien and Garden. Damien, Garden, I have something to discuss. Jill sat down at the table and seriously told both of them, leaving them speechless. I am considering joining the rebel army. Garden, panicked, compares the temperature with you. Are you feverish? And Damien was just as stunned. Are you really losing your mind? No, I am serious. The rebel spies come every day. He told the two of them about the enormous benefits. They say they will give houses, land, and even a lot of money. Adam and Yen spoke up. If you are truly serious, I want to stop you. Jill wondered why. He replied because it was the right thing to do. This is not right. You came here with the genuine intention to help on Boa and to sincerely care for the wounded soldiers of the kingdom's army. He continued, so now you're planning to join the rebel army. Does that make any sense? He listened and seemed to reflect a bit. Are you really losing your temper and standing up? Why are you like this? Jiao looked at him with steady anticipation. The rebel soldiers are also just the people of Angboa, after all. As a prince of Magentato, I have no obligation to be loyal to the Angboa royal army. To me, rebel forces and the royal army are just foreign powers. Your reasoning is quite irrational, but I have to admit there is some truth to it. Jiao was just writing something on the paper while replying, causing the listener to nod. Our treatment camp has been pretty quiet lately, hasn't it? There are almost no new wounded arriving anymore. That's right, recently both sides have only been probing each other and clashing at the fortress and the cannon. That's all. Keep going. Our camp has mostly moved past the dangerous phase and is now in a stable period. It seems that the work with the royal army is almost done. Now we just need to go over there to treat the wounded left behind and then return to Magentano. Let's go. I understand now. He sighed in frustration. I guess I have no choice but to do my best. Being a mercenary, what else can I do now? Damien looked at him reluctantly, while he happily rolled up the paper. All right, you made the right decision. Garden is crying. Your Highness, I am truly touched. He ignited a strong, positive fire in him as he took notes. The one who needs healing is not an ally or an enemy, but simply a patient. Jel notes it down and hands the scroll to him, saying, Gaiden, please deliver this to the princess for me. He immediately excitedly thought far away. Could it be a love letter? Are you angry and hit him? What do you mean, love letter? You open the letter for him to see. I must inform the princess that I will return to Magentano and cannot just disappear suddenly here. By the way, send a letter asking them to deliver royal jelly wine to the capital by the horse courier service. I don't want the wounded to find out, so prepare quickly. A strong wind blows as the carriage rolls along the trail. The soldiers read the letter you left behind and were moved to tears. General Medic, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. JK inside the carriage turns back, smiles, and says, Live well. The rewards of the kingdom's army. 3 days later, on the arid land under the scorching sun, in front of the camp, the three arrived and were greeted by a soldier. The commander is inside. He has ordered the medics to be allowed in, so you should go alone. Damien whispered worriedly to you, sir, but he is the leader of the rebel army. Are you really okay going in alone?
Jill was not at all afraid but seemed rather interested. It's okay. They want me over there. Surely they wouldn't dare hurt me.
And I also have her, so don't worry, her is safe. I walk into the tent alone, and someone inside greets me warmly. Jay hesitated when he heard the voice. You are Jabon, the patriot fanatic who's gone mad trying to revive Aang. The one inside steps closer to Kill and thanks him for coming. Jabalon welcomes you. The medic known as the Saint is the leader of the rebel army, Jabalon Flamber of Anga. He raised his hand towards him with a dangerous smile. The space around them filled with pressure and JK swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of tension. The two shake hands and he speaks first. I am also honored to meet you, the heart of the Revolutionary Army. He replied, I am glad you are willing to join my cause. He continued, I have welcomed you with respect, so from now on the Holy Medic won't need to do difficult tasks like handling soldiers' blood anymore. G looked up at him and replied, I'm fine. Instead, there's something you need to do. Between the two of them, an invisible tension exists. He wondered what he should do. JK and his subordinates are standing at the camp. The soldiers are on patrol. Seeing the master looking around, Damien asked, What's wrong with you? Seeing his words ignored, he angrily shouted. Ajay quickly approached, placing a hand on his lips to signal silence as if there was something urgent, causing Damhin to be confused. Then he gestured wildly with all kinds of signs, making his two subordinates sigh. Since someone might be eavesdropping, I will use signals. I mean, Gadeen also follows the instructions and uses hand signals. So do they intend to trade soldiers to you for treatment? Realizing the problem, Damon quickly added, I told you so, it's best we return to the Imperial City. Seeing that, JK frowned in anger. I still can't believe it myself. Tears streamed down his face in a tragic flow, and even with sign language, his emotions are clearly expressed. Who would have thought he would use me to promote his revolutionary spirit, while the patrol soldiers watched the three of us acting suspiciously with confused looks. Remember just now when Jel shook hands and talked with Jabal. What should we do? Now I will assign you an important task. With a dangerous look like a cunning fox, it is a declaration to the whole world. A noble person like you supporting my revolutionary spirit, he continued, even as Jekyll was sweating and worried. We will create a new world together. 10 days later, at Bin Nguyen looking out at Bangwei Fortress. You just need to stand there and boldly declare according to my orders. Jabong asked with an excited face, So what? Isn't it great? On the contrary, Geo forced a smile, realizing the problem and secretly thinking, What the hell is this? With a forced smile, deep down feeling anxious, I looked for a way to run away. With the weather like this, I'm doomed. I didn't expect to be used like this. I have to run away now. Geo withdrew his hand and replied, I have something to say, and he immediately allowed it. Go ahead. My lover said if I don't see her before the end of this week, she will break up with me. But JK received a cold truth in response. You don't have a lover. This truth feels like a dagger stabbing into him, causing Ezekiel to suffer. Oh well. But unexpectedly, John said, You want to meet your lover for a bit? Yeah, something like that, right? Ji kept nodding anxiously and said yes, then asked, if it's an arranged marriage, you probably wouldn't come back here. I was startled and raised my hand to deny it. No, but Jabon assured me that the military doctor knows your heart well and that you want to fulfill your duty by caring for the wounded. He turned away and left, silently thinking, I hope you understand. I can't assign that task to you right now. If your involvement in the rebel army is exposed before you make the announcement, it will cause a lot of trouble. So you think that if your identity is exposed earlier, your declaration will be less effective? Zilong said coldly with a smile. You guessed right. He turned his head and said, your declaration must be powerful enough to shake the revolutionary army. Jael asked confusedly, why is that? Why don't you have me declare my support right now? Jabon also honestly said that the time isn't right yet. After hearing that, I became even more confused and asked again what the right moment was and what it meant. Gabalong also calmly explained to you, La Kielo, I mean when you truly support me. I hope your declaration of support contains even a hint of sincerity. No, it must be genuine. He explained with a very sinister and scheming face, because only then could he sway the people's hearts. Jill shivered and asked him, what do you mean? Jabil stepped closer and challenged, I will give you 10 days to deeply understand the rebel army, and then you will sympathize with my ideals and goals. At that point, your declaration of support will surely be sincere. He continued speaking, regardless of Jay trembling with sweat. Oh, are you worried about not fulfilling your duty as a military doctor? It's not what I was thinking about at all. The constant warnings made him stare wide-eyed and tremble. Seeing you so anxious, I will let you fulfill your duty. From now on, you will be my personal medic, by my side 24/7. Jill silently thought, this is the end. The three of us huddled together, crying and recounting how we ended up in this situation. From now on, I have to sleep with that guy. Do they have to share a room? What should we do now? They devised a plan and discussed together with no other choice but to head straight to the capital. But there's one problem. On the way here, I saw that this place is heavily guarded. Even if they choose the darkest night, secretly escaping seems almost impossible. Since these matters are highly confidential, they communicate by writing on paper. Moreover, since he's always by your side day and night, there's no way out. Jel picks up a pen and writes, yeah, I know that too. You sit there worried as images of Jabalon and Damien appear. One person will betray you, and another will come to your rescue. This place is so heavily guarded that it's suffocating. If the multi-domain isn't the Sword Saint, then secretly escaping is impossible. Jay firmly states this to everyone. Just trust me, I will handle this. Damien responds with a mocking attitude. He held up the paper, making you furious. I believe you now, so just look at how miserable we are. Jay turns around, still writing, causing his subordinates to ask curiously what he is planning to do. Then, he raised the paper, surprising them. Even if he escaped, he still had to pretend. Jel's pale face, awkward smile, and teary eyes pulled down the curtain as she said, it's already late, so I'm going to bed. He left them alone in the tent with no way out of their negative thoughts under the starry night and full moon at a magnificent castle. A soldier rushes in holding a letter in his hand. Pedro quickly salutes. Your Majesty, the wise king, sitting on the throne, replied, it's already too late. He heard and felt worried, but he still said it was his duty to gather and compile the information. I am to blame. Does a stallion allow asking for information right away? Quickly report. Your Majesty, this is the 107th regular report. 5 days ago, His Highness the Prince left the kingdom's war camp, also known as the recovery camp. The Emperor asked in surprise after hearing this, leaving the recovery camp? Why is that? Pedro, holding the letter, lowering his face, said anxiously. At first, when we received the report, we couldn't guess the prince's true intentions. So gathering and analyzing more information took some time. The Emperor calmly asked, concluding that the prince would return to Magentano soon. Pedro continues to deliver the news. According to the report from the informants planted in the recovery camp, the prince has sent a farewell letter to the younger princess. The Emperor, surprised, ordered Asterion a farewell letter, reporting in detail. At this moment, Pedro unrolls the scroll and holds it up to read. To be Ha told Princess Mboa that he had completed all his tasks here. It's probably time to return to Magentano, and he also asked to deliver a large barrel of soaked wine to Magentano. He asked him, is it over? The conversation ended, and the Emperor allowed him to step back. Yes, Your Majesty, that is all for today's report. You may step back now. Pedro bowed in gratitude after receiving the order. I humbly take my leave now. After he departs, the Emperor sits in contemplation, a satisfied smile on his face, then bursts into laughter, raising both hands excitedly and shouting, my son has returned at last. Go back quickly and show me you're safe and well. Loud laughter echoed, startling those behind the door. Ha ha ha, but no one would have guessed that the prince was now gaunt and hollow-eyed from worry. If it goes on like this, I probably will never return to the Imperial City, Jay cried, clutching his hands tightly like a child begging for help. Ha 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 ha. Jilong, who had been sitting beside you for some time, suddenly spoke, startling JK into fear and pulling the blanket over his head. You're awake now? Then sit up and look at him before saying, I will start the morning checkup right now. He kept a close watch on me around the clock, always. Jill scratched his head and smiled, trying to act nonchalant. No, there's no need. I am the Sword Saint, you already know that. But inside, contrary to what I show on the outside, I grit my teeth in anger. So why did you sleep with me? I couldn't get any rest at all. Jebalon confidently states that no one knows his body better than himself. So that's why. He looked at you happily and said, let's go have breakfast first. The table was filled with delicious and eye-catching dishes. Jabilo lifts his glass to drink, making Jay cautious, then shakes the glass and says, I finished eating. You can eat at your own pace. Jiel obediently replied, yes, yes. He felt that he couldn't finish eating and was anxious and scared because he kept feeling eyes watching him. If you stare at me like that, how can I eat? Zhang put his hand on the table and said, I've finished eating, just waiting for this. If you've finished eating, can you answer my question? The boy asked hesitantly, confused. Yes, what is the question? He smiled and then softly said, just a simple question. It starts with a very heavy question. If Jel looks at him and feels this sensation is familiar, maybe I've seen this scene somewhere before. Jilan lifts his glass, looks up and says in a sinister tone, the army doctor Lakichiel must choose between these two. Which one will you pick? Jel gradually remembered and felt a bit worried. Is this Jilan's question? The glass reflects GL's image as he coldly says the first choice is for the medic to sacrifice himself. He continued speaking, and judging by JK's face, these were difficult choices, but the medic's family would have to endure the most shameful disgrace and be cursed by the world for eternity. Jabalon stood up coldly and put down his glass. The dark red wine spilling onto the table signals a bad omen. The second option is to sacrifice others. The dark red pool of wine looked like blood as he made his condition clear. The medic would face no prosecution or blame. In fact, he would be celebrated as a hero for his bold decision for eternity. Jabal tightly grips his glass, waiting for the question. This is my question. Think carefully and answer. His terrifying face is full of threats no matter which choice you make. Which one will you choose? After presenting the two options, he calmly said, why don't you answer? No need to think for too long. JL is put in a difficult position with a blank expression, thinking, I know I won't be able to give him the answer he wants. You raise your hand to your neck in fear, thinking it might immediately disappear, but quickly try to overcome your fear and ask him again. Are you saying I have to choose between two paths? One is to sacrifice myself and endure shame. The other is to slaughter countless others to gain honor, right? Yes, all you know about him is that he is a cold-hearted demon. Jabiran, he is a suspicious person who doesn't easily trust even those close to him. When he finds someone he needs to keep close, he will definitely ask this question. But no one has ever answered that question correctly. This isn't the first time Jabon has asked this question. Anyone who doesn't give him the answer he wants must die. Even Jabaron himself doesn't know what the correct answer is. His face, covered in slaughter, appears truly satisfied. He may not know the answer to his question, but at least he knows the worst. Wrong answer is hesitation and indecision between the two paths he presents. Anyone who fails to satisfy him is ruthlessly executed, even those he intended to keep close. But if they react that way, he will immediately behead them. These things have truly turned him into a devil in disguise. Right now, Jebong still happily awaits his gaze. Can't you make a decision? Gio frowned deeply, knowing that the answer he wanted was for you to stammer and speak up. Then he suddenly lost his temper, slammed the table, and shouted, You bastard! That's just too cruel! Jabalon clenched his eyes in anger after hearing this. Huh? He suddenly stood up, drawing his sword to kill you, with a murderous glare pointing the blade at you, coldly saying, You gave an answer that wasn't even an option. That's just too rude. Jill, accidentally provoking a fierce tiger, nervously tries to salvage the situation, saying, I was just thinking aloud. I still don't understand my own actions. Is this answer sincere? But strangely, Jabalong stands still, lost in thought, expecting anger but feeling none. And the sword in his hand lowers accordingly. Has anyone ever dared to speak disrespectfully to me right in front of my face like this before? He sheathed his sword, his body showing strange emotions, and even pierced into my heart. Why? First of all, I just want to survive. Jilong sat with his head bowed, lost in frantic thoughts. Probably overwhelmed because he heard the answer to the question he had spent his whole life searching for, just moments before facing death from someone else's words. I didn't expect him to spare JK after that rude remark. He calmly poured wine and said, I see. All right. Step back now. He continued to warn him, saying, It's best that I don't see you today. After escaping death, he breathed a sigh of relief. I understand now. Just stepped out of the tent feeling relieved. I thanked myself and looked for the next move. I almost died, but now how do I escape? A young man appears and gestures with his hand. Medic Lachiel just went this way. You're not fully recovered yet and asks confusedly, Where are we going, Ko? Jiel is startled and panic-stricken as he looks back at the place he just escaped from death. He told me not to appear in front of him, but my tent is right next to his. You can see it at a glance. Tears of fear streaming down my face, I silently beg for help. Gade and Damien, save me! Returning to Jylon, he was nervously shaking his glass of wine, lost in thought. I used to believe that changing the world could only be achieved through blood. Strange thoughts appeared in his mind, even he couldn't understand himself, yet now I find them disgusting. The thing I trusted? Jop's cold, bullet-like gaze, the glass of wine in his hand, has been shattered for a while now. His own thoughts made him say it out loud. How funny. A strong squeeze caused shards and wine to spray out, flowing like a stream. Outside, the camp was still guarded. Garden stepped out of the bushes in the forest, staring intently at Damien. Shouldn't we take the prince to escape? He has been away from Jabberon's place and in the neighboring tent for 3 days. He is worried and restless. The prince has to serve someone like that, which is truly unacceptable. Damien also stands beside him and responds, "At this point, there is no other choice but to trust the prince." You notice that Garden has been crying like a child out of worry for the prince, and the patrol soldiers with lanterns shouted loudly when they heard the noise in the bushes. "Who's there?" He looked into the bushes but saw no movement. What was that confusing thing asking itself before leaving? A stray cat? Garden and Damien hide behind the bushes, too scared to breathe. Humph! He sighed to himself. Even here, I still have to do all these things. The sky has brightened and the sun is high. Jay peeked out of the tent, looking happily at the soldiers. With the guards like this, he's probably still inside. I haven't seen him come out for 2 days. If it's now, I might be able to escape. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Today I want to go for a walk." Jay silently cursed the damn thing inside, then looked up at the obedient shadow. Yes, sir." Jabon signaled his subordinates to step back. "You stay here," he obeyed and followed orders. Then he crossed his arms, looked at Yale with a threatening gaze, and said, "Medic Lucky Chiel, how long do you plan to keep doing this?" But making him tremble with fear, he said, "I will prepare immediately." The two of them have gone to a very romantic place. Chiel was breathless and struggling to breathe, thinking to himself that it was supposed to be a walk. But here they were climbing a mountain when suddenly Jebelon called out to the medic, and he responded unexpectedly. "Yes," he strangely and gently said, "I have thought a lot about the rude answer you gave, and in the end I have come to a conclusion." Jilong gently looked at you and said, "I accept your answer." Jiel was a bit surprised by this change. "Is that what you mean?" Looking into his eyes, you silently think his gaze is still chaotic. The bandaged hand placed on Jabon's chest reveals his long-held thoughts. Any sacrifice is noble, whether it's something you desire or for some other reason. Jel watched as he clenched his fist. The more blood is shed in sacrifice, the greater we become. But in my mind, I honestly said it out loud. That's just an excuse. That's right. Still, he didn't awaken on his own, but heard the answer he had searched for his whole life from someone else. Truly pitiful. But only now does Jel have the chance to escape. The hard part is getting away from this guy. I just hope he makes a mistake because of these thoughts, then I'll have the opportunity to run away immediately. You ask sharply, "But why is your hand injured?" Jabon quickly made an excuse, saying it was just a small mistake during training. Jill was surprised because this was unlikely to happen and suggested they examine and treat the wound. "A mistake with the sword? Who would believe that? Let me examine your wound first. Is that okay?" He turned around and outright refused. "It's not necessary. It's just a small wound. It will heal on its own. You don't need to worry about it." Hearing that, you also awkwardly scratched your cheek and asked again, "Am I your personal doctor or not?" Looking at him, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of uselessness. What does it mean to say a personal doctor doesn't need to worry? It's really uncomfortable. I need to say something. Looking around, taking a deep breath and fooling around. Ah, the breeze is so refreshing. Jilon did it again, turning the situation into a comedy, making your sister sigh. There's no wind now. But GL didn't stop there and tried again. Ah, yes, the air is so refreshing. He doesn't care at all, yet you end up sneezing from a big puff of dust. Cough, cough, why is there suddenly so much dirt here? Jebelon glanced back and smiled contentedly. Army Dr. Lachiel is completely different from me. The way you treat him and your carefree actions without hesitation make Jabon feel completely different from the subordinates beside me now. We've only been together for a few days, yet it feels so natural. When was the last time I let my guard down like this? Or was it the first time? He suddenly turned his head back and looked seriously at JK. Is the answer this person gave really the one I've been looking for? I want to deny it, but I think I've already thought that way. A sharp, scrutinizing gaze with pressure fixed on him. So what kind of relationship do I want to have with this person then? Close confidant or trusted friend? Jebong's thoughts flood in, but all are the wrong answers. No, he smiled slightly, completely letting go of his guard. His friends say that Lael the medic told me this. Actually, I want to become a painter. It's hard to understand. Does he have a mental problem suddenly telling stories from the past? This guy, why does he seem so friendly looking at the mountains behind the field? Really shows his mood. I've loved drawing since I was a kid. Even though I look like this, I can still draw quite well now. Jiel immediately asked, so can I ask why you took up the sword and became a swordsman? When did Jebon start talking to you like a friend? He poured out his heart, saying he was oppressed, and Jiel was also surprised and asked, mistreatment? A gentle breeze blows through along with Jebelon's heartfelt confession. Every night my father beats me with a whip to prevent me from becoming an artist, but I never give up. Even though my father was determined, he was not an easy opponent. I think I was 12 years old when I made a bet with him. He recalls that as a child, his talent for painting was evident. If I had passed the art school entrance exam, I would have been able to pursue my dream. If I fail, I will follow my father's wishes and take up the sword. Jay said honestly, you failed. Remembering that moment, Jailong held the acceptance letter in his hand, his eyes shining with joy. No, I did pass after all. But one unexpected thing shocked him and made him disbelief. My father canceled the exam results, secretly abusing his authority, and then my admission to the art school was permanently revoked. At that moment, he appeared right next to his father's corpse, with a sword piercing through him, and 10 days later, my father died. Jel, in horror, guessed, could it be that you killed him? But Jabon seemed somewhat relieved as he replied vaguely, I don't know, it's up to your imagination. Jay bowed his head, face filled with fear, unsure of his true intentions or what he was planning with such behavior, suddenly bringing up these stories. He just wanted to escape quickly. Jabon turned to question, You're not really interested in my story, are you? He hurriedly waved Than Min away. Huh? I don't, he said calmly. I understand. Who would genuinely care about someone else's unhappy childhood? Then he held up his bandaged hand. Well, just take a look at the wound and give me a little treatment. It seems like I'm carrying too much weight. Jay remembered something confusing. They said earlier they didn't need it. Ah, yes. You suddenly laugh and exclaim, huh. Gabon immediately asked, what's wrong? Looking at the red, inflamed-looking wound, it seems like it's about to get cellulitis. You scan with your bright eyes, analyzing. The wound location has been confirmed. Let me check it in more detail. The system display shows that the scanning pulse has yielded a diagnosis result, and Jebelon's information appears summarized in the general checkup report. The examinee, Jaberin Flamba, a human male, 37 years old, 193.4 centimeters tall, weighing 91.9 kilograms, Rh positive. AB blood type, JK exclaimed in amazement. His physical condition is outstanding. He's younger than me. Realizing something, Jel exclaims, oh this! The crown prince inside happily jumps up and looks at the notification board. It's appeared, the escape opportunity. At this moment, the system display appears before JK, surprising him. The warning message indicates that a severe chronic migraine episode has been detected and recommends rest and stabilization to reduce mental stress. Jay is stunned, his big eyes gradually looking at the system display. Serious chronic migraines? In the novel, there's no mention of this. A militarist fanatic like Jabon being a chronic migraine sufferer is truly unbelievable. Jiel is confident that the pulse diagnosis technique does not lie. The system appears and reports that your internal organs are jealous of Jabon's internal organs. At this moment, all your internal organs are staring outside with their mouths open in amazement, their eyes shining brightly. Looking at the organs below is truly impressive. They glanced at the two tall, muscular young men. Wow, look at their physiques. Look at their bodies, so jealous, maybe we should swap bodies. But at this moment, the lungs and stomach saw something that made them stunned. Oh, that's Jabon's brain shouting at the other organs. Aren't these guys quick enough? My stomach really wants to get beaten, doesn't it? If I fall because of this headache egg, you won't be able to do anything either, understand? Then the brain stomps its foot down angrily.
That one makes the stomach afraid and turn away. I'm no longer jealous. If I lived like that for a day, I would have already run away. The system reports that your internal organs are jealous of Japelon's internal organs.
The internal organs deny this, but then they stop. Jiel, after seeing her internal organs terrified by Jabon's sternness. Yes, migraines often cause indigestion due to nerve pressure, especially putting stress on the stomach. After careful examination, does Jelai have a headache? Hearing this from you, Jabong was surprised, his eyes wide as he stared at JK. He responded in amazement. Pain is pain. I always hurt because I have to think of a way to break the fortress and the cannon. Jiel tried to explain, not this kind of pain, tell me the truth. Then Jabong lowered his head and said seriously to JK, do you already know? You sweat nervously and reply yes. Then Jabong lowers his arm and shares with you. I've always wondered why you're called the Saint, but now I understand I didn't expect you to be so talented and even more so that you could pinpoint the pain instantly. He raised his arm to his head and said, yes, I always have a headache. How did you know? I've never told anyone about this before. Jiel nervously scratched his head. I just feel that way, Jilon replied. Is that so? I guess I can't ask anymore. Jiel stared in disbelief, unable to believe what he was hearing. Is that really how he just feels? Then, Jabong continued to confide in you. Honestly, it's not just pain. Even just breathing feels like someone is stabbing your head with a drill. The pain was so intense it felt like it would break me apart. JK inquired about the patient's condition. When did you start feeling this pain? Jabong replied. I don't know either. I've been in pain since I was a child. Then he looked at the red bone and the scar inside his palm. So I've always been irritable, and by chance I started drawing. In that moment of painting, I felt an incredible sense of peace. That's why I wanted to become an artist, and then Jabong began to reach for the hilt of his sword. I realized one thing when holding a sword instead of a brush. He drew his sword, surprising Jekyll. A sword is an extremely useful tool for causing suffering to others. Does this bring you any comfort, sir? Jaelong replied in a deep voice. No. In fact, once I became stronger, I didn't find any comfort at all. Then he continued. Anyway, it's thanks to this twisted and cruel arrogance that I reached my current state, so it's not so bad. Jill wondered, have you never tried to treat it? Why not? I've tried all the medicines supposed to help this headache, but as you can see, none of them worked. Did they all fail? Jabalon confirms. Yes, and on top of that, the lives of those fake prescription scammers have also disappeared. Then he turned back to reassure him. Don't be too afraid. I still have no intention of killing you. Jiel started to tear up as he heard this. Oh, I see. Thank you. So you're not planning to kill me yet? You don't want to die here. Please think. You have to come up with a way to survive. Suddenly, an idea flashes in Jekyll's mind. Aren't I the medicine? Then, you suggest I cure your headache. Is that it? After hearing this, Jabalon turned back with deadly intent and said to Jekyll, I told you already. No medicine or method can erase my headache. How do you plan to do it? Jill reassures him. There is a way. Jibble said, the doctors who were so confident like that are all dead now. G looked at Jabon with a very confident expression. Then I will say I am lacking in confidence. I think you are too confident. Then you begged him, please try first. And if you fail, don't kill me. Jabil, hearing this, wondered, why do you want to heal me? Jill honestly replied, I don't want to die. Hearing these words, Jabon's face turned serious as he stared intently at Jekyll. Yeah, he thinks that Jebin has no intention of killing Jekyll anyway. If it fails, he will comfort him so he doesn't feel ashamed. Then Jalon also agreed with Jiel. All right, he replied politely. Thank you, your majesty. Now let me handle it. The scene shifts to a gathering place where Jill informs Jabalon. So I'll start now. He closed his eyes and wondered. I wonder if the headache is gone now. Then Keel reached out and touched his head. Jalon, feeling insulted and angry, asked, What are you doing? Jiel stopped Jabalon and reassured him. Oops, from now on it's the important part. He told Jalon that my hand is a healing hand, my hand is a healing hand. But he was angry, with a not very friendly look, and turned to ask JK, What do you think I am? At this moment, the system appeared, activating my skill hand of medicine level 1. Jiel touches Jabon's head. A light appears above it. He recites a spell, Ia. These words confuse Jabon. But there's also something interesting, right? He looked dazed, feeling so refreshed. When was the last time Jabon felt this good? He asked in surprise, What on earth makes this work? Jel whispered to Jalon, My hand is the healer's hand. My hand is the healer's hand. Focus now. Then he asked, How do you feel? You don't have a headache like usual, right? Jabon silently and obediently lets Jekyll treat him. I don't know. Jill hesitated, then continued. I don't know what to say anymore. It's so strange. I wonder if this is okay. Tears have fallen down his cheeks. I don't know why the tears are flowing. Did you really manage to remove my headache egg? As soon as he finished speaking, JK's voice suddenly grew deeper. You celebrated too soon. That made Jabon afraid. What? Jill explained. The method I use for you only lasts for 1 day. That made him startle. So you mean the headache will return tomorrow? But Jill still reassured him. You don't need to be too disappointed, as long as I perform that method for you every morning. So I won't feel a headache before morning? Jill replied. Of course, as long as you don't fall asleep and skip the treatment. Jabalon happily said, Thank goodness. Please help me again tomorrow. Jill silently thought, Yes, trust in you. Jekyll will make Jabon rely on Jekyll's treatment. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that escaping was entirely possible, then confidently told Jabalon that JK would each morning use his skillful hands as a healing touch, gently stroking Jabalon's head and blowing away his headache. Jabalon was very pleased, indeed a divine healer. Jay bowed his head. The treatment today is over. Jilong is very satisfied. Good, I don't want to go back to that pain anymore. Seeing Jabon's satisfied expression, JK was very intrigued, while Jabon silently thought that now he was completely dependent on this person's treatment. Without Jekyll, Jabon could never endure that headache. Over here, JK smirked mischievously. All right, everything is ready now. I have something important to tell you, Jilong asked. Is it that important? What's going on? I have to perform an important prayer tonight. Jill looks serious and says, I must perform a prayer tonight if I am to continue treating you every morning. Jilong urges, explain more. Jill replied, What I do for your treatment is not free. I am healing with the blessings bestowed by the heavens. Once a month, you must draw cold water, kneel down and sincerely pray to the moon from moonrise to moonset. If you do not perform this prayer ritual, Jel fears that you will lose your healing ability. Jel replied, At least until the next full moon. Jabon cried out in fear. Really? Jel replied. Yes, I swear on my honor. You turn away, a smug smile still on your face. Furthermore, while I am praying, I must not let anyone see. If anyone sees me praying, will Jabon lose his healing ability? So I need a place where no one can see and I can pray in peace. I have chosen a location and I hope you can prepare everything for prayer there. Jabon, upon hearing this, broke out in a sweat with worry. If what this person said is true, he would have to endure that endless headache once again. Jabalon didn't want to go back to those terrible days anymore. There was no other choice. Jabalon reluctantly accepted these words. All right, tell me the location quickly. I will prepare everything. Geo bowed his head and thanked you. Jabon said, What are you thanking me for? Actually, I should be thanking you. The scene shifts to the feathered creature requesting the soldiers not to turn back. They all respond in unison with yes. Jabon said he would wait downstairs with the soldiers. Jay replied, See you in the morning. You said that if you worry I will run away. There's no need to worry because I also find it useful to treat you. Hearing this, Jabon was silent for a long time before shaking hands with you. Thank you. With that, he turned away, leaving JK alone there. You begin reciting the silent spell, the Earth's blessing. Iriah, tonight's moonlight looks so sorrowful. Oh my god, divine beings. Under that bright moon, Jel continues to pray. Until dawn broke and the first rays of light appeared in the sky, the soldiers exclaimed in panic, "No, it can't be!" And they informed Jebelon that the Holy Army had vanished. These words hit Jaelon like a fatal blow, leaving him stunned as he recalls JK chanting spells that evening. Iridia, you keep calling out. Oh, divine spirit, JK thought to himself, the time has come. All right, you sneaked away quickly. Goodbye, you fools. But at this moment, Jay was stunned as he crawled into the cave, having fallen into a pit and dropped down. JK plummeted like an arrow into the deep mouth of the hole and silently shouted for help. Just then, Jaquel fell down and met Garden and Damien. Jaquel was in pain and cried out. Garden anxiously worries for you, crying out, and Prince Damien also asks about your condition. Are you all right? Gadeen exclaimed happily and said, Your Highness, I was able to come here thanks to the note Anis gave me. Gio then proudly recalled his brilliant escape plan. While Jabon was away, he had to inform Garden and Damien about the new escape plan. Then Zeal secretly handed it to the spiky-tailed kid. He hopes Anis also asked for your help. Then Kim Cham-Ku completed his mission, holding the secret letter Gel sent back. Damien was surprised. Anis Garden picks it up and recognizes that inside the letter there is a tangled map that Gel drew. Before dawn tomorrow. Meet me at the forest below the cliff. It looks terrible, Damien exclaimed. What is he drawing? Then Damien wondered, how did he know there was a cave on the hillside and slide down here? Because I am always by job inside, I naturally learn about the terrain and things I don't want to know. Damien asked in disbelief, Do you remember all of that? Gil forced a smile, thinking to himself that of course it was a lie, because this was the place Damien accidentally discovered when Jabon and the Empire were at war in the novel. Then Gel spoke, Let's move quickly. You point to the distance and say, Let's head towards the royal army and then go to that rock. Inside the large rock, Garden nervously asks, Your Highness, is it safe here? Gil explained, This place is monitored by both the royal army and the rebels. Damien replied, Then we have to go somewhere else. No, nowhere. That's why this place is the safest. Both sides feel most secure here, so they won't pay attention. Jay says, Since we have good visibility during the day, let's wait here until morning. So take the chance to get some sleep. The scene shifts to the sunrise over the mountain hollow. Jaquil, Damien, and Garden are lying exhausted under that large rock when a loud voice suddenly echoes, making Gil startle. Military Dr. La Chio, I know you're hiding nearby because no royal warship has disappeared from this side. Gel, frightened, hugged Damien and Garden. What, did he find out? The voice outside keeps saying that no matter how you run with your two loyal subordinates, you can't escape and you won't escape our Legion's surveillance. Hearing this, Jekyll's sweat drops down his face. You really know me well. Then Jabon continued. Even though you betrayed me first, I still want to treat you well, so I will forgive you this time, I promise. Jabon was really angry now. The veins on his face bulged as he shouted loudly to vent his frustration. I absolutely will not kill you over this, Jabon begged bitterly. Please appear before me quickly. I will count to 3. You have to appear now. Maravik is also surprised on this side. Is that Jabon's voice? Then Jabon starts counting. A jay hiding behind a rock, scared. If I go out, will I be cut in half and dragged away? Garden hesitated. Your Highness's legs? Then Ju reassured himself that it was okay. If that person acts, the kingdom's army will respond immediately. The torch gradually ignites like a flame of hatred within Jabelon. Jabelon continued forward despite Jekyll's fear. Well, JK is still very strong. He hid quietly behind a large rock. After a while, when there was no more sound, Jel was overjoyed. See, I told you it's fine. Just then, a missile flew in, and Gaiden hurriedly blew to extinguish it. Jill was terrified. What are you doing? Jel immediately looked to see what you were suspicious about. What exactly is going on? A squad equipped with missile arrows prepares to attack, and the arrows fly straight toward the place where JK is hiding. A line of burning weeds smolders as Ju sweats in panic. Get away from it. Damien spoke up. Your Highness, if you stay here any longer, you'll be doomed, Garden shouted in fear. Ah, Your Highness. Jel is confused. You frown. Damn it. What should we do now? The system also reports. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are amazed at the situation you're facing. Heart feels even more terrified upon seeing it. Liver trembles with fear, clutching the intestines and shaking them, asking, What should we do now? Joe lowers his head to leave now. Let's run away. Head northeast. Damien didn't quite understand. Yes, Garden spoke up. Northeast? You mean heading back towards Mboa, right? Jel answers, You want to be beaten 500 times? I lied to the princess to get here. If I'm caught, I'm dead. He said that, then quickly ran away, explaining that the wind is causing the fire to spread from west to east, and the flames are moving faster than our steps. If you run against the wind, you'll be quickly caught, so move perpendicular to the direction of the fire spreading. There's no time to waste. When he saw the grass and bushes moving, Jabelong paid attention. Jabon thought sadly, I treated Jekyll well, but he still left me and ran away. Daring to betray his trust, as soon as he saw the target, Jabelong ordered the guard squad. Jabulon drew his sword and led the troops into battle, with his guards following him, full of fierce determination. Jabulon charged into the fire he had ignited, while Jelong swung his sword repeatedly to extinguish the flames. He looked grim and silently resolved, "I will cut off your legs so you can never escape." The scene shifts inside the castle, Merovch gazing outside with confusion. What's going on? Who was the one that made Jabulon set the fire and shout loudly, then ordered the guards to attack? His attendant said that because the thick smoke made it hard for me to see clearly. It seemed like there were 3 men or something. Merovch stroked his beard anxiously and asked, "How should I explain this situation?" Then he inquired whether that Jaw Violent guy shouted something before launching the missile. "Did you hear that?" he replied. At that moment, I wasn't paying much attention, so I didn't catch what he was trying to say. Merovech guessed he probably wanted to undermine our morale. The guard replied, "I think so too, Your Highness." Merovech said, "We can't let them run wild like this. We must send someone to rescue those 3 civilians," the guard of the prince said. "Of course, can I go myself?" Morov refuses. "No. You must always stay by my side to protect me. In return, I will assign someone from the guard to you. If they step in to save the people, that will be a truly symbolic image." Then he ordered the troops, and the guard team prepared to march out. At this moment, Princess Adeline led the army into battle. With great determination, she announced, "Deploy," Adeline ordered, all heading northeast. She silently thought, "I have to wait. Our people, we will definitely save everyone." At this moment, Adeline saw 3 figures gradually emerging. "I see it now, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Thanks to this day, I am strong again and bravely facing the rebel army to save the people. So no matter where you are, you have to cheer me on. I will always be grateful to you and will definitely try even harder." So while lost in thought, Adeline saw something familiar. That full-figured figure that took her breath away. Where had she seen it before? At this moment, GL is panicking and fleeing from Jabulon Damien Garden. "Quickly follow Ta," Adeline called out when she saw him. The prince's confusing question to GL made him even more confused. "Why are you here?" Adeline glared at Jekyll with a slightly intimidating look, eyes wide with anger, while he sweat profusely and couldn't say anything more. Adeline lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Then she ordered the others to stop. "Wait a moment," GL chuckled politely and said, "Meeting you here is truly a pleasure." Adeline angrily asked, "Why did you lie?" GL explained, "Actually, I had my reasons." "Why? You only sent a letter without a word of farewell when you left. I thought you had already returned to the Imperial City. So why are you being chased by the rebel army?" Then Adeline looked at JKEL's chest and speculated. "Could it be that you hid that sign?" Adeline is furious. "Why have you been lying to me all this time about joining the rebel army?" Jell explained. "Yes, that's right. I was in the rebel army's command. The days that have passed mean more to me than I thought, and my joining the rebel army is a sacrifice with a deeper meaning." Adeline was surprised. "Sacrifice?" Jay smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, infiltrating despite the danger with a sharp gaze like a blade aimed at the enemy's core. I did this with the hope that even a small part could help the royal army." Jell continued, "The princess has no idea at all." "Do you know what I've had to endure?" Kadeen hurriedly shouted. "Prince, this is not the time for this." But Jalon rode his horse and rushed over. The rebel army crossed the sea of fire and advanced toward us. Jay mounted Adeline's horse and said, "Damien, get Garden on the horse and go ahead. We will follow." Damien obeyed and replied, "Yes." Then Jekyll told Adeline, "I will scold you later. Now run quickly." She smirked confidently. "Run," she said. "There's no need to fear them. They're fewer in number than us. Our forces are twice as many. At this point, I plan to face them head on and eliminate them." Then Adeline also secretly considered her own benefits in fighting these guys. This is an opportunity. If we can eliminate them, it will serve as a good example and boost our morale. But Jekyll shouted in fear that if we face them, everyone will die because Jabon is personally hunting me. Hearing that name, Adeline broke out in a sweat. "Huh? Jabulon himself? What exactly did you do?" Jell exclaimed in panic. "I don't know why I have become the most important person to him." Looking at the blazing fire ahead, Adeline began to assess. While I hesitated, they were already getting quite close. If Swordsman Jebin is leading the cavalry, they must stop here. Then she draws her sword and raises it high. The entire army is assembled. The horses have started pawing the ground, ready to charge. Everyone stands at attention, waiting for Adeline's command. Jill tremblingly pulls Adeline's arm down. "What are you doing?" "I told you to escape quickly." "She said we should seize the opportunity to run away." Then Adeline swung her sword down on the guards. "Line 2, line 3, prepare the crossbows." Everyone has heard the order and is drawing their crossbows. The crossbows with sharp arrows aimed at Jabon. Adeline quickly ordered a shot. Those arrows rushed toward Jabon, who is furious and charging forward. The horses, sensing danger, startled. They were frightened and jumped up. The others behind, not paying attention, were hit by arrows and fell down. Then Adeline pulled the reins and turned back to give the order. The entire army retreated. Adeline hurriedly runs away. "Quickly protect us and keep us safe." The army responds to Dongthane's command. "Yes." Then Adeline said to him, "We've bought some time by shooting arrows. Now we can safely run away." Suddenly, something made her turn around. What was that? Adeline helplessly turned around with a frightened look. She looked back in fear and shouted, "Jabulon! He had overcome all obstacles and was now chasing after Adeline and Jekyll. He looked back with a terrified expression, and that crazy guy was smiling at him in a creepy way. Then JK's eyebrows furrow as if they're about to clash. But now, Jabulong's figure gradually disappears over time. And then, on that horse, you can no longer see him. Jay is panicked and warns that Princess Jabon has disappeared. That kid made Adeline stare in surprise and say, "What?"
Both of their faces showed expressions of confusion like clock faces as Jabulon appeared right in front of them.
The pressure from that power causes the horse to collapse. Ale, terrified, jumps up with Adeline, his killing intent clear as he advances. "You must be very happy to have tricked me, right?" Jabulon pointed his sword at Jel and said, "I will make sure you can't think about running away." Then Jabon, like an arrow shot swiftly, ran towards JK. He was trembling with fear, covering his eyes and not daring to look up. "Help me, please." Damien quickly appears as I close my eyes. A surge of power gathered and exploded, knocking Jiel back. Damien was trying to block the attack to protect Jekyll. He threatened, "You seem to be a bodyguard for the medical corps. Jebion secretly despises him." Is that all you've got?" Based on his skill level, he's probably an intermediate swordsman. Then Jabulon suddenly jumped back and afterward charged forward with powerful strikes against Damien. But he managed to block it. However, Damien couldn't match Jabion's speed and strength and was struck by him.
Jill from afar watches Damien panting and silently calls his name Damien. "Don't keep fighting, just run away."
But JK suddenly remembered that now was not the time to worry about others. And then Adeline ran over to carry Jay. She hurriedly called out, "Prince, please wake up." Then Adeline carried him to a safe place. "Wake up quickly. We need to take advantage of the moment while your guards are holding them off so we can escape." Jill said, "I can't leave him behind. I told you we have to go now." If we leave him here, everyone will be in danger, Jay thought to himself. Not just because Damien is the main character of the novel or someone who will become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Jill couldn't even explain because just revealing the truth would expose the secret of heaven. If he did, the entity that left Damien in this world would personally intervene. As soon as he finished thinking, Jekyll spoke. "Princess," Adeline responded. "Yes, you are the one who can save everyone." "What?" Jay calmly said. "From now on, you must do as I command." He looked at Adeline with a very serious expression and asked, "Can you do it?" Then Jell reminded Adeline, "You must now quickly whisper into her ear." After hearing this, she was startled and shouted, "Is that even possible?" Then Jake Keel took her hands and encouraged her. "The princess can do it."
"Come on."
Adeline felt helpless with JK. This guy really is one of those things best left unexperienced in life. Sometimes not all growth is beneficial. Destroy to create, perish to be reborn. The Demon Sword King is a story about destruction and creation, and at its center is Damien. The rain falls steadily to the ground. Order is broken as Damien matures amidst the ruins of a fallen empire. Having grown up, he destroys the world once again, leading to the rebirth of all things. This is the fate Damien must bear, and he must follow this destiny. Jell quietly mentions to him, if you leave her here, you'll be trapped in an inescapable danger and eventually realize your true nature. That entity will act, and this world will come to an end. So JK always finds reasons to take you out of the arena and keep you by his side. Even though we've been through so much, we still thought that with Damien by your side, you wouldn't have to face the hardships described in the novels. But now, it has come to this. Jay quietly encourages himself to stay calm. Damien, now is not the time to tremble in fear. After careful consideration, the moment of decision has arrived. Jell asked the princess, "Are you ready?" "Wait for me a moment." After a while, Adeline announced, "It's done." Transition to the chaotic scene now with Jabon's army and Adeline. The swords clash as Damien faces Jabon, who is too heavy for him to bear. He confidently swung his sword and asked, "Are you tired already?" Then, Jabon continued to swing his sword towards Damien. He is weak, trying to withstand this attack, but at this moment, he feels that something is off. Wait a minute. This guy, Jabon thought he was just defending, but every time he used this, he managed to counter Jabulon's attack. Jabulon was stunned, unable to understand how Damien could do that. Of course, sometimes there are people like that. He smirked, knowing that those who keep growing are just a matter of crushing them all. Then Jabulon threatened, "I will let you taste this." As he finished speaking, he charged forward as fast as a hungry ghost. Damien couldn't keep up with every move of Jabulon, but luckily he relied on his survival instincts to dodge the devastating attack.
Then Jabon stepped back to keep his distance from Damien, yet you also managed to dodge. Not bad at all. Then he started gathering strength into his body and said, "You've held out pretty well, so let me end this for you."
Damien raised his sword to confront him. "I can still fight on." Jabulon overestimates his strength. That caused Damien to freeze in fear, trembling slightly. Then Jabon advanced to attack, and Damien struggled to block the strike. At this moment, his sword suddenly broke in two, and Jabon seized the opportunity to strike Damien down. He knocked Damien far away, causing him to hit his head on a rock. Jabulon slowly approaches with a surge of energy. This boring game is over. Damien has nothing more to say, just lying there panting. Jabulon advances, aiming his sword at Damien for a deadly strike. It's over. With no strength left to resist, he glanced at the attack heading toward him. I never expected to end up in a place like this. Dam Yen let go of himself, lowering his face as if he had accepted this defeat. Damn it. Dam Yen closed his eyes, preparing for his end, but something was surging within his body. Yen looked ahead and saw the image blurring. What is this?
Something's not right. I feel like time has stopped.
Damien Yen looked down in amazement. Why is the sword aimed at his heart without any sign of worry or fear? A source of power from within Damien is spreading out, which also confuses Jabon. What is happening? Damien clutches her chest and kneels down. Seeing Damien's confused look at his body, Jaylon silently assessed this guy. His mana flow was too unusual. Just then, Jiel's voice rang out. Princess, throw it quickly. Jilon turned around cautiously and sighed at the sound of this voice. Adeline grabbed the large stone and replied, All right, I'll do it. She tried to focus, took a deep breath, and threw the rock at Kaon. He watched the large stone fly toward him with disdain, thinking what could this silly thing possibly do to him?
Then J-Bone swung his sword at the stone. After it shattered into two, Jekyll flew in like a superhero.
He shouted, Jabon! Jabon looked up at JK in surprise. The evil hand. He sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. It's the drug. Jalon glared at Jekyll, soaring down and landing a few meters away, angrily saying, How dare you! Jel, after falling, was coughing in pain, while Damien looked at him in shock. The system has activated the third-level skill hand of mine, and Jylon's headache has eased. He once again feels heaven. That's right. This is the feeling. Jay is overjoyed to see Jabalon standing like a statue. It's a success, Jabalon exclaimed in amazement. The glow has disappeared. What just happened? Jay, Kay can read Jabon like an open book. That headache is almost a habit of his, almost from the time he was a child. You smirked proudly, but now Jiel has finished his task. From the first pulse, Jekyll realized that Jabon would feel a headache when he started swinging his sword. The headache has haunted him since birth, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure it alone while training. He endures the pain by tensing up. That mental state has become a habit, even when reaching the realm of the Sword Saint, headache and trying to bear it. That pain itself can be said to be part of Jabulon's swordsmanship and mental magic. Since part of it has now disappeared, he cannot help but panic. Just as Jabon froze in place, Jiel quickly came to check on him. Damien, wake up! He gasped with each breath as the stabbing pain in his heart cried out. Your Highness. Then JK said to him, Damien, how did you end up like this? He replied, Earlier I thought I was going to die, but then time seemed to stop. Then he recounted the strange quiet moment earlier, feeling as if he was about to fall into eternal sleep. Then Damien gradually fell asleep, but during that time Jiel and the enemy's voices shouted, Jabon, my hand. And then Damien's eyes opened when he recognized the familiar voice as medicine. He realized this voice. Your Highness. Damien reaches out with his hand. That's right, you haven't finished fighting that damn bastard yet. When recounting, Damien held up her broken sword and said, I don't know what happened either. When I woke up and heard His Highness's voice, I was already in this form. Jay gritted his teeth in silent frustration. Damn it, this kid Damien has taken a step closer to the truth. At this moment, Jabon spoke, startling both of them. Are you done talking? Then he didn't forget to strike with his sword straight at that spot. Jabalon silently glanced at them amidst the wreckage and smoke, then suddenly sensed something behind him and quickly looked over. That's Damien. He managed to get close to Jabalon and attack. Seeing him react instinctively, Jabalon dodged. Damien is facing Jabalon directly, thrusting his sword fiercely at his opponent. Just then, Damien slashed across Jabalon's cheek, making him hesitate. The fight escalated as Jabalon and Damien closed in and clashed fiercely. He continues to dodge hair as if by chance it seems Damien is being overwhelmed and is desperately trying to hold his ground. Damien says, I will buy some time. Use this chance to escape. He keeps urging JK, if you don't run now, there won't be another opportunity. But JK just stood there like a statue behind Damien, leaving him helpless. Hey, you prince guy, stop dawdling behind and run already. Jay knows what you're thinking. Hey, that crown prince, stop dawdling behind and go now. You're thinking that way, right? Damien Yen trembles as he holds his sword like Jabong, secretly thinking, I knew it. Then Jiel approaches and places a hand on his shoulder. You really don't trust your master enough. You launched your attack from behind, releasing all the poison gas from Vent 1. Jiel was pleased as the toxic fumes gradually escaped. You really have stored up enough, the poisonous smoke suddenly covers your face and he will definitely have to breathe in some too. Then you shout to signal Princess Adeline, Plan 119. She has brought the army according to Jiel's plan. Plan 119 to rescue the Crown Prince. The army responded in unison to the command, yes. Next, Jiel informs Damien that in no more than 5 seconds, they should prepare to ride. Damien nodded in agreement, yes. Suddenly, the monster gag Debelong runs over and stands between the two of them. Are you determined to leave? Then he swung his sword, knocking Damien off guard and sending him flying away. Then Jabon used his blade to strike Jekyll on the head. That caused both of them to fall defeated before Jabin. Jiel trembled, blood dripping from his nose as he looked at him. Jabon's skin must not faint. Jay's eyes are now just blurry images of Jabon. It seems you are stunned and can't withstand a strike from this sword. If you faint now, Jiel will be doomed. Now, Jiel is returning to the previous moment. From now on, Your Highness, I will begin the transformation magic test. Oh dear, it's me after all. Your Highness, don't you remember? He cheerfully moved side to side and said, I am the one shocking electricity into you. I am the one who freezes the seafloor. Do you doubt my strength just because of a little transformation magic in this girl? All right, I get it.
Then, Janetis warned him, however, in one specific case, this magic will be nullified, so you must be careful. Gel wondered what that case was.
He explained that it was a physical shock so intense that it causes unconsciousness. Manhwa will envelop the prince's body. Transformation magic absorbs the shock and prevents fainting, but only once, so you must be careful. Remember these words. When facing a monster like Jabon Gel, you gradually reveal your true form. The chubby hands are gone, now they are slender white hands. His bloated figure also disappeared. Jabon, panicking, broke out in a sweat and stammered. Military Doctor Locky Cheel, are you the Crown Prince of Magentano? At that moment, the entire army arrived and shouted, Prince! Jilong said, if you don't want to see the prince die, and he lands a powerful blow that forces the soldiers to retreat, then don't come any closer. Adeline fell from his horse. Why escape now? Does my identity help him in any way? No, it can't possibly work on that guy. In the worst case, Gio will become a hostage and end up with the rebel army winning. The Magentano royal family will be unable to intervene and Gio will be despised by the emperor. First, you need to stand up and find the right moment to escape. The system reports that you have successfully endured the attack with the power of the Sword Saint. The A2 Law Mind technique has been deeply engraved in your heart, actively analyzing and learning this special skill. A new HP movement option has been unlocked in the A2 Law Mental technique, surprising JK greatly. The system continues to appear a special 3-way HP conversion skill option that can convert accumulated HP supported by the 5 Viscera into Life Force. The amount of HP used for conversion can be adjusted, and the rate of converting HP into Vitality will increase rapidly as A2 La Mind technique develops. Currently, 10 HP equals 1 Vitality. Your current Life Force is 200 out of 300. Jay lifted his eyes and read aloud, still unable to understand what this meant. At this moment, Jebelon looked extremely disappointed and asked, why did you deceive me? He frowned in frustration, repeatedly questioning why I treated him like a true friend, yet he was joking around with me. Jay smirked and replied, yeah, right. You step forward and say, a rebel leader of a kingdom, and what do I get in return? Treat me well like a prince like you? Want to be friends? Jill asked seriously. Do you still see me as Y Locky Cheel the healer? You're starting to act like how your father taught you. Are you always clingy 24/7? And you even want to cut off my leg to keep me close. You're obsessing and mentally unstable. Stop making a fool of yourself. You better back off while I'm still being nice and don't pretend to be close to me. Suddenly, Jabil's voice made JK freeze in fear.
I had hoped our ending wouldn't be like this, but now I doubt anyone cares about you anymore, Jabil said.
Princess Adeline, a royal guard of the kingdom. She is now seriously injured from Jabelon's earlier attack. Your Highness, are you all right? He continued. If I eliminate everyone, there will be no witnesses left. Seeing that, JK asked, so you're still planning to cut off my leg and keep me by your side? Jalon replied, I am confident I can hide you beside me until the end of my life. And don't say it's just a kingdom. I'm confident I can overthrow the entire empire too, GL exclaimed. You're crazy. As Jabon was about to swing his sword to wipe everything out, he asked and then swung the sword in front of him. You think I can't do it? Suddenly, a burst of power appeared, catching Jabon off guard. A blazing shield created by Jekyll blocks Jabelon's sword. He declares himself unbeatable. Jill uses the Astrahan attack skill option 2, unbeatable. The sturdy mana barrier will protect your nervous system for 5 minutes, preventing you from losing consciousness or passing out regardless of any damage. Remaining time 4 minutes 59 seconds, unbeatable. Jill endured 500 waves of Adeline's shocks to obtain it. The second skill option, unstoppable, lasts for 5 minutes once a day. In these 5 minutes, Jay won't fall. He's confident he can endure. Jaylon here can't believe he can't break through that shield and keeps attacking furiously. JK is confident with his shield. Stop here. Jabon continues to persistently attack the shield. No matter what, JK still can't resist this power and gets thrown back a few meters. The current health system shows 130 out of 300. Are you panicking because you only have 1 hit left? You're really a monster. If I don't activate invincibility, JKL would have fainted again. In the end, JKL didn't give up and kept trying other methods. Then convert HP. The system reports, skill option 3. Convert horsepower. The current ratio is 10 horsepower to 1. Enter the amount of HP you want to convert. Current HP is 7,400. JQL decides to convert 1,700. The system has followed your request. 1,700 HP has been converted with a fluctuation of 170 stamina. Current stamina, 300 over 300. JK looked at his strong hand and exclaimed, I really can't believe it. This is Chi Quan. You smile confidently at a watch, your eyes gradually turning cunning. Let's see what you've got. Jay starts to shake his head in defiance. Only after being hit does he realize it's nothing special. Is that all the Sword Saint has? My legs are still intact. Jabelong looked at JK in surprise, unscathed. What's going on? That's strange. Lai Han, the royal medic. No, Crown Prince Magentano. He blocked 2 consecutive leg strikes from Jebalon without a single sign of injury. And when Jay continued to taunt him, it made his anger flare up uncontrollably. Hey, Jabon, is that all you've got? He's just mocking that monster, it's not even scary. So they call you the Sword Saint. Even though you act carefree on the outside, you still have a purpose. To buy time for Dam to recover. Don't disappoint me again this time, okay? Huh? Jay laughs confidently. Come on, bring it on. Jabon is like a madman. He rushes wildly towards JK. Am I someone easily fooled by these petty provokes? His continuous attacks are gradually draining JK's strength. The system flashes red. Current stamina 190 over 300. Current HP 5,700 minus 10 HP minus 10. Horsepower minus 10 horsepower minus 10 horsepower. Seeing that, JKL continues to use his ultimate move. It seems he's improving. The HP has been converted again. 1,100 HP turned into stamina. The current stamina is 300 over 300, full, minus 10 HP, minus 10 HP, minus 10 HP. Seeing Father Bon keep attacking like a sandbag, Jekyll thought to himself, men must be full of strength. While JK was confident with his weapon, it suddenly developed a crack. GL was panicked. Wait a minute, just enough strength to defend, and now Van Nientuyate is causing trouble again. Remembering the previous instructions, when the user injects mana, an ice shield will deploy. That is the Azraha technique. Jekyll realizes he must use the Azrahan technique to focus the mana, then use that mana to strengthen the Van Nientuyate and absorb mana from the surroundings. Then Gel focused on absorbing it from the plants and nature, followed by the horses. The mana has seeped into the muscles, fascia, and nervous system. All senses have reached their limit. On this side, Jabalon was helpless but still trying to reassure, unable to give up. Suddenly, right before JK's eyes, Jabalon had vanished. Gel's heart skipped a beat as his attack aimed high, but it was Gel's head that successfully predicted and raised the shield to block. Thanks to his clever judgment, he escaped the fierce tiger, but the result was a devastating explosion. Smoke billowed out. Gel keeps looking up without daring to close his eyes, watching every move of Jabon as the smoke blocks his view and then disappears again. Gel desperately defends, choosing skill 1, sweeping the target's acupoints. The target has been successfully locked on. Gel quickly looks to the right. I see it now. JK realizes that the downward strike is fake. The real attack is the upward slash. He raised his shield in the right direction and blocked Jabon's blow. He was once again caught by Gel's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to provoke. Oh wow, is that all you've got? The Sword Saint is useless. I see through your every move now. The system notifies that you are maximizing the options of the Azrahan mental technique in this intense battle. The Azrahan mental technique has leveled up to level 7 in the single ring stage. The system now reports that my body can do it. Oh, the higher the mana level, the stronger it gets. Whoop pak, hoo hup pak back. The 5 internal organs have supported you with 1000 HP as the Azrahan mental technique surpasses its limit. Standing on the brink of life and death, the body burns like fire. This is no time to joke. Death means the end. The system supports adding or subtracting 10 HP. J happily supports with overwhelming power. Lungs scream, endure it. The stomach reports not now, and the liver, frightened, quickly screams. I also support the guts not to die. Plus or minus 10 HP. The system reports mana cycle delay time decreases, invincibility duration increases by 1 minute, and HP conversion rate rises. Azrahan's level 8 single circle mental skill with 230% mana efficiency offers 1 mana circle, 2 invincibility states, and 3 HP conversions. To reach level 9, 3000 HP is needed, currently having 7000, as Gel and Jabalon rush in together. You still haven't given up that obsession? JK quietly calculated that provoking and then defending was the only strategy left, but he had reached his limit. The only tactic was for JK to defend while Damien counterattacked. If GL endures Jabalon's attack, Damien will not awaken his true nature and will only focus on counterattacking. To last longer, he needs to simplify his strikes and feel a bit guilty about touching his childhood wounds. But why are you living in such a lie? Jay, what do you mean you lost your father? That is not just a simple restriction. Jabon remains silent, saying nothing more. Gio keeps provoking and attacking his pride. Even though you hate your father, you've never wanted to kill him, right? Jabalon got so angry that he started shouting and then punched JK's face with a fist. You were very surprised by that move, showing that JK had succeeded in provoking him. Based on Jabon's sleep talk while lying together, JK was with Jabon at that moment. Are you wondering if he's sleeping? He was already asleep when you called. Well, judging by his reaction, it's obvious. Gio said, I guessed right. A clumsy stab could kill your father, and neither you nor your father realize your true talent. Jilong seems to have reached the peak. Don't. He screams in pain. Stop it. A tremendous surge of power erupts from Jilon. Gel's system, unlucky as it is, now reports an unbeatable end, and he falls silent. It can't be like this. A massive explosion erupts from Jabon's rage, and Gel, unable to watch, shields his face with his hands. Beyond the smoke, a figure appeared before JKEL. Damien had arrived and saved his master. Truly someone who doesn't know how to give up, Jill exclaimed in amazement. Damien turned back to the battlefield where Lucelle was struggling, while Damien was trying to find himself again. He looked up and wondered, did I just faint for a moment? Then Damien turned to look around and saw Adeline severely wounded, the Fives and La Princess in pain. Jill is using his shield to fight against Jabalon. He realizes that Jabalon's aura is gradually recovering. Damien decided that before he fully woke up, he had to act immediately. But as he prepared to run, Damien's whole body froze. But how? Then he calmly recalled the training sessions from before. I don't want to repeat the tragedy at Gmo anymore. With that in mind, Damien continued to train diligently. The sharp and swift sword strikes cut through the wood, followed by a spinning sword technique that sends everyone flying away. As he turned around, the pile of wood exploded into fragments. Damien Yen held his sword to protect the prince. He is determined to become even stronger. Push your mana to the absolute limit, stronger than ever before. As Damien's body reaches its limit and unleashes a new source of energy, his body can't withstand it and starts bleeding black blood. Remember when you were young and inexperienced, your master warned Damien that messing with the mana flow is suicide. You want to die? If you die here, who will take care of your funeral? Is this manipulating the mana flow? Damien clenched her chest where her heart was pounding intensely and knew she had to stop immediately. There are no side effects. On the contrary, the reverse flow of mana seems to be pushing us beyond new limits. Try controlling the mana in a different direction. A completely new approach, just a half turn. This method seems smoother. Damien closed his eyes, feeling the surge of mana flowing through his body. And when he opened them, he possessed a new, more powerful source of strength thanks to his skillful and clever control of mana. Damien immediately swung his sword down to the ground with a strike stronger than usual, even though he had only practiced enough to turn halfway. Damien has never tried to completely reverse the flow before, but now is not the time to hesitate. If we can't protect the prince, everything will be destroyed. So we have to try, even if we might fail. Damien decides that today he will push beyond his limits. A dark power is transforming, surpassing control and emerging. The source of mana is reversing flow just like how Damien controls it. You are the seed I have sown into the world. That seed finally grew into a flame, devouring all living beings on this land. On that day, I will raise you up amidst wicked laughter. A voice rings out, "Stop!" At this moment, Damien is fighting Jabin. Two great powers clashed, causing a massive explosion. Jel quickly covered his eyes, with Damien standing before him. At this moment, Jabalon was right. He was someone who didn't know how to give up. Jel was amazed, finally arriving just in time. Damien suddenly appeared before JK, saving him from an inevitable defeat. Jel was amazed and exclaimed, he couldn't believe his eyes. It's the Labursa technique. Over here, Jabalon is still wondering how he could block his sword. A sword saint aura can only be blocked by aura itself. There's no way I'm afraid of this guy. A person like him is impossible. No way. Losing focus, Damien swung his sword towards Kaon. He angrily and arrogantly said, I will kill you, but Jabon's attacks are effortlessly avoided by Damien, with not a single blow touching him. Seeing that, Jabon was extremely angry and shouted out loud. He looked at Damien calmly in front of him, feeling bitter because Damien dodged every attack he threw. Just then, Damien was about to strike, but Jabalon shouted, I will use my aura! He froze in shock as it was destroyed with a single blow. Jill is watching and assessing from behind. Isn't it hard to believe? What Damien is using is the first trait of the terrifying demon's sword mind technique. The strongest is not the most evil. An unreasonable trait that allows one to always surpass the opponent in strength. Even a sword saint cannot win against it. Jilon trembles in fear. I can't let this happen. I can't. He couldn't accept losing to someone like him. Jabalon hadn't given up yet, so he hurriedly ran over. Don't think this is all he has. Gabon will use his own hand to catch him and deliver the final blow. At this moment, an arm reaches out. Wait, it's Jekyll's. Prince Jabon trembles with surprise. Damn it, I can't stop it once it's activated. If this continues, Jabalon will accidentally kill him. Then Jabon asked, do you know what I plan to do to stop you? Jiao replied, of course. You're planning to use the Eli technique, right? I don't want to provoke this guy. Let me handle him. The Eli technique is a primitive and brutal method that absorbs all the pure mana in both the opponent's and one's own body. During the pure mana duel, even the Labursa mental method is useless. The smaller Damien will definitely lose to Jabalon. Then Jay continued. The rebel leader seems more modest than I thought, huh? Just know how to bully those smaller than you. Jelong was surprised. So are you planning to sacrifice yourself in place of the close one? Jiel replies, I'm not sacrificing but crushing you. Activate Cusman skill. Warning red system alert. You have voluntarily used the red sunflower seed intended for illusion beasts. You are human, not an illusion beast. The effect will last only 3 more minutes. Red sunflower seeds can cause serious side effects for the human body. See a doctor, pharmacist, or traditional medicine practitioner. After the effect ends, you will fall into a coma for 5 days. Then JK gradually grew bigger, and during the intense fight, Maravik asked, what am I looking at? His guard replied, I don't know either. Jill waved his arms and said, aren't I the traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Then he smiled proudly. Now it doesn't matter if he's absorbed by the Eli battle. Overcoming this obstacle, you can prevent Damien from reaching his final awakening. That way, everyone will survive. Then Keel called him out. Jabalon seems to have already been defeated. Give up now. Put down your sword and end it. But Jabalon's high ego refuses to accept defeat. His blood vessels are breaking apart. Pure mana inside the body is being crushed by the Crown Prince. Jay screams. Aren't you listening to me? Jabalon is helpless. He has overcome many opponents to reach this position. It's meaningless. Is this how my life can only end? Seeing Jabalon being so stubborn, GL continued to ask. Huh? What's going on? Why don't you just fall down?
The system reports 56 seconds remaining on the amplification duration.
Seeing that, JK looked at Jabalon and said, so Gel shook Jabalon like crazy. He struggled in JK's arms until he couldn't say anything more. Gel kept shaking him back and forth because he knew that the endurance of this monster had never been enough until now. Shaking Gel while begging, fall down, just fall down. You keep going, your time is almost up. JK asks, why are you so stubborn? No matter how tough you are, everyone has their limit. If you're really that strong, Jalon sweatily calls out in helplessness. Damn it. With his arm still reaching out, he was about to flick Japan. Gel shouted to shoot, and Jabalon was quickly blown far away. He was lying right on that rock. Gel felt proud seeing him fly far away. Is this the new record I'm seeing right now? The soldiers confirm. Yes, that's correct. Adeline looked at Geo in shock. It seems everything has come to an end. The swords have been lowered. I agree. The Angoma Civil War ended, and the alert system reported that the amplification time was almost up. Gel was overjoyed. Luckily, at the right moment, you still cared about Damien. I was so dizzy, by the way. Is Damien okay? Gel tremblingly reached out to him. Damien. Gel collapsed into Damien's arms, but still asked, are you okay? Damien was deeply moved by the scene. He held him as he collapsed and said, Your Highness. While unconscious, JK was taken to a place of rest. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Crown Prince. A loud voice woke JK up suddenly. Crown Prince, you wake up dazed! Oh my. Jill saw himself walking hand in hand with Adeline in wedding attire. What is going on here? Jill wondered. A princess? Why are you acting like that? Prince Adeline, please come up on stage. Jill still doesn't understand. Huh? Where are you going with the flag? Now! The announcer's voice rings out. Yes, please welcome. Today's main character is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Pride of Magentano, celebrating his upgrade to the Double Ring. Azrahan skill, Double Ring level, 400% mana deficiency rate. Your Azrahan stop skill has been upgraded. Accordingly, the slot circle has been upgraded. A special option for skill 1 is now available. The slot circle has been enhanced. Slot 2 has been unlocked. Unlocking slot 2 has activated the feature. Please give a warm round of applause. JK was startled, unable to stop uttering,
Below are the spectators clapping and congratulating you. Congratulations, congratulations.
Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations. The host says, congratulations to Crown Prince on achieving the double ring. Jill was surprised. I already set the double ring. Jill looked up at the system panel, feeling extremely surprised and confused. Slot 2? Merging slots? The host says, let me explain for you. Quickly, JKL goes to find someone to support him. Garden. He explained that merging slots is a function that allows mixing the contents within each slot together. Then Garden clinked the two mixing glasses together, gently shaking them as he spoke softly, with a refined and seductive tone. It will feel like this. Easy to see, right? Jill still can't understand what's happening. What is this? What on earth is going on? Jill was very confused. Am I dreaming? The scene shifts to a dark place, and suddenly Jill appears here to face Damien. He spoke up. Who did this to me? Jill was stunned. Suddenly, he did nothing at all. So Damien continued to ask what you had done in this world. You knew all along, didn't you? Yes, I just wanted to protect you. Damien, with deadly intent, asked, tell me, do you know? Jill retorted, that's not it. Suddenly, tape was stuck over Jill's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Op, op, op! Jill silently deduces that this is not Damien, but the inner Damien questioning him. Then he looks at the sword Damien is holding. Wait a moment, Jill whispered in fear. La Damien, maybe this is the end. Damien might finally be truly awake now. Jake screamed in fear, jumped up, and rolled around. Damien looked at JK in confusion. Do you do this on purpose? When Jill woke up and looked at Damien, he said, Ra Damien. He looked at Jill with a helpless expression, Your Highness. Then Jill wondered silently, is this guy actually conscious right now? Then Damien pointed to his forehead and said, I mean the headbutt just now, that doesn't count as dangerous hazard pay. Seeing that, Jill suddenly snapped out of it. He subtly realized that instead of fighting back, he was thinking about money first. Damien kept reminding me, I risked my life for you. Damn it, as an employee, I deserve a higher salary and danger pay. Jill quietly rejoiced, Damien, it's really you. The boy happily approached Damien. Oh my god, who do you think I am? Then Jill quietly smiled as he looked at Damien. Even Damien feels the same, a strange quietness in the air. Luckily. Then Jill, Damien, give me your hand. Are you surprised? He replied, I want to check your pulse. Damien wondered why suddenly Jill was checking his pulse to see how far the Labursa meditation technique had progressed. Jill says, hand it over. The benefits are down there. Jell inquires. You have already reached the Desper upper level, right? Hearing this, Damien asked in surprise, How do you know? Explain to me. The first time we met, you recognized the symptoms just by a glance. Have you forgotten? If this continues, your insomnia will get worse, and your nerves will become more sensitive. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief and replied yes. The monitoring system starts taking the pulse. The summary report shows that Damien Ken, a 3,912-year-old male of the human race, is 186.6 centimeters tall, weighs 79.2 kilograms, with blood type 2 positive TARD. Looking at this chart, are you tying it to your body? As expected, different from the first time I saw it, the awakening process is progressing. The report system summarizes all indicators as extremely healthy, resilient, and balanced. However, it detected severe insomnia caused by overactive sympathetic nervous system. Recent overexertion injuries from reckless mana use still remain. Rest and meditation are recommended to soothe sensitive nerves and tired bodies. Additionally, some abnormal tissues of unknown origin were detected in the blood. This tissue recently underwent an abrupt twin process but stopped for unknown reasons. Geo examined it more closely and paused. Fortunately, the awakening has paused for now. Probably because you took the hit for Jabon, it stopped. As long as it doesn't progress further, that's enough. Then, JKELL reminds him that from now on, any mana interference is strictly forbidden. Damien, confused, says, My body is still normal. You advise Damien not to be complacent. Is it really a strict ban? What's with that look? Anyway, if you disobey mana again, you'll be cut off. Damien realizes that this might be an illegal dismissal, so if you're so angry, why don't you become the Crown Prince? You've stretched and finished your inspection. Now I want to hear the report. I want to know everything that happened while I was unconscious. How is Gabon now? Damien responds to that, and a voice suddenly echoes, surprising both of them. Let me explain. Jell and Damien quickly bow their heads. King of Angoma, I humbly pay my respects. He spoke. I want to have a private conversation with Crown Prince Magentano GL. King Maravik said first about punishing the unjust traitors who cause suffering to the people. I sincerely express the gratitude on behalf of the royal family and also welcome Crown Prince Magentano GL awkwardly. The system reports that you have sacrificed selflessly and made a significant impact in the Angoma Civil War, which will be recorded in the history of the Laser Continent. The royal family of Angoma officially expresses their gratitude for your achievement. Shaquille was surprised. What? What is this? While the system appears, the king still calls out, Crown Prince, Crown Prince. You recognize and quickly reply, Your Royal Highness, I am honored to contribute my small part to the country. Marov then smiles contentedly. All right, I will now tell you what you want to know. He recounted Chalon, the rebellious soldier, immediately surrendered. The involved parties have been brought to military court. Jabalung has been detained for treason. So you're wondering if all the rebellious soldiers are the same? Marov said that I do not intend to punish the soldiers. They were just forced onto the battlefield. Jell asked curiously, So what will happen to Japon? Marov replied that he would be used as a test subject. He was originally a rare and mediocre swordmaster. Rebels do not deserve forgiveness or a glorious death. Isn't that right? No need to pity the pathetic. This tragic end suits him well. Is that enough to understand? Jill hesitantly smiled and replied, Anyway, the issue is the input. Yes. Then Maravik pondered for a moment and asked, Jill looked at him and wondered if there was anything else. Marov said that I had mentioned my father-in-law before. Jill was scared. Oh, that's right. Queen almost forgot to lie. Jill shouted, Please marry the princess to me. Sorry, Your Excellency. Then Jill quickly stood up and bowed in respect. I was too hasty and committed a rudeness. I was sincere at the time, but after meeting the princess, I realized being friends would be better. Marov listened to these words and pondered for a moment. So delaying the marriage of your daughter to the royal capital has become meaningless. Jill bowed his head at a 90-degree angle and replied, How shameful. Seeing that, the king laughed loudly. Youth truly is wonderful. Does that make Jill confused? He replied, So do I. Young people are quick to ignite and easy to fade away. That's just how youth is, so I don't blame them. Only worried that my daughter might be disrespectful to you. Rudeness? Like how she might lose her temper and not know whether to hit you or not. Jill answers, Yes, there is. About 500 hits. Adeline, listening outside, trembles with fear. Hit him 500 times? Why did he say it was to heal? Is there anything else? The foolish children outside are being stopped by the king's guards. Your Highness, please stay calm. Adeline angrily rushes in. This crown prince really is loud outside, attracting the king and Jill's attention. Adeline sneers and shouts. Prince Jekyll bows to him 3 days later. I am very honored, Adeline asked after him. So you have truly returned to Magentano now, haven't you? I'm truly back. Adeline is still furious. I overheard the conversation between my father and the two of them. Ming is truly quite creative, isn't he? Claiming I hit him 500 times, my strength is no joke, and calling a child foolish is a serious mistake. Yes. Garden smiles brightly like a flower. Such is young love. Adeline kept criticizing. Only after meeting him did I realize we should just stay friends. Oh my god, I didn't do anything. I was just standing still, Jill recalls with fear. Let's run, and don't forget to say goodbye to the king. Wish the country glory and prosperity. I beg your leave." Before she could escape, Adeline grabbed his hand, trying to run somewhere. JL nervously glanced back. Adeline whispers into JK's ear, "Next time, give me another chance." He blushed and nodded at her. "Goodbye for now." Adeline waved her hand. "Then be careful on your way." Jay inside breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew, I almost got hit again." The scene shifts on that carriage. Our Highness is about to enter the Imperial City. Jill continued to panic. That Emperor will surely blow his top. You've probably heard all kinds of news. It must have been exhausting cleaning up the aftermath.
And now I have to negotiate with Angoma and get scolded all over again.
How could I know? It's all because of your arm. As soon as they arrived, JK was panicked. "What's going on?" Aiden explains. "Your Highness, it seems to be in front of the city gate. Your Majesty is personally waiting. Are you so discouraged that you want to scold but had to come all the way out here?" Then Jell arrived and bowed to the Emperor of the Empire. He moved with an unusually gentle grace. "You've returned safely? A stallion holding you so tightly that you can't breathe." Aiden looked at JK in surprise. "Wait, has this kid already reached the double ring realm? Is this speed real? It took me 25 years to reach the double circle." Then Jell bowed to him. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Asterion replied, "Yeah." Jill was surprised. "Huh? Is that all? No scolding?" "Are you happy?" he said. "I was just showing joy, but you were in so much pain." "Is that all? Are you so weak that you can't bear the responsibility of being a prince?" "That's right." Asterion handed the scroll of the letter to Jaquel. "You're wondering, that was his reply. The marriage proposal letters from royal families and high nobles everywhere are all for you." Jill held it in his hand and shouted out loud, "Huh?" At the Frontera Square, the fruit seller leaned in and whispered, "Did you hear that news?" The man asked curiously. "What news is that?" he whispers, covering his mouth. "I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince has achieved 9 great feats across 3 regions." "Really?" The old man nodded, confirming, and calmly recounted, "It's true. I heard that he infiltrated the rebel army, and with just 1 finger made the rebel leader faint." Hearing this, he was so shocked he stepped back and protested, "There's no way that's true!" The man frowned and shouted loudly, "I heard it with my own ears." The loud scream deafened him, and he grimaced as he replied, "Yeah, I got it." The old man straightened his posture, stroked his beard, and continued the story. "After that, I heard that in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, princesses from other countries and noble ladies all sent marriage proposals. I was stunned and thought the Crown Prince was too weak to marry. He cut him off firmly, so it turns out his worries were unnecessary. Instead of worrying about the royal family, you should focus on yourself." He clenched his teeth in anger and growled, "What did you say?" He turned his back to him and said, "It's not true. You need a job to get married. I didn't ask you to do it for me." "You always talk like that. Please apologize for your outdated remarks." Hearing this, he coldly turned back and demanded, "Then apologize for owing the rent first." After finishing, he bowed deeply to show his regret for being too impulsive. And the scene shifts to the luxurious castle in front of which Raquel is lying exhausted on the sofa, complaining about how tired he is. Immediately after, a voice called out, "Your Highness!" You put down the paper on your face, turned to ask, "Is there something you want to say?" Damien bowed respectfully and reported all of those were marriage proposals. The boy straightforwardly admitted, "Yeah, everyone says they want to marry me. Are you sure you're not mistaken about the address?" "How could it be a mistake? This level of fame seems impossible to hide. You've only been around the underground arena, so you probably haven't loved anyone, right?" Yen replied emotionlessly, "I have loved before." She suddenly stood up in panic and shouted loudly, "What? Keep explaining your reasons. The underground arena isn't just full of men." I shed tears indifferently, putting on a pitiful face to question. "This traitorous bastard is a main character effect," Raquel exhales. "After all, it's not a good thing and makes me think." Garden was surprised and asked, "Are you worried? Not sure who to choose?" He suddenly moved in close, laughing loudly, and said, "I am an expert in that area. Based on my extensive dating experience, I will help you seriously. That's how you find true love." Garden held Raquel's hand tightly and kindly advised him, "First, hold that person's hand." And then, looking into their eyes, he helplessly reminded them, "Enough now." But he didn't stop. Instead, he suddenly leaned in close, making Raquel pale, and then moved closer to press his lips. "That's a crime, isn't it? And you can't take it anymore. Push Garden away and shout loudly, 'I will refuse everything.'" Damien is a bit curious. Why is that? Raquel calmly explains that the suitors now are sending their proposals to him, and you will become emperor in the future. "Considering my status and prospects, I am the top candidate for the throne, of course." He agreed. "Of course, Your Highness." You cross your arms in front of you, your sharp gaze confirming. "Exactly, but why didn't they send me a marriage proposal before?" Gaydon hesitated slightly. Raquel pondered that, continuing the unfinished story. "In the past, everyone probably saw me as useless. They probably thought I would die young. The next thing you said made him jump, so they secretly sent a marriage proposal to Theod, right?" Garden exclaimed. "You already know, Your Majesty." Raquel reaches for the letter. "I share calmly I also have ears to hear. But I heard that guy rejected all the marriage proposals, saying I should be the first. You take a letter and hold it out to Garden, confidently showing off, after all, with this marriage, I will become the #1 husband. He was a bit puzzled and asked in a deep voice, but now everyone recognizes the prince's abilities and potential. Then why did you plan to refuse her marriage proposals? Rakiel shook his head and replied, I won't say. Hearing that, both Garden and Damien were stunned in surprise. Yes. He turned to look at his reflection in the mirror because Rakiel was grinning excitedly. I have no intention of becoming emperor. A healthy and long-lived royal life is my only goal and the reason I exist. As I pondered, I clenched the letter in my hand, already guessing some of the intentions behind the emperor's marriage proposal. But since I would benefit from the emperor, I had to cooperate with him. Rakiel points ahead and orders, Go to the second prince's palace. Gaiden exclaims in surprise, It's so late already. Damien beside him added, I will apply for a night shift allowance. As soon as he finished, a sharp voice rang out, causing the entire convoy to be unsettled. The carriage turned around. Rakiel glanced at the scene outside, his mind filled with many thoughts. Is this the first time we've met again since the duel? I've been so busy lately. I should have visited him when I went to see the emperor, but Thu and Hoa never thought of doing that. It is a bit too sweet. Is it too much to think that? Anyway, I'm not really Rakiel. Rakiel propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. They're not actually family. In the end, he lowered his eyes and sighed. But I wonder how Rakiel is doing now. Suddenly, the system displays a notification. Really? Why are you only curious now? You've only just arrived and now you're thinking about this? This guy's really something. I look up in surprise and ask hesitantly, Do you know I am not the owner of this body? The system responds, Of course we do. We are the ones managing this body. How could we not know? Rakiel bowed his head deeply. Keep going. Then, Rakiel is truly gone. He pursed his lips tightly, tense as he waited for the answer. The other side is just as tense. At this moment, Rakiel seems to be holding his breath, trying to listen carefully. He gazes blankly at the system displaying a line we also do not understand. Rakiel angrily clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath, That sounds serious. So what exactly is it? Immediately after, there was a reminder that His Highness has arrived. He got out of the car, leaned in to look inside, and softly sighed. So this is how the second prince's palace looks. I wonder how long the steward has been here, bowing deeply with respect. The old servant in the prince's palace requests to meet His Highness the Crown Prince, the legitimate heir of the empire. Rakiel held out his hand as a greeting and said, I won't intrude. Sorry, I have something to discuss. Could you please lead the way? Then glanced back to remind Damien and the others. The two of us will have a private talk. Wait here. He and Gaiden nodded. Dongthen replied, Yes. Rakiel followed behind the butler to ask about their well-being. It's so late for you to be having a meal. He replied, Yes, Your Highness. The steward led the way and said, Recently, the second prince has been spending a lot of time eating. Then he stopped and suggested, I will take His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to the reception room first and then invite the second prince out back. If you decline, I will go to see him myself. Rakiel thought to himself that he should leave the marriage proposals to the second prince and instead organize a grand banquet here, inviting all the noble young ladies to reveal the true appearance of the second prince. Theod, shining with an aura, confidently steps into the hall. The young ladies at the party scream excitedly, Second prince! The handsome face of Theodore appears in Rakiel's mind. He's tall, muscular, good-looking, athletic, diligent, and perfect. No alcohol, no drugs. Rakiel confidently asserts that it's not love that's unfamiliar. Rakiel, excited and scheming, smiles. I really am a genius. This is the level of a top graduate from Korea University, the plan to successfully propose marriage. At some point, tears had already streamed down Rakiel's face. I force a faint smile, but why do I feel like crying? After a moment of moving, the butler spoke up and said, Your Highness, this is the room. Rakiel looked at the door in front of him, wondering if this was it. Without hesitation, he threw the door open and cheerfully called out, It's been a while. As the large door gently swung open, Rakiel froze in place, stunned as he gazed into the room filled with blinding light, embracing the hazy figures inside. Theod, with a chubby face, was enjoying a delicious dish when a noise froze him in place. He stood there like stone, unable to believe what was happening, muttering to himself, No, Theodo. Oh, I must have entered the wrong room. Hey, it's me, Theod. Rakiel lowered his eyes, refusing to believe, and kept pulling the door shut. No, you're not Theodo. He ruffles your hair and explains, It's really me, brother. At that moment, he was stunned and shouted, What do you mean? Rakiel runs in quickly, looking around all over Theod's body with worry. How did things turn out like this? Rakiel's face paled as he realized this was a disaster. The plan to push the marriage proposal failed. You look at the pile of food on the table and ask curiously, Are you okay after all this? He nodded and seriously replied, Yes. People still say men should have a strong and sturdy build. Rakiel glanced over the imposing figure and asked again, Is that true? Is this physique really okay? Theod didn't really care, took a bite and quickly finished the chicken drumstick. I just eat and share that actually after losing to you, I don't want to do anything. Not swordsmanship, not studying, eating is the best, and my soul feels the most comfortable. Hearing that, you purse your lips tightly, concluding that this kid is suffering from stress-induced eating disorder. This won't do. Rakiel pats your shoulder with a sinister smile and makes a suggestion. Aren't you planning to try losing weight? Theod asked curiously. The plan to push forward the marriage proposal. The boy patiently asks again, I'm asking if you don't want to try losing weight. I'm worried about you. Theod didn't really care much. He focused on enjoying his meal. But I'm happy with how things are now. Raquel, like a little angel, leaned in close. I know you're happy with it. As soon as I finished saying that, I pushed him away with a strong hand.
But that's not good for your health. They lost patience with sharing.
I know living like this isn't ideal, but since I haven't hurt anyone, I think it's okay. Then he turned to the butler. He ordered the butler to prepare dessert and bowed respectfully. Yes, Raquel stood beside, watching the previous actions with clenched teeth. This guy has no motivation, willpower, or determination to lose weight at all. A giant bowl of ice cream is brought straight to Theodo. If you keep overthinking like this, you'll fail no matter how much you try to force yourself to lose weight. Raquel looked at the snack on the table, helplessly wide-eyed. What should I do? Should I try a different approach? Theodo asked innocently. Are you going to use more? The boy clenched his teeth, fighting an intense inner struggle. Think about it, Raquel. For a healthy and long-lived royal life, this guy has a very high sense of responsibility, is extremely diligent and kind-hearted. Truly kind-hearted, very kind-hearted. His pupils suddenly lit up. Raquel smirked as if he had a plan. That's right, it's him. I quickly changed my expression and leaned in to comfort him, like an understanding older brother. I shouldn't have spoken so lightly when I didn't understand your feelings. You just keep staring at your ice cream, so you only reply vaguely. It's okay, brother. After finishing, Raquel clasped the Thodo's shoulders with both hands. But I can't not tell you about this. I was surprised and looked back, asking what's going on. Then I leaned close to Theodo's ear and said coldly, I don't think I'll live more than a year. The plan after plan after plan for the marriage proposal. Theodo was shocked and stood up shouting. What? Raquel wasn't prepared and was knocked backward by a strong force, losing his balance. Then Raquel tumbled to the ground, his face pale as he stared at you intently. Is that really true? Knowing Theodore had taken the bait, Raquel lay on the ground with a cunning smile. After a moment, Theod regained his composure and ran over to help Raquel up. Is that really true? Yes, I confirm. Yes, it's true. Raquel quietly smiled at the compliment. All your internal organs must be amazed by your acting skills. He seemed to doubt, worriedly saying, You're strong, you defeated me, and even became a hero in my internal war. You must be feeling really confused, right? Sorry for bringing this up so suddenly, but if it's the truth and will be known eventually, it's better to say it now, Raquel said with a weak, trembling expression. The truth is that he has less than a year left to live. Thodo looked clearly worried and called softly, Brother? Raquel reached out his hand to stop him. I see now. A little piece of old memory comes back, and he softly shares that everything he did to care for patients in the palace and treat wounded soldiers was for that reason. All the good deeds he spread across the world stemmed from a vague hope that someday someone who could replace him would be you. Trembling with tears in his eyes, he covered his mouth and asked, Did you save and heal so many people just for me? Raquel sighed tiredly. Yes, I sincerely apologize to you. I didn't realize you had endured such a great loss. You clenched your hand tightly, feeling a bit guilty, wishing that I hadn't fought with you and had humbly relinquished the crown prince position to you. Raquel slaps himself across the face in shock, then shouts, You selfish idiot! You idiot who screams at the top of his lungs, I am truly a fool. Without hesitation, he rushes up to the window ledge and declares, I am trash and I should die right now. Theodo quickly caught up, holding Raquel's hand tightly and seriously stopping him. It's not your fault, it's just because you're too weak. You didn't know that I had to bear such pain alone just because I lost the battle and didn't get what I wanted. You lived so cowardly. Theodo rests his head on your chest, admitting his fault. It's his fault. Raquel shook his head in denial. It's not my fault. He punched you hard with his hand. It's my fault. You keep dodging Theodo's punches, looking pale as you deny it. No, I had no idea. I made a fuss and blamed myself. Only later did Raquel glance down and smirk in triumph. All right, then place your hand on Theodore's shoulder and push him away. Raquel seriously advises if you truly feel guilty, you must show your determination to make amends. Theodore nodded without a word, agreeing immediately. Yes, sir. Raquel asked expressionlessly. So what do you plan to do now? He shouted with full determination, losing weight. The proposal processing campaign is back on. Under the scorching heat, Theodore runs with all his might, his legs moving like a fully wound-up clockwork machine. Raquel sat on Yu's lap, observing the entire process from start to finish. He thought he had been doing well, but he needs to lose a lot of fat. To reach a normal weight without harming his body, it will take at least a few months. Raquel helplessly ruffled his hair but couldn't delay responding to the marriage proposal until then, unable to think of any solution. As he was in turmoil, someone came to report. Your Highness, the item the princess sent has arrived at the palace, but you still haven't figured it out. Muttering to himself, Raquel suddenly remembered something, clapped his hands excitedly, jumped down and rushed straight to the palace, shouting loudly, unable to resist opening the package. The faint light shone through the closed wooden door, creating a quiet and expectant atmosphere. Raquel didn't hesitate and threw open the door. Where is it? Queen bee honey. Immediately after, the boy's face froze stiff. This is a large barrel with the ladder placed on it. Raquel sighs. Is it really that big? As I was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted. Your Highness. Rakiel leans back from the box. Is that Gaydon's voice? In front of you. Garden is trembling and sighs. It took a lot of effort for me and the soldiers to carry this oak barrel. Rakiel nodded and reminded me. Everyone has worked hard. Take a break. With that, Garden couldn't stand anymore and collapsed right in front of you. He leaned over the wine barrel, stunned, and softly exclaimed in amazement as he looked inside at the glowing, radiant vat. He scooped up a spoonful to observe, then smiled slightly, saying, "The color and aroma are not bad. It seems good enough to drink right away. But to analyze the ingredients thoroughly, I still need to." Rakiel unbuttoned his shirt and said to Bob Book inside, "Do Book, this is really good wine. I want you to be the first to taste it. Yeah, because we are best friends." The next thing you say excites Bob Book even more, and this is an extremely expensive type of wine. Without hesitation, Bib Bob Book with glowing eyes leaps out of the pocket and chugs a big sip of the wine from Rakiel's hand. It rolled down rapidly from above. The system notification sounded. The immortal moonfish bee Bope. Bob Book has used the death skill. Level 1. Using level 1 resurrection skill, accumulating 1 size enhancement point. Using the level 1 diary writing skill, Rakiel quickly stops it, noticing it sweating cold. Wait a moment, you shouted in surprise. Why is it so long? Bob Buck gently wipes the sweat off his fish. Then, Rakiel moved down to kneel beside a pile of heart-shaped papers and looked at them. Bebo was not satisfied. Complained that today the owner finally fed him after a long time and claimed the wine was extremely rare and only for him. But he was deceived. Bad, especially Titan alcohol, is really terrible. It's too concentrated, so it's both salty and sour, and it gives you a stomachache. When fatty acids are activated by T-carnitine and move to the enzyme outside the cell, it feels really bad. This is theft. Give back my fat, give back my chubby belly. He didn't really mind, placing his hand on his chin in deep thought. T-carnitine. Isn't that the kind used in dietary supplements for weight loss? It keeps arguing that there's no limit, but if taking more doesn't cause side effects, isn't that just a scam? Burning fat without limiting the dosage and having no side effects is just cheating. Rakiel held up a heart-shaped piece, excitedly concluding as Bob Book flew around. If we do it well, we might be able to turn them into weight loss food, right? Using them as weight loss medicine would be even more profitable than Minotaur's Royal Palace pills. You excitedly shouted out loud across the space. Thawed, it's time to burn fat now. Over here, Theodore is gritting his teeth and drinking shot after shot. Rakiel won't give him a moment to rest. Hurry up and don't dawdle, finish drinking and start training right away. Theodo, exhausted and panting, runs while complaining. We can't run anymore. You keep reminding us like a machine. After finishing the workout, it's time to take your supplement, then train again, then take your supplement. Keep repeating this cycle. Train, then take your supplement. 2 months have passed, and steady footsteps are pounding hard on the tiled floor. Theod, with his muscular and sturdy physique, is diligently speeding up. After a while, he stops in front of Rakiel. You're really giving it your all, huh? Theod greets him. You're here then? He gasped out for breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, while Theod tilted his head curiously. Is something wrong? Rakiel's face froze like a statue. It's only been 2 months. It took you a long time to get your bearings. Sit down so I can examine you. The two of you move to the fountain. Rakiel takes Theod's wrist to check his pulse. The system displays a notification. General checkup for the Paletmo Magentano subject. Height 1.83 meters, weight 151 kilograms, now down to 88 kilograms. The overall conclusion is that during the rapid weight loss from severe obesity, the body's metabolic functions were disrupted due to the fast weight loss and the liver and kidneys have become exhausted. Rakiel's body reads the report and nods in agreement. Yes, I did lose weight a bit too much.
They really get treated cruelly. The liver is so tough.
Seeing a series of internal organs speaking out, he slightly annoyedly reminded them to be quiet. That arrogant kidney crossing its arms and threatening. If our body were treated like that, I'd probably develop kidney stones and just roll over. Rakiel widened his eyes and asked, Who are you? Then, suddenly remembering something, he quickly exclaimed, That's right, Mboa's kidney has awakened. Sorry, I've been so confused lately because King Mboa is right in front of me. Thodo saw the guy was dazed and kept calling but got no response. Eventually, he lost patience and shouted, Are the test results really bad? Rakiel was startled and quickly snapped out of his thoughts, saying, No, I was just surprised because everything is going so well. You've been through a lot, Thodo asked again. So I don't need to lose weight anymore, right? Rakiel asked seriously. Because his liver and kidneys are exhausted, he needs to rest for at least a month. Hearing that, he felt a little worried. Is there something serious wrong with your body? He quickly explained. Nothing major, just rest is fine, but losing weight in a healthier way. Thodo clenched his fist to reveal his bulging muscles. He confidently showed off. Yes, I feel much lighter and my spirits are better, but I never want to drink that kind of alcohol again, Mr. Nanyo said with disgust. It tastes like the earwax of a demon. Rakiel lowered his eyes and shared. I think I can drink it too, so don't complain. After all, the effect is very strong, right? Thodo stood in front of you, bowing his head to express. Yes, thank you. The boy crossed his arms and looked confident. See, you should be grateful to me. So, is it over then? Thod looked confused, not understanding what Rakiel wanted. What do you mean? The boy leaned in close and whispered, "You don't even know basic social manners? Don't you know how to give and receive in life?" he exclaimed in surprise. "I haven't had a chance yet." Rakiel masked his cunning expression and reassured him, "It's okay, you're still young, mistakes happen, so I'll give you a chance." Thodo nodded eagerly and said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Is that correct? In the end, Rakiel decided to speak up, saying, "Just help me with one thing." "It's not difficult," he replied enthusiastically. "Just tell me whatever it is. Don't beat around the bush. Say it straight." "Marry on my behalf." Thiod broke out in cold sweat, stiffening as if he couldn't believe it was happening to him. "Yes." Seeing his expression, Rakiel asked again, "So you said you could do anything but only talk without doing anything?" He hesitated awkwardly about that, and Rakiel sighed heavily with a weary expression. "So I just asked for something you couldn't do. I understand that was your true feeling." On the opposite side, Thiod was tearful. He suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why are you crying?" "All right, I'll ask for something else then." The man blushed and quickly interrupted. "No, it's just that everything happened too suddenly and I was caught off guard." Rakiel kept his expression unchanged and glanced at his blue pupils to share. "Yes, that reaction is understandable. Your demands are excessive because you are simply living your last days. Then why not just tell the truth directly? Every word you uttered was like an arrow piercing through Teodo. No, I must keep my remaining time a secret for as long as possible, especially from His Majesty. He has not fully recovered yet."
"We know well how critical your Majesty's condition was. Even after a miraculous recovery, there are still lingering effects and risks. What would happen if your Majesty hears about this without any mental preparation?"
He can't stay calm, panicking and shouting, "This can't happen." Then, without hesitation, making a decision right away. "What if I have to get married in his place?" Rakiel turned and replied briefly, "It's simple." He smiled cunningly. "Just need to make the other side want to marry." As he finished, Rakiel slapped his hand down hard. Garden and Damien shot forward like lightning from behind him. The two people removed the curtain, revealing pure white pigeons inside. Thodo stepped back in shock at the sight. "You've been making me lose weight from the very beginning just because of this, right?" Rakiel confirms. "Of course." Then you open the cage and release the doves to fly freely, making a clear declaration. Now, the celebration begins. The white dove with the pink ribbon and the letter is soaring through the sky. Followed by many other pigeons, they eventually split into different directions toward the magnificent castle. On the other side, it's similar. The white wings fluttering across the blue sky create an enchanting scene. Finally, the pigeon gently lands on the windowsill. Lo hears a noise and approaches the messenger pigeon. Over here, Anna, holding the letter in her hand, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a reply from Maginato?" "Really?" "Elsewhere," Flora also gasped in shock and shouted. "What? If you're not among the first 50 people, you can't attend the banquet?" Echoes of a desperate scream fill the air. "Prepare the carriage." The letter specifies the location for the first 50 people. The second prince's palace needs the fastest carriage. Countless young ladies are burning with passion for marriage. The carriage sped down the road. Lona urged it to go faster, standing up from the roof of the carriage and shouting excitedly, "I must make it into the top 50. They have no idea that Lona is watching her surroundings, confidently breathing a sigh of relief as she sees she's leading in speed. As soon as she finished speaking, the carriage was hit hard, causing Lona to sway. She gritted her teeth in anger and asked, "Who the hell?" Flora sped past, teasing as she went, "Oh my, I just lost control." She slightly smirked because her carriage looked too old. Flora chuckled and announced, "I'll go ahead now." After she finished speaking, her carriage shot off like a rocket into the distance. There were many other carriages behind Lona's, all of them eager and impatient. We can't afford to lose either. Anna lost patience and pushed her subordinate aside before taking control of the horse herself. "Move aside." Seeing the car continue to speed past, Lona could only stare in amazement as this horse race later became an international women's competition held every 5 years. She grimaced and ordered her subordinates, "Hurry up, if you're late you'll be fired." Who would have thought this would become the precursor to the Imperial Merch Rally Royal Carriage Race? The butler stood in front of the closed gate and solemnly announced, "That's all for today." The late arriving girls rush in, add 10 more people. Misa quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Almost late. Mary is panting beside me. Luckily, from above, a mysterious figure is watching the entire event of the party. Sensing that the moment has come, they leap down below. Inside the main hall, the sparkling crystal chandelier cast a warm, soft yellow light. Anna placed her hand on her cheek, blushing as she wondered what kind of person the prince was. Over here, Flora has a similar expression. "I'm also very curious, so the rumor that he's weak must be false, right? I heard that on the battlefield he managed to recruit a swordmaster." Lona nodded confidently. "It seems the rumor about him being weak is definitely false." Clara next to her added, "I also heard that he opened a hospital at the Palace Pond and treated patients for free without discrimination." She exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my God, how could someone be so compassionate?" While everyone was discussing passionately, a voice suddenly interrupted. "His Highness Rakiel Adria Magentino has arrived." The grand doors of the hall slowly opened, revealing a radiant and majestic glow as if leading to a magical fairyland full of wonder. A stroller is trembling as it moves into the hall, its hand weak and trembling, holding tightly to the handle to keep steady. The noble young ladies watching this scene were left speechless with their mouths agape, while whispers and murmurs filled the air. What does that figure look like? Is it really the crown prince? Am I dreaming? This has to be a joke, right? What's going on? Without that, you can't go? I came all this way just to catch the eye of someone like you? Rakiel could only secretly rejoice. Indeed, Lady Genetis' disguise magic is truly amazing. He glanced back at Damien to signal now's the time for the final move, and immediately, the strongest force propelled Rakiel's entire body forward. You lie weakly in his arms, and the ladies are once again stunned. Rakiel speaks, thanks. Damien behind lets out a sigh of relief. You whisper to yourself, I'm used to this by now, since I've received that kind of look many times at dating events. If I've disappointed them before, now I'll give them hope. Rakiel cleared his throat and then greeted everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Rakiel Adria Magenteno, the host of today's banquet. Thank you all for attending and making this event shine. However, Rakiel's appearance disappointed the other princesses who turned away. After all this hardship, I guess it's time to go home. Despite all the noise, Rakiel continued his speech, and now I would like to introduce to you the person who helped provide the venue for this banquet. My proud brother, the second prince of the Magentano royal family. With that, Thawed smiled gently, his deep blue eyes like the ocean as he entered the hall. Rakiel calls out Theodore Paletmo Magentano. When the young ladies catch sight of him, they all blush with admiration. Without hesitation, all at once they move quickly to surround Teodo, a multitude of women continuously inviting him, saying, Wait a moment, sir, would you like to dance with me, or just have a drink? Rakiel turned back and continued speaking, but it seemed no one was paying attention. And Florical also turned to compete. I asked first, Lona refused to give up and immediately retorted. I asked first. Damien observed the situation and concluded that it seems His Highness doesn't care about anyone. The plan to handle the pile of marriage proposals was successful. After settling everything, Rakiel turned and walked away. Now everyone will be aiming to marry that person. I just need to quietly step back. Seeing that he was about to leave, he called out sharply, Where are you going? Rakiel stopped and replied, I'm just going to the bathroom for a moment. Prepare some drinks for me. Under the quiet night sky, he leaned against the balcony railing of the castle, quietly gazing into the distance. Rakiel put his hand into his pocket, rummaging for something, then took out a bottle of liquid without hesitation and unscrewed the cap immediately. He brought it to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Next, a mysterious aura envelops his entire body. Rakiel looks at himself, finally returning. You lean on the railing and sigh tiredly. It's been a long time since I had a quiet moment alone like this. It's been 3 months since I returned, and I haven't had a single day off. A mysterious shadow suddenly appeared, covering my mouth with a sharp knife pressed against my neck. Sylvia clenched her jaw in silence. Rakiel, restrained, was a little panicked. What is this? You guess, could it be an elf who managed to bypass the guards and get in here? Even Damien didn't notice. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Have you been lighting fires somewhere lately? Rakiel was confused and didn't understand anything, not recently. Sylvia cut in and couldn't ask back, just answer immediately. He thought for a moment and then replied, Not recently. Sylvia angrily shouted, accusing you of lying, saying that you burned the Aplos Nest forest half a year ago. Irihan, you showed no fear and continued to question back. That counts as recent. It's true, but I think it's a bit unfair. She was startled and asked, What? It's unfair, he calmly explained. Usually no one considers something from half a year ago as recent. Sylvia was a bit surprised. What? I thought this through carefully before coming here. Rakiel touches her wrist, turns back and demands, So first, lower the weapon pressed against my neck and then we can talk. You came here to make a request, right? Then just say it directly. She was a bit stunned when exposed. I want to be compensated, Sylvia said openly. Rakiel asked in confusion. Compensate for burning down the forest? Sylvia nodded in confirmation. Yes, you have ruthlessly set fire to the beautiful forest and killed it. Rakiel replied expressionlessly. I have nothing to justify about that, and then thought to himself, although that action was to eliminate Vespar setting fire was real. The elves are a race obsessed with plants to the point of fanaticism. They love trees so much that they don't even eat them. They are a carnivorous species. Seeing Sylvia's angry frown, he concluded that they are the ultimate carnivores. Later, Rakiel decided, I will compensate properly. Please tell me what you desire. Sylvia requested, You go to that forest and restore it yourself. Rakiel nodded. Yes, you continue. Go to the forest you burned down and plant new plants. Hearing this, Rakiel was slightly startled. Do I have to go myself? How many do I need to plant to be enough? Sylvia replied, It has to be restored exactly as it was before the fire. He then wondered, just putting it back together is enough? She lowered her eyes and replied, You must care for it diligently until the plants return to their original appearance. Sylvia suddenly turned cold, directing her gaze at Rakiel. That is true recovery after all, isn't it? You seem a bit worried, but I know it takes at least 20 years for a forest to fully recover. Sylvia snorted coldly, not really caring. 20 years is nothing. At this moment, I am so furious inside that I must still try to stay calm. For someone barely surviving day by day, 20 years? Are you joking? For your race that lives over 1,000 years, 20 years is nothing. But for me, 20 years is a whole part of my life lost. Are you saying you don't want to do it? Rakiel suggests, Is there no other way to compensate? I will cover all the costs to restore the forest. Sylvia blurted out, using money to compensate. She swiftly aimed her gaze from the tip of her needle straight at Rakiel's pupils. It's ridiculous to say that a few worthless gold coins have no value to our fairy race. You're not panicking or explaining clearly. It's not just a few coins. A few duong if you want, I can give you even more. Hearing this, Sylvia suddenly froze, muttering to herself the amount he just mentioned. Rakiel noticed her expression change slightly and thought, it seemed like he was wavering just now. Rakiel hesitantly spoke. So how much are you willing to accept? I just want to propose the most effective and practical way to compensate. If I have to spend 20 years digging to plant trees, what's the point? Paying to hire gardeners for maintenance would lead to a much faster recovery. What do you think? Sylvia was surprised. She froze for a moment. This person is truly despicable, but I can't argue back. Sylvia gritted her teeth and replied, I understand what you mean. But Rakiel laughed and said, so you're still hesitating? Then why not take a little more time to think it over? She hesitated for a moment, took some time to think it over, and he nodded in confirmation. Yes, since this is an important matter, taking some time to consider before discussing further is a good idea, right? She steadied herself and then made her decision. That makes sense.
Then I will think it over for a moment and come back. I bow my head to show my respect and say, you made the right decision.
Sylvia left, and as she passed by you, she reminded you not to forget, I will be back soon. Wait for me. Rakiel kept his posture, bowing his head in response. Yes, take care.
He waved goodbye and said he would wait at the palace. Only after Sylvia disappeared did Rakiel relax.
He sighed deeply. Rakiel returned to the main matter, and he grinned excitedly. Then I should get ready too. The call echoed from the magnificent castle. Second Prince Theod, who was foaming at the mouth and lying flat on the table, was suddenly startled awake by the call. Second Prince, the butler anxiously reminds you that you should wake up. He wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, Yesterday you drank too much wine, so you saw the chaotic scene around you, Theod wondered. But what about your majesty? The steward respectfully reported. He returned to the palace this morning. He took out a cloth to wipe his mouth and suddenly said, He has already returned to the palace. On this side, Rakiel opened his mouth and shouted loudly. He sat on the chair, thinking that it would be soon. Damien glanced over with a hint of curiosity. Your Highness, who are you waiting for? He turned to tell. Of course, uninvited guest, Rakiel quietly said. If a demon in Damien, who suffers from a Saint Sword syndrome, can't sense her presence, it means her strength surpasses Damien's. A green leaf gently drifts through the air, passing over the bubbling fountain in the sunlit villa grounds, with Sylvia's mysterious face partially hidden in the shadows. Somehow, she stood on top of the fountain, hands on her hips with pride, then Sylvia leapt down. Damien stepped in front of Rakiel to block him, causing Damien to stop. He coldly guessed, could that elf be the uninvited guest? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, no need to draw his sword first. Watching the surging energy enveloping her, Damien felt confused and couldn't gauge her true strength. Behind him, someone stood up calmly and asked, Negotiating? Rakiel places a hand on his shoulder and continues. If you want to negotiate, you should probably introduce your name first. Sylvia crossed her arms in front of her chest and introduced herself, saying, I am Sylvia. The boy clapped excitedly and stepped toward her. You arrived early, didn't you? I was worried you would come tomorrow. I think no matter how much I think it over, I won't find an answer, so I came early. Rakiel leans in with a suggestive look because money alone can't satisfy him. Is that right? Rakiel circled around Sylvia, making her a bit uncomfortable, and the more she thought about it, the more she realized it was a truly tempting offer. The next thing he said made Sylvia tremble with anger, but if she accepted, she still felt like something was missing. Rakiel smiled slyly. Isn't that right? Sylvia was so furious that her veins bulged, but she couldn't say a word in protest. Seeing her stay silent, he continued to suggest, so let me add to yesterday's proposal. Sylvia curiously turned to add her opinion. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, Rakiel looked her straight in the eyes and said, I will save your life. Sylvia, unable to believe her ears, suddenly exclaimed, What do you mean? Seeing her look confused, Rakiel explained immediately. This isn't a threat that I'll kill you if you don't accept it. Anyway, you probably won't have much time left to live. Even if I didn't act, I sensed it when I met you last night. A strange sound, very faint, blended with your breathing. A faint smell of decay lingers in your breath. Can't you cough up dark green in the morning? What if I am? If you accept the reward in money, I will treat you. You dare to be so arrogant, a little girl like you. Sylvia grits her teeth and admits it was a real phlegm attack that morning. But a few years of rest in a place with fresh air would fix it. It's just a mild symptom. Rakiel frowns and counters, that's not a mild symptom. Did you gently curl your lips and call Bob Book? Upon receiving the information, it jumped out of Rakiel's shirt pocket. Sylvia was stunned looking at Bob Book. How did the illusion appear? You lean forward and point at her, then ask it to show you the image you transmitted through your pulse reading. After finishing, Boo's entire body swelled up like a balloon. It exerted all its strength, and an illusion of a body identical to Sylvia appeared before her. Rakiel points to the red spot on the chest and explains this is inside your lungs. This is the parasite curled up within your lungs. If we leave it as it is, your condition will only get worse. Sylvia glanced to the side, secretly thinking to herself that she couldn't trust that person. She looked back at Bebo Bob Buck, feeling confused inside, but the elder had said that illusion beasts never lie. Sylvia clenched her teeth and asked, "Is it true?" In the end, she pointed forward and shouted, "What exactly is that parasite?" Rekiel answered seriously, "It's a lung tapeworm, also known as a lung fluke. It's firmly attached inside your lungs and causing all sorts of damage, using your body as its host." "Something like that is inside my body?" Over here, Yu is still calmly eating the mountain tree, despite their discussion. She asked again, "Why is that I have never been cursed or affected by dark magic?" Rekiel answers, "It's because he accidentally swallowed a lung fluke larva without realizing it. The more I listen, the more confused I get. How could swallowing a larva happen?" He calmly spoke, "It's because Rekiel concluded that your eating habits are to blame. The raw foods you ate before are the cause. That's how the lung fluke larvae entered your body and attached to your lungs. The faint smell in your breath indicates inflammation, and the unusual sounds could be a warning sign of pneumothorax. Currently, a cyst has formed in your lung and developed into scar tissue." Sylvia widened her eyes and exclaimed, "The cyst is a tapeworm bag." You nod. As the name suggests, it's a bag that contains tremors. Hearing this, she seemed more worried. "So it's very serious then?" Rekiel gently raises his hand to explain that first you will experience chills and a low fever that keeps recurring, along with severe coughing and blood in your vomit, feeling exhausted and gradually developing neurological weakness. You have gone through it before, right? Sylvia recalled some things and then nodded to confirm. Somewhat, Rekiel warned that if this continues, you will die from complications. She lowered her eyes, thinking to herself that she just thought it was due to overexertion lately. After a while of discussion, he started to nod. "So what do you think about my proposal?" Sylvia asked cautiously. "What if I refuse?" Receiving the answer, Rekiel turned his back and was about to leave. "Then I won't heal you." She panicked and grabbed his shoulders. "Wait a moment." Sylvia considers, "If I accept the compensation, I will be scolded by the elder for accepting a shallow apology. But I don't want to die. I have tried for 200 years to become an enforcer, and I have never fallen in love. Elder, please forgive me." She bit her lip and sniffled, asking, "If I accept your offer, how do you plan to heal me?" I can smell herbs all over her. It's suspicious. "Don't tell me you're planning to make me drink medicine made from those rare plants." Rekiel cheerfully reassures him, "The medicine I prepared for you contains no plants at all, at least not in the part you drink directly." Hearing this, Sylvia was no longer gloomy and exclaimed happily, "Really? Can you confirm that once more?" "Yes." Then Rekiel pointed in a direction and said, "You will be drinking coffee made from mountain goat droppings and eaten by my friend from a mountain plant." She looked towards US and muttered in disbelief. "What did you say?" Sylvia widened her eyes in shock as she listened, meaning the new menu of the royal palace was unveiled, and he concluded with one sentence, "Urwak coffee." Sylvia, horrified, covered her mouth and cursed, then grabbed Rekiel's head tightly to question him. "Urwak? You mean drinking water boiled from cow dung? You don't seem to be hiding it at all. Just admit it. Yes, I know it's hard to believe that drinking water made from cow dung can cure you. Maybe I look just like a quack, right? But this is a truly effective healing method. This is not ordinary cow manure. It's Minotaur's dung, the sacred ox that eats mountain trees. How is it? Amazing, right?" Her legs went weak, and she knelt down muttering, "But after all, it's still just manure." Rekiel observed Sylvia's expression, silently thinking that Sylvia must be worried about that method too. If it were me, I wouldn't drink it either. But this is not some random prescription. Going back to last night, when Rekiel was standing outside on the balcony, the system displayed a notification. Your internal organs are praising the work of your lungs. The mischievous heart is teasing. My lungs have such abilities? My lungs chuckled softly at that. Lungs Rakio was too stunned to react to this situation. What? The stomach spoke up right after. Brother Lung, did you catch the worm in the lung? The heart suddenly spoke. I didn't expect the lungs to take the initiative to talk to the lung parasite. The stomach beside it chimed in. No one would think that a lung parasite would have such a hobby. As soon as it finished speaking, a guy suddenly rushed forward. So, what exactly happened? The lungs lean in close to share. For your kidney, I will review it again specially. Inside Sylvia's body, everything is like a nightclub. Flashing lights, lively beats, the lung tissues dancing to the music, shaking their heads repeatedly, with a look of excitement and enjoyment on their faces. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Are you here alone? The folded lung looked displeased and replied, I'm just here to dance. Don't bother me. In front of it is the lungs. They friendly offered, do you want to dance with us? The whole body of the lung suddenly stiffened at the sight of the lung's beauty. It quickly moved to their position. The lung shyly replied, all right then. The lung wraps its arm around her waist and asks softly, do you like meat? Seeing that son-in-law Foy didn't answer, Foy asked again, do you like fish? They leaned in closer, happily curious. So what do you hate? It whispers into the lung's ear. What I hate is the lung leaf that shares without warning. What I hate is the toxic sap of the lacquer tree. After getting the information, the lung waved goodbye and left, looking puzzled. I see now. We apologize for leaving first. Lung lamely offers an apology. I'm coming along too, no longer friendly. The lungs gritted their teeth and growled. Where are you going? Let's go, or you'll catch lungworm again. Now head back to Rakiel's place, standing in front of Sylvia, secretly thinking that the main component of the sun plant is Arusion. I heard that Arusion is excreted by herbivorous animals with strong digestive systems, and it's the most disgusting thing, you happily ask. So the plant is delicious, right? You nearby exclaimed excitedly, as if she couldn't accept this. Sylvia asked, is there any other way? Rakiel repeated once more, do you mean we can't drink decoctions made from feces? Her face was now pale, blood draining from her cheeks. You still want to persuade me, I understand. But I haven't said anything because I was afraid you'd panic. That lung parasite isn't always just in the lungs. Sylvia is curious. Where is it? Rakiel pointed to his head and exclaimed suddenly, the head. It follows the optic nerve from the brain to the eyeball, that lung parasite. So then, what will happen? If you don't hide it and share honestly, you'll just have seizures, headaches, vomiting, stiff neck, muscle weakness, and then die. She was terrified, tears welling up, and shouted loudly. No, you can't. Sylvia, losing her composure, grabbed his collar. I will drink. I will definitely drink. Her scream echoed through the silent space. Anything goes. Rakiel is currently standing in front of a large heater with flickering flames, quietly muttering, that's enough. Prince Damien approached Rakiel and asked, what are you curious about? Why? He calmly shares his thoughts. The god's duty is to protect you. Rakiel calmly replied, this is also part of the guarding duty. Damien remembered having to endure the foul smell, scooping it up with each spoonful, his teeth clenched in anger. Why am I carrying this thing? Damien shouted in frustration, touching the poop. You're not yet Sylvia's match, so I'll return after removing my mask. Damien's hand clenched suddenly, but he still held back. I'm sorry, but if I can save Sylvia with this, I won't die, so making the potion is also part of my duty to protect. It seems Damien also understood that line of thinking, so he didn't argue and quickly reminded him, so don't talk much, just drink this. Tuan obeyed. Yes, your highness. Damien clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, then swung it with force. He lowered his eyes and began to channel his energy. Damien slammed his fist on the table, causing everything to scatter and cow dung pellets to fly into the air while Damien began swinging his sword rapidly. Swish! In an instant, everything was split in two by the sharp edge of the sword. He sheathes his sword, his face showing seriousness. After finishing, Damien asks Rakiel for his opinion. Is this enough? You nod in satisfaction while holding a handful of the powder. That flour has been cooked into a liquid, Rakiel reminds him. If it cools down, the medicine will lose its effect. Moving to the traditional medicine room at the palace annex, let me introduce the new drink, Uruk coffee. At first, Sylvia hesitated for a moment, then pushed it back as he suggested refusing. Looking back, she still felt it was not right at all. Rakiel smiled and pushed it back to its original position. She gently pushed it away again, steadfastly refusing. No way. In the end, he picked it up and held it close to Sylvia's face to remind her. You said you would do everything to find a cure, didn't you? She suddenly realized. I guess so. Sylvia nervously takes the cup. She struggles with her thoughts. I really don't know anymore. This isn't poop! Sylvia broke out in cold sweat, reminding herself to take a deep breath. The moment she took the first sip, Sylvia had to tense all her muscles. She struggled to swallow but couldn't manage it. It smells terrible. I don't know when Rakiel moved behind Sylvia. He covered her mouth and reminded her, you can swallow it. In the end, unable to spit it out, Sylvia clenched her teeth and swallowed her frustration. She was exhausted, breathing heavily. Is the lung parasite now cured? Rakiel hesitated. Why did she suddenly clutch her chest and stand up? Sylvia continues to cough painfully, her body hitting the chair which collapses to the corner of the floor. Sylvia tremblingly knelt on the ground, suspecting it might be poison. Rakiel's fierce face suddenly appeared in her mind, and she blamed herself. I was so stupid. I was fooled. You stuck out your tongue teasing me, but it was actually poison. You idiot. Sylvia grits her teeth in full resentment. Rakiel in Sylvia's imagination, she tries to say a complete sentence. That guy, I will definitely kill him. As she finishes, Sylvia bends down and vomits everything in her stomach. Rakiel, standing beside her, cheered excitedly. Are you done? What kind of game is this? I won't be fooled again, Rakiel calmly reminds her. What is this? Calm down and look at that pile of vomit. Look here, can't you see it? It's actually a lung parasite inside Sylvia's lung. She exclaimed. Is it real? Isn't this some kind of fake or something? I'm not joking about the treatment. Sylvia blamed herself and shyly asked, so am I completely cured now? Rakiel straightforwardly replied. No, not at all. She widened her eyes and shouted. What? I take out the knife to remind you, don't make a face like you're chewing on poop. After saying that, he pinched his nose with his hand as if teasing. You're really eating shit, huh? Anyway, from now on, take this twice a day in the morning and evening until the lung fluke is gone. It's simple, right? A hot tear falls straight to the ground. Sylvia weeps and screams in despair. In the morning sunlight, the overturned cup of medicine lies scattered in a corner, along with the base containers holding everything she vomited out, as Rakiel gently pats her back to comfort her. Well done. The system displays a notification. You have given patient Sylvia Uruk coffee that you personally prepared. Thanks to the level 5 potion crafting skill, the effectiveness of the medicine increased by 14%. Rakiel read the deeply etched words inside. Success, the system continues. The patient was suffering from severe lungworm infection symptoms and would have died within 3 years without proper treatment. If she had the Uruwat coffee you prepared, all the lungworms in her body would have been eradicated. Level 2. Treatment fee calculation. Skill activated. Patient Sylvia's lifespan has been extended by a total of 732 years and 6 months. Because Sylvia is not human, her lifespan is reduced by 50%, resulting in a total of 67.71 additional days. The minimum profit unit is 1 day of lifespan. Rewards are rounded, totaling 68 days of lifespan granted. Expected lifespan of 376 days. He smirked with satisfaction. Very good, as expected from the fairy race, I believe it. Then, Rakiel cleared his throat to announce, "Congratulations, you are completely recovered." Hearing that, Sylvia was a bit surprised. "Really? So now you're seriously sharing. She doesn't need to drink Uru coffee anymore." She blushed with joy. Luckily, things are really terrible now. As if remembering something, Rakiel wondered if anyone around her showed similar symptoms. Sylvia asked confusedly in return, "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" A little bit of old memory comes back. She snorts coldly in her heart and asks why. The system keeps displaying notifications of an extra 60 days reward. Sylvia concludes that he's trying to drain all his life force to get double the lifespan reward. She straightforwardly replied, "I don't know." Rakiel was disappointed and asked, "What's going on?" Sylvia openly shared that she hasn't been back to her hometown in over 30 years. Rakiel anxiously guessed, could it be the day she left home? She shook her head in denial, saying, "I am the one carrying out external tasks." Rakiel offered a personal opinion. "When there is a task or order, I never return to the village." Our hands clasped together as the wisps of straw floated in the air. "You tell him that the High Elder will blow the dandelion seed carrying the order, and I just have to accept it." Rakiel glances in one direction and sighs with regret. "It's a pity. I guess we'll have to wait until next time. Anyway, this fairy has to pay for the damage caused by burning the forest, but thinking about giving it away like this really hurts. That money is what I worked hard to earn. Now I have to gather everything I can." He speaks in a serious tone, "So now you should pay for the medical exam, right?" Sylvia broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated before saying, "It's not free. I heard it was free." After finishing, Rakiel slammed his hand down on the table, startling her. He leaned in close, his voice full of threat. "Who said that?" she cautiously asked. "The people who have been treated here, so why am I the only one being charged? You never negotiated with me for free treatment." Then he reached into his shirt, feeling around for something. "I only said I would treat you, not that it would be free. So I am just requesting a fair adjustment. Do you see the paper below? Whoever filled out the registration form gets free treatment." Sylvia didn't fill out the registration form. She wondered if there was such a thing on the registration form. You just need to snap your fingers to confirm, so you should pay for the medical exam. Outside the room, footsteps echo loudly down the corridor. Burris with wide, bright eyes stared straight inside, standing before everyone present. Rakiel shouted fiercely, "Trying to cheat the payment? I never thought the elves would be like this. What was I thinking when you mentioned compensation money? You're just agreeing to pay without saying a word, and even treating me so carefully. So this is how you responded to me?" Sylvia, panicking as the crowd surrounded her, suddenly stood up. "How much money?" you blurted out. 100,000 main. Hearing this, her whole body froze like stone. Then she made a request. "Can't you pay in installments?" Rakiel asked bluntly, tilting his head to expose the truth. "You don't have any money, right?" Sylvia replied gloomily with not a single cent. Rakiel nodded and glanced at the butler. "Then it's going to be difficult. The paint I give to Euros for the horse is very expensive, and it also costs a lot of tools and equipment to make coffee." He understood the message and stood silently, calculating. "I'm losing money. With losses like this, I might have to sell my house again." Sylvia suggested maybe asking the royal family for a subsidy. The young man scoffs in response. "It seems she doesn't understand the emperor well. He told me to be independent, so he didn't give me a single cent." Sylvia grimaced and asked, "So is there any way to pay for the consultation besides money?" Rakiel immediately changed his expression. "That can be paid with the body." Soon, the lively commotion from earlier faded away, as if it never happened. The stage gradually fell silent, leaving only the faint echo of a bustling day. Seeing the room filled with gold, silver, and jewels, Rakiel couldn't help but feel happy, surprised that everything was sold out in just one night. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Sylvia stormed in, shouting angrily, "You con artist, you just pretend to smile. The model who sold out has arrived already?" she asked angrily, clearly saying all she needed was to stand still. "Are you daring to drag me into that scam? You're not the crown prince, you're a fraud." Why say such hurtful words? But at this moment, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. "I am not the con artist, but the scene changer." Last night in the grand hall of the gala, the melodious sound of the violin filled the air, with gentle notes weaving through the floral decor and sparkling crystal lights, creating an enchanting and luxurious atmosphere. In the center of the hall, Theod was surrounded by beautiful young women. A gentle voice spoke. "Second Prince, Your Highness, have another drink with me." He quickly refused, saying, "I've been drinking nonstop these days, and if I keep going, I'll lose my muscles." Lona immediately cut in, her voice full of a smile but with a hint of coercion. The party is lively, so I guess we should have another drink. I told you I wouldn't drink, so why are you bothering our second prince? She crossed her arms, her eyes cold, her words straightforward and teasing. Are you just now mentioning us? It seems you have a serious misunderstanding. Maybe eating too much has made your mouth go numb and your brain swell up. Lai sneered behind her fan and said, I think you're the one who's really gained weight. I'm not fat, I just have a swelling. What's swelling? Drinking so much wine like Her Highness the Princess, there probably won't be any grapes left in the vineyard. Lona's eyes burned with anger. No matter what she said, the second prince still belonged to me. Lai grits her teeth, eyes wide with threat. The second prince belongs to me. I will give the crown prince to you. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted the heated argument. No, I am the one who will step back. It's okay. I also want to thank everyone for coming to join the celebration today. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly fell silent and all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. In front of everyone, Rakiel appeared in Damien's arms, his frail body almost nothing but bones, so fragile it was terrifying. Lai and Lona gritted their teeth in anger, their eyes blazing with murderous intent, as both of them almost simultaneously thought, why did they have to come again? The atmosphere is really great. Seeing that expression, Rakiel could only feel a bitter smile inside. Anyway, I am the crown prince, and that expression is truly terrifying. As soon as I reached the last step safely, Damien quickly placed the wheelchair down. He immediately sat down and gently adjusted his collar, his composure quickly returning to calm. Today I want to give everyone here a special privilege and a great opportunity. Up ahead, Lona continues her argument. I will give the crown prince to your highness the princess. Lai replied with a resigned and helpless tone. I already said I would give it up. Rakiel's face darkened briefly, lips pressed tight, and he muttered softly, I heard everything, but you quickly regained your composure. All right, let's get back to work. Will they be able to sit still after hearing this? Rakiel declared firmly. The revolution in weight control that I have invented. Their words immediately drew the full attention of the two women, who both turned to look at him with eyes full of surprise, their minds echoing only two words. Weight control, revolution. As Rakiel finished speaking, a line of people suddenly appeared from the upper corridor, descending one after another. Miracle weight loss pill! Sylvia walked steadily, each step clearly echoing through the silent hall. You continue speaking, and I would like to introduce everyone. Suddenly, Rakiel raised his voice, his clear voice echoing throughout the room. The Slim, you start the introduction. This medicine is refined from concentrated canatin in Vesparos royal jelly. As soon as it's absorbed, it will burn fat like a nuclear power plant. Rakiel gestures towards Sylvia. If you take this medicine, everyone can become like this. She was so angry that veins bulged on her forehead. Her teeth clenched tightly, with only one name in her mind. The Crown Prince. He paid no attention and kept shouting nonstop. Your Highness Sylvia, try a few more poses. You have to pay your debt. Immediately after, the scene before his eyes left him stunned. The little star suddenly shrank back, eyes wide with amazement. A few seconds earlier, Sylvia had her lips pressed tightly together, sweat streaming down her temples, clearly trying to hold back her rising embarrassment. But in the end, she still raised her hand slowly, forming a commanding pose that displayed her bulging, well-defined muscles. Lona was stunned and instinctively exclaimed, Oh my god! Halai couldn't hold back either and showed off her muscles. Seeing this, Theodo stood frozen in place, his cheeks slightly flushed, the wine glass in his hand pausing mid-sip. And in an instant, the hall became noisy, with some unable to hide their suspicion saying, Did you become like that after drinking that? Someone else rubbed their chubby belly and muttered, I also ate a bit too much when I came here. Then someone reached out to touch their plump cheeks and sighed softly, their face looking even rounder. Looking at the pile of divine medicines in front of her, the woman hesitantly asked, Do you think so? Are you planning to buy them? I've been trying to lose weight my whole life. At this moment, the person next to him decisively replied, I will buy it no matter the price. Hearing that, the woman seemed to make up her mind. I will buy it too. Suddenly he spoke up, causing the people below to turn around in surprise. You can buy it even if you're in line here. Rakiel continued, T-Slim is being sold today as a special promotional package, and it's not available in large quantities. As soon as the words finished, the entire auditorium was shaken, and everyone shouted out, What? The crowd below immediately pushed and shoved each other to move forward, with those behind forcing those in front to give way. Get out of the way. I was here first. Another person pushes forward desperately. I said I was first. The atmosphere suddenly erupted like a hive bursting. This arguing voice keeps going. No one willing to give in. I will buy everything. Buy it all. Sell it all to me. In the midst of the chaos, Rakiel gently waved his hand, trying to calm everyone down. Line up, please. Line up. At that moment, a system notification appeared saying your internal organs were both protesting and praising your skill in selling medicine. The large intestine sneered and mocked. This guy isn't just a drug seller, but also a bloodsucker. Hearing that, your face immediately stiffened, and you thought to yourself, Really? The stomach laughed so hard it tears up. Isn't advertising weight loss pills considered false advertising? Rakiel retorted. So what? I have to make money. Your 5 viscera and 6 bowels marvel at your clever and cunning tricks.
I'll reward you with 100 HP as if I were giving a treat to someone I dislike.
Currently have 2,900 HP. Returning to the present, Rakiel gently places the slim medicine box on the table with a calm voice. Of course I look like a scammer selling fake medicine, but the effects of the medicine are real. He emphasized further because I worked very hard to get the second prince to try it. Rakiel confirmed that he had lost a lot of weight because of it. Sylvia was momentarily stunned. The second prince. Her eyes suddenly filled with a contemplative look, as if she just realized something. Could it be that Sylvia's mind flashes to the handsome man surrounded by many girls in the lobby that day? When she meets his intense gaze, Thalad suddenly feels embarrassed, quickly turns away, avoiding her fiery stare. She asked slowly, "So you mean the man among those human girls?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right. Of course, just taking the medicine alone won't help you lose weight. When the box is opened, inside among the neatly arranged bottles of medicine is a sheet of paper with detailed instructions." Rakiel explained, including a detailed instruction sheet with usage guidelines and precautions. He spoke confidently, promising a full refund if they followed the regimen and diet properly, but still saw no results. Sylvia frowned, her eyes full of doubt. How can they prove they are dieting properly? Rakiel calmly reassures them. Those who suffer losses should just prepare thoroughly. Seeing her worried expression, he assured her that even if there were doubts, the compensation money would still be paid in full. "Thanks to Mr. Sylvia, I made a big profit last night." Rakiel spoke up because they are all very wealthy. His eyes suddenly lit up with a calculating gleam, so I sold the special package at a higher price. A thought briefly crossed my mind that I will use the remaining money after reimbursement for what's coming next. Sylvia's gaze fixed intently on the figure before her, a faint, sinister smile curling at her lips, hiding her scheming intentions. "That entire amount is my treatment fee, you scammer. Rakiel suggests that if you're done talking, you should rest at this secluded palace. You can stay longer if you want." With that, he slammed the pillbox shut and said, "I need to go see His Majesty the Emperor." She exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty the Emperor!" Then Rakiel quickly stood up with his hands supporting himself. "Yes, you've been calling me since this morning, so I guess you're going to scold me," Sylvia said, with her arms crossed, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "If you knew, why aren't you worried at all?" He quickly put on his coat because he knew he would be scolded today. Before leaving, Rakiel turned back with a knowing smile, allowing the next plan to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's chamber, a furious shout echoed throughout the vast space. "How dare you treat the marriage I bestowed upon you as a joke?" His hand clenched into a fist, his voice growing colder and colder. "It's truly ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Do you think I don't know what you've been up to lately?" Rakiel stood silently, secretly thinking that it was just as expected. He slightly bowed, appearing to admit fault, but inside his mind, he harbored a completely different thought. This obsessive check is really enough. As long as I pass the test, a little endurance is worth it. Suddenly, Australian spoke softly, but behind that was still an unmistakable disappointment. "I had hoped you would make a wise choice, but you treat the imperial wedding like a joke and pass the responsibility to the second prince." At this point, he couldn't contain himself and trembled with anger. "I heard that last night you were selling medicine to guests at the banquet and even signed a contract there. The more I hear, the angrier I get. Why did you do such a thing?" Rakiel replied in a calm voice, still maintaining a composed demeanor. "I do not take the royal marriage lightly." "Your Majesty," suddenly you looked up, your eyes directly meeting theirs without flinching. "You already knew, didn't you?" He furrowed his brow slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Alien stared. "Could it be that you have guessed my intention?" He answered honestly, without hesitation. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said coldly. "Since when?" Rakiel speaks calmly. "Since being granted numerous marriage proposals by His Majesty, and some time has passed," he continues, his gaze unwavering. "The Emperor never intended to accept any marriage proposals, right?" he questioned in surprise. "What basis do you have to dare to make such a guess?" Rakiel firmly states his opinion because His Majesty did not marry her off early. "So now Your Majesty must have a crown prince. You have overlooked the fragile child like me and turned your attention to a crown prince who can securely inherit the throne. But Your Majesty never intended to cast me aside." The words that followed made Astalion gasp in shock. "From the very beginning, you must have considered the possibility of my untimely death. If I fell and the crown prince was still young, Rakiel would be sure that if the queen came from a powerful family, she and her outside supporters would easily elevate the young prince as a puppet. You spoke up and manipulated royal power. Your Majesty probably does not want that scenario to happen." Rakiel's voice continued to echo. "So I believed that this time there was no real candidate for the marriage, and I only acted according to Your Majesty's intentions." The Australian paused briefly before immediately recognizing the intention behind those words. He narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a cold edge. "So I just rejected the marriage proposals and cleverly created an event and a suitable reason to avoid criticism." Your response made Astian frown. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said through clenched teeth, his cold gaze making it clear that even your tongue isn't ordinary. Rakiel bows respectfully and says, "I thank Your Majesty for your grace." Australian felt a surge of surprise inside. "I never expected my child to understand my heart so well." It's incredible. He still can't believe it. His gaze flickered briefly, the fragile child who once broke my heart at first sight. "Are you already this grown up now?" Australian gently waved his hand as if dismissing the countless chaotic thoughts and rumors. He propped his chin on his hand, looking straight into his son's eyes, his voice lowering. All right, tell me, what do you want? You called me here so suddenly there must be something you desire. He secretly felt pleased, thinking that if he guessed the person's intentions correctly, they would likely agree to most of his requests. Then Rakiel slowly explained, bowing deeply with great respect, based on the achievements he had accumulated so far. Please grant me the honorary professorship at Huangdo Magenta Medical University. But as soon as I finished my request, a flicker of worry crossed my mind. If the herbal medicine clinic becomes more famous, it will be more difficult than now. Rakiel silently thought that the number of patients he and Garden could see each day is limited. A continuous stream of thoughts kept flashing through his mind. We need more doctors with different specialties, but right now we still don't have the proper licenses. To be precise, the Oriental Medicine Clinic Biet Kung is an unlicensed medical facility. Rakiel understands this very well. According to the Empire's medical law, unlicensed facilities cannot hire certified doctors. And at this moment, images of talented doctors sneering with a smirk suddenly appeared in his mind. He really is just an unlicensed quack. Rakiel silently confirms that even doctors wouldn't work for an illegal establishment. His gaze gradually became more determined, so I have to get the license to practice. Once recognized, renowned doctors will flock in droves. Everyone is competing to join. I want to work here. Rakiel's determination grew even stronger. He must obtain the title of honorary professor equivalent to a medical license. You had already planned out all the next steps. Then, if you hired doctors from various specialties to open a general hospital, just thinking about the day the hospital officially opens, Rakiel couldn't help but feel happy, as it would allow him to accumulate lifespan more effectively. But Estallion's response was like a cold splash of water dousing all his hopes. No. Hearing the unexpected answer, Rakiel slightly furrowed his brow, irritation clearly showing on his face, as an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. Why? I will stand straight immediately, Your Majesty. I have already achieved many accomplishments. Could it be that Your Majesty thinks I am not worthy of the honorary professorship? He still maintained his calm demeanor and replied slowly, I know, but I want to see you endure a little more hardship. Rakiel took a few steps forward, his gaze firm, as a thought flashed through his mind. This won't do. I have to persuade him. Suddenly, you kneel down abruptly, your knees hitting the ground with a loud thud, expressing your heartfelt feelings. I want to save even more people. Those words made Estallion momentarily surprised. His eyes slowly widened, then the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a satisfied smile. Estallion said in a deep voice, If that is what you think, I issue the order. You are pleased, your voice filled with urgency. Yes, Your Majesty. But then he suddenly suggested to the Crown Prince that instead of being awarded honorary professor status, he should enroll in the medical school's graduation class and take the graduation exam. Rakiel looked a bit deflated and replied softly, Yes. He slightly furrowed his brow. Don't you like it? He quickly waved his hand. No, I don't. But deep down he muttered in frustration, It's happening again. The relentless test machine, Rakiel quickly headed to the medical university, and as soon as he sat down, his inner voice immediately erupted. Oh my god! Rakiel bit his nails, a whirlwind of tangled thoughts constantly swirling in his mind. This could be resolved in one step, but now it will take several months. Even if I'm annoyed, I have to do it. Rakiel's face shows clear frustration, but then his eyes suddenly light up with a new calculation. Building a general hospital could also bring in quite a bit of extra income. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, startling both you and Damien as you looked up. A man in a luxurious suit stepped inside. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Belverdy, the Dean of the Medical University, humbly requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince, the legitimate heir of the Empire. Belverdy quickly took responsibility himself, as there was a critical patient and he couldn't come out to greet. Please forgive this rudeness, Your Highness, Rakiel said calmly. It's okay. As a doctor, patient's health must come first. He straightened up, looking slightly awkward as he glanced away. Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. Seeing Beer sigh softly with a look of disappointment, I immediately guessed the reason. From their appearance, they probably think I am taking shortcuts by abusing my position and power. That thought only makes Rakiel more determined. Moreover, in this medical school, they probably also think I lack proper medical skills, so I can only prove myself through strength. I gently stand up from the chair, speaking calmly. Now please guide me. Birdie glances at the other person. Are you planning to take the medical school entrance exam, Your Highness? Rakiel firmly rejects the idea. No, first I want to hear about the graduation exam I will be taking. Understood. A hint of arrogance briefly rose in his heart. If it's the graduation exam, I'm very confident, Rakiel softly said to Damie. You can go home now. My thoughts continued to flow within. Who am I? A proud smile gently appeared on my lips. He is the top graduate in traditional medicine from Korea National University. Soon, the two of them arrived at the research room. The door quickly swung open, and the sound of footsteps softly echoed on the ground. Rakiel's eyes were immediately drawn to a series of intricate laboratory tools. On the wall beside them hangs a painting depicting the structure of the human skeleton. Seeing the people inside, he couldn't help but wonder. Are those the senior students? Belde quickly exclaimed, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone pay attention. Hearing his voice, everyone turned around simultaneously. Let me introduce this person to everyone. As soon as I finished speaking, all eyes turned to Reikyo, but what appeared on their faces was unmistakable disgust. Seeing that, he silently thought his reaction was also like the principal's. Reikyo awkwardly raised his hand to greet, a forced smile on his face, as a single thought kept looping in his mind. The atmosphere turned icy cold, freezing to the bone. Belverdy continued the introduction. This is His Imperial Highness Crown Prince Raquiel Adria Maganato. He paused briefly and then added, I hope you will all assist him during the graduation process. I'm the Crown Prince after all, and no one even claps for me. Suddenly, an arm was raised. Sir, Principal, I have the question. Keolot looked at Reikyo, his voice tinged with defiance. Will the prince take the exam immediately without taking the previous courses? Immediately, those around him clapped in applause, and someone excitedly exclaimed, That's a good question. Keolot Beaverd still maintains a calm demeanor and responds softly, Your Highness will probably find our curriculum somewhat unfamiliar. He paused for a moment before continuing. So, helping each other to graduate makes sense, right? Immediately, he hurriedly exclaimed, But, Headmaster, Keolot frowned in anger. Your words seem to contradict the principles we have been learning and practicing all this time. You mean Ton Chi has to be qualified to take on the responsibility? He said without hesitation. Yes, that's right. The scene in front of me makes Raquiel feel extremely uncomfortable. Look at them. When they introduce me, they don't even mention the traditional Chinese medicine clinic at the Bikung. He sighed softly, feeling quite dissatisfied inside. So they just said it straight out like that? Raquiel stood silently, lost in thought. I like them. That's right. As a healer, you must have enough trust and determination like this. So now I will announce the graduation exam topic, which is Tran-Tri by group. One group of 6 people will be responsible for one patient, with the goal of working together to fully cure that patient. Beldy reached out to the draw box. Your Highness, now we will draw lots to divide into groups. You're drawing lots? The man nodded calmly and explained, There are balls of 5 different colors in the box, and each person will take turns drawing. Anyone who draws the same color will be in the same group. Bird respectfully said, Please, Your Highness, draw first. You must avoid being in the same group as the Crown Prince at all costs. He hasn't attended any classes, so how could he be good at it? If we're in the same group, there's no way we would graduate. He reached into the box, gently stirring the balls inside. Rekiel lightly licked his lips, slowly searching through the pile of balls, while everyone's eyes around him were fixed on each of his movements. The moment Raquiel pulls his hand back, Verd immediately shouts that it's green. It's Keolot's turn, and he prays silently that it's not green. The tension made sweat pour down his body, his palms soaked. Please, just let it be over. Time passed quickly, and soon the drawing was finished. The room gradually became noisy. Are you on the other side? As he looked closely at his group members, each face showed clear signs of despair, as if they were about to cry. Raquiel sighed softly, and the disheveled doctor from earlier was also there. Looking at everyone's faces standing there, his voice rang out as the group had finished dividing up, and now the patients would be assigned. Bavard calmly stepped forward, starting with the first group, the one with the prince. He gently lifted the white curtain. How are you feeling today, Lord Mizu? From inside, the patient's voice echoed out with a hint of fatigue. Today, my legs still won't move at all. Bavard nodded gently, his voice calm. So I will draw the curtain back for you. Please continue to rest. Immediately, the curtain was drawn down and closed in an instant. He immediately turned around. Everyone is probably already familiar with this patient, but since His Highness has just joined, I will explain again. Raquel couldn't help but be wide-eyed in amazement at what he said next. This patient is paralyzed in both legs. He continued to explain, but there was no accident or injury. One day, his legs suddenly became immobile. Before becoming paralyzed, he had symptoms of enteritis with diarrhea. Over the past few days, his toes often felt numb and stinging. Belverdi continued, saying that 6 days ago, he lost the ability to move his toes, and then the paralysis gradually spread upwards. Now he cannot move both legs. They whispered softly. Yes, everyone in your group looks pale and stunned, their lips trembling as they mutter, Is this a test? Raquel clearly sensed the heavy atmosphere beside him and turned to look. Everyone seems to be hopeless now, huh? Belverdi's voice rang out again, increasing the pressure on them. The future of this patient is in your hands. Try to find the cause of his paralysis and treat him. After giving the order, he stepped forward and bowed to you. I will take my leave now, Raquel replied softly. Yes, before you could say anything more, the door slammed shut, leaving only a dry, hollow sound. Suddenly, Keolot spoke up. Your Highness, I have something to say, he calmly replied. Go ahead. He turned around with an angry expression and begged the prince not to use his power to help our group pass the exam. Please don't do that, Raquel asked, confused. What do you mean? Keolot gently pushed up his glasses. Just like the past few days, we won't be able to find the cause of the paralysis. His voice was full of helplessness, and even the principal hadn't figured out the reason. Keolot's hand clenched into a fist, his eyes shining with determination. So even if he received an impossible exam and failed, they wouldn't resort to tricks. He sighed in relief, meaning he wanted all graduating students to be evaluated fairly and hoped the prince wouldn't abuse his power. They all replied in unison, "Yes, that's right, Your Highness." At this moment, Rekiel felt extremely satisfied. The more he looked at them, the more he liked it. "Your eyes are fixed on the crowd in front of you. I understand what you mean, but what can I do?" "I already know the reason." Those words left him stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. "You said what? Really?" Rekiel nodded slightly, his voice full of certainty. "I figured it out as soon as I heard the principal's explanation." Everyone's eyes immediately lit up, eager for the words about to flow from his mouth. The cause of paralysis in the lower limbs was suddenly revealed as Rekiel casually ran a hand through his hair and grinned mischievously. "But I don't give it away for free." Rekiel casually interlaced his fingers behind his head, his tone nonchalant. "I don't give free information." Keolot looked a bit confused and hesitated before asking, "Can't you tell us so easily?" He frowned and said, clearly losing patience, "Are you joking with us? Why should I tell you without getting anything in return?" Keolot took a step forward, but His Highness still maintained a serious expression, his voice lowering. "This is a matter concerning the patient's future." Rekiel stared intently at the people in front of him, his eyes deep and contemplative. "Let's see what these guys are up to. If I find the cause of the paralysis and can cure it, can all the credit be given to me?" Rekiel's subsequent words made them all awkward, exchanging glances, none daring to speak up. "I hear you still haven't found the cause of the paralysis." Keolot pushed people away. Dongtu suddenly curled up, meaning he subtly raised a finger with a smug smile on his lips. Everyone was dismissed, suddenly graduating. His face immediately changed, a look of displeasure flashing across his mind, daring to interfere with us through power and status while only using trivial remedies to satisfy his strange whims. At this moment, everyone's eyes around him shone with determination as if a decision had been made. His heart was tangled like a ball of yarn, and his inner thoughts were tumultuous, unsure of which choice was truly right. After a moment of hesitation, Keolot Ha decided, nodded slightly, and turned to look at Rekiel with a lowered but firm voice. "I will accept it, Your Highness." He narrowed his eyes and asked clearly, word by word, "No matter what your recovery results are, we will have to wait another year to graduate. Is that okay?" Keolot answered confidently without hesitation. "Of course, we were taught that way." He gently placed his hand on his chest as a pledge of honor and said with determination, "The patient's recovery is more important than our graduation, just to understand the conditions you set." Keo continued, "We want to examine Mr. Mizu again." Rakiel propped his chin, lazily looking straight at the person in front of him, wondering if he could learn anything. "Sir, Your Highness." Keolot stepped forward and began examining the patient again. "Have you experienced any other shocks recently?" Midu softly replied no. He placed the thermometer and continued the examination, then asked if he had ever fallen heavily. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "No, I haven't." Keolot nodded slightly. "I see." Watching the scene before him, Rakiel silently praised himself. Not revealing any confusion, he did quite well. As a healer, that's how it should be. If you show anxiety while assuring the patient, it will be a fatal blow. Rakiel narrows his eyes in thought. "I think I've seen enough. Now it's time to act." Immediately afterward, you quickly walk toward them with a calm voice. "Now can I do it?" Rakiel greets warmly. "Pleased to meet you, Your Majesty Mu." Seeing you, Mizu hurriedly sat up in panic. "I humbly request an audience with Your Highness." Rakiel immediately reached out to stop him, his voice gentle. "Stay still. Then I will come as a healer, not as the prince." Mizu was a bit hesitant, but still nodded. "Yes." Dean Rakiel began asking about the progression of the illness. "You said, before the paralysis symptoms appeared, you had been suffering from appendicitis for some time, right?" He confirms, "Yes, Your Highness." "Then, the tips of your toes started to go numb and gradually became paralyzed." You continued speaking. "You also said you never had any serious injuries to your head, neck, back, or waist, right?" "Yes, at first I just thought it was due to exhaustion." He pursed his lips tightly, trying to hold back the tears welling up in his eyes, not understanding why it had come to this. Rakiel softly asked, "When exactly did the paralysis symptoms begin?" M choked back tears. "A few days ago, your eyes were fixed on your immobile feet on the hospital bed." Softly muttering, "I see." Rakiel quickly suggested, "Now I will start. May I hold your wrist?" As soon as his fingers touched his wrist, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind, starting the pulse check. In an instant, a series of information appeared clearly. "The pulse check results are in. Please review the comprehensive examination form below. Overall, the body is generally healthy. However, it was found that the myelin sheath of the motor nerve cells was damaged due to inflammation. This is acute inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy." The system exclaims in surprise, "This must be going numb." Rakiel closes his eyes. A thought flashes through his mind, just as he expected. After a while, he gently lowered Miru's hand. "That's all for today." Rakiel stood up, gently grabbing the white curtain beside the bed. As he stepped outside, he said to the others, "Let's go to the next room and talk." A moment later, a nervous voice called out from the next room, "Your Highness, please tell us what caused the paralysis." Rakiel calmly explains that it is Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune disease affecting the peripheral nervous system. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Autoimmune?" Another person couldn't help but repeat, "Jill syndrome." Keolot wondered. So what is the cause? You are silent for a moment and then speak slowly. I also do not know the cause of its occurrence. Maybe no one knows for sure. The most plausible hypothesis is infection with a virus or an immune disorder. Reikiel's subsequent words left the people in the room speechless, which is rare after receiving a vaccine. They all responded in unison. The vaccines you usually explain are caused by Campylobacter, Mycoplasma, pneumococcus, herpes viruses, flu, other viruses, and the most troublesome of all, COVID-19. Reikiel's voice still echoes clearly in the silent room. Those things can cause the immune system to become confused. You say, a confused immune system might mistake nerve cells for viruses or bacteria and attack them. At this moment, everyone's mind immediately imagines a nerve cell waving happily at an immune cell. How's my myelin doing? But the immune cells looked at each other in confusion, and one cautious cell whispered, "What is that? Is it bacteria?" The cell next to it shook its head. "I don't know." It immediately suggested, "Just attack first." That cell immediately agreed. "Fine then." Reikiel continued speaking. When the nerve cells are damaged, it results in paralysis. Basically, in everyone's imagination, the previous scene continued. The neurons were suddenly attacked, clutching their heads and crying along with the group. "Why would you hit me?" he emphasized. "I remind you this is not an official conclusion yet, just a plausible hypothesis." Keolot gently pushed up his glasses, glancing at Reikiel with a hint of suspicion. "So even His Highness doesn't know the exact cause of this?" he replied calmly, as if to reassure. "Don't worry, I know how to cure paralysis." He sneered with a mocking smile. "You say you don't know the cause, but know how to cure it. Isn't that just messing around?" Reikiel is a bit annoyed. "Are you bluffing? Do you think I'm bragging?" Keolot frowned and questioned.
So where did you learn the knowledge you just mentioned? Can you tell us?
He narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. "It's nothing difficult," Reikiel replied confidently. "I found in an ancient book stored in the 7th Palace that records the knowledge of vanished supercivilizations and ancient medicine long forgotten." The words left everyone speechless, faces grim, and they couldn't help but think to themselves, "We are not meant to be there." You stand up from the chair, your voice deepening, now more focused on what I say. Reikiel suddenly points directly at him, his tone becoming serious. The patient is about to show signs of abnormal breathing. Keolot is stunned. What does abnormal breathing mean? Please explain how some patients with this syndrome can develop acute respiratory failure due to diaphragm paralysis. At this moment, a clear thought arose in Reikiel's mind. During the internal organ consultation, the patient's lungs and diaphragm were painfully and subtly crying out. That is a warning sign of respiratory paralysis. If it worsens, mechanical ventilation will be needed. You gently place your hands on his shoulders. Now watch over the patient. I will go get the ventilator. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room was filled with whispers of suspicion. What are they saying now? The person in front stared in shock, repeating the word ventilator. Seeing everyone still standing there, Reikiel angrily looked back over his shoulder and shouted, "What are you still standing there for?"
Aren't you going to see the patient? They were startled and hurriedly saluted.
"We'll go right away." In an instant, the door slammed shut, leaving a hollow echo reverberating through the space. Reikiel stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes still fixed intently on the closed door. After a moment, he bent down and began inspecting every corner with great caution, stooping low and searching through every crack, not missing a single detail. Inside the room, there is a bed covered with shiny sheets and mattress. Reikiel slowly sits down, his eyes scanning everything around him. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and turned sharply toward the window. But in front of Reikiel, beyond the glass, only the faintly swaying green leaves in the wind could be seen, as if no one was here. You gently open your coat and softly call the little pet. It's time to meet your new friend. Outside the window, in the distance, a shadow peeks out from behind a tree. That man hurriedly jotted down what he had just observed, secretly relieved that he almost got caught. He is Agent 3 from the Valentino Royal Intelligence Agency. Agent number 3's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Here we go again. He stared blankly at the sewing process, muttering to himself. The thoughts kept racing endlessly in his mind.
You've been bedridden for 10 years, yet lately you refuse to rest at all. Agent number 3 sighed softly.
You should rest a bit so I can too. He muttered desperately, trying to hold back his frustration. It's the end of the shift. Thinking about that, Agent number 3 burst into tears like rain over the struggles of everyday life. Hey everyone, I'm working overtime again today. Seeing Reikiel's strange appearance, he couldn't help but wonder if he was really talking to a spirit. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst out from inside the room. Agent number 3 was startled, nearly shouting, "What is that light?" Then he quickly suppressed it. She remained calm and kept watching. When suddenly another creature appeared. Special Agent number 3 was stunned. Another illusion beast? Where did this come from? At this moment, inside the room, he was struggling to hold on, trembling as he tried to pull the creature away from his face. After a while of writhing, Reikiel finally managed to lift it out. Looking at the tiny creature before him, he couldn't help but be stunned and whisper. The little animal blinked its bright eyes, showing an adorable expression, then let out a soft sound. "Mon girl." At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared before Reikiel, offering a third draw with a cost of 2,700 HP. His current HP is 200. Are you okay? What's wrong? Feeling something coming out of your nose, Rakiel suddenly sat up in surprise. What? Nosebleed? Seeing the bright red bloodstains on his hand, he was stunned. Is it real? In that moment, her butt kept slapping her ears loudly. Suddenly, Rakiel's nosebleed gushed out, flowing in strange streams as if guided by an invisible force. That blood didn't fall to the ground but flowed straight into the ogre's body, causing its belly to gradually swell. The scene before him left him speechless. What is this? Seeing his fingers so clean as if the blood never existed, Rakiel was stunned, realizing he didn't even touch his nose but still managed to draw blood. His gaze lingers on her buttocks as her nose suddenly swells up like she's holding something back. Rakiel narrows his eyes with curiosity, sensing there's more to this. In just a moment, a surge of spiritual energy shot out from its nose and hit your face directly. Rakiel was startled and panicked, but in the very next instant, he suddenly felt a strange transformation. Truly refreshing. Rakiel takes a deep breath, feeling not only clear air through his nose, but as if he's in the middle of a forest. The system notification. Your lungs enjoyed the fresh air unexpectedly and are dancing Samba 3 Enjoy. The two lungs happily dance non-stop, one puzzled and asking, how long has it been since I last breathed this fresh air? The other exclaims excitedly, feeling so natural that it wants to do a samba right now. Your lungs have donated 100 HP to you. You now have 300 HP and are starting to get used to your new pet. Is your name Komong? Rakiel reached out with both hands. Komong, you just blew your nose and then blew air into my lungs, right? Your eyes are fixed on the figure in front of you, your cheeks slightly flushed with excitement, as you perform CPR with Wi-Fi while sucking and blowing. You're really crazy. You need to understand your abilities first. Rakiel gently pinched her cheek, voice full of anticipation. Miss Mong, do you have a manual? Seeing you frantically rummaging through yourself, your face immediately lit up with joy. Mong girl suddenly spat a wet, saliva-covered piece of paper onto Rakiel's face. He froze for a moment, trying to suppress his rising anger, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thank you! Rakiel quickly opens the paper and mumbles as he reads the list of skills that Ms. Mong possesses. At that moment, the system screen immediately appeared before my eyes. The COS mode was passive, thanks to its large, sensitive ears that could sense the patient's condition in real time. It demonstrates that a strong inhalation at level 1 can extract accumulated fluids from the patient's trachea and nasal cavity. The system continues to display clean breath at level 1, sending fresh air from a distance to assist the patient's respiration. Connected to Commos mode to monitor the patient's condition in real time and automatically adjust the pattern and optimal ventilator settings. He kept reading the lines over and over again. The room was so silent it was suffocating. Rakiel softly spoke, unable to hide his astonishment. Can the settings still be changed in real time? His face gradually brightened, eyes shining with excitement. Today's lottery draw was a big win. Transition to the patient's room, where students gather in a corner, each showing signs of helplessness and exhaustion. Keolot gently pushed aside the curtain, his eyes showing suspicion as he lay there claiming he would be paralyzed in breathing. Remembering Rakiel's somewhat teasing face, he clenched his teeth in frustration, still unable to believe it. At that moment, Mu's eyes gently opened, while Vuong was still a bit dazed. At that moment, Mizu's blurry eyes opened. Seeing Keolot, he was surprised. Lord Keolot, you startled me. Mu, did I wake you up? Sorry. I gasped for breath, trying to force out a weak smile. It's okay, I'm fine. You should go rest now. Keolot gently pulls the blanket higher over him with a firm voice. I don't need help. This is my job. M struggles to breathe, sweat running down his face. He tremblingly reaches out to you and says in a hoarse voice, Keolot is doing very well. Keolot gently called, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. Mizu desperately responded with all his might. So today, let's not finish the sentence. A violent cough erupted as he clutched his throat, opening his mouth wide, trying to breathe in the scarce air. Breathe, breathe. Your frantic screams make everyone around rush over. Hey, Miru! Keolot's face turned pale, his heart pounding, his mind in chaos. He was truly suffocating. What should he do now? He immediately turned around and shouted loudly. Lift the upper body about 30 to 45 degrees to make breathing easier and ensure the airway is clear. Everyone hurriedly followed the instructions, but after a while of trying, the condition still didn't improve, and panic set in as he still couldn't breathe more easily. Keolot clearly had opened the airway, yet, in the tense moment, he hesitated before suggesting, maybe we should try the herbal remedy. Jikata anxiously asked back, is it dangerous? Saw still seems a bit calm, but we still don't know the cause. Shouldn't we invite Director H. Cherry? Keolot's mind rages fiercely. He feels so helpless. His teammates' urgent calls echo in his ears. Keolot, what should we do now? His vision blurred from the stress. All the medical skills we've learned so far are useless now? The frantic breathing of my teammate is etched into every cell. What should we do now? The sunlight shone down on him like a verdict on a career that had yet to bloom but was already fading. Keolot lowered his head, voice choked, saying, it was also when Rakiel was standing outside the door, helpless and not knowing what to do. Hearing those words, he said seriously, why are you shouting so loudly in front of the patient? Kot looked confused. Your Highness? Then he hurried back, his voice tense. Mizu is breathing very hard. Keolot continues to report and seems to be in pain when breathing. Rakiel is stunned. What? Without hesitation, he quickly rushed to the bed and decisively said, "Get out for a bit." Seeing Mizu struggling to breathe, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. How could a respiratory emergency come so quickly? Rakiel hurriedly called the Phantom Beast. "Miss Mong?" Immediately, Miss Mong jumped onto the patient, its large ears standing upright, attentively listening to each breath. At this moment, the system voice activates, the compose mode turns on, her long nose twists like a spring, gathering energy, ready to release spiritual power. In an instant, a stream of fresh air is blown into Mizu's nostrils. A fiery red glow spreads across the school grounds, and time seems to stand still in the small room. After a moment, Miru's breathing gradually steadies, and Suya blinks, her respiration returning to normal. Naz couldn't hide his curiosity and asked softly, "Is that elephant the legendary beast from the rumors?" Jika hesitantly replied, "I'm still a bit stunned, but I think that's right. Mythical beast that helps humans breathe." Keolot stood silently, head bowed, heavy thoughts filling his mind, initially thinking it was just a trick to embellish fake medical skills. But then he predicted the patient's condition and responded calmly. He looked down at his hands, trembling with self-reproach. Unable to do anything but stand frozen in front of the patient, Keolot sighed in shame, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of guilt. Lacking strength but still showing arrogance before the prince. Truly shameful. "Prince, I have a question. From now on, how will the treatment proceed?" Rakiel turned around, secretly thinking, so it turns out he truly values saving patients above his honor. I like that. Speak seriously and don't just rely on me. Try to share your opinion. Keo looked confused, his hands twisting together, and in a hesitant voice, he honestly said, "I don't know much." He hesitated before sharing his thoughts. "I did consider using the herbal remedy I know, but I was worried that if I used it incorrectly, without knowing the cause, it might harm the patient." "Your attitude is completely different from earlier, isn't it?" Keo honestly admits. "Because the one who diagnosed accurately and predicted the emergency in time was you. Your Highness, you calmly ask again. So you no longer have doubts?" "I still hold my stance. I don't trust 100%. Rakiel steps forward steadily, his gaze calm but full of pressure. "Then it's up to you. After all, there is a way to cure. Since you said you can't use intravenous immunoglobulin or plasma exchange, I will apply the nerve block technique used on the wolf nurse." He exclaimed in surprise. "The nerve block technique?" Rakiel confirmed. "That's right. Before applying that method, I will rest for a while. During this stage, we need to wait for the patient's body to recover naturally while maintaining stable respiration." After saying that, he quickly left the room. "I'm also very tired." Keo quickly called after him, voice full of concern. "But what if something happens to the prince?" Rakiel turned back with a face full of murderous intent. "I told you to rest. My breathing is already helped by Miss Mong. Don't worry. If anything happens, call me right away." The others, frightened, quickly bowed to receive the order. Yes, soon he was back in the resting room. Rakiel tiredly sank onto the soft cushion and sighed. "I haven't had a moment's rest since returning from Ambroise." "Hey, Diem, can I borrow some of your thorns? I'm so exhausted. I want to try taking care of myself a bit to ease the fatigue." Seeing that it was also tired and whimpering softly, Rakiel gently suggested, "I can help you remove some today if you'd like." "Thanks." Rakiel straightened his posture, suddenly recalling the moment he first inhabited this body. "Then let's get started," and he quickly plucked a thorn from its body. The needle was skillfully inserted into the acupoint on the big toe, starting from the Dadun point, then moving to the area between the big toe and the index finger. Next is the Hongguan point. At that moment, the system immediately displays a series of notifications. Your liver function has been lightly activated. Your liver happily shakes its head in relief after so long being treated. The liver in your body is excitedly bouncing around. "It's been a long time since I felt this way, hasn't it?" The lines on the screen keep appearing. Your liver has donated 100 HP. Current HP is 400. Seeing the reward, Rakiel immediately became excited and kept piercing the acupoints on his legs. Next is the Taichung acupoint. Suddenly, Rakiel froze, sensing something unusual in his body. What is this? Why does this burning sensation feel like this? He looked down at his hot red foot. What's going on? It's getting hotter and hotter. Rakiel's gaze fixed on the spike embedded in his leg. Tadpole shrinks back. Seeing its true form, he screams in horror. Vine thorn pain. The bone-deep agony erupts fiercely, spreading from the foot throughout the body. You fell backward, a heart-wrenching scream echoing non-stop. The system issued a blazing red warning. You have pierced yourself with the black thorn, bearing the effect of the healer, overcoming hellish pain. You have activated the true effect of the healer. The healer thorn effect has been triggered. Your metabolism accelerates to the maximum in mode 8282. Rakiel collapses onto the bed, his mind spinning, feeling increasingly bewildered. Mode 8282, what is that? Suddenly his heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it would burst. His chest was squeezed so tightly he couldn't breathe. The intense pain made Rakiel feel like he was dying and coming back to life, his whole body almost paralyzed. At that moment, your 5 internal organ system is losing control due to a sudden metabolic surge. Inside Rakiel's body, everything is chaotic like a runaway train, and the excited heart is cheering. Let's go, full throttle ahead. Keep throwing coal into the furnace. Push crazily and run even faster. In the midst of the chaos, a faint voice called out from outside. Brother Tim, are we going too fast? I'm feeling dizzy and my lungs are uncomfortable too. Yes, that's right. But despite the organs complaining, the heart stubbornly followed its own will. Forget it, it's been a long time since I felt this excited. Tears of joy sparkle in its eyes as its whole body trembles with excitement. Now, run even faster. Everyone clung tightly as the train sped out of control, black smoke billowing in arcs, swallowing the desperate cries echoing inside. The system continued to display information, and the internal organs became extremely excited for the first time due to the accelerated metabolism. Rakiel clutched his chest tightly, his face pale with the uncontrollable pain, feeling like he'd just drunk 100 cans of energy drink. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricted. What's happening? At that moment, a tiny dragon was flying around the room. But strangely, he could see every detail of it, from the delicate trembling wings to the tiny hairs on its body. Rakiel stared in amazement. How could he see so clearly like this? He sat up suddenly, breathing heavily, his eyes shining with surprise and disbelief. The feeling of time slowing down. Rakiel waved his hand back and forth in front of Bob Book. Am I moving faster now? After a moment, the system announced that the thorny vine effect had disappeared. The 8282 mode has ended. You clutch your chest and breathe a sigh of relief, your whole body feeling relaxed. Rakiel quietly asks, "Are you guys still alive?" The system displays the words 5 internal organs stunned by the aftershock of mode 8282. Inside the body, after everything has completely ended, an organ stumbles and leans against the door, nearly dead. Seeing the crushed heart on the floor with drool dripping from its mouth, it screams in panic. "Brother, are you okay?" The breathing heart replied, "I'm fine." "Hey heart, let me go one more time. It feels even better than I imagined." The other side also agrees, almost dizzy but really happy. Heart's left eye suddenly lit up, still trembling with exhaustion but looking extremely excited. "If you say so, let's do it again." The system sound continues to play, adding mode 8282 to the internal organs and supporting 100 HP. Current HP is 500. Rakiel's lips twitch in frustration. From the reaction, it seems there are no side effects. Your eyes are fixed intently on the sharp thorns beneath your feet. But in the end, what is this? I used to think it would just be extremely painful. Rakiel gently pulls out the black thorn, examining it in front of his eyes. The rapid nerve acceleration changes the substance, causing both pain and incredible effects. But it's too painful for me to try again. You continued speaking, saying, "This should only be used when fighting monsters like Jabon, not randomly." At that moment, the system screen suddenly displayed a message. Your acupuncture experience has exceeded the limit. Rakiel was stunned. What is this now? It slowly explains that you have cared for countless patients and performed thousands of acupuncture needles in the process.
The system emphasizes that all those processes have become part of you like your flesh and blood, by inserting a completely new type of needle into your body, which has expanded your experience explosively. The distilled acupuncture experience has been unlocked into an acupuncture skill.
The acupuncture skill at level 31 increases effectiveness by 15%. Seeing the tempting reward, he almost drooled with desire. The effectiveness of acupuncture increases by 15%. If you invest HP, the skill will become incredibly powerful. It immediately makes the choice, a skill-specific option.
Do you want to use 500 horsepower to simulate acupuncture for the next upgrade?
Rakiel immediately pressed Z to activate the acupuncture simulation, and a burst of bright light erupted from the system, spreading throughout the surrounding space. Immediately after, the information lines that appeared startled him, linking to the acupuncture scanning option of the pulse technique, allowing him to load patient data obtained by scanning acupuncture points into simulation mode. Rakiel quickly stood up, his voice filled with surprise.
Today's reward is really high quality, isn't it? Please load the data of Mizu's acupoints that I scanned earlier. It responds immediately, uploading Mu's data.
In an instant, a blue light began to swirl, overlapping like a flow of data. As the system's voice rang out again, Mizu's figure gradually became clear in the space. Mizu's patient data has been reconstructed. As Rakiel gazes at the dense analysis on the screen, a faint frown appears and a hint of worry rises in his heart. Today's data will be a bit different from tomorrow's, so we need to run the experiment quickly before the data error rate increases. Without hesitation, he reached out and took the needle. There is a faster way, but if you go around, the system will report that the needle has already been created. His face is cold, with a slight curl of his lips, carrying an unpredictable danger. Not a Korean person. Rakiel firmly grasped the needle in his hand and began to act. You roar, all at speed 8,282. The needle just touched the acupoints on Mu's body, and the system immediately kept reporting. Failure. Failure. When touching the pressure point on his knee, the result was still the same. Failure. Failure. No matter how many times I tried, that familiar sound kept repeating. Cold and terrifying. Failure. Failure. Rakiel was now exhausted to the point of losing consciousness, bending over with heavy, labored breaths. But deep down he remained determined. Despite all the failures so far, with this pace, I will succeed tonight. After countless repetitions of that method, Rakiel's body was almost exhausted, sweat pouring down like a shower. But finally, the long-awaited result appeared. Gill syndrome is completely cured. The next morning, the group of students gathered by the window, quietly reading and discussing the report in their hands. Suddenly, a strained cry rang out, making Keolot startle and turn around. What's going on? In the distance, a shadow lurked behind a pillar, clutching the edge desperately, as if using its last strength to stay upright. As the figure became clear, it was Rakiel, his entire body gaunt, pale-faced, trembling all over, unable to stand steadily. Seeing the people in front of him, Rakiel whispered weakly, pleading for help. Help me a little. He panicked and hurriedly rushed forward.
What exactly did you go through all night? When he saw the countless needle marks on your legs, Keolot widened his eyes and asked, what are those needle marks on you?
This, you could say, are the marks of intense inner turmoil. A fleeting memory of what I went through all night flashed through my mind. I tried every method, tens or hundreds of times, to buy a super fast room. My thoughts keep flowing nonstop, like watching dozens of movies back to back all night. Failure. The thorny medicine's effect is shorter than I thought, so I'm pretty exhausted. Rakiel spoke in a low voice, repeating like an exhausted machine. When one method fails, I try again and again. He silently cursed himself to death. Seeing tears streaming down Rakiel's face, he anxiously called out, Your Highness, why are you suddenly crying? I have found a complete cure for Mu. Keot was stunned, unable to believe his own hands. Really? Rakiel nodded softly. How is Miru doing now? He quickly reported, From yesterday he has been sleeping and breathing more steadily, so you made the decision. Let's start the treatment. Keolot looked a bit uneasy. Are you sure? Rakiel glanced at the person beside him, his tone half joking, half serious. Why are you worried I might collapse? Yes, he smiled. Don't worry, I can't die. Outside the hospital room, a group of students with wide eyes watch every movement inside closely. Rakiel holds 3 spines in his hand. Before starting, he carefully instructed, Kozum, please take charge of the needles. It let out a familiar squeak, Koyum. Then he turned to her and gave a serious warning, asking her to monitor carefully as the breathing and condition might change during treatment. Rakiel sternly reminds those behind him, I will focus now, so unless it's urgent, do not speak or interfere with my nose. His eyes narrow slightly with a cold glint. Now let's begin. I quietly focus on the acupoints. Rakiel gently places his hand on Mizu's body, a soft blue light slowly spreading and penetrating deep inside. Immediately, all his meridians appeared clearly like glowing lines beneath the skin. He gently lowered the needle to the area around the ears, starting with the Shenhui point of the gallbladder meridian. Rakiel recalls every step taken last night, recreating the simulation he performed. He acts with extreme caution. Any slight mistake in timing could ruin everything. Suddenly, the door burst open, and upon seeing the figure appear at the entrance, Rakiel was stunned. The principal and the student group hurriedly rushed over, blocking Beldia, but the principal's gaze had already caught sight of the figure lying on the hospital bed, with Ms. Du's face covered in acupuncture needles. The panic in his voice rang out. Your Highness, what are you doing? I clenched my teeth, anger rising within me. Damn it, because I have to follow the meridians moving in real time, I can't move recklessly. The thought suddenly struck, making Rakiel's spine turn cold. If the principal interferes now, we will fail. Zia and Nasi are still desperately holding Beldy back, both restraining and shouting. Principal, in that tense moment, Keolot suddenly covered your mouth with both hands. Please stay quiet. Principal Vert struggled and shouted angrily, What are you doing? He spoke firmly with a determined look. Do not interfere with the treatment. He was so angry he was trembling. Is this what you call therapy with needles? Is this how I teach you? Keolot looked straight into Bedir's eyes without flinching. Please observe the treatment process unfolding successfully. He gently tilts his head, his gaze following behind him. Your hand keeps moving precisely, dropping each needle accurately on Mizu's acupoints without missing a single spot. A faint awareness begins to dawn in Belverdy, and just then, his toes gently twitch. His pupils constricted in shock. It's moving now. What on earth is going on? Belverdy is still stunned, his eyes fixed on Mu's body. How is this possible? He spoke without moving at all. Verd turned to look at the students and lowered his voice. You know the treatment for His Highness works, right? Actually, we didn't expect it to be this bad. He responded, thinking that trying to trust just once wouldn't hurt, so he was simply observing. He slightly curled his lips, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Trust, without any basis at all? That doesn't sound like your decision at all, Keolot dismissed. That's not it, he spoke with a confident voice. My teammates and I have all seen His Highness pondering and devising a treatment method throughout the night. Keolot continued, his gaze more determined than ever. So we all decided to give it a try. You shared your feelings and decided to trust him just this once. Dean, please take a close look at the prince as well. He sighed softly, even though he seemed about to collapse. He always prioritized the patient and treated them. Could someone with that appearance really be the crown prince? Keolot has always insisted that no healer has ever looked like that. His voice continued to echo, even looking more like the patient than the patient himself. Are you a doctor? Could this be the patient? Even while focusing on treatment, Ty Rakiel subtly moved, clearly hearing every word behind him, and upon closer inspection, he looked even more like a zombie. At that moment, Rakiel immediately turned back, his eyes full of anger. I heard everything. Since I was focused on my treatment and thought I didn't hear, I want to know how much you truly trust me. Kaolot shyly clears his throat and awkwardly turns away.
And the people around burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere from earlier also eased somewhat. Just then, the needle on MU's knee suddenly twitched slightly. Seeing his toes trembling and moving, he smiled with satisfaction.
All right. Rakiel gently dusts his hands together and takes a deep breath.
Today's therapy session is over. The boy glanced back, speaking calmly but with a hint of pride.
As you can see, it was very successful. I managed to save part of the nerve, Rakiel said proudly, his eyes shining. See? It's moving now. At this moment, the patient's toes are gradually regaining sensation and moving slightly, no longer completely paralyzed as before. Prince Belvedere asked curiously, "May I ask what kind of treatment this is?" He gently stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, "In short, Rakiel calmly explained that I found a way to create an alternative route to replace the damaged nerve caused by inflammation."
Do you think that's possible? The old man wondered.
The boy nodded gently, his tone calm. Maybe it is. It's not easy, but Rakiel gently removes the needles from his body, and for now he can only move slightly. He emphasized seriously, so the rest is crucial, acupuncture every day and expanding the pathways further. Verd wondered, if he kept acupuncture, could the paralysis be cured? Rakiel hesitated slightly, speaking cautiously, maybe around 2 to 3 weeks, then continued to make very convincing arguments. If you persevere with the treatment, you might be able to walk again, even if only slowly. Hearing this, he seemed to realize that was the case. The boy subtly glanced back, a thought crossing his mind. The principal must be really shocked, right? With the pride of someone who believes in medicine, his hand clenched into a fist. The prince's treatment method is truly strange. Beldy remained silent, seemingly giving Rakiel a chance to show himself, but also believing that it would definitely be effective. He silently wondered, he's not someone who bets his whole life on medicine like I do, so how on earth can he do it? As the needles were finally pulled out, he whispered softly to himself, "It's finally all done." Then, he frankly proposed, I can continue treating him from now on. Bertie remained silent, his eyes fixed on the floor as if his inner thoughts were tearing him apart. Rakiel looked straight into his eyes, his gaze cold but determined. After a moment, Belver gently closed his eyes, his facial muscles relaxing as if he had made a decision. His response made him extremely happy, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Of course.
A few days later, at the medical university, warm golden sunlight filtered through the window, creating a very peaceful and serene atmosphere, while inside Belvedere was chatting with Rakiel's group.
He gently placed the teacup down. Your Highness, Lord Mizu has been able to walk since this morning. Beaverd's voice could not hide his joy. Although he's only taken one step, if he continues to recover steadily, he'll improve well. He was a bit grateful, all thanks to your Highness's treatment methods. The young guest smiled politely. Really? Rakiel lifts the cup to his lips and takes a sip of warm tea. In that quiet moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification activating Level 2 treatment fee skill. The information continues to appear, activating the Level 2 treatment fee skill. Patient Mizu's life was extended by 31 years and 3 months thanks to your artificial respiration and acupuncture. Therefore, you received a lifespan reward equivalent to 1,950 of 31 years and 3 months, totaling an additional 6 days of lifespan, with an expected total lifespan increase of 357 days. Since you successfully completed the first real-time acupuncture procedure, your acupuncture skill has leveled up to level 3, with effectiveness increasing from 15% to 30% at level 6. The system messages continue to scroll across the screen. Your 5 viscera are delighted. Eat this and I gift you 800 HP, now at 1,300. Seeing the rewards just earned, you're very satisfied and have gained quite a lot. Rakiel's eyes flickered with the calculating glint. There's only one thing left now. Still unsure, he asked to confirm. So I really passed the graduation exam? Beatty nodded. Yes, that's right, Rakiel replied, his eyes scrutinizing. What do you think? He frowned slightly, confused, and asked again. What do you mean? The next words you speak make the students sitting there gasp in shock, all of them looking pale. If it weren't for my contributions, your friends probably wouldn't have graduated, right? Bertie scratched his head nervously and replied, Of course, the credit of His Highness is indeed significant. Did you hear me clearly? My friend. He placed both hands on the table, slowly stood up, and his gaze swept over everyone. So you have to repay me, right? He said. Thanks to me, you all managed to graduate. He turned to the other side, his face showing clear discontent. The students immediately stood up. Dongthane, we are very grateful to your highness. Then everything. The boy pointed straight ahead, his tone serious as he prepared to join the Eastern Medicine Institute of the Bikung. As soon as the words finished, everyone froze in shock and then shouted together. The sound echoed throughout the school. Huh? Scene change. On the stone bench opposite the fountain in the palace, Damien sat there holding the cub and feeding it honey. The small creature stared intently at the honey jar in front of it, letting out a few sad cries as if feeling hurt by seeing it but not being allowed to eat. He sat silently, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon as if lost in his own thoughts. Damien sighed softly, wondering why he was the only one left behind at the palace. The prince took the honey jar and teased Ku, his voice full of dissatisfaction. The prince took Gio and the others away already. Suddenly Damien slammed the honey jar onto the chair, his eyes fixed on his own hand, falling silent for a moment. Could it be because I am too weak and was left behind? Damien suddenly remembered when he was still at the academy. Back then, Rakiel followed behind Belverdy, his voice cold and distant. Damien, go back! He was stunned and couldn't react in time. What do you mean by that? He explained. I will stay here for a while so you can return to the Sea Palace. Before leaving, Rakiel calmly ordered, take a rest inside Nomu for a while. He warned seriously and reminded him carefully absolutely not to reverse the flow of magic. I don't need this vacation. Ever since I returned from the Iamboa, I've only been assigned light tasks. Damien still can't understand it at all. Moreover, forbidding me to reverse train my magic is truly strange. A strange sensation rose within him, a tingling feeling like his veins were about to explode, a sense of rebirth into a completely different being. I want to feel it again. Seeing Kukuku stop moving inside me, Damyan softly asked, do you want more honey? He instinctively looked up and asked, what are you looking at? At that moment, the door to the private palace suddenly swung open. Rakiel leads a group inside, his voice full of enthusiasm. Let's go this way. Everyone lined up neatly, taking turns to follow behind him. At the end of the line, a man with striking pink hair walked quietly. His face was cold and emotionless. Damien greeted him. Your Highness. Rakiel waved his hand. Damien, you proudly show off the certificate in your hand. I have graduated. That's a Korean university ranking, you know. Rakiel looked back and then spoke, greeting him. You start introducing them as the interns who will work at the traditional medicine hospital of the estate. Rakiel suddenly escapes and hugs Keolot's shoulder, surprising him. They insist on wanting to work here. You said it with a mysterious tone aimed at Keolot. These kids are really thoughtful, Damien said seriously. Really? Your Highness, I have something to report. Stop talking, I won't let him continue. Rakiel raised his hand to block in front of him. Hold on, you did that action while speaking. That person is coming. I can already hear Garden's crying voice from afar. He has returned. Before he could arrive, Honest quickly greeted him. It's been a while since I last saw your Highness. She pointed towards the students. Are the students you mentioned in your previous letter the ones? Rakiel replied. That's right. You raised your voice to remind them. Everyone, please pay attention. You will learn the treatment system here from these two. Honest happily bows her head while Garden is out of breath. Within a month, everyone will pair up with a wolf nurse to participate in treatment together. Keolot glares at the wolf nurse. Why are you asking? Are you scared? He doesn't dare to answer that. Rakiel calms himself with a reassuring gesture as Anis smiles kindly behind his back. It's okay. Our nurse won't bite. Her face shows a strange expression with sharp fingers. Just tear it apart. Anis laughs at others' pain while reminding them. I will oversee the internship process and then assign you to the department where you will work. Rakiel informed the two of them. Lord Garden and Anis, please assign a nurse to pair them up, he and she said in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Their sweat-soaked clothes still obey the orders. Move along with the two of them. Then all the students move forward under your watch, when suddenly Rakiel noticed a student passing by. I just looked at their back and thought that because of the lack of staff in the group, I asked the principal to send someone else. Some of them probably didn't want to come here and were forced, and while Rakiel no longer cared, Valentino glanced at him from his side. Prejudice or misunderstanding, time will resolve it. Just let it go. Rakiel was determined to help them get used to this clinic. A few days later, he pushed the door open and entered the room. Rakiel's face clearly shows surprise as all the students are focused on taking notes and listening to Gaiden and Anis teaching above. Keot is still very focused on taking notes. Contrary to my expectations, everyone is doing a good job. He chuckled coldly. That's right, it's him. This is the scene we've been waiting for. A loud call echoes. Rakiel turned back and looked. What are you here for? Theod gently approached. I heard you returned from medical school, so I came to see you. It just happened that the party ended yesterday too, you replied while closing the door. So fast? He replied. Not at all. They've been holding parties every other day for a month. Rakiel asked further. I hear the average weight of the young ladies has increased. Thoda wasn't surprised. Well, what do you expect, eating freely? You're so happy. That's good news. Slim will sell like crazy. Rakiel changes the subject.
So what was the outcome of the party? Did anyone catch your eye?
I hesitated for a moment, then quickly covered my blushing face. There are some. You put your hand on his shoulder and bow your head. I see. Then Rakiel looked up excitedly. Let's take a slow walk and chat for a bit. The scene shifts to Fabio's mother still innocently playing with flowers even though the conversation about her is quite serious. Dr. Valentino, please. Fabio, I also regret your mother's condition. But what cannot be done cannot be done. No matter how much you beg, it can't be cured. Fabio knelt down as if searching for a glimmer of hope. Can't you at least run some tests for her? But the doctor still firmly refused. No, please, get up. Valentino appears with the grimace on his face. I've already given the diagnosis. He was so annoyed that he clenched his fists. The old lady has dementia. To be honest, she's confused. Valentino shook his head helplessly. I've told you many times there's no cure for dementia. Moreover, even though the hospital in the detention center looks spacious, the beds are limited. He like a splash of cold water in Fabio's face. And now you want me to give up the bed for someone who can't be cured? He was sweating and couldn't finish his sentence, but Valentino didn't let Fabio finish either, and he shouted, "That's so selfish. Asking for that is selfish." He just pointed his finger at the person kneeling below. What would you do if a patient needed a bed urgently at that moment? This is a shared medical facility for many patients. Valentino looked at Fabio with a piercing gaze. I hope you understand. I knew I shouldn't have come here. He was so angry that his hand clenched into a fist. Although I wasn't recognized at university, I want to pursue a field specializing in oral care. Then Valentino turned and left, so I will take my leave first. He was stunned as he watched him leave. Doctor, Fabio grabs Valentino's blue shirt sleeve tightly. Wait a moment. His grip was so strong that the white shirt tore apart. Dr. Valentino. As the fabric tore apart, he fell to the ground, glaring with anger at his torn noble shirt, veins bulging on his face. What are you doing? Valentino trembled with anger, while Fabio stammered back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just have something I want to say to the doctor. Fabi, looking disheveled, stands up and desperately pleads. This place is the last hope for me and my mother. I know there's not much hope left. He held out a torn piece of cloth towards him. I've been to so many hospitals but never found a doctor willing to see my mother. Fabio's tears well up with pain. Why? He started to share his suffering. Because I don't have enough money, I work as a daily laborer, earning just enough to get by. I can't afford the expensive hospital fees in the city. Valentino then stepped forward. Fabio, if you truly want to save your mother, why don't you use the money to pay for her treatment? Fabio retorted, the medical fee is 10 days of my work. Do they expect my mother to go 10 days without eating? He returned to Raquel's side, shrugging to pry for information. So who is that person? You haven't dared to say, have you? Actually, suddenly there was shouting, and the two of them paid attention. You should have worked harder. Valentino pressed close to Fabio's face and attacked. So you probably don't have the money to compensate for my blue shirt either, right? He suddenly yanks the shirt out of his hand. Valentino raises the shirt in frustration. That was a gift from my fiancée for my graduation. I haven't even worn it for 10 days yet. Fabio could only shamefully lower his eyes as Raquel's figure gradually appeared behind the bushes. I will compensate you double for that valuable shirt. You said seriously. Valentino. He immediately bowed his head respectfully upon seeing Raquel. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, he stammered. Your Highness, please compose yourself. Now you are called the director. Raquel's question made Valentino fall silent. You don't have this attitude at the medical school. Do you remember how you looked at him behind the door? So different from when you were a student and now as a doctor? Where is the Valentino who was passionate by the bedside, caring for hundreds of patients all night long? Raquel seems to want to awaken the doctor deep inside him. Was it all just for the graduation exam? Valentino stammered that, pointing at Fabio and giving the order. All right, admit this patient to the hospital now. He just froze in place. You mean Mr. Fabio? Raquel's face remained very serious, with a slightly pale complexion, but he didn't seem to be sick. You're already talking before the examination? Now I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and examine. Valentino reluctantly turned to look at Fabio, then they sat down and he began the examination. Fabio, have you been feeling any pain or discomfort lately? He replied a bit tired, occasionally losing appetite, with a dull stomach ache and a pale face. While Fabio was being asked about Han, Theodo, from a corner, was giving flowers to Fabio's mother. Are you experiencing pain severe enough to affect your daily life? Fabio replies, No, not yet. Valentino thought to himself that it wasn't anything serious. Isn't the director just trying to scold me? First, let's get through this situation. He spoke up, and the examination results showed nothing abnormal. At the same time, Raquel also placed his hand on his shoulder. Really? Valentino reads the results, and due to heavy work and frequent alcohol consumption at work, his liver is in a fatigued state. You look at Fabio and smile. I'll take a quick measurement. Suddenly, Raquel speaks up. I was right. You just pointed to Fabio's eye and said, Can't you see? A thin gold ring surrounds the edge of his iris, which is a classic symptom of Wilson's disease. Raquel begins to review some information he knows. Wilson's disease is a genetic disorder caused by a gene mutation. It causes the body to be unable to properly eliminate copper, leading to excess copper accumulating in liver cells instead of being excreted through bile, which results in continuous damage, chronic hepatitis, cirrhosis, kidney dysfunction, and other problems. Even if symptoms appear, without treatment, the condition will worsen over time. In the end, Raquel silently concluded that if the disease progresses to fulminant hepatitis, the mortality rate could reach 70%, making it extremely dangerous. Valentino's face froze in shock as he incredulously asked, Wilson's disease and those rings in the eyes? Are those things real? Raquel insists that he must. Then he raises one hand to stroke his chin and asks Fabio seriously, when did that yellow ring in your eye appear? I'm not sure either, but once I was working normally when a past image suddenly appeared. Fabio asked the person in front of him, leaning on one hand, Is it all done? At that moment, he didn't answer, but instead looked at him with strange eyes. Feeling something unusual, Fabio looked at the wooden box beside his feet with wide eyes full of amazement. What is this? Back in the present, Fabio rubbed his neck and continued. After that, the yellow streak kept spreading, even appearing along the lower edge of my eyes until it formed a circle surrounding my entire field of vision. Raquel listened very seriously as he continued to tell his story. At first, I just thought it was a little strange, but since it didn't affect anything, I just ignored it. Fabio bowed his head sadly and whispered, I still have to make a living. Raquel reached out his hand and asked, May I hold your hand for a moment, Fabio? Me? Would that be okay? Raquel smiled kindly and confirmed with him. Of course, right now I am not a prince. I am a scholar. Fabi stared completely in shock at the person standing before him. After a moment, he slowly extended his hand. Thank you, sir. Raquel gently places a finger on Fabio's wrist. The report begins with Tron Mach. Another report appears. Tron Mach, please review the general health examination report below. The general health report shows that Wilson's disease has caused a mutation in the ATTP7B gene on chromosome 13, impairing copper excretion from the body. The report also includes a recommendation noting that approximately 2 years and 7 months have passed since the symptoms first appeared. The patient needs to be treated and cared for urgently. After reading the information, Raquel thought to himself, worse than I thought. Another report just appeared. Your liver just finished a consultation with the patient's liver and it's quite shocked. Its whole body is covered in bronze. Do you know? It's like going back to the Bronze Age. Raquel's face darkened slightly as he covered his mouth and asked, The Bronze Age? How bad could it possibly be? Gan shook his head, his brows furrowing tightly, indicating that the copper concentration had exceeded 0.25 milligrams per gram of liver, and they were close to extracting an entire copper deposit from his liver. Fabi looked up and asked, Your Highness, did I do something wrong to get this terrible disease? Raquel immediately waved his hand to deny it. No, it's just bad luck. Fabi received his answer and could only close his eyes and sigh. So that's how it is? Raquel glanced at Fabio's mother and silently wondered how to explain to him what kind of hereditary disease this was. Then he called out, Fabio, if this condition continues, it will be very dangerous. You need to be hospitalized immediately. And Valentino, hearing his name, responded, Yes, Raquel assigned the task. You will be the one to take care of Fabio's mother. Valentino couldn't believe it and asked back, Is that the nurse's job? Raquel honestly admits yes. Your Highness, I am a doctor, so why should a doctor have to do patient care work? Raquel tilted his head slightly towards him. A doctor who can't even take care of patients and their families. His face was full of blue veins, and he gritted his teeth, asking if he deserved to call himself a medical professional. Raquel's entire body seemed surrounded by an oppressive aura, with a piercing gaze that shot straight at Valentino. He decisively turned and left, only saying, I will watch you. Valentino's face was covered in sweat as he heard Raquel say to him, Hopefully this time you won't disappoint me. In a traditional medicine clinic room, Fabio's mother sat on the bed looking around and asked, Where is my Fabio? Valentino bowed his head and explained to her, Madam, your son is in a different ward. Fabio's mother whispered anxiously, He's almost home now. I also bought a gift for him. Valentino asked again, A gift? Fabio's mother begins to recount that on his birthday, he said he wanted a wooden toy horse. But back then, we were too poor to buy it for him. Price him. I had to give this to the boy. Valentino raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked her, So how old is your son this year? Fabio's mother replied with a smile, 7 years old. Valentino, hearing her answer, ruffled his hair and exhaled deeply. Fabio's mother was stunned by his reaction. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the person next to her. A few seconds later, Fabio's mother tightly grasped Valentino's arm and called out, Hey, make him startle and shout out loud. What's going on? Valentino ruffled his hair and sighed again. The words of Fabio's mother echoed in my ears. How could he abandon my mother and me so early? What are you saying? I wonder how long it's been. Valentino looked at the person sleeping on the bed, thinking to himself that she finally managed to fall asleep. He sat down on the chair beside the bed, silently thinking to himself that he was forced to work here and now he also had to take care of patients. Valentino silently sighed, knowing that facing someone powerful like that, he wouldn't even dare to ask for a leave. Why did my life turn out like this? He sighed and muttered to himself, My head hurts so much, I must be under too much stress today. Valentino looked at Fabio's mother sleeping peacefully, pondering whether he should close his eyes for a moment, leaning his head against the window and analyzing in his mind. She's not showing any acute symptoms, so probably nothing serious will happen, right? Valentino gradually closed his eyes, reminding himself just a quick nap. Time passes second by second. The sky outside has gone from sunset to dusk, the sun slowly hiding behind the mansion. Inside the room, Valentino has also woken up, one eye half open, tilting his head to see the pouring rain outside, silently wondering if he had fallen asleep. Valentino pulled out the chair and stood up, feeling like it was dinner time. I need to go get her dinner. Sir, I brought you dinner. The patient bed is completely unmade, and no one is lying there. A pair of feet in shoes are rushing forward at full speed. Valentino speeds past the people standing in the hallway, silently praying in his mind. Damn it, please. I hope she's still somewhere in the hospital. He hurriedly opened a door to search. Valentino opens another door, his face now covered in sweat. Valentino looked around at everyone in the room, wondering what to do now. He worried that the longer it took, the wider the search area would become. In the end, Valentino reached a conclusion that he couldn't handle this alone. A hurried voice came from outside the nurse's station. Sorry, Honest asked. What's going on? Valentino, catching his breath, replied, "A patient has gone missing."
What?
Missing? How could that happen? Valentino bowed his head deeply, eyes tightly closed, thinking to himself, I must find her first even if I get scolded by the prince and expelled from Light Palace. This is the only way. He recounted what had happened, a patient with amnesia, an elderly woman over 60. She disappeared while I was momentarily distracted. Anna stepped closer and asked for more details. When and where did she go missing? Valentino honestly replied, Room B1, 3rd floor. She has been gone for at least 30 minutes. Ennis raised her voice, asking the nurses standing behind her. Everyone understood this was an urgent situation, right? They all speak seriously. Dongten answers clearly. A golden light flashed fiercely from Annis's eyes as sharp fangs grew in her mouth and her entire body transformed into a wolf-like form. Valentino, frightened by the unfolding scene, fell to the ground and thought to himself this was the first time he'd seen a werewolf truly transform. Annis glanced back and nodded to signal the other werewolves. What the hell is this?
Why are they rushing towards me? He closed his eyes tightly and shouted, I'm sorry, please don't kill me.
When Valentino opened his eyes, he saw a few wolves sniffing around him. A wolf's nose was close, just a few centimeters from Valentino, making his face turn pale. Annis stands up, crosses her arms, tilts her head in one direction to signal to him, and Valentino seems to understand her meaning, nodding in response. Down the long corridor, Valentino ran swiftly behind Annis, closing his eyes in full self-blame. This was his fault. It's still raining outside as the werewolves split up in two directions to search.
Valentino was still full of regret. He shouldn't have dozed off when there was a patient with amnesia right beside him.
After all these years of studying, what have I really learned? Suddenly, Essie stopped and no longer ran forward. She slowly stood up straight. Valentino, who was behind, also ran over. He ruffled his slightly red hair and asked, Did you find anything? Annis nodded in response. They are standing in front of a room. Valentino confirms once again. You said she's in here? Annis nodded in confirmation. The wooden door creaked open, and Valentino nervously looked inside. In the room, Raquel and Fabio's mother sat beside Fabio's bed. Her voice echoes through the space. Our child is truly beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's right. Valentino called out, Your Highness. Raquel put a finger to his lips to signal silence to him. A few dozen minutes ago, Riel was leisurely walking alone down the long corridor. Just as he looked up, he noticed someone standing dazed ahead. Jay asked, Madam, what are you doing here? Fabio's mother turns around and honestly told him, I am looking for my son. She gestured with her hand. He is only 7 years old, small and adorable. Jay stepped closer and said, That's how it is. He smiled and offered, Let me help you look for him. In my mind, I wonder where that little boy Valentino is gone. I don't know. Back in the present, Fabio's mother watched her son sleep and praised him. You have no idea how well behaved my Fabio is. The boy never cries or whines for his father when he wakes up. Riel asked with concern, Is your husband away on a business trip? Fabio's mother replied, Yes, he has gone to a place he can never return from. Ray hesitated and said, I am sorry. Fabio's mother spoke up to reassure him that everything was fine and it wasn't like he wanted to leave. She placed a hand on Fabio's forehead, gently stroking it. So, doctor, is my child very sick? Jill replied simply, It just seems like a cold. Doctor, please don't let my child be in pain. Can you promise me? JL's lips curled slightly as he looked at her pinky wrapped in many bandages. You interlocked your pinky with Fabio's mom's pinky, affirming confidently. Then suddenly she called out, Hey, when did I get back? Both Valentino and Jill were startled when called like that. Yeah. Valentino closed his eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, and muttered to himself, I'm about to lose my mind. But soon after, Riel's reply rang out, making him open his eyes in surprise. I just got back. Fabio's mother's eyes welled up as she comforted him. You're worried I'll never come back, aren't you? Just don't ever get on that ship again. Valentino thought to himself. For the Crown Prince, this hospital game is probably just for entertainment. Rayo laughed a few times and once again replied to her, All right. Valentino looked at the scene before him, determined to do everything he could to keep the patient from pain. He glanced at the doctor's coat in his hands and thought to himself, even the Crown Prince has to play the part to examine patients like this. Valentino clenched the shirt so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and today, a few drops of sweat fell down his cheek as he stared blankly, mouth agape, as if he had seen something. Valentino held up one side of the doctor's coat, not knowing when a stitch had been made right at the tear, and as he glanced to the side, he silently wondered if this was the first time he noticed Fabio's mother's fingers wrapped in so many bandages. A cry suddenly rang out, making Riel turn his head back in surprise. He smiled as he watched what was happening. Raquel looked at Valentino holding the mended shirt and crying uncontrollably, feeling satisfied and silently judging. Now you're starting to look like a real doctor. Outside, the rain had stopped. The night sky above was clear with a full moon shining brightly. A few days later, Damien was resting with JK's divine beasts in the garden of the palace pool area. In the potion room, several ingredient sheets were crossed out due to failure. One day, while Thor was walking, he was startled to see Sinvi sleeping on a tall tree. Inside the hospital room, Valentino was carefully feeding Fabio's mother. In the alchemy room, more crossed out lines appeared on the paper. Jay's voice rang out once again, another failure. In another hospital room, Ko Lot is also bringing food to a patient. Back in the pharmacy, the mountain of formula papers, Raquel sighs helplessly. For the past half-month, I've brewed countless decoctions, but none have turned out right. I lean on one side, pondering, because I can't find Dinitiamine to treat Wyson. Riel just used a match to light the stove while analyzing, so he had to create a medicine to eliminate copper to reduce copper absorption in the intestines and restore liver function. You need to take a spoon and stir the steaming mixture vigorously in the metal pot. This is the 100th attempt. It has to succeed. A display appears indicating that the system has detected the potion you just prepared. Do you want to activate the potion identification skill option to analyze its ingredients? Is it ready? JKL's finger reaches out to press the yes button. The information panel shows the analyzing message. JL is also nervous, silently thinking this is already the 100th attempt. The warning sign turned red. Anyone who drinks this experimental drug will surely die. Another notification appears. The internal organs are delighted by the disaster you just caused. Riel clenched his fist as he heard the mocking laughter of the organs surrounding him. You poor thing, I'll give you a little charity. The information panel shows that the internal organs are injured and donate 500 HP to you. Current HP is 1,800. They're still happily mocking you. Eat up and grow stronger. JK's face is full of veins from anger as he glances at them with a threatening look. These guys have another info panel up. The level of the corpse skill has increased. The level 11 intermediate poison skill, Rael asked unhappily. What is this now? The information board starts to explain. Your skill in potion identification has been upgraded. Through countless experiences and grinding, you have advanced your potion identification skill to an intermediate level. Unlock new skill options, including the preview of ingredient combinations. You can see the effects of the medicine based on the ingredients and mixing ratios. Riel widened his eyes in surprise. A preview of ingredient combination? So I can check the results before actually starting, right? Rael asked excitedly, meaning there's no need to rush into decocting anymore. The information board displays the word correct, and Rael swiftly grabs the ingredient tray. You turn around and shout loudly, "Is anyone out there?" Immediately, a response came. "Yes, Your Highness." Riel asked for what he wanted. "I need more ingredients. Can you prepare them for me?" Pav peeks in from outside and respectfully responds, "Yes, Your Highness." After a while, Raquel was staring at the glass jar filled with herbs, wondering if he should try using all of it. Pav had also returned with the ingredients. He places the tray of ingredients on the table and says, "Your Highness, I have brought the herbs." "Huh? Why is there so little licorice?" Pav, sweating profusely, explained the reason. "Some types of herbs haven't been delivered these days," Riel asked again. "What herbs are those? Licorice? Astragalus? Ephedra? Aloe vera? He will face difficulties in supply for at least half a year or longer," Reichel thought to himself, pulling at his hair in frustration. "We can manage without some other ingredients, but we absolutely cannot do without licorice. Why does it have to be licorice? Tell the others to check with the pharmacist and review the distribution of licorice across the entire empire." Pav respectfully bows and says, "I will investigate thoroughly." After Pav leaves, Raquel closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. He silently thinks that licorice has detoxifying properties for other medicines, which is why it appears in most prescriptions, hence the saying licorice in the medicine cabinet. Riel gritted his teeth and silently told himself that because they couldn't grow it in the Imperial Garden, he had to rely on external sources. He picked up the glass vial containing the herbs and decided to do whatever he could for now. The leaves were placed into the licorice tray. Gel thought to himself, let's start again from the most basic formula. The information board lights up, activating the optional medicine skill Z to preview the combined ingredients. Rael, seeing the 1% loading bar on the display, feels excited and happy. This is working now. You wait and mutter to yourself. Have the results come out yet? Not sure how much time has passed. The information board still shows loading at 1.1%. JKL's face gradually darkening. He angrily slams the information board, cursing, "Your speed is like a turtle, even faster than you sitting alone to brew medicine." After the hit, the display still shows loading at 1.2%. Wait a minute, the speed. He turned around and called out, "Come, Siam, can I borrow your thorn for a moment?" The little thorn lying on the table heard the call and enthusiastically raised its hand in response. Siam's face is pale, and his trembling hand still grips the thorn. His eyes flicker with instability, and his mind keeps muttering whether to do it or not. Rekel decisively drives the sharp thorn into his thigh. "I have to do it, no matter what." At that moment, he looked up to the sky and let out a desperate scream. The information screen appeared, and your metabolism switched to super speed mode.
The loading bar also changes to superfast 21.2%. A few seconds later, the information panel reports the loading bar cracking due to the incredible speed of 53.8%.
Finally, a message appeared saying the herbal medicine was 100% complete. Leaning against the wooden table, he muttered, "That speed." Another red notification appears. Preview option 2, the herbal decoction skill. Is this meant to determine how many people to eliminate? Riel clenched his jaw and made a decision. This formula is useless, he thought fiercely. I must find the golden ratio today. At the same time, somewhere else, the man was begging desperately, "Is there really no way? Please help us." The woman beside her also chimed in. The palace is in chaos over the shortage of licorice. Ross showed no hesitation and outright refused them. No way. We only deal with recognized warriors, he said firmly. The man begged, please, at least hear me out. Without waiting for him to finish, Tunlun stepped out of the house and coughed several times. Braz asked worriedly, is New Law okay? Tunlun shook his head and replied, brush your fur. His eyes welled up with tears as he choked out, if I lose this child too, I have no reason left to live. I will have no face to face my daughter and son-in-law in the afterlife. Don't cry, you're losing muscle now. He looked at the person standing with their head bowed in front of him, sincerely encouraging. Always remember you have to stay strong for N to survive. In the drug preparation room, the whole body trembling, painfully shouting, I will save the girl. I also have to save the patient to survive. Progress reports appear one after another, loading at 45% and then 99%. The information panel shows a preview of 2 detoxification skills, enhancing copper elimination, inhibiting copper absorption in the intestines, and improving liver function. You have developed a new decoction formula that supports copper metabolism to enhance the copper detoxification drug. The mass-produced copper detoxification drug drops onto the ground from a sharp thorn. The information display shows the skill level of the antidote has increased. The antidote skill has advanced from level 11 to level 12, intermediate. Level 12 increases the drug's effectiveness by 21%. Jay is extremely excited, raising the cup of medicine high in his hand. This is the new Royal Palace Antidote Booster. Fabi sits on the hospital bed, tilting his head back to finish the water in the white porcelain cup. After swallowing the medicine, he cupped his mouth and muttered, I've taken this so many times, but the taste still sucks. Valentino sitting beside the bed heard this and smiled as he asked back, really? Fabi looked at him and said, the first time His Highness gave me that detox potion, honestly, I thought he was planning to poison me right then. Valentino turned away, forced a weak smile, and replied, I also used to think like that. A past scene teen appeared, Rekiel with a crazed look pushing the black medicine cup in his hand toward Valentino and then asking him to give it to Fabio. Back in the present, Fabio lowered his head and softly called out, Sir. And Valentino, emerging from his memories, responded to him. Yes, thank you very much for your caring treatment of my mother. Valentino stared at him, looked up for a long moment, then turned his face away. That made me feel so ashamed. Valentino continued, Actually, I should be the one apologizing to you. His voice echoed through the room. I was too harsh on the two of them that day. Even though it's late, I still want to apologize for my immature actions back then. Fabio lowered his head in admiration. I was truly a bit disappointed back then, but what you said that day was not wrong at all. He added, and moreover, he didn't chase us away like others, but sincerely tried to heal us, Valentino replied. Hearing him say that, I felt even more ashamed. Fabio blamed himself and said, I should have gone to thank the prince, but unfortunately I had nothing worthy to offer him. Valentino comforted him. The prince does not seek material things from you. He smiled confidently and said, his nature is inherently very generous. At the same time, elsewhere, Riel excitedly shouted, We did it! Great job, Kandao! The information panel appeared, showing that through persistent research efforts, you have established a lifelong method to control Wilson's disease. The information panel continues to display, but since this disease cannot be cured completely, a longer lifespan cannot be calculated. JKL gazes at the words before his eyes in confusion. Finally, a conclusion appears on the information panel, indicating that the medical expense payment skill cannot be activated. Jay glares and exclaims, What? A different information panel appears, showing that your organs are praising your efforts as the thoughts of your organs circle around JKEL. It's a shame. I tried so hard to heal. What can I do now? Keep trying. Seeing their smug expressions, he angrily asked, I swear, are you really my internal organs? An additional information panel appears. The current HP is 1,800. Now it's 8,800. At this moment, there's a knocking sound from outside. Reichel nodded and gestured for them to enter. Pav brought in a stack of documents. Your Highness, I have completed the investigation of the matters you requested. Jel replied to him. Is that so? Tell me about it. Pav begins his report. The supply of licorice is not only disrupted in the capital, but across the entire empire. He flipped through the document in his hand. All the licorice has always been imported from there. The dry, cold northwest border region is called Granos. Rael crossed her arms and repeated the name she just heard. Granos Pav slowly explained that the climate there is perfect for licorice, so the quality of the herbs is always the best. But that wild land is so harsh that only the OC tribe has lived there autonomously for generations. According to investigations, the Merchant Guild holds a monopoly on trade with the Oxy people. The Trade Guild always seems to be having trouble, Rael asked with concern. Is there a problem? Pav responds to him. The chairman's granddaughter is seriously ill. Did Raquel neglect running the Trade Guild to review the documents? Pavos confirms with you, yes, your highness. He looked at you and explained further. His only daughter and son-in-law had passed away many years ago, so that girl is his only remaining relative. Riel closed his eyes, ruffled his hair. No wonder he was so devastated. Are there no medicines in that area that can cure the girl? Pav replied. Even the renowned doctors in the area are at a loss. Rael proposed a plan. Could we ask the trader to communicate directly with the medical department? Pav bowed his head and analyzed that it would be very difficult. Even the leader took 6 years to establish trade routes with them. Rael, reading the documents, asked, "Even if I use the prince's authority?" Pav's face beaded with sweat as he said, "Granos is a self-governing land granted by His Majesty, so they are not under imperial authority." Rael clenched the documents in his hand and concluded, "That means my influence there is useless." He took the documents and walked toward the door. "All right, I understand." Pavat tilted his head and asked, "Where are you planning to go, Your Highness?" Rael looked at him and said, "To use the father's tactics." Pav hesitated and uttered 2 words. "That's right." Rael quickly rushed in front of him and asked, "Why are you showing that face? Am I about to commit a crime or something?" Pav avoided his gaze and asked back, "Do you really think that method still works?" Raquel placed his hands on his shoulders and said with a threatening look, "Everything will be fine. Don't ruin my mood. Laugh if you dare." Rael opens the door, leaving behind a final word. "Trust me, just this once the sky above is clear and bright, with sunlight casting dazzling circles. The wind blows, making the leaves fall gently. Rael bows his head dejectedly and walks forward step by step. He grits his teeth and mutters to himself, with so much sensitive information in his hands, "Shouldn't the king have helped me?" And I even blurted out my words. At least I should thank him for agreeing to let me go to Kranos. I have to admit, Your Majesty's information network is no joke. Rekiel recalled the question Astalion had asked earlier. "You think I'm easy to deal with?" I pondered. The way my father tests me as if he already knows everything, it's really suspicious. At that moment, while kneeling on one knee, I quickly denied it. "No way, I swear." "Your Majesty," I suddenly became suspicious. It's as if someone had already reported to him. Riel pushed aside a bush and shouted loudly, "Don't tell me the king has hidden snakes everywhere. Then you turn your head carefully watching the tall stone pillars." Suddenly, a call from another direction caught your attention. "Your Highness." As he turned to leave, the figure of Special Agent Number 3 from the Royal Magenta Intelligence Agency was revealed behind the stone column. Pav reported to him, "The carriage and 30 guards are ready according to your orders." Jill approached and ordered everyone to move out. "All right, let's go." Ahead, Damien is holding Cuckoo in his arms while Annis is already waiting. In the distance, there are 30 guards along with Urus. Reichel just got on the carriage and urged the person beside him, "Damien, hurry and get on the carriage too. Be careful that Garden doesn't start complaining about being left behind." Damien points to the shadowy figure on the other side and says, "He's been here all along." Gaydon's eyes welled up with tears as he softly asked, "Your Highness, I am heartbroken. Are you really going to leave me behind here?" Tears streamed down his face like 2 rivers as he desperately begged, "I am your personal attendant. I must stay and serve you." "What do you mean, abandoning? What are you talking about? I'm just entrusting my most important responsibility to my deputy before I leave." Gaydon looked confused and asked again, "Huh?" "Vice Deputy." Riel patted him on the right shoulder. "Yes, from this moment on, I give you a firm pat on the left shoulder and officially appoint you as deputy head of the Special Medical Ward." Garden looked puzzled and asked why it had to be a god. Rael placed both hands on his shoulders and answered seriously, "Because he is the one they trust the most." At this moment, Garden's mind was blank, only filled with the 3 words, "the most trusted." "So, when I'm away, you'll be in charge here. Don't leave this place behind." "All right, let's go." I finally managed to persuade him. The carriage rolled away from the private residence. Garden stood there, still muttering to himself, "Am I the deputy steward?" Pav called out from behind, "Lord Garden, let's go back to the palace." Garden recognized the title he just heard. "Sir Garden." "Lord Garden." Garden's eyes flashed brightly as he declared in a serious tone, "I am now the deputy steward Garden." Meanwhile, Riel's carriage is passing through a dense forest. Inside, Riel and Damien sit facing each other, gazing out the window. In the evening, the carriage continued along the road. Rikiel and Cuckoo were fast asleep, while Damien remained sitting silently. Their caravan is following through a canyon, with Urus at the back. After some time, they finally approached the Granosik headquarters. Rael slowly opened his eyes and a voice reached his ear. "Your Highness, we have arrived." The person in black high-heeled shoes stepped down from the carriage, and in front of him and Damien was the Granosik headquarters. Raquel looked at the black cloth hanging in the air and wondered silently, what is going on here? Damien, standing beside him, seemed to have realized something and called out, "Your Highness, look over there." Riel stared in shock, wondering why the Merchant Guild headquarters was holding a funeral like this. Looking at what was happening inside, he couldn't understand why it was happening. I stood in the main hall and was extremely surprised when I saw someone appear at the door. He quickly ran to meet Rel and Damien. "Your Highness, I am the person in charge here." I respectfully bow my head and answer, "Yes, Your Highness." Rael asked again, "Who are you holding a funeral for? Could it be the granddaughter of the hall leader who has had an accident?" I will remain in my respectful posture, hesitantly bowing and saying, "That was the funeral of Chairman Toon Loon struck by a divine power." Rael, hearing his response, was shocked and asked for the reason. "What do you mean? Why did the leader pass away?" There are a pair of legs walking towards them from behind, accompanied by a voice saying, "Lord Tun Lun was worried too much about his granddaughter's safety. Grass parted his lips to reveal sharp fangs and explained that he had stopped eating and drinking before collapsing 2 days ago. He paused briefly before adding, he passed away on the mountain in regret. Riel glanced at the newly appeared person, silently guessing in his mind. Why is Brass placing a hand on his chest and bowing to introduce himself? The clan leader Brass of the Stone Tribe, greeting the human prince. Riel, protected by Damien from behind, responded, All right. Brass closed his eyes and recounted his relationship. He has always been a longtime friend of mine and is also a warrior recognized by our tribe. I am here to honor a great warrior. Riel placed a hand on the person standing in front of him and replied to Brass, Thank you for telling me. He signaled for Damien to step aside and then step forward. Can we talk later? I have something to ask. Riel solemnly suggested, I want to visit the guildmaster first. Grass was a bit surprised to hear his request, but he quickly closed his eyes and bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty of the humans. Rakiel and Damien step inside the hall and stand before Toon Lun's coffin. Next, the two of them solemnly closed their eyes. After completing the rites, Jekyll simply turned and walked away in silence. Behind you, you can hear the gossip of the villagers. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince himself would come all the way here? What's going on? Riel asked the person waiting outside the door. I'm very sorry for your loss of such a close friend. The human prince himself came to pay his respects. Surely Toon Lun finds some comfort in the afterlife. Riel asked him to step outside for a moment. Grass also agreed willingly. All right, Rio thought to himself. After running around for more than half a month to get here, the club president passed away. This is a big problem. You furrow your brow and silently calculate. Anyway, the merchant guild is still here. I have to find another way. The sun shines brightly from above, and a voice echoes from the training ground saying, Do we really have to talk here? Ras crossed his arms and watched the others train, saying, Here, just breathing won't make you lose your muscles. He enjoyed it immensely, taking a deep breath in and out. So what do you want to ask about? Rael closed his eyes and stated his purpose. After the funeral, I want to continue trading herbs. Grass asked again, Trading herbs? Riel opened his eyes slightly and gradually recounted, I am opening an herbal clinic at the Royal Villa in Huangdo. I treat and prescribe medicine for many patients. But the supply of medicinal herbs from this region has been cut off, causing me some difficulties. You suggested an idea I don't have to buy directly myself. I heard that in order to trade with your tribe, Chairman Toon Lun had to work hard for several years. Riel raised one finger and continued, So you just need to keep trading through his caravan. Brass frowned at the question. What do you think? Suddenly, he extended one arm and flexed his muscles, revealing his strong, muscular physique. Then Brass changed his move to raise both hands high, showcasing his large, powerful body. Rael was stunned by what he saw, thinking to himself that he was just striking a pose while pondering. After a while, Brass raised both arms high and shouted loudly, I have made my decision. Jill also cheered happily. Well done. Brass crossed his hands and said 3 words, I refuse. Damien gritted his teeth and asked, Shall I draw my sword? Riel advised from beside him. It's okay. You step forward and stand facing Brass, asking curiously, May I know the reason? We are an orc tribe. Our tribe only trades with recognized warriors. And the Crown Prince is misunderstanding something. Brass glances at the person in front of him and says, We do not trade with the merchant guild led by Toon Lun. Riel asked further, Isn't the trade guild the one that only deals directly with leader Toon Lun? Brass tilted his head to look at the wooden box beside him and replied, Exactly. He recalls a scene from the past. Toon has always been a warrior, but now there are no more warriors left in his trading guild. Braz bluntly declares, We don't deal with the weak. Joel lowers his head, thinking, Is that old man really a warrior? He swallowed hard and silently analyzed, thinking that maybe the warriors they mentioned weren't just fighters. Could I do it? Rayo looked up and asked directly, To be recognized as a warrior by you, what must I do? Brer raises 3 fingers. It's simple. 3 exercises with a total of 700 kilograms. Hearing that, his face immediately turned pale. Could it be the bench press, deadlift, squat? If you're a warrior, you should be able to lift that much. He lifts the weight so quickly it's like lightning to illustrate his point. In reality, our warrior minds must endure even heavier weights to truly be considered genuine warriors. How much muscle? Grass confidently lifted the dumbbell above his head with both hands and replied, A ton. Jay now seems to turn into a statue, shattering into pieces. Braz dismissively comments that a ton is the standard for orc warriors, but when testing human warriors, only 700 kilograms are needed. That's no different from a straw. Riel gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. How am I supposed to deal with these crazy fools I've raised? I cry out in my mind as tears stream down my face. Even if we manage, it will take at least 5 years. By then, the clinic or whatever will be gone. I'm going to die first. Riel completely falls into despair, turning to look at the person standing beside him. Sorry, damn him. Suddenly, a thought crossed your mind. Jay pointed at Damien and asked, What if this person takes the warrior exam? You pull Damien to your side and pat his chest. He looks slender, but inside he's all muscles trained through real combat. Damien's cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment as he listened to J.K. praise him, quite different from his muscular appearance. So this bodyguard is the one who wants to buy licorice? Isn't it the Crown Prince who actually needs the licorice root? Riel is sweating bullets, trying to come up with an excuse. I didn't mention that before, did I? Actually, he also needs to use them. Brass leaned in close to examine his face. Rekiel trembled as he signaled to the person next to him. Is that right? Damien's forehead was also covered in sweat, but he still tried to stay calm and answer. Yes, that's right. Brass turned and said, don't even think about lying. He raised his arm again, revealing a huge rat. As the leader, you must prove your worth yourself. Brass's gaze turned sharp, outright refusing. Those tricks won't work on me. Riel collapsed with all his strength, thinking to himself. It's over. Damien hurriedly caught you. Your Highness, Rekiel seems to be refusing, but still giving instructions. Damien asked someone to arrange the clinic, and Brass spoke up again. But there are two exceptions. Hearing this, Rekiel immediately straightened up. What's going on? Brass begins to list. First, the Emperor, the ruler of all. Second, the one who lies about the bloodline within 3 generations of a recognized warrior. Riel closed his eyes and analyzed the two options. That Emperor would never help, so only the second choice remained. You remember that document Pav provided earlier about bloodlines within 3 generations? Riel confirms once more that bloodlines within 3 generations can be traded without a test, right? B, R answered. That's right. His ear twitched as he listened to Jel's voice coming from behind. The granddaughter of Chairman Tunlun has already arrived here, so I might as well check on how she's doing. Riel waved his hand and asked, Where is the granddaughter of Chairman Tunlun? Brass turned around and looked at him. Are you planning to save that girl? Riel asked him with a smirk. Of course, the one who mentions the exception is just because they want to. Brass has no intention of hiding and openly admits it. Exactly. He raised his hand to signal. Let me lead the way. Inside a 2-story wooden house, intense coughing sounds echoed continuously. All 3, led by Brass, went to the door of a room. Rekiel thought to himself, just hearing the sounds already felt heavy. He began to analyze, noticing not only the violent coughs, but also the wheezing and whistling sounds like a flute mixed in his breath. Brass told the maid sitting beside the bed to step back as she came to treat Na. As the maid passed by Riel, a small cough from her caught his attention and made him turn to look. Riel slowly approached Na's bedside, frowning as he observed the person lying there. There are numerous red spots on N's arm and neck, and the cough continues unabated. Riel was a bit stunned, immediately thinking of petechial hemorrhages. He concluded that it meant the blood wasn't clotting well. N slightly opened his eyes now, whispering, Sir. His eyes flashed with determination, thinking to himself that he needed to check the pulse first. He gently took the girl's hand and the information panel began measuring her pulse. Riel silently praying, please let it be something he can treat. 2 information panels appeared in quick succession, scanning 3, 2, 1. The red light appears, causing J to tremble. The red information board shows that this patient has severe paroxysmal coughing with multiple relapses. Another red alert appears, detecting the bacteria that cause whooping cough. J sees the words on the screen and immediately turns pale. The red warning sign indicates a textbook case of whooping cough, so infection control measures are immediately put in place and treatment begins. Rekia thinks to herself, using a handkerchief to cover her nose, this is really troublesome. Whooping cough can be up to 1,000 times more terrible than the flu. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, even I am in danger. If this terrible body gets infected, I don't know what will happen next. Rael turned around and ordered the person behind him to tell everyone to cover their nose and mouth with a handkerchief from now on, and only eat and drink alone when no one is around. Braz crossed his arms on his hips and tilted his head in curiosity. Why is that? Rekel raised his hand to explain that this is a highly contagious disease called whooping cough. It spreads through the tiny droplets when the infected person coughs. He asked further if anyone else had recently been severely coughing. Brass scratched his face, frowned in thought, and remembered that the servants caring for the child had all caught it once. He also said that even Tulun's condition worsened significantly by the end of his coughing fit. Do you remember the faint cough of that maid passing by you and wonder if you might have caught it too? Is it serious? Ray firmly confirmed that it was definitely so. He pinched his nose and added, the severe cough could cause vomiting, hernias, or even reach Buichi. Brass recounts the situation. Perhaps the human crown prince hasn't claimed this area because it's his first time here. Coughs like this are quite common around here. Everyone has to catch it at least once when they're young. Surviving it is what makes you truly an adult. Brass turns his gaze toward N on the bed, and this child is probably also facing that same challenge. Rael quietly makes the guess, so this is a local disease. Then the locals might have some resistance. But he closed his eyes and said, no, it's still not okay, Rael ordered. Bruce, relay my orders to the residents. Damien, inform the servants. Both Brass and Damien answered in unison. Then they both left to complete their mission. The door to the room closed with a sound as Rael paced back and forth, lost in thought. No, it's still not okay. Chickenpox usually has an incubation period of 1 to 3 weeks before a strong outbreak, so the girl has probably been suffering for quite a while. And during that time, her strength was drained. Considering the situation in the modern world, vaccines and medicines can prevent and treat, but here, there's nothing at all. Rekia quietly wondered whether to use Makmondong decoction, but dismissed the idea himself. No, herbal remedies are too weak compared to modern treatments. Traditional medicine is not a cure-all. Brielle looked at N suffering on the bed, silently thinking they resembled tonic medicines. Even helping the girl recover some strength with herbal decoctions was not enough for a child to overcome this illness on her own. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling him. Brass stood outside the door with his hands on his hips and asked, "Is there really no other way?" "Crown Prince of the Humans." Rael turned back and asked, "You startled me. Have you finished giving the orders already?" Brass replied, "I suddenly remembered there was one more thing, so I hurried back." Rael asked further. "What is it?" Brass responded. "There is something that can help treat N." He suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of easy long licorice? A rare type found only in this area." Jill said vaguely, "No, I haven't heard of it." Brass looked at you and said, "I guess so. It's a plant that only experts know about." Rael asked curiously, "Is it an herb with incredible effects?" Braz, resting his chin on his hand, began to recount. "This is a story from our ancient ancestors. Long ago, there was a handsome chieftain named Eros of the Holy Steel tribe. One day, while wandering the desert, he found licorice. Our people have long had the habit of drinking boiled licorice water in winter. So, Eros thought it was too perfect and started digging it up, continuously breaking the ground around the licorice plant. But then he realized something was wrong. Its roots kept growing deeper underground. I heard it's over 10 meters long." Eros kept digging, even jumping deep into the ground, and he managed to pull out the incredibly long licorice roots. He brought the licorice root back to the village, brewed it in a tea, and drank it. When the tribe gathered to enjoy the tea, a member respectfully offered it to him. "I think you should have the first sip." After drinking the first cup of tea, Eros stared for a long time with wide eyes. Then his biceps swelled up really big, with blue veins bulging on top, and his calf muscles also changed, becoming large and powerful. Eros roared and used both hands to lift the 2 rows of seats on either side into the air. Some members sitting on the right side were so shocked by the scene that they gaped open-mouthed. Some other members sitting on the left side were terrified, clinging to each other, as he lifted a total of 10 tons in 3 attempts. Returning to the present, Brass, after finishing his story, asked, "Isn't that effect just too incredible?" Jill silently wondered, "So is it like energy drink?" Then he asked him back, "Do you think that easy-to-grow licorice can help N?" "That's right." He closed his eyes and bowed sincerely. "Please, you must save this child." Riel tightly covered her nose with a cloth and asked how to find that licorice. Brer raised one finger and said the only way is to gather as much as possible. "I heard the appearance rate is 1 in 10,000 wild ginseng plants." Riel repeats his words. 1 in 1,000 stars? Dross says it looks exactly like regular licorice. Rayo quietly calculates, only different in the easy part, so he has to dig up each tree to check. How long will it take in such a vast place? The boy turned around and left. "Thank you for telling me, I will remember." Brass once again bows to you in response. "Then I will rely on you." After Brass leaves, Rel quietly contemplates in the room. "If I spend too much time searching for ginseng, I might miss the optimal time for treatment." You bow your head and look at La lying on the bed, calculating in your mind. "Still, I can't help but wonder how it will create the medicine. If its effects are truly that powerful, it could become a key asset for this treatment. I will try everything I can." Reichel quietly calls out. The skill unlock list appears immediately. Skills can be unlocked. 1. Some trash. 2. Healing. 3. Medicinal herbs. 4. Search for herbs. 5. Brew medicinal wine. 6. Chiropractic treatment. You notice the last skill after chiropractic treatment. When did it appear? It's not important right now. My finger pauses at skill number 4. Herb searching. Feeling hesitant about whether to try it or not. An information panel appears. You have chosen option 4 for herb gathering. The skill is unlocked for the 3rd time. Cost 8,000 HP. Current HP is 8,800. The information panel introducing the herbal search skill has been unlocked. Herb gathering. Level 1. Activates when entering herb collection mode. Found herbs within a 10-meter radius. Jay's finger hesitated slightly as he thought, so this is the herb harvesting mode? A slight smirk appeared on his lips, and I picked up another powerful skill. JK's eyes sparkled, and Hai Long chuckled a few times. Ha ha ha. The next day, US's foot was standing on a barren land. Rikel, sitting on Yu's shoulder, with Brass and a group of guards behind him, gazes at the vast land ahead and signals to the others. "Let's go." Rakiel, sitting on Yu's back, begins to give orders. 1 to 3, follow me. Check the left side. Teams 4 and 5 are following through the bushes. I scan the right side, and all the guards respond in unison. Rekel tilted his head to the side and suddenly asked, "Are Damien still okay?" You glanced at him and asked, "Huh? Is he going to feel abandoned?" Rakiel stood up with his hands on his hips, sighed, and said, "Well, I guess so." He closed his eyes, thinking that if a wild beast suddenly attacked, the situation would become dangerous again. Rakia silently thought, Damien needs to be protected like a flower grown in a greenhouse. On the night before departure, Rekel Bursel held a tray with medicinal pills and instructed the person in front of him, "This is the Shangma Dong herb. Take it." He explained, "The girl needs to take this to hold on a little longer." Damien bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Riel turned to leave the room. "Then I'm leaving now. Damien looked at him and asked, "Where are you going?" Riel tilted his head and replied, "Going to find licorice root easily." Damien, hearing this, quickly stepped in and offered, "I will go with you." Jill reached out to remind you that you spilled the precious medicine. His hands gently rested on Damien's shoulders. Riel, smiling warmly, asks, "Stay here with Anis and take care of N." Damien looks at the person in front of him and asks, "I am your bodyguard, so why am I the only one left behind?" Rekel gave a reason again, saying if N shows any change, you are the fastest to report it. Damien clenched the tray in his hand and retorted, "Ice is better at doing that." "Think carefully," Jill said. "If something happens and she runs to report, who will stay with the baby?" Damien didn't know how to respond, so he closed his eyes in silence. Jill drew a conclusion, "So I will leave both you and Anis here. You will see you holding a red flag on the horizon. If there's an emergency, can I count on you to go there?" Rekiel waved his hand, and before leaving, made sure to give one last instruction. "Don't forget KU's food. Remember the honey-water ratio?" After everything was arranged, he hurriedly set off. Damien stood in front of the door for a long time, staring at Riel's back. Currently, Riel was standing on Urus's shoulders, arms crossed, silently determined, "I must find the herb and return quickly." He silently read the command in his mind, "Search for herbs," as the information panel appeared. The level 1 herb search skill has been activated. A blue light suddenly appeared in front of Jekyll, then transformed into the shape of glasses. The information panel displayed, "The herb search mode interface is now active, and herbs within 10 meters will be automatically detected." Riel widened his eyes in shock, thinking, "This looks like glasses." Another information panel appeared in herb search mode. Plants were colored according to their properties and medicinal effects. Herbs beneficial to patients will glow fluorescent green. Toxic plants will glow red. And plants with no medicinal or toxic value will appear gray, with stronger potency or toxicity showing deeper colors. Jell looked around, searching, and the brighter the glow, the more it seemed like he had found something, causing him to freeze in place. Jell notices the greenish glow behind the rocks. "Could I have found it?" A shout echoed through the space, causing the guards to look up. "Stop!" Jell points and calls out, and Nurong Yu understands and nods in response. It lowered its arm so Rekiel could slide down from its shoulder to the ground. The other guards also rushed over with their weapons. "Your Highness, have you found it? We will help you." Rael scans the entire tree in front of him with his glasses, and at first glance it looks like a normal licorice plant. He turns his head and orders, "Dig up this licorice plant." All the guards responded in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Riel crossed his arms and reminded them to be careful not to damage it easily, recalling a past image of a herbalist guiding him to gently clear the soil around the roots. Jay also took it seriously and followed along. "Yes, you secretly marvel at how my experience following herbalists back when I ran a clinic has come in handy like this." A group of guards gathered around digging the soil near the licorice plant. After a few minutes, one guard easily pulled the plant out of the ground. He raised the ginseng root and asked, "Is this it?" Jay quietly thought to himself, "This isn't a long ginseng, just a regular one with a fairly dark green color, meaning the normal level here is like that." He closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he couldn't expect to find it all at once. It's a pity, but now he understands how the skill works. He just needs to look for a darker shade of green. Riel turned around and gave orders. "It's not easy to find a long-lasting licorice. Keep moving." "Team 1, go further to the left," the guards responded in unison. On JKEL's glasses, countless different green and red points are displayed. Brass and the escort team keep digging through this and that patch of licorice. I don't know how long it has been, but the sky is now covered in an orange-yellow hue. Rekel silently calculates, sure enough, it can't be found in a day. The sun is about to set, so it's better to head back. He returned to Yu's shoulder, one hand raised to command the guards. Everyone retreats. Uos leads the way, turning around to head back. Joe shifted his gaze and looked in shock at something on the ground. He felt suspicious and wondered silently. Licorice root, gray in color. Reflected in GL's glasses is the image of Yu's foot about to step on that gray licorice root. He suddenly shouted very loudly, "Wait a moment." Uos was startled by that scream and shouted out, "My ear." Rakiel held Uros's arm to slide down to the ground, running forward while pondering. In the gray herb collecting mode, it means there are no medicinal properties. Riel wondered silently. But a medicinal herb that has no effect, could that really be possible? Even the weakest ones should have some effect, right? A suspicion crossed my mind. Then this licorice plant is different. It doesn't look like the bunches of gray grass around it. Rael bent down to examine it more closely. "Wait, try digging around the gray licorice plant." The guard saw your actions and quickly ran over. "Your Highness, let us handle this." JK's face was covered in sweat as he kept repeating the word fine, fine, fine in his mind. Finally, a green light appeared on the screen of his glasses. The deeper they dug into the licorice root, the more the green color revealed itself. Riel barely opened his mouth to say the letter T, but then he lifted his face to the sky and shouted, "I found it!" Riel, feeling extremely proud, pressed his face close to the licorice plant and analyzed it carefully. All the nutrients of the plant are concentrated in the roots, while the rest has almost no nutrients and appears gray. He turned to the others and warned, "Everything's getting tough now, stay alert." "Did you find it?" Riel confidently replied. "Yeah." Brass bends down to examine the medicinal plant in front of him, but from the outside it looks exactly like a regular licorice plant. Riel confidently states that this tree is different. You can tell just by digging it up. Brass responds, we need to change our harvesting method. We can't let it get scratched even a little. Riel asked in shock, so if you just put in a little effort, all the nutrients will flow out and it will become useless. Brass added, our ancestors said it would take at least 100 years to find such a large licorice again. Riel resting his chin and thought, if that's true, one more mistake and it's over. Damn it, how careful must that Aros guy have been? He looked at the tools in the guard's hands, thinking to himself what to do now. At least 10 meters deep, a normal split of 2 countries wouldn't be enough. Requel's eyes widen as if he just remembered something. He looks at Yu's enormous leg in the distance. That's right, I have this guy. Riel pointed in a direction and called out loudly. Nor dig on the other side. A plan immediately formed in his mind. If we dig a 10-meter deep hole, we can then expand toward the licorice area and approach from the side. And finally, when the entire easy side is exposed, just slide it out horizontally. There, a thick cloud of gray dust is covering the entire area near the licorice tree. Keep going, everyone. Just a little more. They also responded in unison clearly. Your Highness, somewhere there is the glowing red eye of a mysterious creature. Outside, Brass is digging while humming a song. Arm, 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 arm. His singing echoed through the space. Ngan tio ko, ngan tio ko. The mouth of the mysterious creature opens, revealing sharp fangs and a long tongue, as the ground suddenly shakes violently and a guardian shouts. Earthquake? Riel, who was above, asked curiously as they stopped moving. Why are you hesitating? Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and a few seconds later, a large section of earth collapsed. A tremendous force shot straight up into the sky right in front of them. After that deafening explosion, rocks and debris flew everywhere, forcing Jekyll nearby to hurriedly cover his head and face. Suddenly, his face showed horror as a fierce serpent emerged from the deep hole that had just exploded. In that dangerous situation, luckily Braun managed to save 2 civilians in time. Euros also quickly embraced a group of soldiers and retreated. Finally, Brap lands safely. Uas is a bit shaken, but Trunqui still stands firm on the ground. All the soldiers are safe in its arms. After confirming there was nothing dangerous left, it finally asked, Are you all okay? The group of soldiers joyfully and gratefully replied, Lord Us, thank you. You saved our lives. At that moment, suddenly a shadow covered Us, and the scene unfolded so quickly that he couldn't react, only opening his eyes wide in horror. It turns out the serpent was rushing toward it with deadly venomous fangs, and then fresh blood splattered everywhere. Us used his body to shield the soldiers, so the Mangsha accidentally bit deeply into his waist. Suddenly, the Mangsha's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red glow. That scene made Yu feel chills, as if sensing something about to happen to him. And indeed, it was. The snake bit deeply into Yu's flesh and then used all its strength to drag him away, tossing Yu into the air like a ball. Finally, Yu painfully landed on the ground. The horrifying scene struck the soldiers' eyes, leaving them stunned and frozen in place. The panic reflected in everyone's eyes as large rocks flew everywhere and once again knocked them to the ground. The snake was now attacking wildly, causing everyone to hurriedly flee. A few brave people tried to attack it, but were knocked away by its tail. The screams blended with the shouts of the guards protecting His Highness the Crown Prince. Gel ran while feeling overwhelmed. It all happened so quickly. While running away, he accidentally tripped over a rock and fell flat on the ground. At the same time, a large rock was about to fall right onto his head. Everything happened so suddenly that he could only watch in shock. At that very moment, somewhere else, the bowl of soup had been finished. Damien, while feeding N, reflected, I'm not a nurse, I'm a bodyguard. But seeing the good girl finish her bowl of soup, even he felt quite satisfied. It seems she has finished eating. However, his mood still wasn't any better, and instead he felt confused, wondering if he had lost their trust. Anis, sitting nearby and wiping a cloth, sensed the dark clouds in Damien's heart and kept looking at him. Finally, she told him to leave. With a cold attitude, she advised Damien, if you're that uncomfortable and hate this, just go. I will take care of everything here. But Damien stubbornly replied, no, this is an order from His Highness, so I will do it. That made Anis annoyed and she snapped, go now, leave right now. Then she pointed at the empty bass drum on Damien's hand and his meaningless spoon movements, growling, even if King K is here, you can't help me anyway, so stop making empty gestures. Damien still responded cluelessly, but the prince knew he couldn't reason with him, so Anis decided to pull him out of the room herself. Obviously, this takes quite a toll on her. If the prince is fine, just go back first and pretend you've been here all along. If something happens, you protect the prince. Why is he so heavy? Still looking confused, he asked, what if the child encounters an emergency? What do you think? I left the girl here with the people to watch over her for a while before running to inform the prince. This statement made Damien suddenly wake up, stand up, and accidentally cause Anis to fall, but he still didn't care and bowed his head to thank you. Thank you. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. Anis watched Damien's figure and quietly thought that instead of feeling upset here, it would be better for each of us to do our best in our own roles. Damien's strong silhouette walks away towards Riel, heading to the prince's side just as a giant stone is about to fall on his head. Riel, helpless, closes his eyes and accepts his fate. Goodbye. The royal life suddenly changed as a sharp slash swept through, and Damien appeared in front of Jekyll without him noticing when exactly. He bravely cut through that huge rock. Of course, Jaquel couldn't see the heroic scene because he was busy closing his eyes and trembling in fear. And then Damien's voice rang out. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Hearing the familiar voice, Riel dazedly opened his eyes and looked up at the voice. Recognizing who was in front of him, he joyfully shouted, "Damn!" Then Riel, confused, asked, "Why are you here? Nah, did something happen?" Damien was a bit confused by this attitude and tried to explain. "No, that's not it." He didn't even get a chance to clarify. He immediately questioned, "Don't tell me you disobeyed my orders. Follow me now." So he had to explain. "Annis said that if I stayed, I would only be a burden." Suddenly, Jel stood up, his voice lowering as he threatened Damien. Suddenly, he rushed into Damien's arms, holding him tightly and shouting out loud, "Lucky charm! Damn it, I really thought I was about to die." After crying loudly for a while, he pointed at the snake over there and then, like a child, accused it. "That bastard, give him a lesson." Damien naturally obeyed and ordered, "Yes, Your Highness." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a whirlwind, afraid he would be harmed in the fight. Jel hurriedly shouted a warning. Damien must absolutely not reverse the mana. Damien ran forward with a cheerful smile, while the soldiers all stood in front of the snake to prevent it from taking another step forward. At that moment, the serpent sensed a powerful threat approaching. Before it could recover, the person charged straight at the serpent. Damien Yen swiftly rushes forward, already devising a plan to deal with the serpent if its scales are so tough they can pierce through the ground. Then he gently landed on the snake and charged forward, knowing the only way to win was to strike a fatal blow. Damien aimed directly at the snake's head and struck down with fierce determination. But before he could do anything, the snake let out a terrifying scream that made Damien's head throb so badly he had to cover his ears. Luckily, he managed to dodge safely to the side. Jel, overwhelmed, exclaimed in helplessness. Is only Damien not enough? Just then, Brass runs over and asks, "Is the human prince still okay?" "I'm fine, and I also asked where you is." Grass glanced into the distance and said, "Over there." Rakiel saw you lying on the ground and felt somewhat reassured. Luckily, he's still conscious. Then he looked back at Damien fighting hard against the serpent and silently hoped that if Damien could hold on a little longer, you would come back. I hope that if Damien and you work together, Jiel suddenly realizes something. Wait a minute. So that snake doesn't seem to care about Damien at all, even after he keeps attacking it. Does that thing completely ignore Damien? And then, to attract its attention, Damien jumped in front of it. Blocked by him, the snake became angry. Unfortunately, Damien was caught by its tongue. The snake's tongue lifted him high, then threw him far away. That action made Jel feel confused. What the hell is that? But then something caught his eye. It was some kind of strange plant. Immediately, Rekiel realized the problem, a faint smile spreading on his face. I see now. The battlefield is in ruins, and Damien, exhausted, silently thinks, I thought it was just an ordinary monster. I have to fight this serpent to the end. It seems I really need to take this seriously. As the serpent entered a heightened state of alert, Damien's foot forcefully stomped on the ground and charged forward. He had a plan to eliminate this serpent. I need to get closer faster than before and finish it with a single strike. Sensing the danger approaching, the serpent swung its tail up and then slammed it down, causing the ground to crack. Luckily, Damien managed to dodge just in time, his eyes cold and ruthless as he leapt high to get closer to the snake. Each sword strike Damien wielded was both powerful and decisive as he faced the Mangsa. At this moment, the Mangsa stared fiercely with its glowing red eyes at Damien. At that moment, Damien steadied himself and leapt onto the body of the serpent. Suddenly, he tilted his body and attacked the serpent's eyes. Suddenly, a look of surprise flooded his eyes as he realized he couldn't hurt the Mangsa even after attacking its most vulnerable spot. Not even a scratch. At that moment, the serpent's tail swung up and struck Damien directly, leaving him stunned. That blow made him cough in pain, and he was thrown far away, thinking he would land on the dry ground. But instead, he hit something soft. What is this soft sensation? He quickly looked up and realized who was holding him. Lord Urus immediately shouted, "Thank you, sir." Just then, the chilling voice of the serpent rang out. Anyone who dares to stand in its way will be attacked by it. I will kill them all. At that moment, you and Damien both stood frozen as the snake charged toward them. Before they could act, a familiar voice rang out, causing the snake to halt. Kill that snake. That voice is full of determination and strength. Repeat after me. Then there was a knocking sound in response. Long live the Lord. So in the space filled with shouts and screams at the top of their lungs. Is that clear? Is that clear enough? So it turns out GL is the one who initiated everything. Forget about that part. I don't know how you conveyed the message, but your subordinates carry the same phrase and still give orders to others. Forget about clarifying that part. Their ignorance makes you feel a bit helpless, but you have no choice but to hold back. Whatever. Then a group of people shouted together to attract the snake's attention, smashing the snake. I will crush you. At this moment, Ju pointed the shovel in his hand at the medicinal plant lying abandoned on the ground. A sly smile appeared on your face. That action of yours truly made the Snake King panic so much that it roared in fear. Seeing it prepare to attack again, Riel calmly asked, You won't stop, will you? Since he had found its weakness, he felt free to use that to threaten it. So, should I pull them out one by one and decide? Did your hand deliberately touch the trunk and pretend to pull the tree out, or not? Indeed, Gel's actions made the snake sweat so much it screamed, "Don't!" It hurriedly begged and explained why it valued that herb so much. That licorice was something I had cherished and nurtured for 97 years. Just let it grow for another 3 years and then use it, and I can become a being close to a dragon. Naturally, Gel knew this well, which is why he used this to threaten the serpent. I know better than anyone else. Just a small wound is enough to ruin all the medicinal properties. You should step back. The snake's entire body is trembling because it's afraid you'll actually uproot that licorice plant. I didn't expect to be robbed by a human. Seeing it retreat and calm its hostility, Rekiel is sure that his actions were not wrong. As expected, that snake is guarding the licorice root carefully. That's why it attacked our group from the very beginning. At that moment, he shouted loudly for Damien Yu. Understanding his intention, they immediately moved. Yuo suddenly tightened his grip on the serpent's head with all his might. It used both hands to pry open the snake's mouth, but it didn't expect that the snake's tail was still flexible. The tail coiled tightly around Urus. Each squeeze grew even more powerful. Then a scream echoed out. Did it not even damage its eyes? At that moment, Damien charged forward, and as he swung his sword down, he silently thought that the girl's breathing was still steady. His strike pierced straight through the serpent, preventing it from even letting out a cry, only a stream of bright green poison blood pouring from its mouth. Its eyes lost their bright red color and turned to a dull gray. Finally, it collapsed, and Yu was freed. It's dawn, and everyone is returning to the village. The snake's head is being lifted high by soldiers and the villagers. Anis is still busy watching Na, while J-Kel is occupied with making medicine. Things are not looking good. The treatment is taking longer than expected. You are checking the medicine you just brought back. Regular licorice does contain glycerin, but on top of that, as I read in the notes about alpha glycerin, it's totally crazy. It says it has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects immediately, but the side effects are almost guaranteed. In that content, Joel notices a chemical he has never heard of before. Alpha glycerin? We've never seen this compound before. After a moment of thinking, he sighed tiredly, thinking that it only seems to exist in the long-lasting licorice. Right now, he's a bit confused. Its strong anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects are very good, but the side effects are devastating. At that moment, Jay reached into his pocket, took out something sharp, and the object had been poking into him all along, making him feel a bit hurt, truly in pain. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, summoned all his courage, and stabbed that into his thigh. Instantly, the system sent a notification at the exact moment Kel was nearby. Your metabolism enters mode 8282 and continues to accelerate. After a while, the red notification turns green. Activate preview of the optional 2 mixed drug preparation skill. The medicine dish in front of JKL is fully loaded at 100%. Sample A001 is expected to have strong anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and antifungal effects that reduce dry cough. The expected side effect is the complete destruction of beneficial gut bacteria. The side effects quickly lead to death, but since this pill still has side effects, JK immediately threw it away. No, side effects are death, so it is absolutely unacceptable. And so he frantically created more new pills with no side effects. Sample A008, Sample A0, Sample A012, Sample A018, Sample A0. Expected effects include strong anti-inflammatory and antibacterial actions. It activates intestinal motility, with potential side effects such as excessive activation leading to diarrhea, rapid dehydration, shock, and death. No matter how much pain he endures, JL ignores it all. He is determined to see it through and finish today. The drug samples are still being produced, gradually exhausting him. Sample A048, Sample A067, Sample A098, and the parent Sample A099. Because he kept producing medicine non-stop, he became so short of breath that his face turned pale. He could feel his body was unwell, his vision was spinning, and his stomach was also feeling nauseous. His breathing gradually grew heavier. Is it because I haven't been resting at all lately? After a moment of stabilizing himself, Rekiel told himself that he must rest properly once this treatment is over. Before he could even stab his thigh again, he was too weak and collapsed to his knees. You look exhausted and say, "My legs suddenly lose strength." Suddenly, a look of confusion appears in Gel's eyes as he exclaims, "What?" So it turns out it was you who received the system notification that you had contracted the disease. The incubation period for whooping cough has ended and you have been infected. In the break room, everyone is happily chatting. Stop stabbing me with those thorns. At this rate, we're all going to die. Only the intestines are painfully lying in bed, looking like he's having a nightmare. Stop stabbing me with those thorns. At this rate, we're all going to die. Then suddenly he opened his eyes, staring fiercely at the ceiling, and shouted, "What?" At that moment, the loudspeaker announced that the internal organs were entering emergency mode. This confused the large intestine. Wasn't the 8282 mode already over today? Suddenly, a labored breathing sound echoed, causing the large intestine to panic and shout. "Hey, lungs." Seeing them trembling in pain, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you guys?" The lungs gasp and reply, "Living is already enough." After saying that, both of them collapse to the ground and the alarm continues to sound. During the incubation period after being infected with whooping cough bacteria, You repeatedly entered the 8282 mode that accelerated your metabolism, resulting in an unusually shortened incubation period. Confusedly listening, you have developed acute whooping cough. When the severity of the illness fully erupts, the calculation of additional lifespan is temporarily suspended. After a series of shocking revelations, the loudspeaker also fell silent, while the large intestine roared in anger. After stabbing me so many times, suddenly a sob of deep sorrow echoed. Goodbye doesn't mean forever. The stomach hugs another friend tightly and cries out loud. That was a promise to meet again someday. Returning to jail with trembling hands, still clutching the thorny branch. You try to get up despite your body hurting so much you can't bear it. Even in an emergency, you force yourself to stay alert. I can't afford to panic either. Everything I do now is to save Na and myself. As long as I can develop a new medicine, I can save the child and heal myself at the same time. Currently, due to my illness, I can't use some of my skills. The only problem is time. My condition could worsen, so I can't use mode 8282. Jun's steps tremble, his voice full of exhaustion. So the only remaining option is for you to personally prepare these medicines yourself, to handle the herbs by hand. Right now, your hands are trembling so much you can't hold the vial. At most, I have about 3 chances to try the new formula. My heart is pounding so hard I feel like it might jump out. Or maybe just one. Rakia understands that these medicines are all new to him, so preparing them will probably be difficult. Because this is something completely new. Unlike the old medicines, it is very risky. Due to illness, he was so weak that he couldn't even open the lid. My hand was too weak to open it, but still, I used all my strength to twist the bottle's cap. Outside the preparation room, Damien stood guard and clearly heard the coughing sounds inside. Those familiar coughs made him worried. The coughing was followed by a loud crash. Without hesitation, he quickly asked, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" He tiredly replied, "I'm fine. You don't need to come in." Of course, Damien didn't believe and asked again, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" JKL's response is still reassurance. Your concern is enough. Knowing he couldn't be swayed, Damien just told him to call anytime if he needed help. Luckily, you managed to open the lid from inside. At last, it's open. At the same time, outside, Damien's hand still clutches the doorknob tightly, trembling with a firm grip. After a moment of silence, he called out, "Your Highness." Raquel, tired and annoyed, responded loudly. "Why did I say I was busy?" Damien hesitated before mentioning the potion you are developing now, as you are trying to create something that has never existed before. With all his worry, he advised him not to push himself too hard. Not knowing much about potion making, Damien could only say what he was certain of. Instead of relying on what you already know, maybe you should just focus on what you feel and judge in the moment. It might be better. Rel listened without saying a word. Seeing you so silent, Damien quickly apologized for speaking too much, but Rel was very grateful and said, "No, thanks to you I feel less pressured." Your words made Damien feel relieved again. It's nothing. At that moment, Rel returned to work with Damien's advice. Yes, the licorice root is something I haven't studied before, so if you handle it with your old knowledge, you'll definitely fail. Looking at the pile of unfamiliar ingredients in front of you, you feel a bit confused. I wish I knew which ingredients here would enhance the effectiveness of the long-lasting licorice. As I was lost in thought, suddenly JK sensed a familiar flow of energy, mana, and that mana flow emanates from the licorice root. Suddenly, a whole sign appeared on the root, startling Dekel and making him feel surprised. The appearance of this made him wonder why he was seeing it only on long-lasting licorice, and then the system quickly explained his confusion. You realize that flexible reactions are needed depending on both the patient and the medicinal herbs. This experience and understanding have significantly improved your herb identification skills. A new option has been unlocked for the herb identification skill, allowing for a 3-layer understanding of herb compatibility with a flexible mind and sharp intuition. You can sense the presence of each medicinal herb when combined with the ingredients they prefer. All herbs can reduce side effects and produce synergistic medicinal effects. After hearing this news, Gel also had a vague idea that licorice root contains a much higher concentration of mana than ordinary plants. So that emoji must have appeared when its mana changed. Depending on its mood, your gaze then shifted to another potion jar. So you brought that jar in front of the licorice root and immediately made it happy enough to change its mood. Does it smile when it likes something? They are grown up. Then Relay thought of something. Did you bring out something else? What about this one? Are you switching to another jar again? The licorice plant immediately shows disapproval. Do you like it or hate it? Seeing the clear expression of love and hate on that licorice's face, I couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Its emotions are truly obvious. In the end, Gel decided to cook a whole pot of herbs using the ingredients that the licorice root seemed to like. I only chose the ingredients it appeared to prefer. As you stir the medicine in the pot, you keep telling yourself, please work. Your actions are cheered on by the organs inside you. Your internal organs sincerely support your will and determination. Are your organs really not giving up until the end? Are you serious? Can we really trust you? Trust him, brothers. We should anyway. Jay is a bit dizzy right now, but he's trying to stay alert. Cam Tao nearby looks happy to see you putting in all the herbs she loves. While you're busy brewing, your organs are doing their best to support you. Your internal organs wish for everyone to survive. Current HP is 2,300. The current situation is quite tough because JKL is really exhausted. His legs are trembling so much he can barely stand, and his vision is blurring. I couldn't see clearly. I couldn't hold on anymore, so I collapsed to the ground. I fell hard onto the floor, my breathing becoming heavy. Raquel, knowing he couldn't hold on any longer, mustered his strength to call out Damien. After a moment of unconsciousness, when he opened his eyes, he saw Damien anxiously standing beside his bed. Your Highness, do you recognize me? Suddenly, Gel sat up abruptly and loudly called out a name, Javelin. Seeing that he suddenly called out my full name, Damien was startled and replied, Your Highness. Hearing his response, Gel calmly said, I was just joking. Of course, your joke really annoyed him. If he can still joke around, then he's probably fine. After a while of joking back and forth, Gel also asked, What happened? I was clearly in the kitchen. Damien immediately said, That's really dangerous. You were unconscious for 2 whole days. Mentioning Neela made Damien and Anis exchange knowing smiles before Neela appeared looking shy and called out, Prince? Seeing her like that, Riel looked confused, which made Damien explain that it seemed he didn't remember anything. He recounted what happened 2 days ago. Just before fainting, he gave me a potion and told me to give it to the girl. That day, he was so worried about Gel that he called out loudly, Your Highness, even though you're in a daze, JK still managed to use the last of his strength to tell you, You must make Neela drink this. After hearing that, Gel still didn't quite understand. Why am I completely fine like this? So, someone stepped forward to speak. Damon's Yen said you also started calling them. Anis explained that since the symptoms seemed similar, he remembered the smell of the medicine you gave the child and immediately prepared it for you to drink. Riel exclaimed after hearing this. I understand now. After learning what happened during the 2 days I was unconscious, Riel smiled and asked Han Anis, How do you feel now? Anis gently replied, I still have a slight cough, but I feel much lighter. Suddenly, her voice choked up. I have recovered like this. The girl, crying and feeling sad, said, But I will never see my grandfather again, right? Then she burst into tears, which touched the heart. Then he reached out and took Anis's hand. The scene now is incredibly warm. Outside, the sun is gentle and a bird is soaring in the blue sky. In a crevice in the rocks, someone is pulling something from the ground. It looks like a person wrapped in cloth, and indeed, when the cloth pieces are moved aside, an old man is revealed inside. Inside the resting room, Riel gently comforts NLA. He has gone to a better place. His hand gently stroked NLA's hair and comforted her, saying, If NLA stays strong and doesn't cry, your grandfather can rest peacefully. You can do it, right? These words moved Anne to tears, and she replied, Yes, Your Highness. After comforting her, Raquel turned to Anis and said, Take her back to her room to rest. Anis responded, Yes, sir, Your Highness. Then Rel turned to Damien and said, Wait outside the door. Of course, Damien immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. All 3 of them left the room at the same time, leaving only inside. He looked at their backs, then suddenly turned around as if searching for someone. Not finding who he was looking for, Riel clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, Hey, so you were waiting for the system to give you your reward, but it hasn't appeared yet. Aren't you going to settle this yet? My reward, my lifespan, hand it over now. Your anger has made your internal organs so delighted they are teasing you. They mock your sudden change in attitude, stubborn to let go, huh? You've held back for quite a while. Your intestines are now teasing your liver. And ever since the baby started crying, you've wanted to check, right? I can't do that. I also need to live longer. You know, after teasing back and forth for a while, the team helped you earn a few more points. Your organs have donated 800 HP filled with joy. Your current HP is 3,100. I believe you. JKL's development of the new herbal remedy saved N's life by using the newly researched herbal medicine. The decoction reduces cough. You successfully treated patient N. Moreover, your spirit is the most commendable thing. Even while in a critical condition during the process, you still showed sacrifice and dedication by giving the medicine to the patient first. Your reward this time is the heartfelt praise from everyone. Those who witnessed the scene are sending you sincere compliments. Based on those compliments, the system will grant a reward to Rael. Due to the praise effect, the level 2 medical fee skills effect is increased by 1.5 times. A total of 24 days of bonus lifespan have been paid, with an expected lifespan of 351 days. As soon as he received this long-term lifespan, he was incredibly happy. It's definitely a reward. A little later, while Brass was busy training at his lodging, someone suddenly called out to him. Hey, Leader Riel has come all this way to remind you of the promise you made before. Let's do that medicinal herb deal. You haven't forgotten our promise, right? Of course I haven't forgotten. I was planning to come see you myself. As he kept lifting the weights, he approached Rael and said, You saved the only blood-related family member of my close friend, so how could I not show my gratitude? Hearing this, Rael couldn't help but tease him. If you are so grateful, shouldn't you have come at dawn? Suddenly, Brass's voice rises sharply. Absolutely not. He forcefully swung the dumbbell, each lift powerful and revealing every muscle fiber. His resilient beauty captivated others, while he roared with vitality. Mornings are for back exercises. Braz himself is obsessed with his huge muscles and says that if he breaks his 3-part workout schedule, he will lose muscle mass. Watching the crowd fixate on Brass's huge muscles like mice, Gel couldn't help but feel helpless. Since these muscle enthusiasts know they can't change their obsession, he could only resignedly say, "Do whatever you want as long as you keep your promise." BR calmly replied, "Of course," but GL wanted to add one more condition. "But I want to add one more thing. What is it that makes Brass curious?" Right, Gale mentioned the diphtheria here. You previously said whooping cough isn't rare in this place, right? The reason is because you already have a cure for that disease. I have a way to treat sick children, so I want to open a temporary clinic to treat them. Your words left Brass utterly stunned and asking why. With a confident tone mixed with determination, Gel replied fiercely, "Because healing the patient is the right thing to do. On the surface, you seem very righteous. Even though this is an autonomous region, it still belongs to the Empire, and those children are citizens of the Empire and its future, right? But inside, you're a bit greedy for money, and also after the longevity mine, aren't you? You speak generously with your mouth. As the Crown Prince, I cannot ignore the pain of these children, but my heart is calculating. HP plus 10, HP plus 10. I also can't ignore the reward for longevity." When Bras heard those heartfelt words, I don't know if he was moved or not, but he dropped Ta onto the ground. The loud crash when Ta fell startled GL. "You scared me!" And then Bar, with a serious expression, called out the human prince. He and his clan members respectfully knelt before JK and sincerely said, "You are a true ruler." He suddenly pressed his face close to reaffirm his feelings for you. "I was deeply moved." His current expression scared you so much that you stammered out, "Really?" Before you could regain your composure, Brass bowed his head before you and shouted, "Love and unconditional sacrifice." The Orc tribe unanimously praised JKL, leaving you unsure how to respond. With dedication and compassion, they used noble rituals to raise their feet to the sky to show their loyalty, trusting and obeying you in everything. Although I have seen this ceremony many times, I still can't get used to it and helplessly say thank you. Deep down, I also feel that overcoming chickenpox will make us stronger adults, but witnessing children die must be very painful for everyone. After expressing their sincerity for a while, Bras then said, "If you need our help, we will support you wholeheartedly." Riel immediately asked for assistance upon hearing that. "Can I ask one last favor? Would you be interested in helping me set up a long-lasting licorice farm?" Grass was a bit puzzled after hearing that. A licorice farm. So you immediately explained, "We will mass produce by using the root of easy long licorice as a base." However, your terminology confused Brass because its main components and effects are antibacterial and anti-inflammatory. We can continue producing a natural antibiotic. The more you talk, the more Brass gets a headache. It may be less potent than wild varieties, but still superior to regular licorice, and we can supply it steadily. So, the recovery rate for whooping cough patients will increase. After finishing one, Rel then said, "I will entrust you with establishing the farm." Brass, your trust in me makes Brass feel confused. "Why?" You calmly replied, "I can't stay here forever." This makes Brass even more confused. "But, Your Highness, he believes that your point is that he cannot run a business because he is not recognized as a warrior." Then Riel revealed his plan. "I will appoint you as the representative." Grass understands this part, but he didn't understand any of the previous part. If Na becomes the official manager of the farm, there will be no problem. I trust you and accept, but I didn't understand a single word you just said. Knowing he's a bit slow to understand, I had to call someone who could handle this. Lord Frandon, who was just called, suddenly appeared out of nowhere like the wind. He respectfully replied that Your Highness was calling for me. Without hesitation, Rel ordered him. Lord Frandon will explain it simply, so listen carefully. While Frandon acts like a gentleman with Brass, Riel and Damien casually ignore this and that. Brass asked again after hearing, "So N is the chairman, right?" A few days later at the temporary clinic, Rhea carefully examined the sick children who had whooping cough and prescribed this medication, following the instructions precisely. The next person, your action has earned you many lifespan rewards from the system, which is like pumping more chicken blood into you, making you even more excited. The next person, shouts keep ringing out. Next, JK never seems to take a break. The system displays information. Estimated lifespan 1,282 days, so much that it makes Real extremely excited, over 1,000 days. Is this real? Your face obsession with rewards scared the kid in front of you so much that they started crying. "Mom, I'm scared." Tears welled up in the child's eyes and then fell to the ground. At the same time, somewhere else, a drop of water fell, revealing a fully covered man inside the cave. In front of him was a madman with a wide open mouth and broken teeth, and not just one but many such individuals, all confined within a single cage. The mysterious man slowly approached the cage door, seemingly unimpressed by the number of victims and wondering why lately so few people had died from that cough disease. Then he pulls down his hood, revealing a young man with a very annoyed expression behind it. This will interfere with the plan. He is the summoner mage C. The ones inside the cage are no longer human. They are howling uncontrollably, and there are extremely many of them. But in Katu's eyes, that's nothing. He angrily clenched his collar and said, "It's been 10 days. His rage made him slam his cloak to the ground and shout, "This is not good." Tatu gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know my plan is falling apart?" The delay in the plan seems to drive him crazy. I need at least 3,000 more. After a moment of madness, Katu finally calmed down. He walked over and pondered. There was no better place than this to create zombies. Based on what he observed, this border area has countless hiding spots, and many people have died from that cough disease. His hand slowly placed on the iron bars as he muttered to himself. And after the funeral, they just left the bodies in the field and never came back. This plan makes Ka2 feel truly exhilarated. It's indeed a perfect ritual, isn't it? You all want to move again, right? Because he was standing close to the iron bars, those inside immediately went crazy, reaching out to grab him. But, of course, he quickly stepped back, and instead of fear, Ka2 smirked wickedly and said, "Do you like it?" He seems to really enjoy watching those inside the cage struggle. Now you understand, right? Dark magic is truly powerful and incredible. The more he talks, the more agitated he becomes. If you work and fight in place of humans, there will be no need for labor or dying on the battlefield. Yet the fools in the Empire keep refusing this perfect solution. My trembling hand presses to my face as I utter words filled with the utmost agitation. Coming up with something this brilliant, he's very proud of his own intelligence. I was right. I am a genius. After all the madness, he finally returns to the main issue. Now is not the time to sit idly. I need to gather more information. Suddenly, he shouted loudly at someone. "Hey, the person inside you has a very different aura from the others who are crazy. Teatu has ordered that guy, so you will be my eyes and ears." His magic influences the chosen person, turning them into his spy. As for JK, he has established a farm under the name Na, a project for a long-term licorice farm. Seeing the opening photo hung on the wall, a worried voice asked, "Do you think it will succeed?" Then a calm voice replied, "It probably won't be easy. Real is guiding them to grow the licorice plants. Still, we have created the perfect growing environment, adjusting the soil, controlling the temperature, and providing enough nutrients. Although the soil has been carefully fertilized, it's strange that no new shoots have appeared in days and there are no signs of sprouting. It's been 8 days already? The fact that the seedlings haven't sprouted is making Daiki very worried. We've met all the conditions, so what are we still missing? Maybe it needs a special type of nutrient or a specific growing condition. Even though you keep focusing on planting trees and growing licorice, Brass isn't really paying attention and just wants to go outside to lift weights. I want to train. People want to train, but everyone keeps fussing over plants and trees." At that moment, Jiel suddenly shouted out, and Brass, hearing this, exclaimed with joy, "Have you figured it out?" But he was a bit disappointed because Jiel actually didn't find anything, which made him a little annoyed. "No, the idea you came up with is to invite someone to help, so we will bring in an expert." Brass finds this a bit confusing. "What kind of expert is that?" Riel chuckled mischievously and said, "A gardening expert going crazy over plants." At the same time, in the training area, Sin was practicing swordsmanship with Thoro, and she had to praise his skill. "For a child, your foundation is quite solid." Her compliment made him blush, and he replied, "I'm an adult too." Although she said that, Sinvi hasn't really acknowledged the dude's abilities yet. But to me, he's still just a newborn. As soon as she finished speaking, she applied more force to her sword, pressing down on Thor's wooden sword. Just as she was about to strike him, luckily, he managed to dodge away. "Of course, the training hasn't stopped yet," Shinvi asks again. At that moment, the royal carriage echoed with voices. "The messenger pigeon must have arrived, right?" Damien asked curiously. "What did you send to her, your majesty?" Joel replied with a cunning smile that he told her he had found a super rare plant and asked her to come see it. Even though he said that, Damien couldn't help but feel worried. Will that really make her come? But when faced with Jakel's more cunning face and his confident words, I said that if she didn't appear within a month, I would boil it and eat it. Damien couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. I understand. The carriage continues to move slowly along the road. Inside the carriage, Doel and Damien had stopped their conversation. After a moment of silence, Damien finally spoke to call the prince. He expressed that he had something he wanted to say. "There is this that I want to tell you." Seeing how serious he looked, Jel couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? He hesitated before saying, "I am responsible for protecting the prince, and to do that, I need to be by your side, so why are you?" A question Damien has wanted to ask for a long time. Placing me somewhere I cannot protect you. That question made Jel sigh softly and think to himself, he's realized it now. Afraid that the truth I speak might hurt Damien's feelings, I have to choose my words carefully. If he gets angry and walks away, it would be troublesome, so I have to soothe him. After thinking for a while, Rel finally asked, "So you think I ignored you on purpose, so you complained?" Damien honestly replied, "This is not a complaint, but a protest and also a plea." Understanding his intention, Keel asked directly, "You want me to assign you to a more important place where you are needed more?" Since you said it directly, he didn't mind admitting it. "Yes, your highness." "Do you think you're the only one protecting me?" He listed those with the same protective duty as Damien. "There are also special task force members and royal guards, and you're just one member of that special team. There are already a lot of people like that, so I don't understand why Damien keeps insisting on taking on the protection of Cuckoo himself." "Then why do you want to take everything on yourself?" Damien replied awkwardly. "I'm not going to do this alone." Seeing him dodge like that, Riel straightforwardly exposed his true intentions. "No, you're doing the right thing. Besides, you raised your voice in question. Do you think I want to face danger?" That's why I arranged the Royal Guards and Special Forces in the most effective way possible, making the best use of everyone's abilities.
During that time, you and I might have to be apart for a while. Damien wanted to protest upon hearing he would be separated for a long period, but before he could say anything, he shouted a warning.
What else? Damien said sadly. I can't shake the feeling that I'm becoming a flower in a greenhouse.
That made Jell a bit surprised, but then he understood why Damien said that, and suddenly he said, I envy you. You act so indifferent, but say you don't want to do anything, just lie around and live like a potted plant in the greenhouse.
Seeing how confident you are, Damien said seriously, Prince, I am speaking seriously. He still replied with a calm attitude. I know, I am serious too. Then JK added, I will remember the dissatisfaction and frustration you are feeling from now on. And I promise you this, swear it sincerely, I will never be the one to abandon you first. Damien was deeply surprised by this heartfelt vow. Until the day I die, seeing Damien's shy expression, GL felt satisfied and thought, let's put aside that troublesome matter for now. Given the current situation, I must deal with unnecessary problems. I need to find a way to eliminate all risks completely. Suddenly, something outside caught JK off guard. It turned out to be a person named Anshin sitting by the roadside. His eyes widened in horror, and then he shouted for the carriage to stop. As the carriage stopped, Rel hurriedly rushed outside, his frantic action startling Damien into shouting out. Your Highness, Riel ran up to the beggar and spoke. Excuse me, but may I ask you something quickly? I've been practicing a mental technique that allows me to sense the flow of mana. Your face becomes serious, and your voice is firm as you say, you are certain that you are not human, right? Earlier, Toonlun's soul was seized by Katu's magic, controlling all his actions and emotions. Currently, Toonlun is Q. During a walk, he accidentally overheard passersby talking. I heard that the cow next door just gave birth to 2 calves. They're celebrating, but I also heard the cow kicked someone with its back leg. Additionally, on the way, Dikatu saw 2 children playing together. A little further, he saw Brian talking to Ella. Did she go to the temporary clinic where His Highness the Crown Prince is treating people? She replied calmly. Of course. After seeing a familiar face, he muttered to himself in the dark cave, feeling surprised by their appearance. What? Why is the Crown Prince here? And what is this temporary clinic? Could it be that he really came all the way to this remote place just to play doctor for fun? The scene shifts but doesn't end there. Katu deliberately controls Toonlun's body to stay and listen to their conversation. First Law says, after taking the poison you gave, my son's cough also disappeared. Ryan quickly added, my father has also regained his strength, and she happily replied, so no one will die from that disease anymore. Hearing that, he laughed loudly and said yes. After learning about this, he was extremely angry and just sat down on the street. At this moment, Katu was shouting inside, so it was that damn prince who ruined my plan. No, on second thought, there's no need to panic since the prince can't stay here long, at most 3 or 4 months, giving me the advantage. As long as I endure, I win. Moving scenes to the cave as he figures it out, he smiles brightly like a blooming flower. What are the chances of meeting the prince here? The scene shifts. After a moment, someone steps in front of Lan's body and asks loudly, causing him great anxiety. You're not human, are you? The one who came is Riel. Immediately after, Damien and the soldiers rushed over and shouted, What's going on, Your Highness? He turned back and replied softly, I just want to check something. Rekiel's appearance surprised Katu greatly. Then he looked at Damien's group and wondered to himself, What? Your Highness. Katu looked at you again and muttered in his mind. So that person is the Crown Prince? He looked at Jell with a piercing gaze, and his expression made him curious. 1 second later, overwhelmed with stress, Katu accidentally caused Lan's body to sweat profusely. At that very moment, Jell suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted, Got him! Immediately, the opponent quickly stood up and ran away at full speed, whispering to himself, Run. Seeing that, you ordered him, Damien, capture that guy alive, and be careful not to get bitten. He quickly received the order. Yes, Your Highness. As Damien finished speaking, he immediately left. After running for a while, the opponent turned back and wondered to himself. However, Katu didn't expect that he was right above him. Damn it, why is the prince here? When did he realize? After a while, Damien also blocked his path. As soon as Katu saw him, he felt confused and wondered when he appeared. With no other choice, he rushed to fight him. Damien saw someone approaching and immediately drew his sword, successfully knocking the person to the ground. Katu fell hard and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then, while everyone was distracted by him, Rikiel walked by and said, I sensed something was wrong the moment I saw him. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped and thought to himself upon noticing a strange mana emanating from the opponent. The mana circulating around him was twisted in a strange way, not like the flow of mana from the living, but more like that of a corpse. Wanting to know the truth, he asked directly, Wait, I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. At this moment, when the person looked up, Riel was startled and shouted, Huh? As soon as he looked, his mind immediately thought of Toonlun. A second later, Riel was startled and shouted, Chairman Toonlun? Then the other person shouted angrily. After the scene change and bringing the person back, Grass was surprised to see the person again and once more appeared like this. Still the same. Kay deliberately shouted angrily. Rael still didn't believe and asked him again. What do you think? Is he really the president of Tunlun? Grass quickly confirms. Exactly. He casually pointed to the scar on his face and explained. This scar proves he's Tunlun, while the captured one is still growling. So you started to think about the natural movements you saw earlier and that lively expression. It must be a high-level zombie. So that means there has been a dark mage recently. If someone can create something like that, they are not an ordinary dark mage. In the world of the Sword Emperor, at this moment, the only one capable of creating high-level zombies is the Dark Mage Cat. That is a unique dark magic that only he possesses. Katu, the worst dark mage and also a rare psychopath of his generation, is the sole survivor of an Imperial expeditionary force. He trains himself in dark magic and dreams of a society that uses zombie labor positively, believing it to be a rational world, and has thus built an immortal army. In the end, he caused the disaster in the Midgat area, destroying about 3 cities and wreaking havoc everywhere. That will happen around 7 years from now. I was planning to start worrying about that in a few years, so why has he already begun operating in a place like Sami G?
Could this place, which the novel has never mentioned, be where he has been secretly gathering his strength? Thinking this, he turned to tell him that if there are zombies here, then there must be an evil mage nearby. Brass, not understanding, replied uncertainly. Do we prepare warriors for the dark mage? Riel immediately objected. No, not yet. We must prioritize finding that dark mage. And besides the angels, I will request a scouting team from the capital. Brass disagreed. Our warriors are very strong. We don't need a scouting team. He replied irritably. No way. This zombie will not tell us anything. As soon as he finished speaking, JKEL was spat in the face by K and yelled out loud. He wiped it off and sensed a dark mana flowing, feeling utterly stunned. What is this? Quatch Meridian. The cruel mana particles are emitting a twisted flow of mana. This flow is like meridians. Are these artificial meridian channels causing the corpse to move? If those meridians react to stimulation, I might be able to hear the fragments of memory stored in the brain tissue. Suddenly, he thought quickly and told Coleman to give it to me. It immediately crawled out of Gel's shirt and responded. Come. Then you put on a sinister look and say, there is a way to activate it strongly enough to make it react. Rael quickly stabs a needle into Tunlun's forehead. The pain struck quickly, causing the victim to scream non-stop, while the darkness was swiftly unleashed. The sharp, slender needle was gently removed. Riel stared intently at the needle, then pondered. Could it have just been talking earlier? Tunlun kept growling in his seat. You still believe in yourself? I am sure I heard it. Riel, hold the needle tightly, or try checking again. As soon as he saw you pick up the needle, he swung his hand away. Tunlun trembled as the needle came close to him, and Jakel watched with a satisfied smile. Look at this. Quickly inserted into his center, and Tunlun shouted in pain. Damn it! Riel was stunned to see him fall to the ground just saying that, as a dark aura radiated around the needle. You look indifferent as you manipulate the mana flow, even though the meridians at the acupuncture points tremble intensely. It's done. Gel's eyes flashed with a light. He knelt down to observe Tunlun struggling while thinking, what if I could redirect the mana flow as I wish? For example, restoring the zombie's central nervous system so its brain begins to function again. Rikiel orders Brass to call the guard team and Damien here. He answered clearly. When the guards arrived in full force, he ordered everyone to hold this person tightly. Oh no, hold this zombie tightly. Then the guards will come and secure him firmly. Yes, Your Highness. Damien then looked away. You asked, Your Highness, are you planning to perform acupuncture? Like how you treated that patient?
Riel takes the needle from the spiky-tailed kid. I'm about to treat it. Hold on tight. Damien could only sigh. What is he planning to do with the zombie? Understood. He pressed Tunlun's shoulder down firmly as his face turned pale. Tunlun shook his head vigorously. You're holding on so tightly. How can we proceed like this? After treating her, his head was finally held tightly and could no longer turn. Sergio kept a firm grip on the chained arm. Brandon also tried his best to hold on. He looked up, sweat on his face, and wondered, is it really the word sister? He replied, I don't know either. Rael raises the needle. It's time to restore this zombie's intelligence. The sharp needle falls into the skilled doctor's hand to find the secret point of the Dark Wizard as the dew rushes like the wind towards Sin. You dodged that attack very quickly. You're too slow now, kid. Taking advantage of Sunvi's arrogance, the Dark Mage knocked her wooden sword away and clenched his teeth, using his own sword to counterattack. The wooden sword pierces through Sinbi's hair, surprising her, as Sin's slender fingers rest on the arm of the wooden sword. She leaned close to him and whispered, making his face turn red, How dare you leave a scar on a woman's face? Then Sinvi used her strength to throw the dew up into the air. He wasn't prepared, so he fell straight down, his face scrunching up. By the time I opened my eyes, she had already cradled me in her arms. Haven't you learned how to land properly? Sinvi's face appears like an angel's, looking down. The doll is stunned, eyes wide open and mouth agape at her beauty. Are you an elf or an angel? Your cheeks are blushing like 2 tomatoes. When the two of them returned to normal, a white dove appeared in the sky. How is your letter? The white dove quietly perched on the red-haired boy's hair as he read the letter aloud to her, which was the letter he sent to Sinvi. He said he found a super rare plant in Kranos and wanted to invite her to see it. Sinvi was excited and thrilled to hear that. What? A super rare plant? She quickly turned away, knowing she had to prepare soon, while a fleeting sadness flickered across his face as he stood rooted, watching Sin leave. She turned back and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" The Dew blushed again. He smiled brightly when he heard that. Then the Dew ran after Sin, turned back to Rael, and first had to drain all the dark mana from his Dantian. You carefully needle each point. The first acupuncture point is Chi Hai. Keep practicing continuously, then the Yutang point and the QV point make him scream in pain. It hurts so much. 3 needles in a row through the chest, then the Zhongding point on the shoulder. A few points at the Yin Dao on the abdomen. The Guanyuan point. He is held tightly and cannot move. It hurts. Reo covers his ears tightly. It has to hurt because that's where the main meridians intersect. The mana flows constantly through the body. Moreover, the normal mana from the Baihui point flows downward, while the twisted mana originates from the Dantian. They collide to create a small explosion, conflicting with each other. Reckles speaks to the opposite side. "Damien, lift your foot so I can see the soul." He responds clearly. Damien lifts his legs, holding the needle, and loudly says, "This is the last one." The 2 needles flew straight into the soles of the feet, causing the Dung Tuin Tun Lun acupoint to stiffen suddenly. He was coughing and laughing at the same time. Rickle couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying. The mana streams merge and blend from Tulun's body. Done, you pull out the needle. "Well done," Rael smiled brightly after finishing. "Come on, circulate strongly." The flows inside Tunlun spin fiercely, then he shouts loudly. Tunlun's remaining eye is only black, and it stops. The system reports that, thanks to your acupuncture skill, the other dark magic functions on Zombie Tunlun's body have changed. From now on, Zombie Tunlun temporarily escapes the Sorcerer Dark's control and becomes an entity capable of using reason and intelligence even in a zombie body. Tunlun gasped heavily, exhausted. The remaining time for Zombie Tunlun to use his intelligence. 5 seconds. Riel gasped in shock after reading. 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? The system continues. However, you have a way to extend the duration of the zombie's eternal intelligence. He let out a sigh. As expected, he had to listen to Magentano finish. The system announces that the second acupuncture skill option awakens the spirit, allowing you to acupuncture the zombie under certain conditions. Its eyes turn black to transform it into an entity with permanent reason and intelligence, retaining all memories before and after death. The system presents options. To activate option 1, the zombie must be created by a dark mage. The second option can only be activated if the zombie has been dead for less than 49 days. You happily scratch your chin and say, "Are you serious? That's even possible?" A red notification appears, warning that this choice is a forbidden spell against natural order and requires sacrificing 100 days of the caster's expected lifespan, leaving JKL stunned by the condition. The system displays the lifespan Gel must give up. The expected lifespan is 1,273 days. Of course, this number has made a stingy person like you break down. This is the lifespan we've worked so hard to accumulate all this time. Of course, you don't want to trade it. No, absolutely not. Just then, Tunlun coughed painfully. Seeing the witness sitting right in front of him, Rekil felt a bit confused. He had to give up 100 days to find clues about Katu. Yeah, you know what Katu wants to do? He definitely wants the whooping cough to flare up again to increase the number of zombies for his army. Dried licorice used for medicine will become an obstacle for him. Moreover, you also understand that if you leave, the people here will definitely be in danger. If we return to the Imperial City, the Camthau farm will definitely become his target. Looking at the system's calculations, the estimated remaining lifespan is 1,273 days. Joel has no choice but to take a risk. There's no other choice left. The system immediately prompts you to select a target for the option. The moment the lifespan is deducted, Joel painfully cries out a few times. Based on your choice, 100 days of remaining expected lifespan will be deducted. Your lifespan gradually transfers into Tunlun's body. The process lasted a moment before stopping once the deducted age was complete. The system recalculated JKL's current age, leaving 1,173 days of lifespan remaining. This process causes GL to feel some pain and discomfort. He gasps for breath to regain his strength. Then suddenly Tunlun screams. Seeing him struggle so fiercely, Frandon and Mu work together to hold him down even tighter. Yes, the dark magic inside Tunlun's body begins to surge outward, causing him to scream in agony. After a while, he suddenly falls silent and stops moving. Seeing that, Jay immediately ordered everyone to release that person, but Damien believed it was not the real one. Even Mizu agrees. Your Highness, you are in great danger. Moreover, he also believed that no matter how skilled your Highness's medical skills were, turning a zombie back into a person was impossible. Sensing their worry, he spoke softly to reassure them. It's okay, trust me. His confident attitude made Damien and Mizu exchange uncertain looks, but in the end, they also unlocked Tunlun's shackles. Then Rel finally spoke up. How is she? Is she better now? Yes. At that very moment of awakening, he immediately asked about his granddaughter without hesitation. What happened to my granddaughter? His words shocked everyone present, but regardless of their expressions, Tunlun quickly grabbed Nella's hand and asked, Are she safe? He desperately begged, Please tell me. His love for N made Jiao feel a bit touched as he immediately thought of his niece first upon waking up. The moment Toon-Lun asked about Nella, he realized that he had regained his humanity. Although his body is a zombie, he has regained his memories and reason. After a moment of silence, he finally told Toon-Lun about NLA's condition. Don't worry, NLA has recovered. This news made Toon-Lun so happy that he immediately asked, Really?
Riel quickly confirms. Since you've finished asking questions, you want to change places to talk a bit?
He's regained his composure. Let's move somewhere else and continue talking. Talking here as if we're viewing him as a criminal. Always grateful, I want to express my thanks. Your Highness, thank you for saving me. He wiped his tears and sobbed, saying, I am grateful beyond words. Seeing him wipe so forcefully, Riel shouted in worry. Oh, be careful. If you do that, the skin around your eyes will peel off. Hearing that, Toon-Lun immediately stopped. Yes, at that moment, he didn't even bother to hide his condition. He's a zombie. You should be serious and cautious. Even though your reason has returned, your body is still fragile, and once hurt, it can't be healed. Tone always listens and replies, I understand. Suddenly, he shyly said, Can you stop staring? It turns out Brass was looking at him with curiosity and then sighed, That rotten meat is talking. Of course, his words made Toon tremble with anger. His furious gaze made him stammer and say, Sorry, even though I was looked at like that, he still acts as if nothing happened and thinks this is okay. At least he can train his muscles like before. They are both muscle enthusiasts, which is good. But JKEL's words extinguished their passion. It's useless. The shocking news you revealed left both of them deeply disappointed. Zombie muscles don't grow anymore. In the end, Toon-Lun had to accept this painful truth. That's right. At that moment, Jel asked, So, remembering when he was alive means he also remembers his time as a zombie, right? Toon-Lun honestly replied. That's right. Besides the memories from when I was alive, I also remember what happened after I turned into a zombie. Everything is very clear from the moment I woke up under the Dark Wizard's spell. First, I remember the face of the Dark Wizard. According to his description, dark and gaunt, and he even drew Kato's face with a sneering expression. His drawing was so shocking that it turned out to be a terribly terrible sketch by Toon-Lun. What do you want to show me like this? After regaining his composure, Riel continued. Did you feel any emotions at that time? Toon-Lun replied, Even if faint, I can still hear it, and he also said that although they are just scattered feelings and thoughts, I learned a lot from him. There was one thing he noticed about Kay. That guy often mumbles to himself. Besides that, Riel also wanted to know if there was any other important information, and Toon-Lun confirmed immediately. Of course there is. However, before sharing the information, he asked for permission to get a drink. Can I have a little water? Of course JK would allow it. Okay, over there. You and BR look in the direction Toon-Lun is going to get water. Suddenly, Cariel suddenly remembered something. Do zombies even drink water? The digestive system can't handle it. Toon-Lun was still calmly boiling water when suddenly he choked. Seeing this, Jel quickly ran over to where Toon-Lun was coughing and choking, knowing right away that his guess was correct. You give him the basin and say, don't vomit randomly, into here. He tries to hold back his nausea, takes the basin, and replies, Thank you. As soon as Toon-Lun grabbed the basin, he vomited so violently that he seemed to be dying and coming back to life. Seeing him vomit so fiercely, Rekiel felt a bit helpless, unsure of what to say. After vomiting for a while, Toon-Lun nervously apologized and said he would be more careful from now on. Jel didn't blame him, he just said, So let's continue the story. You get straight to the point. First, I want to know the location of the Dark Mage's hideout. Toon-Lun immediately nodded and asked for the map. Without hesitation, Riel orders Roz to bring the map of this area and call everyone here. Based on the map Toon-Lun pointed out, there is a secret passage where Katu hid the undead. He has created a huge number of zombies here. From what he said looking around, the number is quite high. I heard there are over 3,000 of them. Looking at the terrain here, Brass seems to have realized who created the zombies in this area. Perhaps sensing what he's thinking, Toon-Lun immediately confirms the suspicion. Then, his voice lowered as he asked, Do any familiar faces from our family and friends appear among them? Toon-Lun remained silent for a moment before providing some information. I saw Croxy. What? Croxy squints his eye. The fact that my friend was turned into a zombie made him incredibly furious. The bravest of our tribe, Croxy, turned into a zombie. That brave friend of mine ended up as something neither human nor ghost. That bastard dared to do this to a warrior. At that moment, Toon-Lun warned Crown Prince Jiel Huang that he is very dangerous. He's not just creating more zombies. His goal is for Jaquel to already know how to build a new immortal empire without him even saying it. This surprised him a bit. How do you know about that? The boy replied casually. Just a hunch. But the reason is actually because I have read the Sword Demon Emperor. Frandon nodded quietly and whispered, He can save zombies, so it's not hard to guess. Mizu nodded in agreement. That's true. Even Toon-Lun confirmed this. The prince's guess was completely correct, and he even added that he wants to burn this unjust world to build a new paradise powered by the labor of immortals. He's a madman who wants to stratify everything and turn those who don't meet the standards into zombies. The current situation is getting a bit urgent. Anyway, the prince doesn't have much time left. I sensed his thoughts before the magic link was cut off. An important piece of information he revealed is that he plans to relocate his hideout. Joel himself started to calculate after hearing this. It takes 2 months to contact the Imperial City, inform the Expeditionary Army, and there's no more time. Then Frandon immediately replied, Your Highness, we still have the Brain Warriors. With the Brain Warriors and the guard team, I will immediately form the Expeditionary Army here. He believes Bross's army of snails is enough to face Cthulhu's ghost army. This force is strong enough to confront the undead of the Dark Mage. Rael, upon hearing this, quickly recalculated the troop numbers. If he mobilized both the insect warriors and the human army, the total forces would reach 4,000. However, after thinking it over, he was still a bit worried about everyone's safety. But Cthulhu was not an ordinary Dark Mage. After much thought, he felt truly troubled. Even the Demon King of the Sword paid a heavy price for his complacency.
In the end, he decided to form an army to prepare for battle against K. Alright, I will immediately establish the expeditionary force according to your plan.
Still, I have to warn everyone. However, you forced them to follow your lead and added a backup plan, including my own proposal. A few days later, outside Grandos at the Plain of Desolation, Cthulhu calmly thought to himself that by now the Crown Prince was probably leading the expedition to capture him, since he had sent another zombie to scout the situation. As soon as the spy connection was cut off, I sent another zombie to replace him. I am truly clever. In the end, he knew everything he needed to know, allowing me to learn everything from the organization to the departure of the Expeditionary Army.
So he has a battle plan in mind. My plan is only just beginning.
Ketsu already set the trap the moment they step into that den. He will use a horde of zombies to block their retreat. The hidden zombies will seal off the exit. They will die slowly in that empty cave. It seems he is very confident in his plan. If the plan succeeds, the Expeditionary Army will become my zombie legion. So he is eagerly awaiting the arrival of JKEL's army. So hurry up and come. The desert dust is flying everywhere. Katsu anxiously waits, as the sound of galloping horses and heavy footsteps echo from afar. Hearing that sound, Katsu was a bit confused and exclaimed, Is it here already? Someone is rushing towards us from afar, and seeing them charge in, Katsu shouts joyfully, Come here! Euros rushes over from afar. On the other side is Riel, in front is Usu, and behind is Riel riding a small creature with a tail. The boy is holding something in his hand and shouting happily, Come on, move forward! Of course Gel understood what he was asking. You're just asking if applying the licorice extract will make the snakes follow, right? He happily admits it. Of course we do. Just smelling the scent of the elongating licorice makes them go crazy. Still, Yu was a bit curious, and Gel understood immediately after hearing it. Why not just use the easy-to-grow licorice? Of course you're not shy about admitting you're a bit stingy. That's really going too far. Do you know how hard I worked to get it? Urs could only curse inwardly after hearing that. You stingy person. At this moment, Riel is still waving around the item infused with licorice extract. The droplets of essence scattered everywhere as you swung and shouted, Come here! Easy to get the licorice. You're going crazy. And then a pair of wild eyes appeared in the darkness, followed by several more fierce pairs of eyes. It seems those eyes scared Katu for a moment, then he smiled mischievously. Turns out the giant snakes were lured out of their lair by him. They rushed wildly after them. Judging by their size, it's clear that the small one must be the leader of the previous attack. These probably haven't tasted the real licorice yet and are just wary of the leader, so they can't tell the fake ones that are just infused with essence. Seeing a whole bunch of dragons and snakes rushing towards him in the sky, Katu was a bit panicked and couldn't react in time. He also wondered why the giant snake was here. This isn't their natural habitat. The furious snakes charged forward, opening their mouths to swallow, but at that exact moment, Uros charged in and rammed into the snake. That snake falls to the ground, scaring the nearby zombies and causing them to scatter in panic. The more snakes there are, the more the zombies fear and flee in greater numbers. The aggressive snakes wanted to bite and kill Kielo, but Usu was already there to watch over him. Whenever any of them tried to bite him, Uo would hold them down. Of course, compared to the worm, these snakes are smaller and easier for Euros to catch. He gently pins one to the ground. Are you planning to pretend to leave the nest and set an ambush nearby? I know everything. Seeing those zombies emerging from the ground, I also understand what kind of game the Katu guy is playing. This Katu guy also used a similar tactic in the Demon Sword Emperor. Not missing the good opportunity, Rikil ordered you to keep fighting and continue forward. Alone, you ride the spike-tailed kid into the battlefield among the snakes, neither side backing down as they charge straight at each other. From afar, a group of human and orc soldiers are marching forward seriously. Today, we will destroy you all. The thunder of hooves and the sound of bows and shouts fill the air. Today, we will destroy you all. The Mind Army and humans intentionally kill the serpent to use its poison to kill the zombies. Uos also got excited and joined in, swinging its weapon to strike a corpse towards the zombies. Whenever it encounters one, it throws it away like a toy. The sound of crashing and breaking echoes everywhere. That bloody scene unfolded right in front of Katu, seeing his undead soldiers die one after another. He was filled with rage. No, after all the years of my effort, seeing my army dwindling, Katu, furious, used magic to command the zombie. Damn it, retreat now. Knowing he can't win this battle, he has to pull back first and wait for another opportunity. The magic enveloped him, then he disappeared in stealth, leaving the battle with a feeling of frustration. Sooner or later, I will turn all of you into zombies. Brass and Damien lead the army into battle. The triumphant shout rang out, capturing the Dark Mage. Brass firmly pulled the reins, quickly noticing a point. Turns out Katu was no longer at the edge of the rock. What is going on? He immediately shouted to Gel, Human Prince, the Dark Wizard has disappeared. Instead of worrying, Theo calmly smiled and told them not to worry and to keep advancing. Brass seemed a bit confused by his attitude, but he didn't have time to guess what Teal was thinking, so he turned to command his soldiers to attack again. Immediately, everyone returned to battle. Riel was so confident that Katu was fleeing because he knew exactly where he was hiding, and he only had one way to escape. Based on your prediction, I deliberately left the south area loose. Gel's eyes gleamed sharply, and without hesitation, he shouted out orders. Miss Diem, heading towards the southern hill, the spike-tailed kid energetically led Gel to the southern desert, and as soon as they arrived, he started searching for Katu's figure. Where did you hide? Your face is full of longing and desire to catch K. If I had caught you earlier, I would have gone easy on you to ease your pain. Watching Katu hiding nearby, JK's face made him shiver. Fake. With that look, how can you expect mercy? At this moment, the spike-tailed kid is still happily searching for Kat. In that instant, Kelk's sharp eyes looked towards Katu standing nearby. That made him a bit panicked, so he quickly hid to the side, his heart pounding with fear and secretly wondering, did I just make eye contact with him? Could I have been exposed? But upon reflection, he still felt quite confident in his abilities. No, my invisibility magic has reached master level. Even a prince wouldn't be able to notice, right? At the same time, Gel slowly rides the spiky-tailed kid towards where Katu is hiding. His slow voice echoed. I wonder where he is. Should I go back? Suddenly you said there was no one. Miss Diem, let's go back. Seeing you turn your back and walk away. Katu quietly thought to himself, be grateful I didn't attack you. Just as he was confidently planning to deal with JK and was determined to turn you into a zombie and make you my slave, Gel suddenly yanked the spikes from the tail creature. That caused its spiky body to slam directly into Q's body, knocking him straight into the stone wall. The sharp spines of the little spiked tail pierced him into the stone, and then his magic was dispelled. At that moment, Ju dismounted from the little spiked tail and sneered. Oops, I was about to head back but accidentally hit you instead. Damien suddenly shouted, Lord Brass, I see someone waving a red cloth over there. It seems the prince has found something. Indeed, Yael has found the Dark Mage and is feeling very proud. He struts around like a peacock, flicking his red cloak up and down. This state of yours makes Damien feel unimpressed, while Brass is full of admiration. Truly the crown prince. A while later, everyone surrounded Katu, all tense and alert. Miju then turned to ask JK, Your Highness, how did you find him? Obviously, GL didn't dare to tell the truth, so he just made up an excuse. Just a feeling, really. But, in fact, he has a trick. Using meridian scanning makes it easy to find them. Thanks to this skill, no one can escape from him. Even if hidden, the flow of mana within the body cannot be concealed. It looks a bit faint, but Rael can still detect it. Although the distance makes it a bit blurry, you can still see the flow of mana. After a while of being unconscious, Katu finally sputtered and regained consciousness. Seeing him hanging there like that, Rakiel felt incredibly confused. But it was strange indeed. In the Demon Sword Emperor, could Katu really be so weak that he can be easily defeated? Something feels off. Finally, he decided to double-check and ordered the system to activate the pulse scan. And then when it was scanned, you were a bit shocked. What? Without hesitation, he rushed quickly toward Katu. Rael checked Katu's meridians and was horrified to find he was not human. The appearance is human, but the flow of meridians is that of a zombie. You can't believe it. This has never happened in the Demon Sword Emperor. Katu was still human until Damien killed him. This makes me wonder if history has changed. No matter how I look at it, the meridians are exactly like the leader of the Toa Lun Society. And that strange mana flow too. So, to confirm, Jay just asked the kid with the tail to come and give him the black thorn. As soon as he got the thorn, he was ready to stab Kay. The huge shape of the thorn made Bros a bit startled. Even Damien and Miju looked a little pale. And then, in that moment, Gel ran with the spike toward Kat. Could it be that he aimed straight at his stomach? Just as he was about to poke it, Katu shouted in surprise. That burst of power pushed back Gel. A series of terrifying mana waves finally turned Katu into a zombie. Looking back, it seems that it wasn't him, but another madly howling zombie. At this point, combining the current situation with what Janitus once said, JK can conclude that it is indeed illusion magic. He knows full well that to make a zombie faint using physical force, he must use this black thorn. The current situation is confusing Damien and he asks, Your Highness, what's going on? Rakiel irritably replies, It seems we've been deceived. He disguised the zombie as the commander and used the discarded zombies as bait. Right now, he doesn't know where Katu really is, so where is the true body? Moreover, there is something even more important. Where is Kat, his main force? Suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong. Rayo quickly ordered the troops to gather and retreat to Kranos, joining forces with the Brain Army and the guards. The Dongthane soldiers responded clearly. Everyone immediately ran back to the team of soldiers. Only Damien remained standing still. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed in his eyes. So, you saw the ghost pinned on the rock preparing to attack with magic. At the moment the magic power gathers, it turns into a tiny bead filled with magic. At the same time, J.K. sensed the danger and started to turn around, prompting Damien to panic and rush forward, shouting in worry, "Your Highness!" And then a powerful explosion erupted. The city gate is gradually breaking down after the attack, and now the zombies are using large logs to break through. There are zombies everywhere under the city walls now. Seeing this, Jack told Logan, "Stop them, at all costs, stop them." He hesitated and replied, "But there are too many of them and they keep climbing up. For now, just attack." So they decided to shoot arrows to stop them from climbing the wall. The ones attacked by their arrows kept shouting nonstop, but they still tried to climb the wall, and then Jack shouted in panic. Even while attacking, the zombies keep climbing up. He shot his arrow while thinking to himself, "I can't take this anymore." Then he turned back to see Logan turning his head and running away while screaming, but just a second later, he quickly revealed a look of horror. In front of Z, she is being grabbed by the zombies and crying out for help, "Help, help me." As she finishes speaking, a zombie bites her hand, causing Logan to scream in pain. When it grabbed his head, he desperately said, "I don't want to die." Seeing that, Jack ran over and pulled Logan's hand away. He is using all his strength to save someone, but a second later, he gradually starts to make zombie-like noises. As soon as he realized this, Jack's face completely changed. When he finally fully turned into a zombie, Logan grabbed his neck and pushed him to the ground. Z gasped for breath, trembling and speechless. In the end, he was also defeated by Logan. After a while, the zombies successfully broke into the city, and the people inside started shouting at each other. "The zombies are attacking. Quickly pack up and evacuate now. Mom, everyone, hurry and get out." Nee saw this scene and burst into tears. Then she ran to B and asked, "Maidservant, are we going to die today?" She held N tightly in her arms, unable to speak a word, clinging even tighter out of fear. A few seconds later, NL whispered to himself, "Sir!" At the same time, Toon-Lun gently opened the door to secretly look at the girl and thought to himself, "Nah, I'm afraid that if she sees me like this, she will be shocked." The Crown Prince also worries about letting her see me. The scene shifts here, and he suddenly recalls his previous encounter with Jaquel. After discussing, the boy quietly says, "That's enough. The strategic meeting is over." Taking the opportunity, Toon-Lun directly asked Rael, "Prince, may I visit NLA for a little while?" Hearing this, he hesitated before replying, "I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult." Nella will be terrified by the zombie appearance of him, and Toon-Lun also doesn't make things difficult for Jaquel when he says, "I understand." The scene shifts back to the present, and he closes the door in accordance with his promise to JK, silently saying to himself, "I really want to go and comfort her right now, but it's not the right time. Wait a little longer." The main force of Cthulhu's army has arrived, and the air around is thick with the aura of high-level immortals. If this continues, the whole city will fall and all the people will turn into zombies. N must stop it now. He quickly moved toward the city gate and saw a massive explosion as soon as he arrived. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Toon-Lun gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn it! Switch to the scene at the city gate!" Then David told Lucas, "No more retreating. Don't let them reach the village." He just stopped the zombie and replied, "I'm exhausted." As soon as he finished, both of them were rescued from the zombies' encirclement by Toon-Lun. Not understanding what was happening, he stared blankly and asked, "What is that?" Lucas, confused, asked, "Where did this thing come from?" Then he whispered, "I am a zombie, but on your side." David nervously replied, "Zombie." Lucas immediately added, "Can talk." Next, Toon-Lun calmly said, "I won't harm you, so please cooperate with me." At this point, he suddenly licked him, making the other person so scared they didn't dare to speak. At the second, he licked him again, making him scream, "Stop it!" Zombies don't understand what's happening, so they don't dare approach them. A few minutes later, Toon-Lun also surrendered, but Lucas kept complaining. "It's over. That smell makes it impossible for me to resist at all." David pinched his nose and kept gagging, then immediately explained to them, "Zombies usually follow the scent of living people, so I used my saliva to mask that smell. But just mimicking the scent isn't enough to completely fool them. If you move differently from them, they'll notice right away. So from now on, act like zombies." David immediately followed without hesitation. Lucas mimicked the zombie's cry. The two coordinated perfectly, constantly growling. Seeing that, Toon-Lun praised them. "Good job!" But he still felt scared as the zombies approached him. Moreover, Lucas was bitten on the head by a zombie. Seeing that the zombie was friendly towards them, he whispered to himself that he must have been recognized as a zombie already. David moved to Toon-Lun's side and then whispered, "Let's follow me now to gather them together." He replied confusedly, "What do you mean?" Toon-Lun explained to make it clear that zombies have no intelligence, and just a slight disruption in formation can cause commands to overlap. At that point, we lead the way. They have to follow, leading them out of the city walls. Won't that buy us more time? Are you ready? Both had no choice but to obey and answer yes. Both of them, along with the zombies, continued to follow Toon-Lun while shouting loudly. The scene shifts to the zombies climbing up the city wall. Among them are Toon-Lun, David, and Lucas. Seeing this, Cthulhu felt confused inside. What's wrong with them? Why are they climbing down? Can't stand him shouting at them. Are the fool's orders all messed up? K2 immediately thought to himself, that is the problem with zombies. Without orders, specifically not knowing what to do, he then uses magic and says, "Keep going. Advance." As soon as the magic was cast, the zombies roared even more fiercely and climbed faster. And seeing them climb so quickly, he felt confused and wondered why they were climbing up. Toon Lun tries to roar to attract attention and says, "Look here," but seeing no reaction, he quietly worries, "I can't let this happen. There are no defenders above." Thinking of that, a loud noise immediately caught Toon Lun's attention. Suddenly, many people appeared flying toward this direction in the sky. He's looking up at the sky. Recognizing them as his people, Toon Lun happily says, "Chien, comrades, the reinforcements are from the orc tribe." Katu is still casting magic and thinking to herself that the Crown Prince is probably still fighting the old zombies. Meanwhile, I will take over this city. I really am a genius. As he was feeling proud, the cry of the orc tribe suddenly rang out, drawing Katu's attention. The Brain tribe, with weapons flying towards the city gate, quickly attacking the zombies upon arrival. Next, Joel quickly lands and then turns to check on the situation. "Is everyone okay?" Leo took off his costume and is complaining about a broken arm. Meanwhile, Mayon joked that a spit would do the trick. As soon as he finished, a zombie ran over and roared. So Joel told everyone, "The warriors are here." He was the first to attack with the mace in his hand. Joel's attack was incredibly fast and precise, and in an instant, he managed to eliminate quite a few zombies. Next, Marin takes her turn to climb out and joins everyone. While David and Lucas try to pull Toon Lun up the wall, Joel loudly orders the core workout to charge forward. Today is upper body training day. He's trying to climb over the wall, wondering where all these comrades came from. Immediately after, a thunderous cry made Toon Lun startle and turn around. He saw Mong using her trunk to blow away the members of the orc tribe. At this moment, it was pulling and trying to blow away the remaining people. Uos was also with Miss Mong. Following that, Riel, Damien, and the members of the Brain tribe arrived. Lutan was delighted but still reminded you, "If we just slow down a bit, the northern wall will fall." Rekel waved his hand to greet him and replied, "With the most elite forces of the Aki clan, they can hold out for now." At this point, the person suddenly disappeared, leaving you puzzled. Then he turned back and asked him, "Are you okay? You were hit directly by that explosion." Damien nonchalantly said, "I am of course fine. Your Highness, seeing that the other party is unharmed, I become suspicious." "Are you secretly using that behind my back?" he said, pretending to be troubled and hesitating in his response. "If you're talking about the rebellious Bloodheart, I won't use it." Real still doesn't believe it and thinks to himself, "That explosion was hard to endure. Even though I said I was fine, I couldn't ask any more. Now is not the time to question. From now on, it's a race. K must be over there." Thinking that, you shouted loudly, "Brass Urus." Both quickly responded and prepared to follow orders. After Jail's declaration to charge, they immediately joined the battle. At this moment, Damien volunteers to fight himself. "Your Highness, I will also go into battle." However, he disagreed. "You are not allowed to go. You must stay and protect me." Finally, he understood the opponent's intention and whispered to himself, "Now I understand it's not that I lost trust. Even if I don't know the reason, His Highness is trying to keep me safe. But why exactly?" Suddenly, he remembered something from the past. When Joe was in danger, Damien was extremely worried and shouted out, "Your Highness." Then he threw you back and charged forward himself. Damien fought alone, and then a mana explosion also occurred. He was also exhausted after fighting for a while, his face pale, Damien panting heavily. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the abyss, followed by a voice echoing from it. "Another one alone, nice to meet you." As the scene shifts, he glares in shock. Damien sweat profusely in fear and shouted loudly. His scream made Jaleh turn her head and look right at this moment, and Damien thought to himself he didn't know what it was, but it was probably related to His Highness protecting him. "I understand, but what is the prince planning to do?" Jay whispered. "The attack will be blocked soon. We have to use a plan." At the same time, Aros was defeating quite a few zombies, but suddenly stopped when he encountered an obstacle. Kato quickly created a magic circle to block everyone's path. Aros looked again with a tense expression, feeling confused. A second later, someone emerged from the magic circle, and a large group of people appeared very quickly. He saw someone he knew and shouted, "Croxy!" But now he has become a zombie, so he sees Aros roaring fiercely. Not stopping there, he also attacks him. Aros was caught off guard and couldn't strike back, only able to endure. Croxy's punch sent him flying, and he crashed into the stone. Uos roared and quickly charged to support, using its horn to ram directly into the giant. Both sides are fiercely battling with their strength. Uos gains the upper hand and is forcing the opponent back. It roars in anger while the giant screams in pain. From afar, Damien saw this scene and asked, "Your Highness, that thing," Rikil whispered. "It's a giant dog." Once only brainy warriors appear, it's hard to be sure of victory. Do you have another way? From now on, I will break through the Dark Mage's defenses and attack directly. Seeing the needles in your hand, he felt confused. "Acupuncture?" Risiel hurriedly explained. "I have figured out the mana structure and activation sequence of the invisibility spell, so I have to trust my abilities and proceed." Meanwhile, the system issues a notification. "Your internal organs are very curious about your experiment. When they see you using your body to test, your heart nervously says, 'Hey, this body is planning to try some strange thing again.'" He didn't care. took the needle, and silently directed it downward. Then Dade spoke up. I am Dade, reading the envoy present at the nipple point on the chest, requesting connection to the auxiliary control tower responsible for the nipple landing. The nipple immediately responded. This is the nipple control tower that allows all connections. And with permission, Jay then pricked the nipple. He looked at the acupuncture needle and thought to himself, the Guanmin point, then the Jianli point on the Ren meridian. 3 kun above the navel. Opening the pathway of qi upward in this way, when it takes effect, Gio immediately felt a pain and shouted loudly. He looked at his hands and noticed a clear difference. Then JK felt satisfied and thought to himself, I got this. At that moment, Damien anxiously asked, Your Highness, what's going on? Since there was no time to explain, he patted the other person's shoulder and said, Ask about it later. I will go ahead and clear the way. As their formation was thrown into chaos, they charged forward, and after speaking, Rekil left, leaving himself in stunned silence. You can't see the giant anymore, Damien nervously said. It disappeared. Nearby, Katu still confidently said, Do you think that attack style is effective? There's no way you can beat my team, Jiel immediately replied. Really? He turned around and shouted loudly. What? Suddenly, a needle pierced into his shoulder, causing Katu to scream in pain. He looked at the needle and felt confused, saying, What is it? A needle or a thorn? Kim Chom suddenly unleashes her magic, and as it takes effect, Katu screams in pain. You think only you can use invisibility magic? As he instinctively turned back in panic, Prince Huang, JKEL, is currently using invisibility magic. He stood near Katu and secretly thought that he really wanted to punch him, but he would probably be blocked by magic defenses. As he thought this, JK suddenly showed an expression of surprise after witnessing the scene before his eyes. At this moment, he is looking at a hole on his body. Jel approaches to observe and mutters to himself, Is this the breathing hole? Could this be the only spot to infiltrate? As the idea of a battle plan formed, he gently smiled. Riel casually pulls out a needle and, as he strikes, he silently thinks, Better to stab than punch. Cariel lunged into the spot he had observed earlier. Hitting the weak point, he immediately shouted, You think you're the only one who can use invisibility magic? Immediately after, he showed signs of losing his balance, while Katu looked around to find someone. He was so angry that his face twisted as he muttered to himself, How could he use magic? Before he could finish speaking, another needle pierced his body, causing him to scream loudly. In the next second, he collapsed to the ground. Kay saw the needle on his shoulder and trembled with anger, muttering to himself, Damn it, the pain is too much. The defensive magic is about to break. Focus now. After getting bored, he decided to appear before his opponent and ask, How does the taste of black thorns feel? Hard to stay alert, huh? The more you let your guard down, the more I enjoy it. Right now, Katu's mouth is bleeding, but he still keeps a stiff upper lip. You dare to use poison needles on me? With the little strength left, Katu struggles to get up and cast magic, even though he knows it but remains very calm. He thought he could defeat Riel, so he laughed loudly and said, Die, Crown Prince, then threw a magic orb to the ground, and an explosion of mana and debris erupted everywhere. Just as a huge wave of mana rushes toward him, he remains calm. However, a second later, Gel's face turns pale with worry. A moment later, an explosion occurred again where he was, and when the dust settled, Katu found himself accidentally isolated with the ground collapsing all around him. He kept coughing from the smoke and dust, but luckily Gel managed to create a shield just in time. You boast loudly teasing your opponent, but it hurts too. Come on, JKL remembers what just happened and thinks to himself, but it's still bearable compared to Jabone. A few minutes later, as Damien rushed forward to attack, he asked you, So this is what a chaotic team looks like? He was moving quickly toward Katu. When he approached Damien, he struck him with a sword, but Katu was unharmed, making him frown and mutter to himself that it was a magic defense. Damien also saw the needle on his shoulder. With no other choice, he temporarily retreated backwards. Damien was the only one who thought of a way to continue the attack. He stabbed his sword into Kay's right shoulder, then struck his left shoulder. He casually draws 2 swords from behind his back. Katu, wounded, screams in frustration. You're brave to do this to me. Just when I was in unbearable pain, the pain suddenly eased thanks to the acupuncture needle. So he stared blankly at the acupuncture needle, wondering to himself, the pain easing. Katu looked at his hand again and quietly devised a plan. Now I can summon the zombies with magic. I will definitely not forgive you all. Just as I was about to take revenge, Urus arrived and roared loudly. Then the people of the big tribe shouted, The zombie defense line has been broken. Let's fight him. Joel's group is holding their swords tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Katu couldn't believe his eyes and silently wondered, Why are they here? Where are my guards? Could it be? He looked at the giant dividing the herd and noticed something unusual, then shouted inwardly, Is the magic link broken? Your Highness, did you aim for this from the beginning? Using poison to make me lose consciousness and break the link with the zombies? Uros Hyo-Chien roared again with a thunderous cry. After its roar, the people of the OC tribe quickly moved toward Katu. With no way out, he swiftly drew a magic circle and said, I will end you myself. When the magic was cast, countless demons appeared and flew away, attacking the tribe and causing everyone to scream in terror. What the hell is that? Something strange is coming. A demon is wrapping around Joel's body. The next moment, it suddenly speaks, shocking him. Son, Joel lowered his weapon and called out to his father in disbelief. On the other hand, the demon's subsequent words caused everyone to put down their weapons. Son, why are you all here? Men, put down your weapon. Joel, feeling guilty, cried and said, I am sorry, father. Linus also cried and said, I will follow my own way. You can't raise your weapons against your ancestors. Just like that, those demons have successfully stopped the tribe from attacking. Doing this, Keatu happily said, this is just foolishness, valuing worthless things that led to this mess. Today, right here, I will win. Turn the crown prince into a zombie and kill the emperor to shake the entire empire. Everyone, die. At this moment, I shout loudly, stop! Don't let go of your weapons, losing strength in your arms. Are those spirits helping you lift weights during training? Don't run away. Running is just fast walking. But what's wrong with walking fast? What happens if you overdo rhythmic exercise? After your words, everyone picks up their weapons again. However, their spirits are now completely controlled by others, even if Jail is shouting and losing his strength.